Hey everyone, welcome to the UI UX Design Masterclass by Intellipaat. I'm certain that you spend hours scrolling through Instagram, binge watching on Netflix, or jumping from one video on YouTube to another one. Do you think you're doing that by choice? Well, maybe you're not, because these apps are intentionally designed to keep you hooked, to give you the instant dopamine rush, to feel effortless, smooth, and even addictive. That feeling, that seamless flow, it's not by an accident. It's UI UX design. It's the craft of making digital journeys intuitive and delightful by solving right user problems, mapping user expectations, building wireframes, and designing UI screens in tools like Figma. And this matters more than you think. 97% of users don't return to a site with poor user experience. That's why top companies are chasing designers offering salaries up to 12 LPA and beyond. The good news, UI UX isn't rocket science. It starts with observation and curiosity. And you can learn it easily if you have ever thought about questions like why does this cup have a handle I can't even grip? Or why does this TV remote control have 50 buttons that I never use? If you have ever thought about questions like these, then there is designer already inside you, and this course will help you resurrect it. In this course, you learn the tools, the psychology, and the process behind world's best digital products and build a portfolio project of your own before we finish this course. So get ready and let's start your journey from user to designer.
Instagram, Snapchat, BGMI. Ever wondered why you spend hours on these apps without even realizing it? Or why you keep coming back to your favorite shopping app? That's the magic of great UI and UX design. Study shows that 74% of users return to website with good mobile UX, and a well-designed UI can boost conversions by 200%. If you've ever thought about becoming a UI UX designer, you are in the right place. In this video, I will take you through the complete roadmap from learning the basics to landing your first job. Simply put, UI is how about an app looks. Colors, font, layouts. UX is about how it feels, smooth navigation, ease of use, and solving users' problem. If you love making things visually stunning, UI design is for you. If you're more into improving user experience, go for UX. Or you can do both and become a product designer. Now, before jumping into roadmap, let's develop one crucial habit: observation. Look at this pen. Ever wondered why is it cylindrical and not square? Why does it have a rubber grip? What if I remove it? Will it be still comfortable? And this is how a UX designer thinks, always questioning design decision to improve usability. And if you're worried about AI replacing UX designer, don't be. AI will only automate repetitive tasks, leaving designer to focus on creativity and decision making. In fact, the demand for UX designer is skyrocketing with millions of jobs expected in future. But here's the catch: UX isn't just about making things look good, it's about making right decision choices. A cool looking pen that's uncomfortable to hold? Useless. A stunning website where user can't find the checkout button? Failure. That's why a good UX designer simplifies user journey and solves real problems. And the best part, you don't need a degree to start. With right mindset, skills, and roadmap, you can break into this field and land your dream job. So without any further ado, let's see the roadmap. Let us break down this UI UX design roadmap with a clear timeline so you know what to expect. Firstly, you will start with understanding human decision making through concepts like BJ Fogg's model and dual process theory. This foundation will take around 2 weeks. Next, dive into design thinking process. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. This will take 1 month to understand and apply. Then move to product UI design tool to clarify product vision, define audience, and understand business model. Give this around 2 weeks. After that, learn UX practice and how to present your work. This will take about 2 to 3 weeks. Then spend 1 month mastering UI design tool like Figma, Adobe XD, and Sketch. Now focus on measuring impact through A/B testing and multivariate testing, which will take around 2 weeks. Follow it up with real project and mock design and spend 1 month here. Then explore UX best practices and AI tools, which will take another 2 weeks. Finally, spend your time on preparing and applying for jobs. Let us now explore each stage in detail. Alright, so if you're starting your journey in UI UX design, the very first thing you need to focus on is understanding how users think and make decisions. And trust me, this is the backbone of everything you will design later. So let me break it down. Imagine a user choosing Zomato or Swiggy over any food delivery application. It is just not a random click. And here comes BJ Frog's model. According to this action happens when three things come together. First, the user has a motivation that they are hungry. Second, they have ability, means the user can use the app easily because the UI, which is user interface, is very simple. The app is easy to use. And then there's a trigger, maybe a discount notification. This is exactly what you will study in the first week of the roadmap, which is how user think. Along with that, you will also explore dual process theory, which will help you understand that some decisions are made quickly, like reordering the same food, while others are more deliberate, like picking a new restaurant after reading the reviews. So once you have understood this psychological models, we will move on to design thinking process, where the real problem solving begins. It's a 5-step process. First, empathize. So understand what users are feeling or struggling with. Then define, clearly explain the problem they are facing. Then ideate. Think of possible solution of that particular problem. Then prototype. Build a rough version like a sample app or sketch of your solution. Then test. Try it out with real user to see what works and what doesn't. For example, let's say you want to create an app for college students to track their assignment. First, talk to some student to understand their struggle. Maybe they forget deadlines or feel overwhelmed. Then based on those problems, design features like a reminder system or a visual calendar that actually solve their issue. That's what design thinking is all about, solving real problem by putting the users first. Now that you're aware of how user behave and how design thinking works, it's the time to learn the fundamental of UI UX design. This includes understanding of what makes a product usable and visually attractive. Start by exploring design laws such as proximity, contrast, and alignment, which guide how users interact with interfaces. Websites like lawofux.com are perfect for this. Simultaneously, dive into typography, visual hierarchy, and layout principle, which you will find well explained on uxhints.com. These topics are extremely important because they form the base of every design decision you will ever make. Once your theory is strong, jump directly into Figma, the best tool for UI UX beginner. Don't worry if it looks complex at first. Start small, replicate simple design from platforms like Behance, Dribble, or even an Instagram story or a resume template. Try tweaking font sizes, color, spacing. This helps you understand the impact of design element. And ask yourself, why is this button here? Why is this color? Why this spacing? This habit helps you think like a designer rather than just copying others. You can learn Figma from their official website or YouTube tutorial. Many are free and beginner friendly. After this, explore inspiration libraries like Mobin and Refro. These platforms showcase real mobile app designs, especially for products like banking, fitness, or travel app. Try to replicate at least one design per day and focus on why the designer chose certain layout icons and interaction. This builds your design decision making ability, which is crucial. Never make changes just because someone else did. Know exactly why you are designing something in a certain way. Once you feel comfortable designing mock interfaces, it's time to work on UX case studies. Let's say you are redesigning a budgeting app. Create a case study explaining how your layout changes helped users understand their expenses better. Upload these on Dribble or Behance not just to show what you made but why you made it. This showcases your problem solving mindset to recruiters and clients. Then level up your technical toolkit by learning UI tool like Figma for interface layout, Adobe XD for animation, and Sketch for wireframing. For example, if you are designing a health tracker app, you might need wireframe in its Sketch. Design it in Figma and animate transition in Adobe XD. Along the way, always stick to core UI principle, maintain consistency in spacing, use color and font hierarchy smartly, and make sure it's usable by everyone, including those with visual impairments. Now comes validating your design decision. You can use A/B testing or multivariate testing. Suppose you create two versions of a homepage, one with minimal design and other with flashy banners. Testing might show that clean version increases user engagement by 30%. These results give you data back and confidence in your work. From here, dive into real-world design process. Redesign your college's canteen ordering app, take prompt from website like sharpen.design, or join community design challenges. Focus on reducing user frustration, improving navigation, and using accessible design practices like high contrast text and touch-friendly buttons. Now, with the rise of AI, learning to use AI tool in UI UX gives you a big edge. For example, use ChatGPT to write button text or error messages. Use Gamma.app to generate layout ideas, or UX Pilot to analyze your design and suggest improvement. Finally, start building your portfolio. Apply for internship, freelance gigs, or full time jobs. Share your projects on LinkedIn with clear outcomes like redesign the finance app and improve retention by 40%. Look for opportunities on Upwork, Fiverr, or even startup job boards. Remember, your portfolio isn't just your work, it's your story as problem solver. The complete roadmap for UI UX designer is given in the description below.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
So people who doesn't have Figma, this is a process you have to follow. Go to figma.com and download your Mac version as well as Windows version, right? And please use your personal credentials, and you're done. That is for Figma. And for Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator, maybe you need to purchase it. So Photoshop, right? So there are two categories in application, especially for designers, right? The raster based design as well as the vector based design. Photoshop is a raster based application where we have a limitation of creating maximum pixels, right? Photoshop is a pixel oriented application, right? So Photoshop is when I started my career, I was using Photoshop for creating web design, digital contents, etc. Then gradually I move myself into Illustrator, then XD, then Figma, right? Right now we can do everything with Figma. Even you can maybe alter your images as well, right? But Photoshop has its own use, like you can edit your images, you can manipulate your images, you can change colors, background, etc., right? So in order to do that, let me open Photoshop. I started using 2006 or 7, right? So I started using Photoshop for all my design. I thought Photoshop would be the ultimate design tool for creating all the design stuff. Then Illustrator and XD came in, right? So XD was a big step from Adobe, especially for user experience designer. Then I switched to XD and I thought, my God, XD is so super with minimal tools. You can create a lot of things, interactions, animations, etc. Then Figma came in, the hero, right? So Figma was so damn tool which really help user experience designer create whatever they want to create. Then I started understanding the limitation of XD, right? So it's up to the user experience designer be updated in the market, right? There are a lot of tools, there are a lot of self-learning platforms available, right? So no one taught me XD. I learned myself, right? And when you are in a project and the client want to create design in Figma, definitely you'll have to learn yourself, right? So then I'll search a lot of platform to learn yourself, and I did my own. Right? So that's one of the effort you need to do that, because if you want to update in the market, be updated. Like it could be applications, it could be principles, it could be trends, everything, right? So universities or classes or sessions can give you basic and limited understanding about user experience designer, right? So it's up to each designers or each person's to make sure that I am updated in the market, right? There are a lot of competitions as well, definitely. People now the AI stuff is there, right? So AI is something hot in the market. And I started seeing people saying AI UX designer. So we'll talk about Photoshop and Illustrator and Figma. So Photoshop, as I mentioned, it's a raster-based tool. And when you are uh, when you want to do edits your images, or when you want to do color changes or background changes, or if you want to edit your own profile picture, or creating some fantasy things, I think Photoshop is the right tool, right? So you can combine pictures, you can change background, and you can do color corrections, etc. I think Figma and Adobe XD has a limited set of skill set in photo editing, right? But Photoshop is the ultimate tool where you can do manipulate or change all your images. So we have a lot of tools in Photoshop. Let me open. So when you go to File and select New, you have to select your canvases, right? So there are different options like photo, print, Illustrator, and web, mobiles, etc. And I go for photo, and you can select any frame you want, or you can go do your customized size as well, right? When you select your default size, it shows the size here, and if you want to change it, you can change it and create. Bingo, we have the page, right? So this is your platform, this is your page, canvas. You are going to do your creativity, right? So let's say if you want to edit an image or background, just drag and drop or right click and open with Photoshop. Let me open two images. I think I opened with 2024 version. My system is a little slow. Please bear with me. You can open with Photoshop or drag and drop. Anything can be done. So if you want to edit the background or change the color of these images, no, Photoshop would help you do that. And there are a lot of tools here, like you can use. I don't want to go all the tools in Photoshop. I'll help you understand few important tools, right? That maybe help you crop it, right? And help you change the background, help change the colors, etc. Right? So we have a the marquee tool, which is for selection. Maybe you can just drag it, and maybe you can cut the images. Command X. Sorry, let me go to the layers. Cool. So when you use marquee tools, maybe you can just crop it like this and cut the image, and or if you want to change the background color, or if you want to use some color changes, like maybe if you want to change the hue saturation, you can increase the hue saturation, etc. So Photoshop has a little learning curve, especially people who coming from different background, right? And so I would recommend Photoshop. If you want to pursue yourself into user experience designer, just use Photoshop for maybe changing your background, changing the colors, or cropping the image, etc. But still, Figma can help you crop it and slightly change or edit your images. But Photoshop is an ultimate tool to do all things. Right? So marquee tool is for selection, and the crop tool is just cropping. Just drag the image and enter. You'll crop yourself, right, like this. Cropping tools, and so I'll skip this. I'll go to clone stamp tool. Suppose you want to clone something. Let me delete this layer. So you know that this is a layer where I can see all my images, all my objects that you're using inside of Photoshop. Like, for example, let's say if you want to fill a color, and you just crop it, and maybe you can use fill color, and I don't know where it's not in it. Okay, something like this. So I would recommend use different layers. If you want to create a layer, just click on this small icon here, and you have your layer created. And just use your marquee tool, right click, fill, or select foreground color, and if you want to change color, click on this tiny icon on the left hand side, and move your cursor like this, and you can change your color, and again fill it, right. That way you can fill your colors. Also, there are a lot of keyboard shortcuts you can use to fill your color. But that is not the intention for me now. So I'll just introduction. I'll just help you understand few tools, which is really important for you, right? Let's say a clone stamp tool. A clone stamp tool can be help you to clone an object in a picture, right? So whenever you create, please make sure that you're creating layers. Just click on this tiny icon and create layers, and select current and below. And I'm using Mac machine, so you can click on option. So after selecting a clone stamp tool, just tap on option, click on object which you want to duplicate, and maybe you can do like this, right? So this is in a separate layer right now. Maybe if you want to change the color of this, or if you want to move this here and there, that can be done, right? And the next tool would be blur tool. And let's say if you want to blur any of the object in the background, just copy this image, and you can click on this, click on that, that will get blurred. See, and also you can just select it, and right click, give feather maybe a 250 or something. Oh, it's just okay. I'll go 50, and go to filters, blur, question blur. You can blur this way as well. There are a lot of blur options under filter, blur, box blur, lens blur, motion blur, etc. Maybe you can explore yourself. The basic would be, if you want to blur yourself, a picture or a background, an object in an image, just select, just drag and select, give enough feather. Feather would help you. Otherwise, it will be like very sharp selection, right? Just go select yourself, and blur, motion blur, and then adjust yourself. Okay, sorry. Cool. And clone stamp is okay. Blur tool you have already explained. Zoom tool is just to zoom it, or you can use keyboard shortcut Z to zoom it. And pen tool. Pen tool is one of the important tool where you can use to cut images, right? And just use pen tool, and which image or object you want to separate from an image, just do it. Use your command option to create nodes. So these are nodes, the point I created here to bend the curve, right? So just use that. Just use your options in your Mac machine or control in Windows machine. I'm not completely cutting down, just to show an example. And you're done with the pen, and say make selection. If you want to add further, then you can add that, maybe one or two, to make the edges are little blurred, right? Yeah. And maybe when you using different layer, just say Command and J, so that will create your separate image from background. Right? See. Okay. So that way you can cut your image from cut your object from an image. And the next one is text tool. Suppose you want to type something in this image, drag it and type it if you want to do something like test. And you can change your colors. go to Windows and enable character and paragraph and increase the font size if you want. You can change your font size, spacing, etc. using this character and paragraph tools. If you have a paragraph, you can adjust left, right, center, etc. I'll go a little fast because there are a few tools to be covered. And there are a lot of shape tools as well, like rectangle, ellipse, triangle, polygon, lines, etc. Right. So after completing, maybe editing your image, you can save it as PNG or JPEG or any format, right? And use it in Adobe XD or Figma, right, for your design purpose. Okay, so that's a quick introduction, very quick introduction about Photoshop, right? So we'll go to Illustrator. So Illustrator is a vector-based tool where you can enlarge your objects or elements as much as you can, right? So that is one of the limitation of Photoshop. Let's say you create a UI design or web design using Photoshop, you have to create multiple sizes for different devices. For example, let's say you want to create the same design for mobile application, desktop application, or a bigger screen like a 50 or 60-inch screen. So what happened in Photoshop, maybe you need to create different versions of it, right? Also, you need to use different image size for it. But using the vector-based tools like XD, Illustrator, Figma, right? So you can enlarge your images, not images, sorry, the objects. Any vector image you can enlarge as much as you possible, right? The image cannot be enlarged, but you have to use a good quality image if that goes into different or wide or bigger screens, right? So Illustrator is a vector-based tool. You can use it for creating icons, shapes, or your fantasy designs, etc. Right? Uh, Personally, I love Illustrator because Illustrator will help you creating a lot of designs, like illustrations. Right? So compared to Photoshop, Illustrator has minimal tools, like especially the shape tools and the paintbrush tools, text tools similar to Photoshop. You can type yourself, and rotation tool. If you want to rotate an image or something, you can use the rotation tool and scale as well. Erase. I barely use the erase tool or scissors tools in Illustrator. Gradient. Let's say if you want to fill a gradient for this shape. Right. When you select a box or shape, you can see different color option in the right hand properties. See? So this is how we fill the color. Just select the shape you want to fill. It could be ellipse or polygon or rectangle, right? Just select it, go to fill color and change your color, or you can give your color code if you have any handy, right? You can move your colors, and if you want to change to gradient, just select a gradient's color and you can change it accordingly, right? And mainly Illustrator can be used for, especially for UI designer or user experience designer. So Photoshop, Illustrator can be used for creating icons, creating some shapes for the banners, and yeah, I think that's would be the major purpose Illustrator. But to a certain extent, Adobe XD and Figma would help you creating those. But there are a lot of icons available in the market right now. So Adobe XD is also one of the tools that will help you creating your web design, user experience, or user interface design, right? So you can do slide animations, interactions, and connect your page to one another page to create different flows, navigations, etc. Right. So if you go to files, you can create new files, select your device size. It could be web, mobile, Instagram stories, etc. Right. So let's select your page, and your page is ready for creating your web design. Right. So you can scale it heightwise. It's do not recommend to use widthwise increasing because we have a fixed width for all the platforms, right? And if your platform is bigger, accordingly, you can change your size. But if you're using design for websites or maybe desktop or Windows, Mac, then the size would be fixed, right? So you can increase your height as far as your content is concerned, right? So there is no limitation. You can increase as much as you need, right? And these are a few of the tools, shape tools. See, I think the Figma has one of the minimalistic tool, which has very limited tools, but still you can create a lot of things with Figma, right? Because for web designers, you don't require too much tools to create your design, right? So our intention is to create web design using minimal tools. That is one of the things I really love using Figma, but currently I'm not using, unfortunately. But yeah, so I did use it 2 years back, and but I still love Figma because of the minimalistic approach, right? Sorry, XT for minimalistic approach. Figma has a lot of tools. Like Figma has slightly increase of learning curve, but XT is completely uh, maybe minimalistic, and you can learn yourself without any learning curve. And let's say there are shapes you can use to design maybe banners and text tool. You type your text and search tool. I mean, zoom tool. You can zoom it. And if you want to fill your colors, go to right hand panel, click on fill, and just play around with your colors. Until if you want to create borders, below the color you have a borders. Select your borders and increase the size here. Just increase by using numbers. Right. And you can also change shape using your mouse. Just click on this tiny node and increase your size. If you want a curve, just go to this tiny icon and drag it like this. You can increase the corner radius this way. And if you want to change color of a font, just click T, which is shortcut for text tool, and click your text, go to fill, white color. And if you want to increase the size, then click on this small area where you can increase using arrows or keyboard arrows, or you can maybe put your percentage as well, like 24, 34, 32, 12, 16, etc. Right. And if it is a paragraph, we can use center, left, and right alignment. And if you want to increase space between this font, then click Command All or Control or R, then increase the size here. Use Shift and up or down arrow, then increase the size. Also, you can manually increase your size as well, like just click like this and increase your size. Okay, and if you want to copy this, just click on that and use Option Shift and copy, or use Command or Control D to continuously increasing or the frame size or the canvas, multiple canvas you can use. See, as I mentioned, compared to Figma, Adobe XD has a limited canvas size. It doesn't have an infinite canvas. You can create pages up to till this area, right? Beyond this, you cannot create. So this is another limitation of Adobe XD. I would say that is one of the reason people are using Figma. They can create n number of pages or canvases using that, right? And there are pages, there are products which has thousands of pages, right? So in that case, maybe you need to use different Adobe XD files for creating your design. And if you want to add any images, just drag and drop here, right? Or you can go to file and import your object as well. So there are options you can edit with Photoshop as well. If you click on this, it is directly open with Photoshop and you can edit it. All right. So if you want to rotate or shift the size, then click on this tiny icon here on right hand side, upward, downward, left and right. And if you want to increase the size by percentage, you can click on this width and height and increase the size. If you have any certain percentage for an image or an object, just click on that and increase the size using this width and height parameter for transform to. Right. Or you can use this small icon to increase and decrease the size. Adobe XD also similar to Figma, as I mentioned earlier, right? So we can use few tools to create your own design, shapes, and using right hand property to fill up, creating strokes, and changing edges. And also we can import images or just drag and drop. See, it goes inside the image. Suppose you want to add an image inside, just select your shape, just drag and drop inside. So that will go inside. See? And when you expand, the images will arrange accordingly. See? In fact, this was introduced by Adobe XD, then now Figma has copied it. Right. So this can be used for banners, right? So this will resize your image accordingly, according to your banner size. And if you want to do a manual changes, let's double click on image and you can increase the size within the box. And create your own design that way, right? So that is a flexibility masking an image within a shape. So if you have a 2 or 3 images or a bunch of images, just copy all of them and use different shape like this. And just drag and drop inside. So individual image go inside individual shapes. And this is the page tool. Towards the end, we click on that, you can see a lot of pages in the right hand side, similar to when we open file new. And you don't have to, whenever you want to create additional pages, just click on this frame icon or canvas icon, artboard, then click on which resolution you want to create. Right. So this is how the landings in the home screen of Figma looks like. When you download your Figma and open it in a browser or application, this is something you're going to see. If you do not have any recent files, there will be nothing. It will be an empty screen for you, and Figma will bring certain recommendation for you. Right. So inside Figma, there are 3 categories: design file, Fig Jamboard, and slide deck. If you follow my mouse towards the right hand side of the top, right, we have design file, Fig Jamboard, and slide deck, which is something Figma introduced recently, an alternative of a PPT, right? We can create presentation with Figma, right? So we'll start with slide deck, right? In fact, this isn't part of the curriculum. I was just giving you some hints about what could be the possibilities of Figma, right? So it's a simple screen where we can create slides. If someone who is looking for an alternative of PPT, right? Or if you have done some design in Figma, then you can simply convert that as a PPT or a design file here, right? So in the left-hand side, these are the different pages similar to PPT interface. If you click on new slide, it will show certain recommendations, right? So you can pick it from a template, a basic template, some color themed slides. Maybe you can select any one of the theme or color palette and start your design. And it's simple, just double click and edit, right? And change the color from right hand side. It looks very minimalistic, right? So it's nothing too complicated. You even People doesn't have any design background, they can simply create it and can change your colors, and you can continue adding pages that will fall in same theme, and you can type your text, add images if something you want external. And a few shapes. Okay, I'll cover all the tools when I'm using Figma file, right? So I was just trying to touch what is presentation, and that's all. And if you want to do some animations, click on the slide, go to animate in the top right side, select the animation type. It can be dissolve, push, or something. Then say apply to all slides, and select your slides. Go to the presentation and top right side. That will move you into a presentation mode. Done. So that way you can create presentations here. But I would still recommend using PPT for your presentation. That is little advanced. Okay, next one is my favorite, FigJam. FigJam, I'm not sure how many of you used Mural, Miro for whiteboarding, right? So when you are a UX designer, this is your place where you play around with all your data, right? So starting from your data gathering, right? Starting from understanding the pain points, you'll note your pain points here, and create your flow charts, create your user journey, create your task map, right? So I'm not confusing you guys explaining all these design or UX jargons. You'll get to know that in your upcoming sessions, right? So this is a whiteboarding page where you can create all your what do you say, graphs, diagrams, etc. Right? So this is an infinite canvas. When you open FigJam, right? This is not for design, I would say. This is for creating your graphs, charts, maps, creating plans, creating personas, calendars, etc. Right? Here is where you start your UX design. If you are a core UX designer, this is the place where you start. Not only FigJam, I personally use Miro. Miro is one of the whiteboarding tool. Also, Mural. Mural is also one of the whiteboarding tool. My personal is Mural and Miro. There are a lot of other tools as well available in the market, right? So how I'll just explain it from a tool perspective, right? So I don't want to explain what kind of rationale behind all of this, but I'll just explain you from a tool perspective, right? You see the tools below. These are the major area you can find all your tools. You can maybe create pages. Just this is your marker, and you can mark your rough using pen tool. You can draw something like you can even write something or draw some maybe funny things. So you can even create a high level flow, a quick and dirty flow, right? Using this pen tool that way, right? And create copies, etc. Before it was like pen and paper. Now a tool has flexibility to create rough sketches. Highlighter, you can highlight your text. Suppose you type something, right? And you can highlight this like this. It's like you can highlight in PPT or Excel or Word, right? Similar. I don't use this tool. That is not relevant. Eraser. Okay. Then remain color palettes. And this is our major part where we put our comments, right? These are sticky notes. You can add your sticky notes and change the color and put your comments. Just double click and put your comments and copy paste. And if you press Control D or Command D, then it will create duplicates. And you can create your notes. And if you click on the notes and you could find Yeah, I'll quickly rewind the tool once again. Right. Start from the left. We have pen tool, highlighter. Pen tool is for just rough sketch, right? Highlighter is for highlighting any text or something. So you can highlight in any direction, right? And eraser to erase it, and different colors, right? The next is sticky notes. You can just drag and drop your sticky notes and type your comments or feedbacks. Or and if you can change your colors of your notes and change your fonts, small, medium, large, and make it bolder and strike it. And you can also create links from it. And yeah, okay. So FigJam has a AI capabilities where you can simply get your flows with prompt. Okay. So in the right hand side is Gen AI based tool, and there are multiple options, predefined options. AI giving us, you can simply click on flowchart and type what kind of flowchart you may be expecting. Let's say I am going to create a flowchart for a banking mobile application. And maybe you can also mention your steps, right? Step 1, step 2, step 3, etc. And generate. So now I have my user flow ready, right? So you can alter your user flows and change. You can copy it and create user flows, etc. And let's say if you want to create an organization chart, right? Let's click on that, and an org chart for, what do you say, corporate finance company, something like that. I'm putting some dumb comments, please bear with me, right? Okay. So it will create a flow chart based on your input, right? So you just have to simply edit your flow chart and make it ready for the review, right? It's simple, right? Okay, right. So when you click on this small tiny icon at the top right side, so this will appear. So you can select what kind of chart you want to prepare. You can directly type it here, or just delete, and it'll have some predefined options for you. And if you click on this more prompt, you can just click on that and click on what kind of chart you want to create and type your prompts and get it. So previously it was like you have to manually create everything and connect the wires and create all shapes, etc. Right? It's simple now. It's in beta version. There are a lot of updates happening in FigJam. Sorry. And if you click on the next icon near to AI template, that was a previous version of template. You can get all your diagram in this chart. This is predefined chart, right? There is no any AI mechanism here, but FigJam has some predefined template. You can pick it from there and start your journey. So these are some of the template. Or you don't have to stick it here. Maybe you can create your own template, but you don't have to start it from the scratch. You can use any of the existing template and start iterating it. This is for persona, right? If you want, this is a combination of user profile, user journey, and user journey map. So there are a lot of combinations as well. If you click on that, see, persona will be there somewhere. A standalone persona would be there. Yeah, this one. This is for persona. And you don't even have to stick on this format. You can edit your formats. Right. And this is similar to Figma. You can put our comments and post it. So that will available for all the people who are collaboratively working inside this Figma. And towards the end, you can share this to anyone, or you can make this available for everyone, right? When you click on share button, this is the tiny pop-up appears. where you see your name, which is as an owner, right? And who can access this? Maybe only invited people or anyone with a link. Or you can set your password as well. Let's say if you want to restrict the visibility, let's put some password and save it. Then you'll get a link, this link, copy link and share it with anyone. Then they can also chime in and you can collaboratively create your whiteboardings. And in the below tools panel, you have text tool to type your text, right? And section, you can create sections. Let's say you want to put all this under one session, right? So now this is a session. Move this. You can create your first sessions and put a, I'm sorry, what happened? Okay. Make it group and put it under this. So that will be a group for you. And similarly, you can create multiple sessions as well. Let's say user journey can be a one session, persona can be a session, second session, user flow can be a third session. Also, you can put your wireframes or some quick and dirty sketches, right? That can also be put under different sessions. I would recommend use Figma, those who are in UX job, right? So if you are going to create a design with Figma, then recommend using FigJam. That will easy for you to switch and get the data and do your job fast. And below tool, we have some charts similar to Excel sheet and some stickers. You can put your stickers and you can add your stickers. You can also add your templates as well here. All right. Okay. So I'll just quit FigJam. Then we'll go to our main tool, Figma. Okay. So we completed slide deck, FigJam, and finally mother of all tools, Figma. Right. So this is a design file. So when you click on this tiny icon, the top right side, say design file. So that will open a file. This is my canvas. Right. This is where I'm going to play around with all my low fidelity, high fidelity, animations, prototyping, collaboration, my God, everything, right? So this is where the place UX designers sleep, right? Okay, so this is an infinite canvas. When you open this, you see nothing, right? There are a few tools, panels in the left-hand side, some tools in the bottom, some panels in the right-hand side. Please do not go clueless. So you have to create a frame to start your project, right? So how do I create my frame? So let's go with the tools first. And the highlighted tools, the blue one that is highlighted, that is a move tool. You have nothing to move here, right? So whenever you have an object, let's say you drew a box, and then you can move it, right? And simply delete and that'll get removed. Okay, the next tool is hand tool. This is also for moving, let's say, and select your hand tool and you can move. But for people using mouse or Mac, they can use their mouse. Or you can click on your space bar and move your mouse. That'll also move. You don't have to go to tools and select it. Rather, just click on space bar, hold space bar and move your mouse and you can move it. So this is for moving across all the canvas. Let's say you might have 500 or 600 pages, right? How do I move from one edge to another? So you have to click on, hold the space bar and move your mouse. That's how we do. Right? And third tool is scale tool. Nothing is scaling right now. So we can expand the size. So the shortcut of scale tool is K. When you click on K in keyboard, you see a panel in the right hand side. Right. So you can expand from the top. Yes, mouse, drag your mouse, you can click the right. You can expand from right. click this, expand from left. This is for which direction you want to lock your object and expand it accordingly, right? So I lock my nodes in the top left side, and if I expand, that will look above, and I can expand in that direction. Okay, so those are the three tools. When you start designing, you're going to ignore these two tools because we have shortcuts to do that. Okay, so next one is the frame, section, and slices, right? Frame, that is the important one, right? So when you click on frames, all the frames will open up in the right hand side. What does it mean by frames? Frames are the canvas you're going to create your design for, right? Let's say you are going to create an application for uh, iPhone or iOS, right? So there are different dimensions. There are different pixels, pixel dimensions mentioned in the right hand side of the panel. When you click on this frame, this contextual menu bar will pop up, right? So this the right hand panel is not constant. It's contextual panel. As in when you click your tools, this panel will keep reflecting those changes. See, you select your frames accordingly. The panel got changed only for frames. When you click on shapes, that will change, right? And when you click on no, nothing will happen. Right. So frames. Let's say I am going to create an iOS version application for iOS. Right? Just click on maybe iPhone 6 Pro, 16, what size you want to create. Just click on that. So that will create the screen for you. And let's say you can add a desktop version as well. Let's say open desktop, click on MacBook Pro 16, that'll create another canvas. Maybe you can also create uh, an Apple Watch. Click on Apple Watch, that will create a canvas for Apple Watch, right? So what kind of platform you are going to create, accordingly you can select your frames, then start working on it, right? So whenever we start creating design, we will never change the width of a frame, right? That means, let's say you are going to create an application for iPhone 16 Pro Max, right? And this is the standard size of the same, like which is 440 and 956 height. So height can be varied according to your content. So you can just simply click and expand, right? So this is the standard size, 440, then 956. From here, according to your content, you can expand it. But width-wise, it will never expand. So that is fixed. That is for all the platforms, even for Mac, Windows, watches, right? The width will never change. But Figma has the flexibility to expand it, but in most of the context, it will never expand. But height-wise, it will expand as per the content. And I'll always recommend you folks to keep naming conversion for all your files, all your canvases. Let's say this is MacBook Pro. Just double click on the top left side. You see the names, the default name. Just double click on that and add your names. So whatever page name you added will reflect in the left hand side layers. See? So this is my page name, and you can also change from here as well. So why that is important, when you have maybe hundreds of pages, it is easy for you to identify that from your left hand panel, from the layers. So when I say layers, you might be wondering what is layers, right? So this is your property panel canvas for all your object that you're going to create inside this canvas. Let's say I created my page one test, and that creates a page inside the layers. So when you add a box inside this, so what happened? That creates a rectangle inside the page. See, that means this is a group. The layer creates a group automatically for you within a page. So whenever you continuously creating your objects that will keep creating multiple layers inside a page. So when you move, all of the things will move together. Okay, so that is where I was suggesting to keep your naming convention for all your files. What happened if you do not do that? You may be creating hundreds of pages, maybe 1,000 pages. I would say I had a project with around 970 something pages. It was like nightmare for me to identify pages. If there are few designers were there in the project, and each folks were creating their own pages, and they put their own names. Sometimes they put some default name. So it is challenge for you to identify the pages from the list, right? So see, whenever you duplicate the page, it will fall the same name. So you will not be able to understand which page is unique, which page has the same interactions, which page has the same components, etc. Right? So whenever you start it from the scratch, start from a name. Maybe page 1, 2, but some contextual, like a page 1 home screen, page 2 uh, maybe form field, page 4 chat window, that way, right? Just be uh, be it as a practice. Otherwise, it'll be challenge for you when you start creating a bigger project and there are a lot of files, right? Okay, so I'm not going that deeper, but so that is the rationale behind naming conversions. We'll come back to the tool. So I created my page. So that's how we did naming conversions. Okay, and I created my pages. And similar to what I show in Figma, you can here also create sections. So the second option is creating sessions. Let's say these 3 files are falling under same sections. You just have to click the section and you have created a session for you, right? So all of this will fall in the same section. Maybe this section can be flow for uh, login, right? So whenever you create another file, this flow will keep expanding. So I was using Command D in Mac to add multiple page. Accordingly, your canvas will get extended. Your selection also will get extended accordingly. Finally, in this tool panel, we have slice. Slice is similar to what we had in Photoshop as well, right? So let's say, let me open a file there. Slice is basically using for slicing certain areas and export it, right? Let's say this is a website and I want to slice a certain area of this design and save it, maybe export as SVG or a PNG or any other format. Let's click on the slice tool and slice the area where you want to export. Now, when you select, the panel has changed to export. Click on this plus icon and just change the format you want to export. And you can also change your sizes. It can be 1x, 2x, or any size on export slice. So the last queue where you want to save, and you'll save that file, right? And you can open it from your desktop. Okay, see. So until where you did sliced, those area will only saved as a JPEG or SVG, the format you selected. So that is the purpose of slicing. Okay. So this is simple and straightforward. Shape tools, draw your lines, arrows. So you can see the properties are getting changed as in when I select different tools and all, right? So when I drew a box and this panel got changed, I can maybe go ahead and put some mathematical values to expand your box size. Right. Right. That way. And if we zoom can be done using Z tool in keyboard. Just click on Z and zoom. Use your mouse, and that will zoom. So you can change the properties of a box. Let's say I click on the box and just change the edge corner radius, just dragging and doing like this, or you can go manually. Like see, under appearance, we can change the values like this, or you can do it manually as well. And let's say I want to change this radius only for one edge. Just click on this tiny icon near to this appearance and change the value, the direction, which edge you want to change. Let's say I want to keep top left side as a sharp one. Just put 0 and it'll change. Sorry. And I have done my shapes, and I can click on the fill and just play around with your colors. So it has solid color, gradient color, and also you can import images within this, and you can also put some videos if you have some. And libraries is nothing but if you have any predefined set of color palette, then we can uh, add that inside. That will appear here, and you can pick it from the library. This is a shape I created, right? The rectangle shape, arrow, ellipse, polygon, star, there are a lot of shapes, different shapes that we can create. Also, we can alter the shapes. As I showed before, you can expand the edges, you can curve the edges, double click, and when you double click, the box will convert as editable. Then you can expand, just drag the node you want to change, select the edge, and change your shape accordingly. And you can add nodes. Just double click on the area where you want add nodes. And when you click nodes, that will show an additional window pop up. See? And you can make the edges sharp like this. Double click on the box, make it editable, and just click on the nodes and make it curved. And see, I can do the changes like this as well. I know this is might not be simple for people who are coming from different background. Uh, spend some time exploring the shape, edit shape, filling the colors, etc. Right, and then you'll get used to this practice. So people coming from design background, especially graphic designing or editing and all, no, these nodes and everything will be used for them. But people from different background might have slightly confused, but we'll help you be in the track. Okay. All right, so that's how we edit the box. And in order to fill the color, just click the box, go to fill. And when you select the fill, there are 4 options. I can fill solid colors and you drag your mouse, right? Or you can also put your color codes here and click on gradient. And when you click on gradient, that will create nodes. See, if you move your mouse in this line, you can create multiple nodes and change your color. Double click on this and change your colors. So that way you can create gradient color. And let's say if you want to add an image inside this shape, click on this tiny add image option and upload from your computer. Then select your image, and now the image has been placed inside. And if you want to edit this image, go inside this drop down and click crop, and you can crop it, and you can expand the size, collapse. Also, you can change exposure, saturation. Oh man, someone is playing around with my file. Please don't do that. Okay, so you can change colors, temperature, tints, highlights, etc. Okay, so I would recommend please draw a shape and try to add some colors, create some gradients, add some images. Also, if you have any videos, no, you can directly click on this video icon and upload the video from your local file and import it. So if you click on this box, let's say I selected rectangle and I drew my rectangle. If you're following me, maybe you can switch to uh, WebEx, right? So I drew a box, see, and when you simply click on that, a single click, it will convert as a one level edit. For example, maybe you can change your corner radius. See, it's a one level edit. And you can change the properties like width, height. Maybe you can change the dimension from left to right, right? And you can also manually adjust your corner edges. So these are the properties I was explaining before, and now I'm repeating it, right? So when you click on this box, you'll have all your customized property for the shape you selected. So you can fill your colors. Uh, if you click on stroke, you can add strokes, change the color similar to what we did in fill. And if you want to delete the stroke, just click on minus. This plus and minus is something where you need to keep in mind to add or delete, right? So we do not have any add or delete call to actions here, but it's everything like add plus minus that way, right? Let's say if you want to add a color, let's just click on plus button. That will create a default color. Then you can change your color accordingly. And if you want to delete the color, there is no any option. Just click on this minus icon. That will delete your color. Right? And also you can hide your color. Let's say you select the red color. Maybe you can hide your color and turn on, turn off at any point in time. Right. And similar to fill, you can add stroke as well. Click on the card, click on stroke, and change the color. See, I have added the stroke. And if you want to expand or increase the size of the stroke, increase the numbers. These strokes will go to different directions like inside, outside, or center. So which direction you want the strokes to be in the shape, let's select those direction and increase or decrease the size and change the colors. And there is one more option. Let's say I do not want my stroke be in all the four sides, right? So I need my stroke only in the left and bottom. How do I do that? So let's click the box and go click this tiny icon, the right hand side of the stroke, and change the orientation you want to have your stroke. Let's say I want only in the bottom side. What happen? The stroke will appear only in the bottom side or in the top side or in the left or in the right, that way. And I can also do a custom stroke settings similar to how it was in the corner radius, the appearance, right? You can maybe have your stroke in the top and right side or left side or three side. That way you can change your stroke settings. And finally, in the panel, we have effects. There are a few effects like drop shadow, inner shadow, layer blur, background blur. Right. So inner shadow, drop shadow is where you can put your shadows and adjust your values. When you click on this tiny effect, let's say I want to add a shadow for this. Okay, let me change my color first. Let me remove my stroke. So I have my white box and I need some shadows for this. How do I do that? Let's click on the object you want to create shadows. If we can create shadows for images, lines, or maybe pages, anything. You can create effect for anything. Let's click on the card, go to effects. You need to add an effects. You can create multiple effects. See, that will increase the depth of effect. Just click on plus, select drop shadow or inner shadow. Inner shadow means shadow will convert to inside the object. Click on drop shadow, change the properties, can change the position of the shadow. Just give a values inside. See the position of the shadow is getting changed. Or you can use your shift and up arrow to move your shadows up and down, right? Any direction like X direction or Y direction, up and down or left and right. And if you want to increase the blur, you can do that and spread. And also you can change color of your shadows. A default color would appear here. Uh, you can change color. So I'll explain layer blur and background blur later when we adding images in a website. So it's like you can create object blur. Let's say I have a box and I want to create some blur for the edges. No, you can create this. Background blur is something if you have a image in the background and if you want blur that object and make up a glossy effect or something, no, you can do that. I'll explain that while I'm creating some pages and all. So finally, you can export this object in different formats like PNG, JPEG, SVG, PDF, and all. These are the different shape, right? So let's double click on this box. And when you move your mouse, see, there's an anchor point, and you can click on that and adjust it. So this is a sharp adjustment. And when you have to make this slightly curved, when you click on this anchor point, there is another tab open at the bottom side. Just click on the bend tool and click on this and which direction you want to expand or which direction you want to change the shape and accordingly do that. And just which direction, which orientation you want to change your tools, do that. Uh, why? Because this is one of the important tool set that we are going to continuously using in all our designs, irrespective of any designs, web, mobile, watch, TV. Okay, so this eye icon, when you minus it, what happened? So that will remove, let's say you created a stroke and you added some effects. Maybe you spent 10 to 15 minutes to creating some object. And what happened if you minus it? It will completely remove all your effects and everything, right? But I want to keep this effects maybe for the later point to reuse it,
Okay.
right? So what you can do, just hide it, like just close your eyes and move forward. Then later point, just enable and see, you see all your effects that you created, all your strokes, effects, everything, right? So that is the purpose. All right. So, so in Figma, one of the major, uh, I would say, there are a lot of functionalities we can use Figma. For example, let's say you're creating a visual design. We can create components, buttons, shapes, banners, headers, side navigation, right? So in order to create all of this, we initially create components. Let's say you want to create a side panel or a header. You can create one object and make its component, and that can be used across all your design, right? Okay, I'll just give an example. Okay, I'm going to create a web page or desktop for Windows. I select my Windows resolution and I'm going to create a header. Let's say this is my header and I fill color. And let's say I have added some text. And I'll increase the font size to maybe uh, 18. Sorry, 18. And I can change the font to light, regular, or medium. Or I can change the font to a different font. Okay, here you can play around with your fonts. You can use serif font or sans serif fonts. And the right hand side, let's say I need to create a profile icon, right? So let's draw a circle. You don't even have to create all these elements, right? You can simply download it from Google Material Icon, or there are a lot of icons library available in the market. You'll get all your predefined icons. You don't have to create anything from the scratch. So let's say if you want to create a circle inside the circle, just select your circle plus Control D or Command D. That will create a duplicate. Just go and fill the color and maybe use K, and you can make it press Option Shift, and it will evenly reduce the size. And see the tiny note here. Click. See, you can do it like this. Again, you can duplicate the shape. If you want to pick the color, just click I, and that will create a picker, and you can pick the color from anywhere you want. And select both of the object and right click, and you can group it. Command G, or right click and group. So that way you can group it. Now I have the bad for profile picture ready. So this is not the right way to create profile. I can now just giving you some samples, right? So that way you can create your headers. Maybe you can put some name for the persona. Uh, so this is the persona, and this is my profile. Just drag and so make them group. So I have my header component ready. So this is my header component, right? So I will use this component for all my web design project. Okay, so I'll select all of them and group it, Control G or Command G, then right click and create component. So see, there's an option. So this is my component. I'll use this for all my web design project. So I'll right click and create component. When you create component, you need to give the name for a component. So just give the name here, maybe header. So this header will be available in your right-hand asset panel. See, I created a header and I convert this as a component that becomes part of my asset. So this asset will help you throughout your project, project design, right? So what happens when you create different pages? And whenever there's a change in the header, and you just have to change in the main component. Maybe right click on this icon and change to a white color. See, that has been changed everywhere. but you make sure that you are editing the main component. Let's say you are in this page, and if you edit it here, what happened? That will only change in that page. It will never reflect in any of your other headings or headers, right? So you have to make sure that when you're in this page, right click, click to main component, go to main component, and edit it from there. So now you delete this, adjust your component. Now see, it has been reflected everywhere except the one you manually edited. So do not break your component, right? So let's keep the component as a central source of truth and edit it there, and that will reflect everywhere in your design, even if there are 100 or 1,000 pages. So you just have to edit in your main component, and that will get reflected everywhere. I know component will be slightly uh, challenging to understand as a newbies. If any doubts, please raise your hands, because whenever we start creating your own project, this is really important to know components, right? So otherwise, what happened? You will create header for this, another for second. Typically, how people do is like, no, they'll just create a header and they'll never make this as a component and use this in different pages. What happened whenever there is an edit or changes in the header, you have to go to the individual pages and edit it manually. It's time consuming, right? So let's keep a main component, and whenever there is an edit, continuously editing that component always, and let it reflect everywhere. So that's how we create components, right? So as you continuously creating your components, okay. So these are some of the headings I have previously created, and you can simply drag and drop, right? And see, size is customizable size, right? There is no any predefined size for the component. Maybe you can create a header 442 and 157, and there are customized size. There is no any standard size for creating components. It's up to your design, right? So if you're creating a header for a mobile application, size would be different, right? Accordingly, you can create your components. And if you're creating for a web-based or Mac-based application, you have to customize your headers and all your components, right? So the way you create your components, that is contextual, and it's based on your project or product requirement, right? So even if you create a page and make that's a component, and you can reuse the page everywhere. Let's say you're creating a model window. This is my model window, a pop-up, right? So you can convert this as a component, and go to file and make this rectangular pop-up. So maybe you can just go to asset and simply search for pop-up. The pop-up will come, and you can just drag and drop and use the component continuously, right? So I believe you understand the concept of components, right? So just try creating components in your file, right? And I'll also help you creating a buttons, and how we can make that buttons as a component and continuously using for all your projects. So I'm going to create a button. So I need a button for my website to start my process. And the curve would be maybe 8 pixel. No, it's too much. Okay, 4 pixel. And I need my button color be gray or black. Okay, let be gray. And say okay, so this is my primary call to action, and I'll change my font size to maybe 14, and they just drag and drop, select both, click on this position icon and make it center. and just group it, Control G, Command G, and just okay. Now I need two state for this button. Let's say when I click on start process, the button will convert into maybe processing or some uh, different statement, right? Or it's like started processing or something like that, right? So I'll put this away from my page and I'm going to create another state for this button. And I'll copy this. I'll just press Control D or Command D and move this down and double click on this card and change the color to maybe green or something or blue. I'll center this. Okay, now I'm going to create a component of component for this button, right? And select both of them together. Go to the top right side and you can see three tiny buttons here, tiny icons. You can call it kebab menu, right? So when you click on that, there are a few options to create component, right? Click on create component set. That is where you create different status of a button, right? So when you click on object, it should convert into different state, or when you click on start, it will progress. So there are different state of an object, right? So when I click on start process, what I need to, what I want is like the button will convert into status statement, right? So this is the primary state, this is secondary state. So in order to do that, I'll undo once again. Okay. So let's create one button, copy it, change the state, select them together, go to the top right side, say create component. And when you click on the primary button, this will convert into the second state, right? So I click on primary button, go to prototype tab. So this is where I introduce prototype tab, right? Prototype design and prototype is two primary tab in the right hand panel. Design is where you play around with all your designs, changing the colors, shapes, adding fonts, etc. Prototype is where I do prototyping. I connect my object to another. I connect one page to another. I create small interactions, animations, etc. Right. So keep in mind, design is for designing, prototype for doing all your interaction or navigation activities. Okay, now I select one of the card. So when you click on this object, you can see a small bubble here, right? A plus icon. Click on the icon, keep, hold, and drag this to your second object. Now I created a connection between my first object and the second object, right? So when you establish a connection, there is a tiny pop-up show up. See, you have to tell what kind of action I'm going to perform. I select my first card and I'm going to move to my second card when I'm clicking on it. You can add different interactions, like you can put hover. When I hover on this, it should convert into this state. When I drag on this, it should convert into this way. So while pressing on it, that will convert into this state. For me, I will go with click. When I click on my start process button, it will convert as started, right? So let's say on click, change to, and if you want to put some animations, you can also do it. I'll go with the client interactions animations, right? Change to this state. So when I click back to this green button, it'll change to my primary stat. So there also you need to do the same actions. On click, change to group 3. So this is group 4, this is group 3, right? So you just make sure the name is correct, right? So I created an action. And so this is my component set. So this is my button where I'm going to use on all of my design. Okay, now I created a component. I created some interaction between these two buttons. I started, when I click on start process, it should convert as started. Or when I click back, it will go back to the normal state. Okay, Now you don't have to copy all of this to and keep it here. No, it won't work, right? So what happened? You just have to select your primary component. That is start process. This is my first button I created, right? Just since you created a component that will reflect under your asset panel as well. Let's say I rename this as button start processing. So that will create a button inside component set. See, I got my button. Now it's appear as a single button. See, here it is two button and component will create as a single button. You can either copy from here and paste it in your page, or you can go to your assets and type your button's name and drag and drop and keep it here. Okay, I have created my button. And when I click on my desktop, and we have an option to preview it. If you remember in PPT at the slide, we have an option to preview all our prototypes, right? Similar to that, when I click on a page, go to the top right side and play, that will preview your design. So I have my button ready. So when I click on the button, that changed to the second state. When I click back, I go back to the previous state. So this way, you can create button different states. Similarly for progress indicator as well, right? That means let's say two different states. This is my primary states. And this is my secondary state. So make it as a group. Right click, group, and select component set. So when you hover over this, so I'll click my object, go to prototype, drag to the second state, say while hovering. And maybe we can put some animations as well. Okay, now I created my components, and I'll, as I mentioned, I can copy from here, or I can go to my assets and this search loader and drag and drop it here. Let me preview it. So fast. So you can continuously editing your objects. We can change the duration to 1500 or something, and let's see how it works. I think animation is not that visible, but something is happening. Even we can give timing. For example, when you click on this, let's say on click, change to this state. So when you click on this card, I just change the state, and it's changed the different state. See. Or it can happen after a delay. Let's say you don't need any actions, but it should happen after certain time. Let's say after 2 seconds or 5 seconds. So you can define that as well. Let's click on after a delay, and what kind of animation you want to perform. It can be slow, bouncy, quick, gentle, etc. And define the time. Maybe I want this to happen after 1500 millisecond. So when you go back, preview the page. It typically happen when you move from one page to another, right? So it'll happen. See, after a delay, it'll automatically move. Any questions around components and transitions between two objects? So what I was just explaining is a simple example. Maybe you can try this creating carousels, right? Images are moving from one area to another, right? You can create carousels or text animations, moving text. Status. So whatever will help you understand is a basic of all these elements, components, etc. But as a designer, it's your creativity. How do you utilize this? There are a lot of videos in YouTube with animations. There are a lot of people who exceptionally, I mean, they're creating exceptionally well animations using Figma. Transitions, there are a lot of animation. I've seen a lot of videos in there. Maybe you can explore that as well and understand the concept of components as well as the transitions, and maybe you can explore yourself as well. So I'll stop Figma for right, and I'll go back to my topic. Let me see what is topic for today. Today we will learn few things about visual design, or you can call it user interface design. But principle for all the design is kind of same, right? So if you remember, I was telling you in the last class, understanding principle is really important when you start creating something. You can create your own, but following certain principles. So each field, each design domain has its own principles, right? Like if you're an architect, you have a design principle for creating architectural design, right? So if you're an engineer, you'll have a engineering principle to follow, right? So similarly, for user interface design, user experience design, visual design, graphic design, everything has its own principle to follow, right? Principle is nothing. Typically, we follow that if we are from a design background or creative background, you unconsciously follow this principle. But people coming from different background who doesn't have any context about design, it is easy for them to understand what kind of principle would help me to create a better design. So, as I mentioned, principle of design is give design a set of guidelines to how uh, to design visually appealing and create better compositions that create better experience. It's quite straightforward, right? If everything on your page looks like it has the same importance, uh, that means nothing appears important. In order to do that, in order to avoid those contexts, you have to make certain elements in the design is appearing more than others, right? Like you're highlighting certain content in your design, right? It could be a tagline, it could be an image, it could be a pattern or color or a video or any object. There should be a visual hierarchy that should follow in your design. Nothing like a flat hierarchy design. Something in your design that essentially sending a message to the user. Something that I want user to see first, right? That is we call hierarchically well designed design, right? The second page will have an example. This is a typical example that you might have seen in a website and online platforms, right? So when you define design, make sure you have a visual hierarchy. Right? So visual hierarchy in the sense you will read this first, the second, third. So this is how my eyes read content in a platform, irrespective of any platform. It can be mobile, it can be website, web applications, iOS, Windows, anything, even TVs, theaters, right? So the visual hierarchy should be there. Then only user will be able to focus on important content. Accordingly, their eyes will move to the secondary and tertiary contents in a platform, in a device, right? So this is only for the text, typography right now in the sample. But as I mentioned earlier, it's not only about text, it's about the color, which color should be highlighted, which content, which image should be highlighted, right? What message I was trying to give to the user, what business is trying to sell to the user. Accordingly, you need to make a decision as a designer which content in a platform is has to be highlighted. It is has really important. And also the small example in the left hand side, yes, delete, that is a highlighted one, right? The cancel is the secondary action here. That is an example from a web word, right? So the pop-up design in a way, I have my primary action, I have my secondary actions, and I have a message. So the primary highlighted area in this pop-up is this uh, highlighted red button. Always my focus will go to this red. Then then you read this bigger heading, then cancel. Typically, it's like delete your account, is delete, cancel. So my primary action is always highlighted and the message. So alignment is pretty straightforward, right? So whenever you create something, it should have an alignment. It can be center aligned design, or it can be left aligned design, or right aligned, top, bottom. There are multiple alignment systems that we follow, right? So when you start creating design, you have an understanding about what kind of alignment I'm following in design. If it's a content website, should I keep every content center, or it should go left, or it should go right? Initially, you need to understand the concept of alignment. Then only you'll be able to create a tangible design, which is really readable, right? Which really convey the message to the user. Let's say you are creating a website for Saudi Arabia. What happens if you're following the left alignment? Because people are following the text are starting from right to left, right? So they start from right to left. So you need to make sure that you understand the user and align accordingly. It's not like there is a global set of alignment, a universal alignment, nothing like that. It's very contextual and it's very limited to a user, right? So make sure even alignment, even each point or each spacing, it's really important. It's nothing like you can create your own design. You never do that. You cannot do that because you should have an understanding about the user, what kind of user you're going to create your design for. Understand them, right? Are they differently abled, right? Are they from Saudi Arabia, right? Are they from Japan or are they from Germany, right? You should have an understanding about what kind of user you're going to create the design, right? Designer has a limited set of decision making when it comes to user experience design. User experience design is always a collaborative design system. You can make decision based on all the others input. Initially, you need to understand the user. You need to understand the business. You need to understand the technical constraints. Accordingly, you make decision, right? It's not your own design decision, but it's a collaborative decision making. Then you apply the principles. Then you apply your expertise, right? Then you create a design. Okay, so importance of alignment is what I was just explaining right now, right? Just make sure that whenever you start creating your design, uh, and initially you need to plan what kind of alignment you're following. Emphasize and hierarchy is kind of same. So emphasize is a part of a design that catches eye of the user, a focal point, in other words, right? So be sure to emphasize the part you want your user to look at first. You can do this through things like scale, white space, color, shadows, pattern, or other techniques that I mentioned earlier, right? So highlighting is not only increasing the size of an object, right? But you can simply change a color and make it highlighted. Or maybe you can make everything black and white and put a single button with a red color and make it highlighted. There are different way to things make highlighted in a design, right? Not only with color, but changing the theme, changing the typography, adding icons, adding patterns, right? Adding animations, right? So there are multiple ways we emphasize content in design. Movements, I think movements is a nice one. I really like. So when you go deeper and understanding about usability testing and all, these movements will comes in picture. There are two type of movements in web design. People typically read in F pattern as well as Z patterns, or rarely a layer cake pattern. So I'll give an example of that. So there are two patterns: F pattern, Z pattern, and layer cake pattern. This is a heat map of design. So when we do usability testing, we use cameras, heat map cameras, to understand the eye movement of a user. So this kind of output is typically coming from the heat map result, the usability testing result. We'll take an average of users input. Like so in web world, people typically read, if they have a context, they'll read with that context, and there won't be any pattern. But if you do not have any context, and you're a first time user of a platform, typically user will read content in this way, if pattern. See, I start from my right, then move my eyes left, then bottom. So the red area is where the user focus mostly, and yellow is a secondary, and blue is a tertiary. That way, this is how typically people read content in website. So this is for the content heavy website, right, primarily. And second is Z pattern. That means, let's say you are in a home screen or a login screen or any page where you want to start to the next step. In that case, people read in Z pattern. I read my logo first, then I look for my secondary action. Where should I go to go inside? Then you may see this login button, and there may be any confusion about the login. How can I log in? Then you read all your contents in the body, and then you take your actions. So that's called Z pattern. So this is not from a single person perspective. There are a lot of researches happen, and there are a lot of testing happens, and accordingly, I mean, the researchers came back with these kind of result. Typically, in web world, people user will read in F pattern for the content heavy website, for Z pattern for this kind of initial screen or a landing screen or a symbol website sort of things. Right. Layer cake pattern is an even pattern. That is something like there are mix of multiple content. That means textual heavy website along with images. See, this page has images as well as text, right? So this doesn't have any structure. So there are left alignment, there are central alignment, and it's a combination of multiple alignment with a lot of spacing and all. So in that case, typically people read a layer cake pattern. That means they read here and there and just keep the platform and go away, right? So there is where the alignment is really important, right? So as a designer, you should make sure that how the designer is going to go through my content. If you see this example, my primary highlight of this content is image, right? So when I logging into the platform, I see this image first. And I see the model is looking towards the right hand side. Hey, what is there in the right hand side? So I look into this content, right? Then I come down to see my secondary or tertiary image. Then I read this content. So this is the way I have designed, or I have aligned my content the way I want user to see the content. You understand the concept, right? So alignment is really important. Also, I have emphasized certain content that I want user to see first. I start from my image and I read my headings, and I go to my second image and I read my body, and then I go to my right hand side. So you see the importance, right? What if everything is flat? Everything has an equal importance. It's like you create a layer cake pattern, right? So maybe user can go here and there and see, and they lose the context of a website. Maybe I would have highlighted this text slightly bigger, but my purpose of a website is different because this is a fitness website. So images is really important. An image will tell 1,000 stories, right? So you have to make sure you have a good image and that convey the message. Then you have the content, right? in digital platform, people read very less, So everyone want to see visually appealing images, videos, objects, elements, right? So make sure you have those root ready when you have the design. It all happens with composition, making things highlighted, making hierarchically aligned design. Make sure your information architecture is clear. So if you do not have any understand about this context now, let's say you're creating a fitness website, you only looking into the visual appealing of a website. What happened? You lose the context and may you create everything flat of similar importance. Then it's like a lost design, I would say. Negative space, we know that there are people coming from design background. Importance of a negative space, right? Why negative space is important? When I start my design career, no. So whenever there's a negative space, my managers comes in and say, "Hey, why man? There is a lot of negative space. Put some images or put some content there." And client is paying for us, right? So we should show something appealing, right? By the time I was like, okay, why I couldn't do that because I didn't have that much knowledge about negative space. Then I gradually understand the importance of negative space, and I was an ambassador of negative space then. So I'll explain you why negative space is really important. Let's say you're walking into a road and you see a wall, a white wall with maybe, let's say this is a white wall, and you see patterns. Let's see a pattern like this. You might be thinking, yeah, this is nice, no? This looks a nice pattern and it's typical pattern, and you go ahead, right? And you see a big wall, nothing is there, but you have only, let's say, one star, slightly bigger, and in red color. Definitely, you spend some time on it, right? And see why it's a single star and why there is no content there. And so that is where the advertisement comes in picture, right? So they use a lot of negative space, but only few content in. That is really important for the user. That's the business. I want that content to see. Right? If there are a lot of content, no, that will distract the user. Use negative space and show only the important content. And let's say you remove this and just typing something like this. And maybe you can put some object like this. Or you can say done. Then people will definitely look into this. So that is there. I can create this fancy and junky, right? So it's about negative space, right? I want to sell something, but I want to show only that things in my design. I don't want to distract my design. Right? So just utilize negative space. Now it's era of minimalistic design, right? There are a lot of very minimalistic designs. People are keep revamping their website to minimalistic approach, right? So be minimalistic because we are too rushed to do things, right? We don't have time to distract. So we have to make sure that utilize negative space. Only send the message to the user that's really we want to see them in the website or in the platform. So contrast and emphasize are kind of same, right? So contrast is, uh, people coming from a photography or videography background, they have a better understanding about contrast between background and foreground, right? And now, when you create a design, make sure that which color you are highlighting, which color should I re-emphasize. Let me see if I have an example. So I always try to correlate that with web design, right? So let's say this is a page you are creating for a mobile application or something, right? And so you put a button in this way, or maybe a same color as this. So people will lost, right? Because I don't see any visual contrast between background and foreground. I should make sure that the buttons are just opposite of the background, or you can maybe try I mean, change the color or put some overlay in the background to make sure that I have the clear visual hierarchy from background to foreground. See the design? This is too flat, but this is visually hierarchy. I know which color is really important here, which content is highlighting here. Also, I have the image that is gelling with the background and everything, right? This is also an example of a visual contrast. Okay, so visual conflict and contrast. So these are the conflict, right? So two button, same color, and it's slightly confusing for the user how the visual hierarchy has been defined. But here it's like a contrast. Also, this when it goes to usability testing and accessibility testing, this will get failed because these are two similar shade. Contrast is very less. They will definitely fail in usability testing. But this is an exactly different contrast, an opposite contrast. See the special offer text, and that is merged with the background. This is slightly appearing little more compared to this. There is a conflict and there is a contrast. So there is a principle in UI design, or typically in all designs, called Gestalt principles. So there are few principles that we typically follow to keep elements grouped or separated or consistent or creating flows, right? So it's called closure, proximity, similarity, common faith, figure ground, focal point, and continuity, right? So I'll explain each one of them. Closure. We'll start with closure. What is closure? So it's like you give the user a send saying that, hey, something is about to close or something is about to happen. It's not static or it's not still. Something is about to happen, right? So you should send a message to the user that it's continuing or it's about to complete or it's about to finish. It's like the progress bar I have shown before, right? Let's say you are creating a progress bar like this. Nothing is appearing like this. Only gray or black. It's like user will keep looking at that. What is going to happen? It's only gray. It's keep me waiting for a long time. So what if I have a tiny starting point like this? Oh, now I can understand. Something is about to happen, right? Okay, it'll go this way, and I'll complete my progress. If nothing is there, it's like user go clueless. What is going to happen next? What will happen? Will there anything happen soon, or it's like static? So we should send a message to the user. Something will happen. Wait for some time, right? It's about to finish or it's about to complete. That way, right? And if you see the bad example, uh, it's like the balls are like flying here and there, and saying with some percentage. So it's like a disconnect between the interaction, the animation, and the percentage. But this is a clear indication to the user. You're about to complete this. No, it's just 78% and it will finish Zoom. So that will give you a relaxed environment to the user. Right? And also a green tick. Yeah, you're about to complete something and you'll finish Zoom. See this thing, it's like uh, I don't know what is going to happen. It's something, some pattern is just moving here and there. Is it something closing or is something opening? I don't know the interaction, right? So when you create something or this kind of action, we make sure that we send correct message to the user. It's not only about this progress bar or the close button or something, but it's about uh, the sliding when you're creating a mobile application or desktop application. If it has a continuous sliding or any up and down movement, please make sure that it has an indicator. Let's say this is your mobile application and you have a page like this. This is your first image and this is your second image. So you design something in this way. The intention when you're creating, you're thinking, user will scroll maybe right or left and they see remaining images. But you don't have any indication, man. You should have something saying, hey, go right or left. There is no indication here. How the user will go towards the right or left? How do they scroll it or how do they slide it? Typically, if they do not find anything sliding towards left and right, no, they typically scroll up or go down. You have to do some indications. How do you do that? Maybe you can put something incomplete like this, right? Or the other side, like this. In worst case, maybe you can put some arrows. It's very immature in design world right now. Please do not put any arrow. I do not recommend to that because people have already created certain mental model. We don't have to spoon feed them always, right? Just show some indication, like some incomplete indication, and they'll continue doing that, right? You don't have to put any arrows here and there to say go right or left. It's old-fashioned design. People are used to it, right? But do not keep anything like this, okay? But keep some message to the user. There is something behind, or maybe scroll, or maybe slide that way. I hope you understand the concept. The next one is proximity. Proximity may be used to group content and actions control that are related to each other, despite of hierarchy or color. So you can see things are connected, right? So when I see these kind of elements, oh, this is connected, and these are different groups. For these are group, and this is a different group. For this, these are same group, and these are different group. Irrespective of colors, shapes, whenever we group something, no, that will be like connected. That's called proximity. See this bad design. It's like it's combined, and all of them are like slightly confusing, and I don't know which button is for which, and the padding and spacing are so unique. It's not distinct from one another, and with poor paddings. So the second one has enough breathing space, and I can correlate. Yeah, this button is for this card, and this heading is for this card, and there is a description. So this is correlated. This entire group is one. The second group is second. Third group is third. That way, I can distinguish between different groups. That's called proximity. And this is also an example. See, there is an inconsistent spacing in between the primary text and the subtext. But in the right hand side, see the grouping, the group one, group two, group three. So I can be like relax and see the content with enough breathing space and padding. Right? Here it's like I'm confused. What content go with what? What is the primary content? What is secondary content? And which is related? Nothing is explicitly mentioned or explicitly created. Similarity. So similarity is also straightforward. Like this similar with color, right? So these are similar, irrespective of space or shape. You separate them with color, right? These three are same color, but paddings and everything is same. These shapes are similar, but still padding, spacing, and everything is same. This is similar. This is similar, and this is similar. Right? So that way, it's up to the user creativity. How do you want to make things similar, but keep it completely different? You can use space, you can use similarity, or you can use colors, uh, emphasize. There are multiple ways we can make things similar. It's also a bad example. No, I don't know what is primary and what is secondary action because both of them are looks same for me. But here it is clearly distinguished between the primary action and the secondary action, and also the label. See the primary label, secondary label, primary action, secondary action. So whenever we find a principle, no, if you are planning to pursue your career in UX design or US design, try to correlate with your web design. Whenever you see a website, try to correlate with your principle that you thought, right? And maybe when you create your own design, try to understand what kind of gestalt principle am I following? Am I following similarity or am I following continuity? And just think from that perspective, then it will automatically comes in your design. Common faith is similar to continuity, right? So the principle is it's mostly in motion design or animations, transitions, etc. Right? The way things are they going towards the right or are they going towards the left? And what kind of interaction is happening? Is like going upward or downward, or is it rotating, or that way, right? So see, this is a bad example. I don't know which direction this interaction is going on. Is it like zigzag or from left to right or right to left or bottom to top? Uh, But this thing is clearly indicating which direction it goes to, right? It is going from left to right and it's incomplete. That means there is a few more images in the right hand side. This kind of scenarios comes in when you create slidings and carousels in website, right? So make sure that you have a clear indication about which direction that goes. The bad example and the good example here as well. Figure is similar to contrast and the visual hierarchy that I did explain previously, right? So it's about how do we emphasize things in your design? How do we make the background and foreground different from, right? So if you see the bad example, there's a tiny pop-up in the middle, and you barely notice it, right? So there is an example. We typically end up having it like whenever you're browsing website, suddenly a pop-up appears, and when you try to close it, you you don't see the close button. You have the pop-up, but there is no close button, and you struggle to find the close button. It will be there somewhere, but maybe in the top right side, or it might be combined with the content. It will be there somewhere, but user it's like lost and find some time to identify those button, right? Please do not give those kind of situation to the user, right? And it's like they close the browser and you take out. So please make sure whenever you give a message to the user, make sure that is different from your foreground or there is a clear distinction with the color or overlay or some kind of visual hierarchy. So this is kind of lost, right? And here it is clearly emphasize some background, and I can see the pop-up clearly and I can read it and I can take action accordingly. Focal point is also similar to the background and foreground separation, which content you are trying to highlight in this product. Emphasize, if you remember the topic I was covering just before, emphasize what kind of, content you're trying to emphasize in your design, right? So what kind of action that you're trying to, explain to the user. Is it like login? Is it like maybe sign into the platform? Is it like take an action, right? So what kind of action you want the user to be performed first, make sure that is highlighted. Continuation and the common faith is kind of same, right? And here also we should try to make sure what could be the continuation, right? So is it going it's like 1 2 3 or is it like 1 3 4? The continuation has to be explicit to the user, and without any hesitate they should take an action, right? Here it's like this look like a separate button, but still the action is like a tab. But here it's like all continued, but still this has been separated with a tiny arrow below. So I can simply understand these are connected, but still I can switch to different content and go to that page particularly, right? See the bad example as well as a good example, right? So as I have shown creating buttons and giving interaction between two buttons, or also creating loaders, etc., right? So similarly, we can create drop downs using Figma. Okay. So let me create a drop down for you. So in order to create a drop down, just create a box first and type your drop down name, maybe select name and reduce your font size to maybe 12 or 14. I'll go with 14 and keep it inside the box. Now, maybe if you want to play around with the corner edges, let's click the corner and maybe 4 or 8. And I need a drop down arrow. Maybe you can draw yourself or you can download it from Google material icon, or there are a lot of sites. You can simply download your icons. You don't have to create it manually. But for the time being, for the learning purpose, maybe I can help you understand how the tools will work, right? So I just draw a shape and I change the color to black, and you need to reverse it, right? You can just simply click and reverse like this as well, right? So this is a rotation mechanism, or we can put the percentage here and rotate it as well. Put it this like way and adjust the shape and select all and make it center. So I have my first state ready, which is a closed state, and maybe you can put a name for this. Here it should be select. Group it first, group selection, and select all, lift a line, and make it as a group once again. I think you don't even require this name, just remove this, maybe select name should be enough here. And copy this similar to what we did with the button, right? I have my first state and I have my second state. So second state would be expanded, right? So either you can expand this card like this, or maybe you can copy one more box and remove your arrow and make this arrow a board and expand the card. Just double click on the card and expand it and select the text. Press Option Shift in your machine or Control Shift in a machine, Mac, Windows and Mac. And once you select your first selection, press Command D, then it will copy your text. So also you can maybe change the font size to 12 or something. Make the content hierarchy visually appealing, as well as we don't have to keep all the font size same, right? So heading can be a different font size, a selection name can be a different font size, also the content can be a different font size. It's up to you and how you make the visual hierarchy better for the user. Okay, so I have my expanded state ready, as well as my primary state. So this is my primary state, and this is my secondary state. So currently, it was ideally it was 14 before. Now we are using Retina display and high quality displays in almost all the devices, right? So 12 is okay, but 14 is still ideal. And if I'm using 12, do not use it for any body content, any uh, lengthy paragraph, etc. You still use 12 font for your icons or any supporting text, but keep 14 as a normal font size and 16 for all your content and all, right? And heading, maybe it slightly increased to 18 or 22 that way, right? Start with 14 always. Okay, let's group it, select them and group selection. So I have my first state ready and I have my expanded state ready, right? So as we did, let's select them and go to create component set. When I click on this, I have this expanded view open. So I'll just drag my wires here on click and let's try if smart animates works. And when you click back, you'll go back to the previous step, right? When you can put selection for this tiny icon, right? When you click on this icon, you'll have the wires. You can click and make connections and click the next arrow, make the connection. Or you can directly select from the card itself, the box itself, and make the connection. So whenever user click on this entire card, the other state will get open. Otherwise, you have to specifically click on this arrow and click it open, right? So that way. And so there is no any visual distinction between the background and the foreground, right? Maybe you can try with some shadows. Let's say when you open this, the expanded view might need some shadows, right? Just click on the card, add your effects, and play around with your shadow, adjust the opacity, and let's see how it works. So whatever edits you do with your components, that will automatically reflect on your copied items. So you don't have to replace every time, but you have to just keep editing on your main component that will get reflected. See, the shadow has been appeared here. And also maybe you can try a border. Let's add a stroke and I but smart animate is not properly working for me. I don't know why, but yeah, I will maybe change to a normal transition. So this way we can create drop downs. And let's say if you need a third state, for example, when you click on the second state, I need have one of my states selected. So in order to do that, just copy this and remove the expansion. Only keep the main component, right? You don't need an expand stat. Just remove it, and we can copy this from here. So whenever you plan to do something, make it maybe understand how the components work, and initially start creating the components. Otherwise, it will be slightly challenging with a lot of connections and all. So make sure you define what are the states that I want to create. It could be like I have a normal state, expanded state, selected state, and that way, right? So when I select on John Doe, I have the name should be selected here. So what you have to do is like just click on John Doe name and create a connection to my third state. And when you click back, it will go to the normal state. So there is already a state created. Okay, this way, right? Let's see if it's work. See, I've selected my name, and when you click back, it will get disappear. And click, expand, select your name, and that way, right? So when you start creating components, let's decide what kind of components you are creating and what are the different states. And accordingly, initially, let's make sure that you have all the components ready. Then you don't have to worry about your component. Let's keep it somewhere and start using the same. And whenever there is an edit or any color changes, shadow changes, effect changes, no, just directly go ahead and create and edit that in the component. Let's say you have created 100 pages, and just click on this button and say go to main component, and that will direct you to the component list from anywhere you use this component, right? So just right click and go to main component, and that will direct you to the main component. From there you can edit it, change it, and remove it, etc. So all the changes will keep on reflecting on your subcomponents. The same for left navigation as well. Let's say you are creating a left navigation. You should have two state ready, a closed stat as well as an expanded stat, right? So when you click on this small, the other one will get open, right? So this is my primary state and this is my secondary state. So you just have to make sure you have the component created, and let's create the connection between these two and click on this will expand that way, right? And there will be a lot of icons as well inside, right? When you click on this, and that will go to different pages and all, right? So if you have the basic concept of component, maybe you can apply this anywhere in your design, like for cards as well. Let's when you click on one of the card, what happened, I need other cards will get expanded that way. So you can create this two as a component. So when I click on this, this will be the second state. When I click back, it will go to the normal state, right? That way. How to add images inside a page, inside a maybe a box or shape. So if you remember, I was saying there are multiple options inside the fill. So we can fill the colors, right? Just change color, or we can change the gradients. And third option would be importing images. So click on your computer and import your images. And if you adjust this, no, that will adjust automatically for you this way. And you can expand and see all your full images. Click on add videos. There's an option to add videos. There's the fourth option, see the right hand side. If your video is heavy now, it will take some time to import. Let's see if it is work. Nobody, I think still the video is slightly heavy and I am unable to import that. But that's how we import videos. Let's click on this fill, right? The fourth option to import your videos. First one is fill, second one is gradient, third one is your image import, fourth one is a video. And where you can try with some GIF files and some animation files, etc. Right. Or you can drag and drop your images from your local. So you don't have to go to fills and all, but just drag and drop and adjust the size, change the orientation. So that's the way we import images in Figma. And if you want to do a minor color changes like brightness, contrast, and shadows, etc. No, when you click on this image and there is a panel open, and in this panel you have the image selected, and just try with exposure, contrast, saturation, temperature, tint, different color tint. highlight and shadows. Very basic color correction as you have in your mobile, right? Just simple. I would recommend if you have any heavy color corrections or any retouch, go to Photoshop and do all your edits and just bring back to Figma. Okay, so you can also play with some gradients. No, if it is not fill, just play with some gradients. You can add multiple colors. Like you can simply click on nodes and maybe change your colors. You can import Photoshop file and that will be available as layers. Maybe you can edit your layers and etc. You cannot edit as Photoshop, but you can use the layers. Let's say if a Photoshop file has 50 or maybe 100 layers, all the layers will be available for you in the left-hand panel here, and you can use individual layers and all. But I would not recommend that because it will impact your performance. I'll give you some examples of animation as so this is one of the website. This one is something I've created few years back. I would say this is very basic animation. No, there is nothing hi-fi and fancy, but still maybe for some inspiration. So the request from the team was like maybe whenever you scroll through a website, each category or each group of content will have some kind of animations. Like when you scroll through, some animation would happen and show the content. It's not like a plain through website, but some sort of minimal animation like coming from together or moving back, etc. Right? So when the user comes in and they move to different tabs, so they see these kind of animations, is small animations, I would say. I don't say this is an animation, it's a transition. So the special request was whenever you scroll through, they only want to see that content alone. They don't want any distraction with other content. So the content should be standalone. When you're in Who Are We page, I need to see only Who Are We. There is no any connection or any content distraction with other content, right? So when you are in what we do, we only show what we do, right? Okay, so I'll show how this animation is created. A micro animation is something almost all the users are recommending right now, even small and icons and all, right? So something should be interactive for the user, right? Something is like, yeah, something is live there, right? Something is moving and see this robot is slightly moving and still there are limitation to keep all these animations little more has a smooth, I mean, flawless, right? But I try to make it little live. I'll just show how the interaction has been done, right? So each element that you see in this page are separate component. Let's say this part, this is separate component. So separate component in the sense it's a combination of two page. The first page is empty state. The second page is where you have the original content. See, second page, whenever I hover on this, so I'll just go to my product type settings. See, I define it this way. When the user hover over this empty state, I need this content appear, right? So when I click on this, when the mouse enter, this animation or this transition should happen. So what is the transition? The transition is like a smart animate and change to this state. So when hover, it should go to this. When I remove my mouse or when I release my mouse, it'll come back to the normal state that way, right? I'll show how this can be done from maybe from the scratch, very quick. Let me take one of the example. Okay, I'll take this animation, this page. I'll ungroup this. So there is no animation in this page right now. Okay, I'll make this as a frame and I'll create a duplicate. Now I'll remove all the content. It's like, let's say how you want the transition would happen. For example, let's say I want this text coming from the top. What you can do is like just move this text from the top and just move this text from the left and maybe remaining all the things can move from left side itself. I'll move this way. And these below tabs can appear from below and this robot can may come from here or maybe you can increase the size like this. But I want this should come from here and the shape may come like this. So now you have two state ready, my previous state and my after state. So you cannot keep your elements like this. You just change the opacity. Click each elements and change the opacity to 0. Basically, you are omitting or removing the object, reducing the opacity. Right. So let's say you completed all your movements and now you're going to define the transition. So this is your first page, and this is my second page. So when you go to prototype and select your page, just drag entire page to your second page. Or you can do one thing. Let's say I can create a button here, say start. So when I click on the start, this animation should happen, right? So I select this button and click, click and drag to my second state and navigate to instant smart animate. So you don't have to do any animation sort. When you click on smart animate, it will take all your elements and all your moves and animate for you. It's an intelligent part of Figma. You don't have to do any animations like we did in 3Ds and old flash and all, right? It has a smart animate. To certain extent, it will fulfill your purpose. Just select smart animate and maybe you can define what kind of transition it could be. It can be ease out or ease in, gentle, quick. So it will show the animation below, bouncy or slow. I think for me slow would work. So when you click back maybe in this heading, it'll go back to my previous state. That way you can define it. Okay, let's play. Let's see if it's work. Something happened. I think this one doesn't have a background. I'll expand page size slightly, and you can continue. Go to the prototype settings and change your transition smoothness. Let's try with gentle, and also you can try different styles, bouncy. So whenever you change your transition, make sure you're changing in both direction. Yeah, let's say you have created something and all of your elements are grouped in your second page, it won't work properly. So let make sure all of the elements are independent, not grouped to each other. There are a lot of elements in this page, and that's the reason I'll ungroup everything. It has a lot of hidden layers, and okay, I'll ungroup everything. It should be independent, otherwise the animation, the smart animation will not work properly. Each of the elements should be independent. I think here also it grouped. That's the reason. I'll ungroup everything. Let's select everything and say ungroup. Let's see if it's work. Still this footer area is not properly working because I think there are some hidden grouping is there. That object has been grouped with something else. Now the group has been broken, but still one of the element is still missing. And maybe you can try with your custom animation as well. Like you can adjust this smoothness using the curve and try. So you have to make sure that when you creating animation from your original page, uh, it should not be broken. Let's say you have your first state. From here, let's say you remove from here this from here, and the second element is there. What happened? That will not animate your things. Common. What happened is simply appear here. That will not show your animation. So make sure all your components are still there, but just change your position like this and change the opacity to 0 and animate. And make sure nothing is grouped. I have ungrouped everything. Let's see if it works. Yeah, something is still not properly working because of the grouping. I think I need to fix this. Okay. So you understand the concept, right? So how the transition would happen from one page to another. Basically, you need to define what kind of animation you are doing and what kind of movement you are defining, and just select smart animate, and that's it. Right. So for this kind of a minor or a micro animation, I'll go to main component. So these are different component. Let's say when you hover over this, for me, this should move slightly this way. So if you remember, I was explaining you the button, different button state, right? So this is my first state, this is my second state. So when I click hover over this, I need this happen. So when I hover over this, I need this happen, right? Similarly for all. Then you just put them into your page and hover your mouse and you'll have your animation. To see the transition. So while hovering my first component, it will move to my second component. There are slight minor animation, but it'll take smoothly, right? Just select smart animate and select your um, maybe movement, smooth, bouncy, quick or gentle. Then accordingly, your animation will be ready. So let's say if you want to create someone is moving or walking, no, you need to create all the states and just connect between one another and just say smart animate and define your smoothness and done. There were a few more references with me, but I lost my library. So I'll maybe next time I'll bring some more examples. So this was the black version of the same. Okay, so that's about uh, smart animates and quick animations, so I would recommend please try yourself, right, with some minor animations. And so I seen a lot of people who still do advanced animation like transitions with a lot of pages and background animations using videos and using PNG files, etc. Right? So you can try yourself. It's up to your creativity, right? And what kind of animation you're preferring in your website. And this is about, I mean, the robot animation. It's simple. Like when you hover over this, I'll have the second state, right? This is also done with Figma. If you have enough space in your project now, please go ahead and do some sort of animation. Otherwise, just stick to the flattest version of your design, right? So in Figma, we have something called auto animate. Yeah, right. Let's say you're going to create your desktop version and you want them to be converted in mobile as well. So let's say this is my design. Okay. So let's say you created a desktop version with these cards and uh, you convert this as auto layout. And this is my auto layout now. Let's say this is my cards that I'm going to use in websites, and you convert them as auto layout. So how do I convert them as auto layout? Let's select all of them and right click and add auto layout. So when you add auto layout, uh, something will happen like you can add your spacing in between these components, padding. Previously, it was like you're manually adjusting your component and create spacing. Now it's like system will give you a certain predefined sizes automatically. Then from there, you can alter it. Let's say you want 20 pixel padding. Let's type 20 pixel here. And you see a small indication here in between each object. And you can define your size. Same things can be done from the right hand panel as well. When you click on this panel will change. The padding can change to 10 or 15 accordingly, right? So this is my card I created for desktop. What if I want this for my mobile, right? So as and when you expand it, the size will also get expanded. See? It can be cards and maybe 6 card for desktop would be okay. But when it comes to tablet, I need two cards. When it goes to mobile, I need single card, right? So that is simplest concept of auto layout. And there is an option called move to down, go to right, etc. So when you have this auto layouted, just click on this and that will create all vertical or horizontal that way. So it means you don't have to create separate version for the design to convert it, but you have to do certain manual edit. It's nothing like system will completely change your desktop version to mobile version directly. To certain extent, it will help you to convert into design, but you need to do manual edit in terms of font size, paddings, and the images, etc. To certain extent, it will help, but there are manual intervention to convert a pixel perfect mobile, tablet, desktop, etc. that way. So what I was explaining is just a glimpse of how it auto layout works. So you can use this auto layout to convert to the smallest or the biggest versions. All right, so we'll go back to our content and now we'll start from balance. So balance is nothing but it's about visual weight, how you perceive a weight of the elements in a design. So it basically measure how much element is stand out from one another, right? So come see this example here. So the one is flat, other one with the pattern. So how do you want to object or element stand out in a design? And you can use colors, right? Using visual weight respective of the colors, you use one of the elements slightly bigger, make it slightly stand out in a design. Using different same shape but different colors, right? So um, previous previous sample was smaller and bigger, and the next sample was same size but still different color. And I want my red to be highlighted slightly, and but each of the object has same important, but I need one of these will be highlighted for me, right? And visual weight and contrast. Now you put a background for the same, and now the yellow has been highlighted. Right. So we can see how contrast can drastically change your perceptions of a color. Right. It's up to your creativity. How do you define your color selection? How do you define hierarchy in terms of visual size, etc. Right. So now you have added a dark background, and the previous visual weight has been reduced. The second version, now the yellow has been highlighted because you strategically switch between two different colors, make one stand out from the list. Visual weight and density, right? So see, there are two patterns, and for me, the right one is slightly important in this context, right? So you can define what kind of pattern you're using. How do I make patterns visible to others, right? So basic concept of this, how things are highlighted from one another, respective of colors, shapes, and patterns, and background and foreground. So it's up to the user, up to the designer. How do you define your importance of the elements and make them stand out in the design? So this concept is simple, similar to what we saw in contrast, visual hierarchy, and everything, right? So end of the story, we have to make sure which content is consumable for the user, which is my primary content, which is my secondary content, right? Which is my primary color, and which is my secondary color. It is applicable for buttons, font, contents, right? And navigations, expansion, everything. So this is very, very basic concept of visual communication, right? So you have to design what kind of emphasis I'm giving to the content, to the user. So contrast. So I'll give you a Figma example for contrast. So a different contrast, uh, changing from background to button. So what if a button is merged with background? So we'll miss the button, right? So we need to make sure that the background and foreground is completely distinct, and the call to actions are pop out from the background, so user can easily understand the call to actions or buttons and proceed further. Contrast. Okay, so contrast is similar to visual weight, right? So this refers to the difference in lightness and saturation between different colors used in the interface. So as a designer, it's really important to understand uh, the contrast of the background, especially as the reference I have just shown. So whenever you design something, make sure that uh, the entry and exit is clear for the user. User will never get stuck in a platform confusing, hey, what should I do next? What is my call to action from this page? And how do I go back from here? There would be actions in the page, but that is not that explicit. User have to spend time to understand the call to action. Let's say in this page, and I have put a back button like this. Okay, let's say I'm thinking, I think this would be okay for the user. So when I am in this page, let's say this is a mobile application, right? So when I'm in this page and I feel like I got stuck here. I don't see any clear call to action to go back to my previous page. What happened? You'll just quit the page and reopen the application, and again you come here and you'll get stuck away. So we need to make sure that the actions are clear enough for the user, right? And even if it is not icon alone, just say back, right? And make it clear and visible for the user. And maybe also you can use some overlay, right, to make them stand out in the page. So I was trying to create an overlay in the background to make sure the buttons are highlighted and clear for the user. So now I can clearly see the button compared to the previous state, right? So like way, you need to think what kind of elements or colors I should use to make things stand out in our design. Otherwise, it's like a user will stuck in your page and they spend a lot of time to understand your call to actions or understand your actions. And it's basically loss of your business, right? And also, when you add colors, you need to understand the people coming from diverse background, right? The people coming from maybe let me open the color blindness page one second, so I'll have a better understanding about color blindness and all. So in India, around 8% in males and 0.4% in females, color blindness are identified, right? So this is a normal state. This is based on certain research. So people with color blindness, they do not see certain colors, right? So when I say certain colors, they see colors in like this. For example, people who doesn't see green color, right? So they see all this normal color like this. And people who doesn't see red color, they see this pattern in this way. People who doesn't see the blue color, they see this pattern in this way. So that will create a challenge for the designer, right? So when you completely rely on a color, that will impact these kind of community, right? So whenever you create a design, do not completely rely on your color. Also use maybe that's a question for you. So how can you define an accessibility to the user whenever you completely relying on a design and a color? So do you think what kind of action should I take to consider these kind of people? Patterns, basically, right? So whenever you create something, do not rely only on shapes and maybe colors directly. Just make them separate one another, right? So when I say one difference, let's say this is a website, there I have only used colors to segregate certain elements from one content to another. And when I see this, I am a colorblind, I do not see red color. What happened? I'm going to see almost a flat color pattern here, right? So what if I use an icon indicator about different statements, right? And let's say you are using Ixigo or Make My Trip to book your flight or Indigo flight. What if I have only colors to pick my seat? What happened? You have red color to occupied one, or maybe green for available one, right? Blue for maybe mm, paid one, that way, right? So what happen if I do not see my blue color or my green color? I'll definitely go get confused, right? So how do I select my free seat? So in order to avoid that, we should make sure we use icons and help this kind of community to correlate with your content. So do not completely rely on colors as well. And also there is a good example when you're traveling and you are stuck in a traffic and you cannot see red color. What happened? If it is only light, you will stuck in the traffic, right? So you have to look for another people who starting their vehicles and you have to follow them. So you do not completely rely on the light, right? So instead, there are icons like go left, go right, then start, stop. Then that will definitely help this kind of community, right? So basically, when you create design and make sure that we are considering these people, especially for the B2C business, business to consumer or customer, right? So we need to make sure that this is going to a wide range of audience and do not completely rely on colors. Make sure the clear distincts are there with separation, patterns, icons. This was one of the Microsoft website that they created long back, and this was a hit of accessibility. Microsoft colors, right? The yellow, green, blue combinations. So people who do not see red color, they see a website like this. All the images are flat, black and whitish, and all. And this is one of the cool example. Let's say you are completely relying on design to convey error messages and say your email is wrong. And I see my email like this. What happened? I still type the wrong message again, again, and again, and I get confused, right? So make sure you have some clear message saying that, hey, you have some errors here. Enter valid email address. You can still rely on color, but with some messages, right? Some indicators. Sometimes icons alone may not work because people coming from novice background, they may not correlate icons, but it's recommend using a message, direct message to the user, right? And let them do hassle free. Maybe you can use combination of icons as well as textual indicator to convey the message, errors and all. Yeah. Okay, I think contrast we skip because we are already explained about contrast, what kind of different contrast we use, using different colors, shapes, right? Basically, the rationale behind all of this is how do we make things stand out from one another, right? Using contrast and shapes, size, etc. So emphasize in design. So this is a slide in detail about emphasize that we previously had a glance, right? So when I say emphasize, let's say you are in Amazon website or a Flipkart website, right? So for me, everything is looks same because I don't see any things that is really important for me until you search for it, right? So what happened, something you specifically want to know from website, if system gives me, there are hyper customizations available, especially for Netflix and Amazon and all, right? So it's come back with the recommendation based on your search history and based on your taste and all, right? So that's how the web world is going through, right? Maybe when web 3 and everything comes in, so you'll have your own Netflix. It's like your own, you have your own Amazon, etc. Right? But still, so the current website has a lot of confusion about selections, right? So let's say you're about to purchase a Nike shoe from Amazon. And if you have something specific in your mind, what happened? You can just go search it and get your answer. But let's say you're exploring it, you spend hours and hours to get it, and like spend a lot of time to identify your own colors and brands or size. Even size and everything is filtered, but still you need to get your colors first, then you need to get your suit, right? And there are a lot of choices are there from pick, right? And I don't know how many of you know Hickheim Low. The fewer elements you have on your page, the easier is to understand what you intend to communicate, right? Maybe I can give you a quick example, right? Let's say I'm traveling from Bangalore to New York, and it's a 22 hours journey. So I'm very specific about perfumes. It's a UX law, right? Hickheim law. There are a lot of laws. Hickheim law, Fitts laws, and there are a lot of laws available in a UX. Uh, I mean, community, right? So it's better to understand about laws. So Hickheim law is one of the interesting law, right? So whenever, okay, so I was telling you a story, right? So let's say I'm flying from Bangalore to New York, and I'm very specific about perfumes. And I have my flight at 8:30 in the evening, and I'm traveling, the Bangalore traffic and all, right? So you have to reach airport at 8:30, and you're starting your journey 7 from your home to airport. It's a 60-kilometer journey. Right. So you are specific about your perfume, and when you look for your perfume has been completed. So there is no perfume left. You have to buy a perfume from the shop. So understand the situation, and you're very specific. You have to consider traffic, and you need to reach airport fast, right? But you need to purchase a perfume as well. So on the way, you just jumped out and went to a shop or a mall, and you're looking for your specific perfume. You are very particular about your perfume and looking for a brand you're using for a long time. Unfortunately, the brand is not there. What happened? So you have the hundreds of perfumes listed out and lined up. Do you have enough time to pick it from there? I don't think so, because you have to reach airport fast, right? And you need to consider the traffic. So how do we tackle the situation maybe? Yeah. So I would say, what if you have the perfumes group together? Like when you go to a shop, I see men perfume and woman perfume. And within men, I can segregate them like brands, or maybe uh, different taste, or what do you say, different occasion, right? A hard and soft, right? And different segregation of perfume. So you have a limited set of choice to pick it from, right? Otherwise, what happen? You have everything as a single line, and you'll get confused. You cannot test each and everything to get it one from the list, right? So what if I have a group and I can pick from the list? You can maybe reduce 100 to 50, 50 to maybe 25, 25 to 10. That segregation will definitely help the user to pick it from a smaller list, right? Otherwise, it will be like overwhelming for the user. They'll spend a lot of time to pick from a long list. The simple concept in a website as well, right? So do not give too much option to the user to pick it from the list. The Hickman law says whenever there are a lot of options for the user, they'll spend a lot of time to make the decision, right? So whenever you create an application, you need to consider all the situations of the user, right? So the situation I just explained right now, right? So you need to understand all the context. Maybe user can rush to the airport. In between, they might be buying something, right? And they might be having 15 minutes to do some actions, or maybe they have some 5 minutes to do an action. So each situation has to be considered when you're creating a digital platform, right? It's not only about your selection, but it's also always about your actions. What kind of actions? Within how much time I need to perform this action, and how many choices I have. Within these choices, do you have any segregations? And is this user like confusing in your platform, right? All of these stories has to be considered when you're creating a design. So the grouping or segregation is really important in website. Make it group, make the smaller groups, let the user pick it from it. So that is about Hickman law, right? And also you can emphasize, maybe if I have a personal You might be using Netflix for a long time, and there are certain movies emphasize for me, hey, this is your taste, and you watch the movie recently, and this is the similar movie. Maybe you can watch it. That kind of suggestions, recommendation can be given to the user, so user can easily pick it from the list, right? That's also part of hyper customization. So do you know what is cognitive load in design? So whatever we did explain is time consumption in design, right? So how much time user is spending in a design, right? That's about time consumption. Cognitive load is if you're using IRCTC website, you might be aware of cognitive load, right? And cognitive load about we do not let the user keep something in mind and do that later point, right? Example, let's say you are filling up a banking form, right? And you fill up your form first, and the first form asking for your Aadhaar number, and you are in a different situation. You had to call your home and get the Aadhaar, type in the form, and move further. You call it, you fill up the form, you fill up your other number, you did not write it anywhere, you directly add it in the form itself, and you move on. So you complete your form first, you complete form second, third, fourth, and fifth, and seventh. You know the banking forms and all, right, and insurance forms and everything. And you complete your fifth and sixth form. And finally, again the form is asking for your other number. Do you still remember your other number you typed before? No, right? What happened? You'll call again your home, and you get your Aadhaar number once again. I think at this time you might note it somewhere. Maybe the form will ask it again somewhere, right? Right. So what happened if you have fill up here and you forget your Aadhaar number and you go to fifth form, you have to type it once again. Basically, that's a cognitive load for the user. We cannot keep everything in our memory, right? Because we are in the middle of a task. There are a lot of forms, lot of input to be completed. We do not keep user to keep something in their mind to fill up in the later point, right? So whenever you're using a data, please replicate the data throughout the form. If there is any redundancy in the field, let's say you required other number in your first form and third form, let it pre-populate for them, correct? Don't please do not let the user recall the data, but recommend them, right? So that is the difference between recommend and recall, right? So it's always to good recommend the data which is already defined in the database. Let's say I have my username, password, and each time when you log in your platform, you don't have to keep it typed, right? So it will always recommend, hey, you have used it somewhere, and maybe you can reuse this. If not, maybe you can directly type it an alternative and go ahead, right? But do not let the user use the same set of data again and again and again, right? So rather than recall, just keep keep the data in the form and let them recognize and reuse it. Do not let the user remember something for a long time and do the actions, right? So I believe the concept has been conveyed better, right? So it's about do not in any platform, especially in this B2B website, right? There are a lot of forms, a lot of input to be completed. And sometimes we might thinking a user might have the better understanding about their own data, right? Even I do not remember my phone number. So what happened? You have to recall your data from your memory. It will prompt to an error sometimes, right? So it's always good to make sure that please help the user with data which is already defined in the backend. So that's about recognition and recall and the cognitive load. Okay, so we'll uh, talk about thinking like a designer, right? And when I say thinking like a designer, it's about Unity can be difficult to master because we often jump straight into designing the detail without first considering how those details fit in your big picture, right? So that is one of the trouble that I challenge in recent designers, especially people who are coming from design background and who doesn't have much context about user experience, right? It's always understanding the user, understanding the real needs and wants of the user. It not always directly jumping into designs and create something fancy, right? I was keep telling this from the beginning, right? Understand the user, set the context, make sure you have all the brainstorming done before you directly jump into visual design. There are companies who recommend designers directly creating visual design without creating even a mid-fidelity wireframe, right? So it's okay to certain extent to create design as far as the time and budget is concerned, but as a designer, you should have an understanding about what is really the user wants, right? What is really the business want to establish in the market, right? Otherwise, what happen is like a back and forth changes, and you'll end up losing your time, and user will like stuck in your design, and waste of time and waste of your money. So spend some time creating certain visual hierarchies and informational architecture, task flow, user flows, etc. What is your understanding about mental model? So model is about if you're doing something for a long time and you used to with certain things, that will be part of your mental model, right? So there are global mental model or a specific mental model. Let's say I'm an individual. I have my mental model, right? So how do I do things? If I give an example, let's say you are in your home and you are in your kitchen and you want to make a coffee. So what happen? You open your drawer and get your cups and open your shelf, get your tea, sugar, and glasses, and go to stove and make your coffee. I know things how the things are happening in my kitchen, right? So I'm in someone else's kitchen, maybe my friend's kitchen, and I got a chance to make a coffee from his kitchen. What happened? You directly go to kitchen and open your drawer to see my glasses, but he might have kept it somewhere else, right? And open the shelf and looking for my chai and sugar and all, right? That might not be there. He might be kept it somewhere else because my mental model and his mental model is completely different. The way I behave in my home, the way my friend behave in his home is completely different. So I try to reflect the same mental model in other location as well, right? So similarly, in digital environment, there are normal behaviors, right? Let's say, maybe I can give an example to better connect. Okay. So let's say this is an icon, right? So let's say I'm a designer and you are new into design domain. Maybe you're coming from a different background. And let's say you're thinking about why I can't change my magnifying glass icon to cycle icon. It's also a symbolic representation of exploration, right? Why I can't use a different icon to search something. This is my search bar, right? And what if I use this icon? So the challenge when I see this first as a user, let's say this is a website I'm going to search for something, and you're looking for search icon to search something. What happens if designer change the icon to something else, but still that is serving the purpose as a designer, but not as a user, right? I know this is for searching, but user doesn't know this is for searching because they have a different mental model because we have established this mental model from ages, right? So whenever I see a magnifying glass, it's definitely for search, man. So I don't have to look for anything else for search, right? So whenever you design something, you should understand what kind of mental model is already available in the market and what kind of mental model are user using currently, right? So we need to keep the same accordingly. Otherwise, it's a learning curve for the user. Otherwise, what happened? No, you just have to give maybe an information icon saying that, hey, this is for search. And if you click on this, you'll get search and all these things. So there's a learning curve for the user. You have to explain this to the user, right? It's a waste of time. If something is already established, please continuously use that. And if you're trying to establish something new to the market, it'll time consuming and it will take some time to establish a new mental model for the user, especially in current era. People doesn't have enough time to learn something new, right? So they always want to keep everything old, right? And they want spoon feed everything, right? So they don't want to see anything new, whichever thing has a more learning curve for them. So let's do not confuse the user giving alternatives, but it is necessary. There is a learning curve. Teach the user step by step and let them use, and that become part of their mental model in a long run. So that's a high level glimpse of mental model, right? So whenever you create something, make sure you understand the user's mental model really, right? And try to replicate that in your digital environment as well. And if I give you one more example, the Nike shoe example, right? So let's say you are about to buy a shoe and you went to a shop, a shoe shop, right? And you open the door and you might be looking for a men's shoe. So how do I do that? So what happened? I opened the door and if you have something in your mind, then maybe you can go and search for something. Maybe you can ask the user, sorry, the customer executive in the shop and get it done. And then add to cart and purchase it, right? So what if you don't have anything in your mind? You want to explore your options. What happen? You go to shop, open the door, and go to the men's section, go to brands, go to colors, sizes, then pick from a long list and add to cart and go to purchase, right? Go to the cash counter. The same set of mental model is replicated in digital environment as well. How? So let's say if you have a specific shoe in your mind, Nike, maybe 32 size, black color with white logo. What happen? You go to search and search for Nike shoe 32 black and white, then you have the result ready. Similar to what you did with the customer executive in the shop, right? The same replica in digital environment. So what if you are trying to explore something? So you go to men's section or shoe section and select brand, filter down size, color, then you have few result, then pick it from there, auto cart, purchase, right? So that's the same mental model we have replicated in digital environment as well. So whenever a new user comes in, they have very minimal learning curve to get this process completed, right? Because I know the normal mental model. When I go to a physical environment, it has the same replica in digital environment as well right now. So user can easily connect both digital as well as the physical world, right? So that's the concept between digital environment as well as a physical environment. And whenever you try to establish a mental model, understand what is the current user's physical environment, try to replicate that in digital environment as well. So it will be easy for the user to correlate and get the process done fast. Also, as a designer, no, whenever you start creating something, make the things separate. Let's do not create something broader, but make a separate list of items you want to create. It's not only from design, but also from a process perspective. Let's say what happened when you applying to something from a grocery shop. It's a weekend purchase, and do you like directly go to grocery shop and spend a lot of time and get things done? Yeah, there are people does that way, but it's always good to keep certain notes handy, right? If you have a list of items to be purchased, it will be easy for you to pick, right? So you don't have to spend a lot of time exploring items, but you have the list ready. Let's go to shop and go to that particular area and add to cart and purchase that way, right? So when you think like a designer, please keep the steps and what are the steps I'm going to follow. Am I going to create an information architecture? Am I going to create a persona, right? Or am I directly going to create a visual design? That's not a recommended one, but still make sure you define your steps and work on each step. Make a list of items and make sure you complete each step and go to your final prototyping stage, right? So this is very high level about design process. When you start thinking from a designer perspective, uh, it's not like you can design something broader, but you have to be specific about the list of item you have to perform as a designer and note it down and make sure you complete all the steps. You can skip certain step, but still there will be loss when you skip certain step in designing. Right? Especially when you miss a persona in a design process. What happened? You lose the user information, right? Because you miss the user's age, you miss the user's environment, you miss user's technology, right? So there are a lot of chances you miss the data in an entire process. What if you miss information hierarchy in a design? So you don't know under home screen what are the list comes in, under settings what are the list comes in, under service what are the list comes in, right? So if you have an information architecture ready, so you know these are the items will fall under this category, so it will be easy for me to design it. Otherwise, when you start creating designs or high fidelity design, you like keep thinking and designing. But if you have the data handy, then you can easily refer and get the result, right? So that's the reason I recommend using Mural or FigJam or Miro to brainstorm and create a whiteboarding, categorize the data. When you categorize the data, make sure that you categorizing from all the levels, from users environment, users behavior, mental model, right? And uh, the data collected from business, data collected from technology, and marketing, everything. All this data should be handy as a designer. So whenever there is a confusion or any doubt from a technical perspective, you can simply go to your whiteboard and refer. So what are things we did discuss before? If something which is not captured, go back to the technical team and have a discussion, note it down, and keep that as part of your brainstorming whiteboard, right? So it will be easy for you to get the details done during your design process. Otherwise, what happen? No, when you start directly creating your design, you will spend a lot of time about thinking about the users and the business and the technical constraints. But if you had already discussed something and the data is handy, you just have to refer and do your design. I know it is slightly heavy for the user coming from different background, but I was just explaining about the process you should follow when you are designing something. It's not like you can directly go out and create something fancy, but it's always depend on the business, the user, the technology, and all right. So the next step would be, as a designer, if you're working in a corporate environment or a company which has a standard set of branding guidelines or style guide, you can simply use them and create your own components and elements, right? But if you doesn't have a standard guidelines or branding guidelines, it would be recommend to create your own branding guidelines, right? Suppose you're working with a company, which company doesn't have a branding guideline. It is, as a designer, you can recommend a design system for them. Maybe because the company might not be using or completing with one product, right? Or they may be completing with one service. So they'll have a lot of project in the future. So in order to avoid inconsistency, make sure you have a brand guidelines or a design system ready. So whenever you create something new, a new component, let's say a new search bar or new tab mechanism, new site navigation, new side kick. So you can keep this element as part of your design system and create as a big design system, then reutilize that in all your project. So it's like you're creating a brand for a company, a design UI brand for your company. And also it will save a lot of time as a designer. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just keep the components from your existing design and continuously using that. It's up to the designer. If a company doesn't have a design system, it's up to you. That will save a lot of time for you. You can refer design system. I think Google has a design system. IBM has a design system, and there are a lot of companies who publish their design system. I think even Microsoft has their own design system published in the market. You'll get reference from there. And Asana is one of the famous tool. They have their own design system, and you can just Google it, and I think they have some samples published in the market. So you can just refer that, and you can get a better understanding about how the design system would look like. Let me see if I have an example of design system. This is not a complete design system. I would say this is a mood board sort of thing, right? So whenever you start creating something from the scratch, and you might have an understanding about what kind of theme that I'm going to create in a user interface, right? So what are the colors I'm going to use, and what are the typography fonts I'm going to use. So let's keep all these things, put it in the whiteboard or a page, and maybe you can edit it later point as well. But make sure you have that idea before you create something, right? Let's say I'm going to use only 3 colors for my website or my UI design. So let's define those colors. So how do you define these colors, right? You cannot randomly pick some colors and create your design. So this understanding will come from your discussion with your client. The color that you're using for banking customer might not be same for a school, or might not be same for a hospital, might not be same for a B2C consumer application or retail application, right? Each category, each domain has its own color references, right? So make sure you have that understanding. If the company or brand has its own style guide, let use it. Or you need to have a research. What kind of users I'm going to create this product for? What is their mental model? What is their environment, right? Are they using this while they are traveling? Or are they used while they are sitting in theater? Are they used while they are in the classroom? Are they using in the nighttime or daytime? All of this will impact your color selection. Definitely, yes. Right. So make sure you understand the users well before you when picking a color. I'm damn sure as a designer, you don't have a freedom to select your own color. To be frank, you cannot do that because it's up to the user. The taste you have might not be the taste of the user, right? The environment you have is not the same environment as the user. The color you're choosing for Indians may not be same for Japans, may not be same for Australians, Germans, Americans, right? So it's very basic. Understand the user. Where are they coming from? What is their background? What is their mental model? What is their age? That will also impact, right? The color you're using for kids may not be same for teenagers, may not be same for senior citizens, right? May not be same for differently able, right? So even color selection has a critical route to complete. It will take some time to understand when you start creating a design system, no? So there is nothing like a global design. Everyone can use it. No, right? Maybe you can say Instagram is a global design. No, everyone can use it. How many kids are using Instagram now? How many kids maybe before 5 years or 8 years? How many kids are using? There are few, right? So how many senior citizen, maybe more than 65, 70 years are using Instagram? So it's specifically for energetic people, like maybe starting from 13 till 45 or 50, right? So there's a targeted audience for Instagram. So what I was trying to tell you is that there is nothing like a global design. Everyone can use it. It's always specific to a market segment. It's always specific to a certain user segment. So whenever you start creating something, understand the understand the user segment and choose your color, typography, elements, images accordingly. So that is the reason when you before you start creating a design, understand the user and consolidate all the elements in your design system or in your mood board and start pick it from there. So how many colors can be used in a product or a UI design? Any limitations on that? Four is too much. And I think 2 to 3 is always recommended. Two means primary color, secondary color, and tertiary color. Primary color is something for all your important call to actions, and the secondary color for your maybe headings or subheadings, and tertiary color for all your maybe icons, chips, and maybe for logos, etc. And I think the current design trend is like most of the website are like black and white with minimal color, only the secondary and tertiary color using for icons or statuses, etc. Right? So yeah, it's always good to stick with minimum colors, right? But it's not like hard and fast rule. I have seen a lot of website using more than 5 or 6 colors. It's up to your creativity and up to the demand of the business. As well as if you have an understanding about the users, they are okay to consume as much as colors, then go with that. There is no harm to restrict yourself using multiple colors. But it's always about experience, right? What kind of experience you are giving to the user, and accordingly you can choose the color wisely. So basically, if there's a brand and they're selling the brand and the brand has a color, and you're not only selling the brand, you're selling the colors as well, right? So everything from the brand is creating a brand, right? It's like a brand within a brand. So whatever elements, colors, types is using, basically they're selling the brand of the same, right? So if you have a brand guidelines or color templates available in your company, continue using that, right? You don't have to divert it from there. But there is nothing like a branding guidelines or color guidelines or template. So explore yourself and understand what kind of business they are doing and what are the users and where are these products going in the market. Understand the market, then wisely select your colors. All right, so we don't have to stick too much into branding guidelines and all. So I'll move on. And we spoke about the color selection, thinking beyond the product, right? Thinking beyond the product is like So you just whenever you create something, it can be a product or it can be a service, right? So think beyond the product. You should not limit yourself within the product, right? So think about scalability, right? Think about what could be the feature of this product, right? I know we have a limited time to do a design, but whenever you add or establish in elements, think about what could happen to this element after 5 years, right? So since you have already established a mental model, and would this be the same mental model after 5 years? So you need to understand and think about the scalability of a product, right? The Facebook you're seeing right now, was that the same before 5 years? No, right? So the same Instagram using right now, was that the same before 2 years or 3 years? No. They have drastically changed, right? Because they know the users are changing drastically, dramatically, right? So each hours, each minute, users are changing. So accordingly, you have to tweak your design, right? So whenever you create something, you'll have that vision, right? It's not like you're creating a design for today, but you're creating a design for the future. So you have to set that mindset when you're creating a design. It will automatically comes in your mindset. Whenever you start creating something, you'll think about the future, definitely. As a designer, I personally do that because I am collaboratively working in a lot of businesses. And whenever you speak with the leadership, and they always think about future, right? And they'll ask the questions right in front of you. Hey, you put this element, no, what will happen if the user is used to this element? Should we continuously use this element to user to select it and go? No. There should be some action. User can skip it, or we can directly ask the system to move forward without doing any actions, because system has already learned the user, right? So you don't have to always click on that and go to next. It's like whenever you complete certain actions, let the page go to the next page without clicking, without doing any actions. That way we can convert the system, make sure that we are saving a lot of time for the user, right? You don't have to continuously doing same action for ages to go to the next step, right? Keep it easy for the user. Even if it's 1 second of the user time, that add values. Alignment we spoke, right? So how, why alignment is really important in design. So we have left align, right align, center align, etc. So now you don't have to manually do everything, right? Figma is there. You can just simply select your object and do your alignment accordingly, right? But whenever you align something, you need to understand what kind of alignment I'm doing. What could be the alignment of entire product? Am I going to align everything in left hand or in right hand, or combination of both, right? There is no hard and fast rule to stick to left hand or right hand or center. It's up to the content, it's up to the user and the context. You can tweak your design, but make sure you have the rhythm ready, right? You have that harmony. The user will never, should not miss the harmony. Whenever it's like you are keeping something in left, something in right, something in center. It's okay to do that, but it should be properly visually hierarchically aligned. A user will never get a feelings like it has been misaligned. Call to action is a terminology that we use in user experience, right? Call to action means something to go to the next step. Let me see if I have an example in Figma. Yeah. Call to action is about buttons, actions, icons, which has an action to go to the next step or the previous step, right? That is called call to action. CTA, it's a short form. And whenever you create a call to action, a button, if you remember, I was telling an example of separation from background to foreground, right? It should be explicit for the user to take the action right in front without wasting a lot of time behind, right? So see the example here. This is a ghost button, and if I didn't mark this, no, you'll barely understand there is a button. So make sure the buttons are highlighted and clear enough for the user to take the action to move forward or come backward, right? So see, these actions are clear enough. I can simply click on cancel, go, and different directions, and it's okay for me to see all the back buttons, close buttons. Everything is so explicit, so emphasized. It's easy for me to take action without thinking too much, right? So call to action is really important, and also it's equally important to make them so precise and clear enough uh, for the user to take action quickly. So whenever you hear the term call to action, please do not get confused. It's about the button, it's about the back and forth actions, and it's always about some actions to go move forward or come backward. That way, right? Okay. So alignment. So alignment we spoke about left, right, central alignment, right? But there are situations we have to manually align certain things, right? And this is about misaligned things, right? Something has center aligned, something has left aligned. So what happened if it might be looking okay for me, right? So this look the design okay. What is the problem with the center and left align? It's look neat for me. What could be the problem if I design in this way? Will that impact the design? Definitely, it will impact. Let's say you are creating a page. Okay, let this page, and I'll give you an example. What happen if you create center, left, or right aligned object? Yeah, if you remember, I was explaining about F pattern, Z pattern, and the layer cake pattern, right? And let's say I was smoothly reading this content from here and read here. Suddenly it changed to the central element. Then what happened? From here, my eye movement suddenly switched to my central alignment, right? Then I read it here and continuously reading, completing the sentence. And what happened after reading this? uh, my typical behavior would be like I'll scroll this way and see the content here. But suddenly I miss the content, then I have to move my eyes from here to directly to the center align, right? Then I maybe think, then all the remaining content would be in center aligned. Then I started reading complete sentence. Then I started seeing and the entire center area to read remaining content. But then I miss suddenly. When I struggle to go to the right hand side, the content again start from right, and I read all my right hand content, and I started continuously looking into my right hand side to read the content. Then what happened? Suddenly after some content, it's switched to a center line. Then I have to switch to center. So that will create inconsistent vision for the user. I have to move my eyes from one area to another to read my content or consume my content in the website, right? So if you have a rational, then do that. Otherwise, let's keep everything in left or everything in center, or put them as a separate grouping. Let's say you are keeping this separately after a certain gap or certain images. Let's say you complete your left hand reading and you put some relaxing images in between, right? And then you can start your content from your center. It's like you're establishing something in between to distract the user from this above reading and moving into a next set of content. It's like you're giving a gap, then moving on to next content, right? Then you continue in center for a long, then give a gap. Then if you want to keep a different alignment, let's go with that way. Or maybe you can create separate pages. One page for left, one page for center, another page for right that way. There is no harm to do that. But make sure in single page, keeping center, left, light without any context is like a nightmare for the user. Please do not do that. See the icon representation along with the labels. So this icon is aligned along with the label. So the movement would be like this, a curve movement, and it's always good to align the icon separately from the context, not with the content alone. So that will give a relaxing view as well as a clear distinguish between the content and the representation. So user can easily understand and consume the data easily without moving the uh, eyes here and there or moving in a different uneven direction. This is a bad example. This is a good example. This is about the icon element. See, some are big, some are small, some are in the top, bottom. But here it's like everything center aligned. Here also something, some icon has single label, single stretch label, and something has broken labels. So avoid this kind of label. If you have any confusion about label, maybe you can consult with the content writer and make the labels crisp and clear or in single line. If you are using two lines description, keep it two line for all. Otherwise, it will create a visual inconsistency. Can we use field icon and stroke icon for a same design? Let's say the first icon is field one, and the third, this hard icon is that stroke one. Can we do that way? My question was around, can we use a combination of stroke and fill icons? It should be uniform. If you are using stroke icon, be stroke everywhere. If you're using filled icon, keep it filled everywhere. All the pages, entire design system, right? If it is stock, it should be stock everywhere. Same for the labels as well. If you're using this label and this icon and the font size is 12, keep it 12 across for all the labels, all the labels with icons, right? So that will create consistency. That will create a flawless design. UX doesn't have any hard and fast rule to not use something like this and all, right? So let's say you are in the primary state where you are using, but still you have to use the stroke icon everywhere. Let's say when you select a state and the state convert as selected, then you can use the filled icon. Let's say this is the stroke icon first, and when you click on it, it will convert as a selected one, right? In that time, we can say it's a combination of both. Okay, so if we have the design system in design that way, we cannot say we cannot use it. But typically, in order to make the things consistent, maybe we can adjust the space or adjust the size of an icon. But in order to make the entire design system consistent, it's always recommend to keep either of the style, because that is only not only applicable for your icons, because you have a dependent text as well, right? And if you're using a stroke icon, we have to select the text or font according to your stroke size. If you're using fill icons, you have to choose your font wisely, right? So that's the reason when we use stroke or filled icon together in the same context, maybe that will create a slight design inconsistency altogether. But as I mentioned, there is no hard and fast rule. This, if you're creating something visually appealing and that inconsistency doesn't make any visual impact, so it's up to the designer or it's up to the business, right? Or it's up to the user. If they are okay to consume this kind of inconsistency, then that's okay. Go for it. Okay, so I have uh, not seen that way of usage. Maybe there'll be something in the market using that kind of way. I think that's also okay, right? But end of the story, it's up to the user. If they are ready to consume the design, your design, then go for it. But if we have created a certain set of mental model in design, I think the reason design system, then that is okay. There is no harm to do that way. For primary field, secondary outlines, okay, go for it. But whenever you are in this kind of scenario, see, we are using an icon continuously, maybe in mobile applications or in desktop application, we have a sequential action, right? So there are icons together. In that scenario, avoid using combinations, but use a fixed solid or stroke icon. But as you rightly mentioned, if there are primary, secondary actions, only those actions are there. Maybe you can use filled icon or stroke icon. There is no harm to do that. So yeah, we are talking about alignment. So whenever we align something along with the text, it should be even. It's not like you make the icon so big and text smaller, or text bigger and the icon smaller. So whenever you're creating logos, I think that is okay. But for labels and all, make sure it maintain a certain level of size, equality size. Let's say you put this as 14 pixel or 16, and your icons is too big, then that will create an inconsistency, right? So if you're using a 14 pixel or a 18 pixel font size, make sure icons is kind of aligned to your text, height wise or width wise. Also, the thickness of the font should be kind of aligned to your text as well. Let's say you are using bold text and a low stroke icons, no, that will create an inconsistency, right? So if you're using this kind of stroke size, and make sure font is also similar, not exactly similar, but kind of same, at least this range. Maybe you can go slightly, or you can increase the stroke size as well for the icon. And we can align height ways. So this is not just about mathematical values, it's about visual value, right? Uh, so the example in the design, you see, this is center aligned. This is mathematically aligned, but this is optically aligned. That means as a designer, you have the eye to make things proper without any mathematical values. So this is optically aligned. This optically aligned and it's center, but this is not optically, this is not mathematically aligned, but this is accurately centered visually. right? So it's up to the user. How do you define your optical alignment? So when I say optical alignment, I'll give one more one more example. So these are left aligned. See, when you put a ruler, it's all left aligned, but the label above slightly moving from your form size. So you can manually align them equally left. What happens if you put the text label forms in this way? So the eye movement will be like this, an uneven eye movement. And for this, it's a relaxing view. Sorry, all left aligned. So it is one stretch, and all labels, all forms are equally aligned. That will never create an inconsistent view. It's slightly changing the view. So that means this is mathematically aligned. This is optically aligned. Similar for icons and label selection, right? Label accommodation. When you have something mathematically aligned and that doesn't look proper, sometime it's like icons are bigger and text is smaller, but it's mathematically okay. In that time, you have to manually align it, like increase the font size according to the icons, or increase the icons according to the font size, and make sure the stroke size also equal kind of to certain extent, but when you see them visually, it should be almost aligned. So this is example of center line and optical alignment. Hierarchy, we explained about importance of hierarchy, right? So hierarchy in typography, hierarchy in visual selection, hierarchy in image selection, hierarchy in composition, everything, right? So hierarchy is really important when you're defining a design, when you're compositing a design. So in digital environment, users never reads, you know that what they do is they scan it. Let's say you have a content like this. Let's say this is a website. What happened, let's say you're planning to read something in a website. What happened, you first go and see everything, how many contents are there, and then you start reading it. So first of all, you need to have an understanding about how many contents are there in the website, and then only you'll read it. If there are a lot of content, there are lot of paginations and all, no, user tend to skip the content and go to the minimalistic content, right? So whenever there is a platform which is for reading, make sure that we convey the message to the user. There are maybe 4 to 5 pages, and each page is telling the story about something, right? So that message should give upfront to the user, then only they'll get a better understanding. If it is a physical book, how do we scan it? We just see the book and maybe 800 pages are there. So it will take maybe 2 to 3 days to read. But digital environment, we don't have that kind of data, right? You have to manually scroll up and scroll down or go to different pages and see how many contents are there. Right? And if they do not read it and they scan it, how do they do it in digital platform? It's called fixation and saccades. The term that using user to read in platform in a way. It's called fixation and saccades. What is fixation and saccades? I'll give a quick example of fixation and saccades. So fixation, the point where user stuck their eyeballs. For example, let's say this is the word. I do not read entire word. What I do is like I just read S, maybe P, L, then I connect the sentence. If it is simple, I read S, I, then L and E, or sometimes P as well. So that way, I do not read entire content, but I scan it and fill the sentence in my mind. So if there are spelling mistakes, we tend to ignore the spelling mistake. We fill up the sentence, fill up the word, and read it and continuously read it. You easily skip your spelling mistakes and fill up the sentence still and continue reading. What happens if I don't have a fixation as a card? The fixation means the highlighted words, highlighted characters, right? And saccades is the root, and I'll give you pointers here. So this is my fixations where I fix my eyes. First and last word will definitely there, and some of the important character in between, right? And this is called saccades, traveling area. From one point to another, my eyes traveling. So this is my saccades, and these are my fixations. This is one of the reason you do not see uh, full caps letters in website for the content website. What happened when you have a fully caps letters, and it will not be a relaxing read for the user. As you scan it this way, and you do not scan a fully capsulated sentence, what happens? It's all same for you. There is no fixation on the cards. It's like a simple box, and you'll get tired if you read one paragraph or two paragraph of full cap sentence. So for labels, headings, okay, but there are paragraphs. It's always be sentence case or lowercase, right? So this is based on a research, right? So it's not only from design perspective; it's from a psychology perspective as well. So in digital environment, we will never read it. We always scan. So even if I miss a character in between, I complete the sentence. I believe you got the concept of fixation in the cards, right? So whenever you create paragraphs, make sure all of your body content are either a small or sentence case, or your headings can be uh, caps letter. The F pattern and Z pattern we discussed, and the F pattern is typically for the content website, how the viewer, say user, is scanning the content without any context. But if you have any context, we'll definitely go with the context and complete it. Typographical hierarchy, right? So this is also part of our design system. When you start creating a design, a website, UI design, make sure what will be the size for my headings, what would be the size for my subheadings, what is my labels font size, what is my body content size, and you have to define it first. Let me see if I have an example for the same. Yeah. So typography, I think this image is not clear enough for you. Yeah. So something similar to this. Let's say my primary heading would be uh, 32 points, and a heading secondary would be 18, and the title label would be 16, and my body content would be 14, and all my labels will go in 12 pixels, 12 points. So that way you can define your typographical hierarchy. Then it will be easy for you to just pick the size and move forward. Otherwise, no, after completing each pages, and you might be changing your font size for labels, headings, subheadings, and that will create an inconsistent design hierarchy, especially for typographies. And as a user, it is a conflict. Let's say my primary is 32, and next page it is 28 or 16 or maybe 42. That way, if you lose the importance of content in different pages, make sure all your headings has equally size across all the pages. All your subheading has same size, same color, same font size, same weight and everything, right? So that way, if you have a predefined set of hierarchy, then it is easy for you to just define the percentage and go forward. If it is a body, it's always 12. If it is a label, it's always 14. That way, just predefine your set of hierarchy and start using it always. So this is about this sample of headings, right? How the primary headings, how the secondary headings, and what is the body size, what could be my body content, points, etc. And whenever we talk about importance of keeping one or two or three colors, always my primary action will consume my primary color. My secondary action will consume my secondary color. Or maybe my third reaction will always go for chips or taglines or maybe statuses, etc. Right. So when you define the color is always defined, then it's always easy for you to pick from those color palette and go for it. Otherwise, completing each pages, you will be in a state like if I use this color, will that be impactful? And if you go to the third page, you'll get confused like, can I change the color? That mindset will comes in. So better define your color set, define your typography, define your images, themes and everything, and just reuse that throughout your design. That will save a hell lot of time when you building your design, right? And always avoid confusion. Hero session, we know the banner that is called hero session, right? So each website will have a hero session that is explaining about the company. There is where we set context for the user. This website is talking about something, and this website is talking about something else. And the banner will basically send a message to the user saying that this is something I am going to explore in this website. All this content will be related to this banner. So whenever you create a user interface design, make sure you have an impactful banner, which is always connected to the business. That is the starting point of your business. That is the starting point for the user, right? If you don't have an impactful banner for the user, it's like not good, right? It doesn't have to be that fancy and janky, but it always convey the business to the user, and it's always consumable for the user. So you don't have to make it visually too much appealing and make using a lot of videos, animations, and interactions, etc. But make sure you are sending the right message to the user, and the user understand the concept. Let's say you are using, you're creating a website for a airline. Let's say Indigo or Air India, and you're using this image. Will that really convey the message to the user? And I like spending a minutes or few minutes looking into the banner to understand what kind of message is it conveying, right? And what kind of business are they doing, right? But if instead, if I have a image of sky, or if I have an image of a aeroplane, or inside the aeroplane, or a pilot, or air hostess, then I can easily correlate those connection. I can easily establish those connection, and I understand um, this content is this website is all about airlines, right? So when you create banners, make sure the banner is telling stories. Use less content, use imageries, but the imageries should tell stories. The same for UI designers as well. Whenever you select, pick an image, make sure the image is completely sending message to the user, not put some image which is fancy and looking good, but it should always tell a story to the user, and the content is connected to the image. I would say this is a bad example of a banner. No, this is, I don't know what kind of, especially the language is not clear for me. Maybe, yeah. So the navigation section is pretty straightforward. We have a top navigation, left-hand navigation, and hierarchical drill down. I think you'll get to know that in upcoming sessions about the importance of navigation and what are the different kind of navigations: primary navigation, secondary navigation, tertiary navigations, etc. Also the drop downs, different components, everything will be covered in the upcoming sessions. Size, scale, we have already talked about the, the sizing and all during our optical and mathematical alignment. Proportion is also already covered in alignments and all. How do we proportionally align things, and how do we add paddings, etc. So important things as a UI designer, please make sure you have the consistent padding in between. Let's say you are creating a page, and the padding between the first card and second card is 10 pixel, and vertically that is okay. But when it goes to horizontally, you put maybe 12 or 16 pixel gap. What happened when you see globally, it's like an inconsistent spacing across, right? So make sure you have a consistent spacing. If you're keeping 12 pixel, make sure it's 12 across. If it is 20, make sure 20 across, not like 20, 12, 10, 8. So there is where the 4 pixel or 8 pixel grids comes into the picture. Try to use pixel grid. So if you click on this desktop page, and there are two ways we can create grid. Either you can go to settings and create, or just click on this layout grid and select your grid style, and go with grid. I personally use 4 pixel grid, so that will give a little more flexibility to define my pixels, or even you can go for 8 or 10. So just define your grid size here, and you'll have this grid ready in your page. So how this grid will help me creating a pixel perfect design. Let's say you are creating a padding from edge to my button. Let's say for me 10 pixel from this edge to my content. So that means it's always same everywhere. So I can keep this count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I have the content starts. It's not like this, right? So it should be always aligned to that pixel padding. And let's say you're creating a button with 10 pixel and 8 pixel, or maybe 5 pixel. So you can stick to that pixel dimension, and you can use multiplication of 4. It's like 4, 8, 16, 24, that way, right? So you can use mathematical calculation to create your entire design. So when creating a design, make sure you're using the grid line for all your paddings, buttons, and size. and your navigations as well. For headers, you can maybe stick to 56 to and your width. The same size you use in left hand side should be the same for a right hand side as well. So if you are do not using a pixel or this grid system, no, and let's say I'll turn off this grid and you're trying to manually align things like this. It might visually looks okay, but when you turn on your grid, you can see the inconsistency. See, the object has been broken in between a pixel, 4 pixel, and here also. So make sure when you align to an edge, it can be maybe 10 pixel or 20 pixel from your page edges in each side or from the top as well. So that will give you a pixel perfect and a clean look always and across all the pages. That is the importance of using grid. So grid is it's a vast subject and it will take a few days to cover. But this is very basic about grid. Even you can use. I personally use ChatGPT to get the numerics number. Let's say I'm creating a page for desktop and ask for the dimension. Let's say what could be my size for my buttons, what could be size for my cards, and this is my entire page size, and I need that pixel dimension. Then ChatGPT will give you all your mathematical dimension, and you can simply use the same dimension for your buttons, cards, headers, footers, etc. Simple grid system. Yeah, 8 pixel. I think Google is introduced 4 pixel grid system, and I think nowadays people are using 8 and 10. I think as a designer, I personally go for 4. Why not 4 point pixel? For me, it gives a little more flexibility to expand my horizon. White space, negative space. We explained about white space and negative space, importance of white space, right? And always be minimalistic. Why white space is important? If you have white space, the experience would be better for user. The consumption of data would be easy for. See, this is an example of a website with minimalistic approach, and they use a lot of negative space. They only send important content to the user using simple taglines or simple images, etc. This is about inconsistent spacing. The vertical spacing, okay, but horizontal spacing is kind of misaligned. You don't have to use too much color or too much object to make the thing stand out. You can simply use a typography to create your design. See, this is a website. It doesn't have any images or any jazzy images or elements. It just have the typography. Still, it is stand out, right? Still, it creates curiosity to me. Hey, what is this about? And what is this talking about? I tend to go further to explore the second option. See, they use only typography to create the design with a lot of negative spaces here also, the third one. So you should have an understanding about the minimalism and why minimalism is important and how that will impact the user. You can be creative, but creative in a sense, creating a fruitful design, creating a minimalistic and a relaxing design, right? It's not like you're giving too much to the user, but giving only few that is important. From there, you can drive the user to the next page, right? Rather than giving a lot of items up front and pressure or pushing them to pick it from the list, rather give only important things and you can keep other things in different pages. You don't have to keep everything up front. You're not creating an Amazon Flipkart again and again, right? Just create things which is really important for me as a user. So in design, a serif font or sans serif font is really good in websites. What could be the better font selection for your digital? So people who doesn't know difference between serif and sans serif fonts has edges. Or maybe if you're using words and all, no, it has Times New Roman is a serif font. It has edges like this, legs, hands, heads like this. Sans serif font is a plain text like Arial, Roboto, Helvetica, and all, right? So my question was around what is the better font for digital platforms. So if you know Don Norman is a former Apple designer, and he is a chairman of Nelson Norman Group. He coined the word user experience in 1995, right? So he was a fan of serif fonts, but he said, I do not use serif font in my website. But later he changed his mindset and said, I use serif font definitely because now the device has drastically changed. Now we are using high quality AMOLED or better quality screens, right? So it's about pixels, it's about clarity, right? It's about spacing. So there is no harm for using serif or sans serif font, but when it goes to content, the body content, go with sans serif font. But it's about headings. If you know Medium, Medium is one of the content website. They use combination of both serif and sans serif font. See, they use serif for headings and sans serif for your body that way. A combination of both. That will create impactful design. That will give little elegancy to your design. Right? You don't have to only stick on serif or sans serif, but use combination of both. But when it comes to readability, a long content and body content, let's go with sans serif. For headings and creating impactful elegance in your design, maybe you can use some bold, uh, very light serif font. But it's also up to the designer how you composite your design, right? It's about combination of font selection. Font selection is really important in user interface, right? Because it's not like printing. It's about digital. We are using our eyes to scan it, right? So we make sure that the font we are using has unique space and it's relaxing for the user to read in the platform. And also do not use too much content, especially for the landing screens and for banners and all. Be minimalistic in terms of content. Only use the content that is really important to the user. I'm keep repeating the same message always. All right. So there are a lot of reference available in the internet about usage of serif and sans serif font and about readability and all. So you can also refer the Medium. Medium is one of the most used websites for content. It has a lot of articles about user experience um, and readability in digital environment. So finally, we have colors. We have already talked about importance of selecting colors, right? So color selection, I have already explained about color selection. How do we select a color? It's not up to the designer, it's up to the user, up to the market, right? What kind of user you're going to create the design for, and what is their age, market segment, what is their environment, from where are they coming from, what is their country, right? What is their mental model? Accordingly, you can select color. And whenever you stuck picking a color, if you don't have any brand guidelines or you don't have any predefined templates available, go with nature, right? So nature have lots of colors. And I'll give an example. Let's say you are going to create a background for an image. Let's say this is my website and I am going to create a banner design and this is your image. How do I select a background for this image? Maybe typically designers would do like they'll go to the color palette and try exploring in this way, right? And they keep looking at all the content and keep changing the colors, and that is one way to do that. Until you finalize your color, you have to keep moving your mouse and check if it is works or not, and you spend a lot of time. I would recommend choose color from the object itself. If you zoom in, you have millions of pixel inside. See? And the background color should match to this image itself, right? If you want to have a lighter background, zoom in the lighter area of the object and pick it from there. Or if you're looking for a darker background, let's go to the darker area of the image and select your background versus the background. That is one of the many way to choose your color, or you can explore uh, multiple colors of the same object, right? And you can zoom in your face and see millions of different pixels. It's up to your creativity, what kind of color you are going to use in your entire theme. But it should be matched to the elements that you're going to use in a banner or in website, right? So if you're spending a lot of time selecting a color, just zoom in the object or the elements and pick it from there directly. So you'll get a combination, a color combination from object. It will never create a two distinct color, but it always match to the object and the background. And even after you're confusing, just look into the nature, and there are millions of color in the nature. No, you pick it from there, but you make sure you have a consistent consistency in color across all your design. So there are global design system like the color you're using for China may not be the same for Saudi Arabia. The color you're using for India may not be the same for Australia. And there are multiple countries, they do not use red color. There are countries, they do not use gray color, right? And there are country-based restrictions as well. So you will have that understanding before you add a color into a design that is going to the global market, right? So the color you're using for India, that and you pass the accessibility may not pass the accessibility in America, right? So they have their own certain color restrictions and color guidelines, right? So we need to make sure that we stick to that accessibility guidelines and select your color accordingly. And inconsistency in branding will always lose your business. Let's say you are an HDFC brand customer and we know the red and blue combination is they are using, and you are an ATM and it names HDFC, but they're using green color, you will feel the disconnect, right? So you'll get confused. Are they the original one or are they the fake one, right? So if you're establishing a brand, make sure you're using the same color consistency across, not only for colors, the taglines, the logos, the icons, and everything. Yeah. So that is the context, right?
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, you also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Okay, cool. Before I move, I think let's start. There are a lot of kind of DNS in the industry. So let me tell you, I want to talk about this first. That first of all, you guys should understand about the industry. I'll give you a little bit glance about the industry, that what are kind of a DNS in the industry, and after doing this or all, what you can become. You should know that first, so that you can target in your head that after the course, what I want to become. I want to become UX DNS, UI DNS, visual. What I want to become. That is something that you should know and target that. Or maybe what you can do, learn everything, work on everything, and then after some time, after a few years, you understand your expertise and go to that one place and do better. That's what should be your goal. So I'll just quickly cover and talk about that, what exactly a type of DNS. As I said, UX DNS and product DNS are actually same. There's no difference in terms of the KRA. It might be different in terms of KRA is key responsibility area, which is defined in every organization. This is what your goal is. This is what your responsibilities are. That remains same. Different companies might have slightly different, but that don't confuse yourself that after doing this, you should apply for UX DNS or product DNS. It all depends on organization. Usually what does UX DNS or product DNS do? They are the one responsible for all the research, user research, whether it's a qualitative, quantitative, all kind of. They are the one responsible for planning the flow of the product, overall flow, user journey mapping, wireframing, user testing. These are few stuff. This is not all, of course. I think while writing, you guys have written a lot of different processes as well. That all part of the UX designers. So all I'm trying to say, all these processes of research to delivery to the people, that is somewhere in this phase, planning to flow and making sure that the problem is solved in terms of UX. That is what is being done by UX DNS or product DNS. This is how it's been done, and usually these people are people who have done MDes or BDes from bigger colleges, small colleges, or maybe crash course. They have learned this thing, and they are the one who are going to do this job. There's a user researcher as well. Usually, a lot of people have, a lot of companies does not have, but usually most of the organizations these days figure out that their designers should be able to do the research. So user research is something that you should be knowing. It's not completely a user researcher job. Otherwise, there are a lot of companies where there's a researcher as well. There, they will conduct the research, they will give you the output, and then you continue your research, your process after the research. But what you should do, you should be the one who should know research very well, because that is going to add a lot of value in your skills. Now comes the next steps, which is UI designers, visual designers, or artists. Once you're done again, this is changing in different organizations. A lot of company will have it different. A lot of company will have the same person doing all those stuff. Otherwise, there are a lot of companies jahan pe UX designers are done till the wireframe. The moment I'm done with the wireframes, I'll pass the wireframe to a UI designers or a visual designers, and their goal is just beautify this in terms of design system, our visual language, icon language, our illustration language, whatever kind of language I have, whatever kind of brand guidelines I do have, using that and making a very clean, beautiful UI, user interface. Similar kind of stuff even visual designers does. So again, the gap between these two are very blurry nowadays. Especially when there's a visual designer, they'll be more in terms of visual, like they'll be the one who will be sketching as well. They can draw a icon, they can draw illustrations as well. Versus when you stick to UI designer, they are the one responsible for making the layout very interesting, perfectly aligned, well settled, well articulated, using all the technical aspect, like if it's iOS, Android, or iPhone, knowing all the sizes of the icon, that what size the icon should be, how much spacing should be, what is the tapping area. If I'm working for the website, how much should be the width of the Figma file and all those stuff. So knowing all the technicalities are something expected from UI and visual designers, who has to work with all those constraints and deliver all those stuff as per the guidelines and working on that UI. They are not the one who are going to change the flow. Usually flow are being decided by UX folks, and then the UI people are following the flow. They'll beautify it, make it interesting, and follow the design system or brand guidelines. Then there's a one more opportunity for all of you, is that you can do UX in gaming as well. As I said, in my career, I have gone in gaming world for around 2.5 years and did the UX for gaming as well. So if any of you are interested in gaming, you can do UX design in games as well. So there are a lot of gaming companies in India as well nowadays. If you look at primarily Bangalore and Mumbai, there are a lot of gaming companies where you can do UX. What changes here? You still do the UX. User experience part you do, research you do, few things, name changes. User research becomes player research, but again, user remain user for you. Your process is not changing. Okay. For game UX designers, you don't need to learn about the coding part. That is more of a game designers. Those are different. Game designers are like PM plus UX designers, kind of in gaming world. Okay. So I tell you, we are talking about 3-4 kind of designers, and there are a lot of organizations jahan pe there's one person do all the stuff, and that is called T-shaped designers. I'll come to that. Okay. So in the gaming world, you do player research, feature flow, player experience. So your process remains same. Only thing is changing that your project or product, which could have been maybe e-commerce or edtech or fintech, that becomes a game. That's the only change, and there's a good opportunity in this area as well. So if any one of you love gaming, that is also one route where you guys can try. Here user research becomes UT becomes play test, and you test with the players. So this is also very interesting field if anyone one of you are interested and willing to go. Okay. Then comes this animators or interaction people who are animating the stuff. So all the micro animations, all the interactions are being done. When I click on something, some button, it interacts something, it gives some feedback that it has been clicked. When I click, some gratification happens, some micro animations happen. These are being done by animators. Or a lot of places, the visual designers and animators are same, because the visual designers are designing the visual, they are the one also animating. So they will work on the tools like After Effects, Lottie, and there are a lot of Rive, a lot of different tools has come in the market nowadays that is being used to make these micro animations, because these animation has to be very light in terms of size. It cannot be in MBs nowadays. It has to be in KB, something of that sort. So those things has to be done. So this is again another field that you guys can explore. After studying this, spending some time, you guys can maybe understand your own strength. Where do I love the problem solving? UX designer. If I love the visual part a lot, I love to play with colors, font, and all the stuff, I might join as a UID. And I love the interaction a lot, then maybe visual plus animator interaction. That is also a field you can see. I love gaming, I can go to gaming as well. So these are the few stuff. And yes, there's one reality that you'll see a lot of organization in current phase where one designer does everything. When I say one designer, just for example, if I talk about Myntra, at Myntra right now, I have my team, everyone does everything. And thankfully, luckily, I have such person who does UX as well. He's the one who's going to take the complete brief from the PM and then working on the flow, delivering the awesome visual and even giving to the dev. So that's also possible. So it's important that you learn all the flow, and depending upon kind of organization you join, you might have to choose that what area you're going to work in. Okay, so I tell you my example of I'm in industry for around 2003 or something. Okay, that time I started. That time the goal or the KRA of a web DNS, there was no UI DNS, there was no UX DNS those time. I'm talking about 2003, 2004. Even when I was in Microsoft around 2008 or 9, we were web DNS. There was no UI DNS, UX DNS. That time my KRA was that I had to design the layout, I had to design the web page or design the website or app and do the HTML coding. I guess you guys have also learned the HTML, CSS, JavaScript and all those stuff. That used to be our KRA. And after that, we'll deliver the stuff to the backend developer and then they will develop. And that's the story I'm talking about at least 10, 12 years back. When UX came in the picture, the industry changed. Now, UX designers are not expected to code. You are not supposed to code. You are not going to make the HTML, CSS and convert that to HTML. Also, this is not your job. This is the job of a front-end developer in the industry. This is how this works now. But if you know HTML, if you know CSS, if you know coding, that is a very helpful first stuff for you. Why I'm saying that? Now you'll be able to interact with your developer very well because you are going to give your design to a developer. If you know the code very well, or if you at least understand the code, you're not going to give him something which is not possible, or at least you'll be able to communicate well that, okay, what you are expecting, how you can help the developer, or developer might say, hey, for this design, I'll need 10 days. But if you know coding, at least you will say, no, I know that this is a 4-day job, something of that sort. So this is not a very important stuff in such a manner that without that you cannot survive, but knowing the codes is always helpful. This is a kind of an extra advantage, extra skill you have that is going to help you in your complete structure. Okay. You know what? One thing I keep telling all the students always is that don't stick to a tool primarily. Learn the skill. When you have to do wireframe, you have to do wireframe. When I say wireframe, you might do wireframe on a pen paper, you might do in Figma, you might do in Sketch, you might do in XD, you might do in their different tools. Usually, most of the people are doing wireframe these days in Figma, and there are a lot of tools available. If you go even the online world, there's a lot of online tools like think of mockup.com is available where everything is available, just drag and drop and you can make your wireframe very quick. Because my goal of wireframe is to complete the stuff as soon as possible so that I can move faster. I can align the team, I can move faster. That's my goal. So yes, Figma is being used a lot in terms of wireframing part, but there are a lot of other tools as well. So, and I assume these tools are not something for that you need to go to a school to learn, because these tools are very easy one. If you're talking about till wireframe level, those are just drag and drop and make the goal is just convey the message. So that's what it is. So don't stick to a tool, but yeah, Figma is of course something that you must expertise in to stick to this market. Okay. In gaming world, if you want to enter, first of all, that understand this UX flow. UX process remains same in everything. For you, the product is changing, that is becoming gaming. That's all. If you want to enter into gaming world, try your internship in gaming company, or try to for game UX primarily you don't need to learn anything extra. But if you go to game designer, you have to learn a lot of other tools, different tools. So you don't need anything else to learn on that. Okay. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about the structure. When you enter the world, how does this work? So now we understood in the industry, there are 3, 4, 5 kind of UX designers or UI designers, visual designers, all this stuff, right? Now, when I entered the industry, I start working in an ABC company. How does this work? Who will give me the work? How will I work? Whom will I give? So what this overall structure looks like. So I'll give you a little bit glimpse. How does this work? How does the thing work? So suppose think of like there's any problem in Amazon. Suppose we were discussing about Amazon earlier as well. So in Amazon, there's some problem statement in the cart. People are adding to the cart, but they're not checking out. Suppose this is a problem statement. Who will come to you? Usually what happens, if these things are happening, of course, my revenue will drop. My data will say that something is dropping. That is being noticed by either a business people or a product managers, PM. We call it in a shortcut, which is PM. Who will notice this stuff and they will figure out this is a problem statement. And with this problem statement, they will have some data, they will collect data, and then they will come to you, which is a UX analyst. They'll come to you that, hey, this is a problem statement we need to solve. People are coming to the cart. adding stuff in the cart, but they're not checking out. Something is wrong. You have to figure out what the problem is. Now for that, you might be doing deep diving. You might ask for a lot of data. You might want to meet few users where you talk about empathy. Why empathy part? You will go and meet people and try to understand that why people are doing something of that sort. Now you might have some data as per the metrics that PMs do track, Google Analytics and a lot of other stuff. You might get the data where people are dropping and other stuff, or you might want to do the research that you and PM might do together, or ultimately when at this stage you are the one responsible for solving this problem. Brief is coming from a PM might get brief from business, so business to PM to UX. So you are interacting with the UX product management team, PMs, who are primarily IMs and management people who have done MBAs. They'll come to you, they'll give you the problem statement. You are the one responsible for solve this, and for solving this, you might do research, do some wireframing, make a UI, and somehow you are done with the process, and then you make your solution ready. Once you're done with the solution, then you give this, maybe after even testing and all, you give this solution to a developer. I'm talking about no code. I'm talking about design. Figma file you're going to give to a developer that this is the change in the UI or whatever you implemented. Here you're going to interact with the front-end developers who has to work on this. And in that discussion, if you know coding well, that discussion become easy because you might help him that, hey, I have done this because this will take less time, or I know this is possible. Otherwise, developer might say, hey, kind of design you have done, this is not possible, or whatever. This is where coding is helping you. You are not coding. There's a front-end developer, they are coding. They will code it. After coding, it will go to back-end developer. They will do the back-end part and then they will launch it. Sorry, before even launching, there's a testing team. They will test as well. So after UX, front-end developer, back-end developer, testing, and after everything is done, they will launch. And then after launching, you look at the metrics and then things goes. So overall in the structure, you are going to interact with primarily two stakeholders. One is PMs, product management, who is going to come to you with a problem statement, and developer whom you are passing the final file. You should be able to give a completely imperfect all the technicalities, what the size should be, what is the all the specifications of everything, and give the file, how the Figma will work and all those stuff, and then interaction with developer. You are sitting in the center of PM and developer. So you should understand this flow. This is how you're going to work. So I remember someone asked me about the code is important. So in this flow, you're not going to work in a code. And this is how almost all the organization works. But if you know coding, maybe you go extra mile and say, okay, I can help you in coding as well. But that's not something a KRA of a UX designers or product designers these days. Hope you guys are clear about the complete overall the industry stuff, that how things are working in industry, who is going to do what, who has what KRA and all the stuff. Is that clear? Because I want to make this dreamy world very clear first before we jump to the actual work thing. If you're aware, after doing the course, what you are supposed to do. Okay, cool. I'll be moving forward. Is that since you guys are learning design and if you all of you are designers as well, what do you think is design? What is design? Okay, look and feel of the stuff is design. Okay, functionality. Okay, majorly visuals, visually communicating something, or maybe something which looks beautiful. It's a language to convey some message. So communicating visually, making it beautiful. But few people added few processes as well. Someone says even the sound music is beautiful, is design, some art of part of design. So in some part I can see that it's coming out as a keep something which is beautiful, visually attractive, visually communicating something, that is design, or it's looking like, okay, this is how the design is. A few people gone in different direction, and that I want to convey. Since you guys are entering the UX world or problem solving world, only beautification is not design. Only visually looking good is not design. It's also a lot about problem solving. What exactly you're doing? You're trying to solve a problem with the help of design. Okay, problem solving is a problem. Interesting. Okay, so what exactly you're trying to do is that you'll be solving some problem with the help of design. This is how, as a UX designer or as a product designer, is your real goal. When you're working in this field, you should be observing problem around you and figure out that what the solution could be. So I'll show you a few quick pictures. I want you guys to tell me what kind of design problem do you see here? Lack of depth, visually deceptive, confusion. Yes, correct. Confusing patterns. Yes, pattern is a problem. Pattern is not looking, it's creating confusion. Visually, it's not balanced. Yeah, illusion. Yes. The problem here is aesthetics or illusion. Aesthetically, this is not a correct design. If this would have just a mat, perfectly fine. But because this carpet is used in a carpet on a stair, of course, this is creating illusion. And I might fall. That may cause some problem. There's a problem over here. I can see a problem very clearly. But if this carpet would have been just a mat or just a carpet nearby my bed, maybe this might not look like a problem. But here, this look like a bigger problem because aesthetically, this is not right. It's not used at the right place. It's creating an illusion. I might step two stair while coming down or I might fall. That's kind of problem here. Okay. This one. Is there a problem? Spacing is the problem. What else? Coordination, alignment, okay, flow. Okay. So here, what I see is the bigger problem is the planning. Planning is not correct. Research was not done well. Realizing this at this stage is a blunder. And why this is the blunder? Because you did not plan this well. This was not planned at the day one when you were designing the stuff. You did not do your research well. Because at this place, when you see this problem, this is a big time loss. You're going to lose a lot of stuff. So here the what is missing here? Planning is missing and research is missing. This one, not aligned, less overflow, too much information, lack of cohesiveness, alignment and proximity. Yeah. Here I see priority is a miss. It's completely a mess. I'm not able to prioritize that. How do I look? If I have to go to 13th floor, it's really difficult to figure out where the hell is 13 because it's not in a flow, it's not horizontal, it's not vertical. How do I find? I don't know. It's completely mess. Priority is completely miss. It's completely unorganized. You have a lot of you have been saying correct stuff. Yeah, sequence is a problem. So these are kind of problems here. Okay. Coming to the last one. Do you see a problem here? Emphasis. Okay. What else? Visual hierarchy is missing. Okay. Means you're not liking this design of the form. This is not looking beautiful. Bad emoji selection. Okay. Spacing, contrast. Okay. What's missing here? Empathy. Majorly empathy is missing. I'm not looking at the design of the form, about the roundness, cover, color, and all the stuff. Those all become secondary for me now when the problem is different. Problem is empathy. And when I'm saying empathy, why? Because yes, having a diabetes is not a happy thing. What we have learned, yes is positive, no is negative. But the way the question is asked here, yes is not positive. Yes is negative. If someone have a diabetes, of course, I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to be sad about this. So use of emojis are wrong. And why is this happening? Because I'm not empathizing well. I'm not empathizing with the user. Maybe I don't know my user very well here. And that's where the problem is. So if you notice in these 3, 4, 5 what examples we see, the problem what we're talking about is not about the visual only. We did not talk about the color is not clear, curves could have been better, alignment is better, or space has to be better, or some other stuff. What we are discussing? The words, empathy. We're discussing about planning. We're discussing about consistency. We're talking about illusion, aesthetics. We're talking about the research. We're talking about the planning. We're talking about mess, priority, right? So what I'm all trying to say, this is beyond. This is not just about that. And to solve all this kind of problem, we got design thinking. Design thinking is not just to solve a design problem. Design thinking is for solving any kind of problem. It's a process to solve a problem. Okay. And design is way more than just the color, spacing, font, beautification, all those stuff. It's a lot about all this stuff, what we discussed, planning, research, consistency, alignment, mess, empathy, all this stuff are part of design thinking. And I am assuming all of you have already know about this design thinking because we have already discussed in the class. These processes, I think all of you have already read about this, which is empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test. We'll talk about this and I'll try to go a little bit deeper in empathy part today. I'm going to talk a little deeper in terms of research. How do we conduct a research? And when I say conduct a research, we'll talk about deeply in terms of how do you exactly do, no theoretical stuff in terms of that this is how it should be done. Exactly, we'll discuss what I'll do. First step, what I'll do. Okay. Now, if you have to design an Amazon app in the start when I came, what you'll do, you guys started with the empathy part. Okay, I'll empathize with the user, I'll interview people, and I'll move faster. Okay. You missed one important part before that. That is collecting the brief. You don't have the complete brief. Just telling you that, hey, you have to design Amazon is not the brief. You need to have a little bit deeper understanding of that what you need as a brief. So I'm going back and telling you when a PM comes, as we discuss or the flow, who is going to come to you? PM or business person with the problem statement. Hey, this is a problem, please solve it. Okay? That time you are going to take a brief from the PM, product manager, or a business person or stakeholder, or if you're working for a client, he's your stakeholder. What you need is a brief. Brief has to be very clearly defined that what exactly you're looking for. It has to have these all stuff, customer requirement, stakeholder interview, comp analysis, and strategy, and all those stuff. This is very important to know from your stakeholder, whoever is your stakeholder, whoever is coming to you with the problem statement that, hey, this is a problem, you must have a brief clearly written. What exactly you're doing. You need to get the requirement. That is called requirement gathering. And when I say requirement gathering, what you're looking for, what are we doing? Why are we doing? More important, do we even need to do this? If you see this is a problem, why do you think this is a problem? Is there a number, any metrics that is supporting you, that conveys you that, hey, this is a problem worth solving? Or maybe if this is a problem, maybe this is a very small problem, why the hell you are even solving? Let's not solve. So you need to know all this stuff, you need to understand, and you should take this requirement from your team, from your stakeholder, from your client, from your whoever is coming to you with the problem statement. Understand all this requirement. It should be documented. It should not be just verbal. Depends. If you're working in a smaller organization, sometimes it becomes verbal, but goal is not verbal or documented. Goal is that you know these things in detail before you jumping to work on a problem or solution. And it might come to you as a brief. Sometimes this document is called PRD, which is product requirement document, PRD. That's a very common word in the world of UX and product making. PRD. You might need a PRD from a UX from a product manager that give me the requirement, what the requirements are. That contains almost everything. What the problem is, no, that's not FRD, that's PRD, product requirement document. Now, I'll get all those details. Sometimes it could be verbally, maybe it might not be documented. Then in that case, then you are the one who should be documenting. Document it well, and then maybe share with him or her and try to be on the same page. I think this is what the requirement is, and this is what we've agreed upon. Why I'm saying document it, because when you're working on a problem statement, if both of you are not aligned, you work on a solution, you come with some solution, and when you come with a solution, and then the PM says, hey, the problem was different, this is not the problem, then your all the effort has gone for a toss. So it's very important to be on the same page, have it documented. If you get documented, fine. If not, you document it. Okay. Okay. So there are two things. One is BRD. That's right. BRD is also there. That is business requirement document. Usually BRD goes to a PM. In the flow, we discussed that a business people will come to a product people that this is a problem to solve, or this, my revenue is going down because of this reason, you solve it. That is called business requirement document. That is BRD, business requirement document. That is okay. Usually that does not come to UX people, or maybe when it's a very small company, it might come. Usually this goes to product people. Now from that BRD, a PM team, product team will make a PRD, which is product requirement document. There they will plan that because of this problem, what is something that I'm going to change in the product. Because my revenue is going down of whatever reason, I think this is a problem worth solving, और इसकी वजह से मैं product में ये changes करूँगा. And for that, I'll make a product requirement document where I'll discuss about all the product detail. And for that product detail, what are the requirements, what functionality I will create, what are the results I'll do, it, all those stuff will be there in the PRD. So what you are looking for is moreover PRD, not BRD. BRD is mainly for product people. In that, you must be having also a comp analysis. This is competitive analysis. Either it's being done by a PM, or you, if it's not done, if it's not enough, it has to be done by you. When I say comp analysis, you should look at the competition, that are the people in the competition also have similar kind of problem, or if they have this problem, have they solved, how they have solved. You should look at all your competition for any. So if you have to build Amazon, maybe look at the Flipkart, look at the lot of other apps, and then see what others are doing. If you are working on a particular feature, maybe you should look at that. If similar feature somebody else has, have they solved it or not? If they don't have, build your opinion. that what's good and bad. So you should look at all the competition and try to understand even not only Indian, go domestic as well. So if you're making maybe Amazon for India, maybe you should look at Amazon for US, you should look for Walmart for US, you should look for a few more apps as Carrefour as well for which is in Europe primarily, and look at that as well. So what's going to do? We're going to look at the competition app or website and understand that how they are solving this problem. So go deeper, understand, do your detailed comp analysis, compare what they are doing, what you have been doing. A lot of time even PM does this. If PM is not doing, you should do at your level, because even PM might do from product point of view, you should do from UX point of view, where you'll have complete product details in terms of metrics and all. But when you will see from experience point of view how they're solving the problem, how many clicks they have, what kind of experience they are having, or how the visuals are also looking. Because this is something that PM will not do. This is something that you will do. Then you will do your comp analysis, and I'm talking about all this stuff when I'm talking about that I have not started working on the problem. I'm still before the empathy part. I'm still collecting the brief. There was empathy part. I'm just trying to take the data, because every time you'll not do user interview, every time you will not do research, because in a bigger organization when you're working for a product, there's a lot of research done. There's a lot of research being done by different team. Maybe you might need the data, that if we have done something of this sort of research, can someone give me the data? So I'm collecting the data, I'm collecting all the brief. When someone is saying the problem, I'm asking for data, or I'm asking for a document that will prove that this is a problem worth solving. I'm trying to get the data for all those stuff. Okay. There, comp analysis as well, where I'm looking for that. Have you done comp analysis as well? Because even comp analysis could be sometime a reason for doing things better, because I see an opportunity that, so I'm going to take comp analysis from PM team. If not, then I'll do. Now, next step is that I'm going to build a design strategy, or it's kind of a comprehensive brief that I have created, or I have agreed with my PM that this is the problem statement, this is what we are going to work on, and we both are aligned that, hey, this is a problem. We all agree that this is the problem we are going to solve, and we will solve. For this, we are going to do a very small exercise as well as the next slide. Be ready for that. We are going to do a very small exercise around design strategy, creating a design strategy. So what does the design strategy contain? This has business goal. When I say business goal, when PM is coming to you, because there was a BRD, we discussed about BRD, business requirement, business came to you with some requirement. Hey, my revenue is going down, my numbers are dropping, whatever. I want to make this numbers go up. My revenue, we are in loss of 10%. I want to go up and all those stuff. That will be your business goals. What exactly we are trying to do? What projects we are going to do? Why are we doing? What are the stuff? That is my business goal. That should be documented, agreed by UX, PM, business together, that this is what the problems, this is what the business goal is that we are trying to achieve. Second, market segment or user group. There comes your empathy part, that who exactly the target audience. Even if this is Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, every time your audience does not remain same. It changes depending upon the kind of feature you do, or some different set of user you're working for sometime, depending upon what kind of feature you're working on. So you should know very clearly who the target audience are, who the customers are. If there's any research done, can you give me the data? If not done, what all can be done? We can agree upon that, what all the stuff needs to be done. If not, give me all the document that you already have, data that is already there, give me that. That's the part of user group. You should be defining that who exactly are the users you are going to work for. So goal, who is facing this problem, or for whom I'm going to solve the problem, is second. Then third could be general task, that what exactly we're trying to do. So overall, I'm just trying to make a understanding that what exactly I'm trying to accomplish, what exactly I'm trying to do, what are the steps, what are the stuff that I'm going to do. Okay? That's a general task. Then there's a tech constraint, technology constraint. If there's any kind of technological constraint, like I am going to do only for Android, I'm going to do only for iOS, or only for desktop, or whatever kind of technological constraints are there, you should be understanding from the tech team or stakeholder before we go forward, because you might come with some solution and then there's no, this is not possible because technically we have this constraint. So try and understand, you should have this tech constraint very handy. Next up is your marketing or branding goal, which is more of a brand guidelines. Every brand has their guidelines. So if I'm making something for Zomato, I cannot make yellow maybe because Zomato is red. If I'm making something for YouTube, it's red. If I'm doing something for, usually brands have their guidelines, their color, font, palette is ready. So you should know these brand guidelines because you cannot change the font if you want to. If you think that you are having a very cool font, a very cool color, you're not allowed because brands have their guidelines. So you should know the brand guideline. And then CSF, it's the most important one, which is critical success factor. I want to define that when I'm going to work on a problem, how does success look alike? So if I'm working on a problem, we agreed on the problem. If we solve it, what is called success? So if I'm working on a, because the numbers were dipping, we took a call that we have to increase this number by 10%. Then my CSF should be that success factor is that we have to increase the number by 10%. If we do this process, it goes live and the numbers increase by 10%, this project look like successful. You can enjoy. If this goes 5%, 2%, this is not a success. So that number has to be very clear that what we are changing. That's why the CSF is always number. It cannot be just improve the experience, because that improve the experience definition could be different for you, different for PM, different for business. So always have some number. I'll give you example around this because we discussed about theory. Take an example. This is for a called, I think, Bluestone. Bluestone is into, or maybe Carrot Lane. These are the apps into jewelry buying experience, e-commerce for jewelry, real diamond and gold jewelry buying experience. For that, this is the design strategy. I've just made a random quick one just to give you example. My business goal could be that I have to increase the product conversion by 20%. When I say conversion, people, this many people should be able to buy. So 20% more people should be buying, or sorry, conversion, this is number. So if the organization conversion means if 100 people are buying so far, 120 people should be buying after this project. Okay, 20% conversion. Number of orders should increase by 20%. That is for conversion. Marketing segment, who would be the my marketing segment here when I'm talking about the Bluestone, Caroline kind of organization? Housewives, because they are the one looking for jewelries primarily. Of course, men also wear jewelry, but the my primary audience remain, of course, housewives, and then working women. They are the one who are looking for jewelry, so that they remain my user group who are going to buy a lot of this stuff because they are the one who are going to come to this platform to select the jewelry and buy. Third is general task. What if I'm building a new thing? Few other stuff are very common that they should be able to do, like find a product. I should be able to see the product in detail, compare, shortlist, place order, track, write review. These are the flow where things should not be struggling at all. So this is my general task. This is what the person has to do. Take constraint, cross browser. Cross browser means should be able to support on Android, Safari, Internet Explorer, whatever all the Explorer. I think Internet Explorer anyways died now. Safari versus Chrome versus few other browser. It should be supporting on that. It should be responsive because if I open in web versus mobile versus tab, it should be perfectly fine. Should not be having any glitches. Also, maybe I'm working on a app, then it should have iOS and Android both. My marketing segment, marketing goal is one is this, of course, my brand guideline. This should be of this color, but this is always about that. How does people should feel when they look at this brand? They should feel that this is a very affordable jewelry. They have a wide range. They have a good Indian culture collection. This kind of feeling should come. And when I say this kind of feeling should come, this will come in your UX. If it should look like affordable jewelry, maybe then not very expensive or very high kind of model is sitting there and wearing a very big necklace that looks like of CR. If that is the case, then of course somebody will not feel that this is the brand where people like me, who is a very general one, earning few thousand, should be able to buy. No, if I want this to look like affordable, I should make a visual in such a manner that people should come. I should use model of such sort. I should use jewelry of such sort. People should see, oh, this is affordable. This is something for people like me. This is not for only Ambanis. Wide range. So like a lot of collection they have. They have a lot of stuff. These things should come in your design. Indian culture. Maybe in your design only you show some style of Indian culture that convey the message that this is a culturally Indian style jewelry. These are the stuff you should know. This is your branding goals, that this is what should a person feel when they look at this brand, they look at this website. CSF, again, first that buyers should be able to purchase this stuff, and 20% increase. Buyers should be able to purchase without any glitch. That is the basic stuff, right? There should not be any concerns, while there should not be any error while buying the stuff. So this is how a design strategy look like, and it is not an actual one. I'm just giving you example. Now, what I'm expecting that you're working on design strategy of your own. And think a design strategy. There are two apps have written here. One is that railways should be able to have a ticket booking app. And now that for ticket booking app, how will you build a design? What should be the design strategy? Of course, these numbers now are going to be dummy. All I want you to understand that how does this process work? What a design strategy look like? What all stuff could be? So you can have dummy stuff, but I want you to put the right stuff at the right place. So tell me that what should be the design strategy for ticket booking app? Or second could be I have to develop a dating app for Gen Zs, like maybe Bumble, Tinder, and few more. What should be my design strategy for that? Cool. Okay. So now my plan is to talk about empathy. I mean, you guys have already heard about this, learned about this, but I am assuming you might see the difference because today I'm going to talk about little minute stuff that how you will actually do from start to end. What are the stuff that you'll actually conduct? We discuss about this empathy, right? When we say empathy, it's more of knowing my user in detail. It could be via data, it could be via interview, quant, qualitative, quantitative. Hope you guys have already learned about this qualitative, quantitative. So in empathy, primarily we do few stuff, which is user interview, shadowing, focus group, a lot of other stuff. Quickly, I'll talk about empathy is all about collecting the data about the user, knowing a little bit more about the user, feeling what your user feels about. So kind of keeping yourself in the shoes of your users. This is a very famous dialogue. You will understand about this. If I talk about empathy or data gathering field study primarily, there are primarily four buckets I see, or maybe I'll say four ways of collecting the data about the user. Two main things are like group and individual. Either I'll collect the data in the group or I'll collect individually one by one every user. Either I'll do direct in a row or indirect. Direct means I'm directly interacting with the user, or indirectly I'm getting some data about the user without interacting, without meeting. So if I see the first box, which is group direct, I'm meeting the user in group but directly, which could be focus group, facilitated workshop, or user group meeting. In these meetings, primarily what you do, you meet your users in a group. So maybe the group of 8 or 10 users, you're meeting together in a meeting group setup, talking to them about one stuff, one problem statement, or one opportunity, or whatever. But you are collecting the data in a group with a group of people sitting at one place, or online or offline, but in a group directly you are meeting, you are able to interact with the user. That is called group and direct. Second, individual and direct. I'm meeting my user one by one directly. So directly could be online or offline, because after COVID, everyone is very comfortable online. Previously, it was so difficult job, but now it's comfortable. So individually, I'm meeting all my users online or offline, and I'm interviewing them. I'm asking questions to them, or I'm observing them. I've given them some task and I'm kind of looking at them. I'm shadowing them. I'm giving them some task and I'm just kind of just looking at them and seeing, observing that how the person is reacting to the product, whatever I have made. Okay. Third box is indirect and group. It's in group, but indirect. I'm not meeting my user. Without meeting my user, I'm going to get the data. Something like survey. I float a survey, which is quantitative way. Float a survey. I don't know who is filling the survey. A lot of time it's not available. If I get the survey filled by thousands of people, I might not know. I mean, most probably I don't know those people who are those thousand people, but they've filled a survey, and I have some directional data that thousand people think in that direction, something of that sort. Surveys, help desk call, web trends. We look at the data, right? In the Google Analytics, we see the data. We don't know who is the person exactly who is acting like this. Because of that, the data is this. Because suppose my numbers are dropping, I don't know who is the person who is not buying, but I know that there are people who are not buying. So I don't know about the people, who is the people, but all I know is the data, which is indirectly I'm getting data about a group of people. Surveys, web trends, bulletin boards, these are the stuff. Social media, when I look at that, I see rating of my app on Play Store or App Store. I see the numbers are dropping or going up. About the people, I might not know my people individually one by one. And last is that individual, indirect, group representative, and evaluation. I mean, very rarely used. So in today's one, We're going to talk a little bit in detail about the one individual and direct, which is more of a user research. This is the most, I'll say, richest data, but this is very expensive. Expensive because you're going to meet your user one on one. Expensive because of time. It will take a lot of time, and also it could be expensive in terms of if your users, one user is sitting in Sikkim, second is sitting in Jammu, and third is sitting in Bangalore. It's going to be real difficult for you to get time. But in this online world, that could be easier. But still, you have to spend time with all your users one by one to understand their pain points. And then again, they'll be constrained. You can't meet 100 of you users. I mean, you have total regain. So we'll talk in detail about the user interview today. And I'll go to all the minute stuff. Then when I had to conduct a user interview, what should I do? Start to end, how should I do? What exactly I'm going to do? Okay. So it's very clear cut, famous saying that there's no worthwhile facts inside any of the office. So get out and talk to the customer. So first of all is that build a mindset that this is not the job of a customer care team, that talking to the customer. This is something build in yourself, inherit yourself, that being a UX person, if you have a habit of talking to your customer, it could be offline, online, on call, whatever way, but be in touch with your customer, be in touch with the users who uses your app. That is going to be very eye opener information for you. That will help you in making any decision for design because you'll know your users very well. So try to know or try to stay as close as possible to your users. That will change your mindset. You'll see the shift in your way of thinking. You'll see the shift in the way you attack a problem. So before we start a user research, the very first thing I need to know is that what exactly is the goal of my interview? Why I'm doing this interview? That is very clearly have to be documented. We discussed and worked on the design strategy. While strategy, if we see that there's a few information I'm looking for that particular information, I need to conduct that in the research. I should know very clearly that why I'm doing this research. That has to be very clear. And usually when we do research, we do for only two reasons. One is discovery, and second is validation. Discovery means I'm trying to figure out some problem. I have no idea what the problem is. I'm trying to figure out some problem. I have no idea. So maybe I'll meet users. I'll try to understand what the problem is. Second is validation. I think I know the problem, but I want to confirm from the user that, hey, is this the problem? Now this is what? This is validation. I think I know the problem. Possible that when you meet the user, you might figure out, no, this is not a problem. Problem is something else. So either I'm trying to discover where I'm very clueless, I have no idea, or I'm trying to validate. I am trying to learn something from the user, or maybe I'm trying to confirm from the user. Similar stuff, right? In your B2B world, you know your users very well. You know very well that who exactly are your users. And because this is all business to business connected, you can get, I mean, the people who are using your product, whether it's an app or website or dashboard or whatever, you must be knowing them. You must be in talk with them. You should be understanding that what exactly are their requirement or what are their expectations from the app or website or dashboard, whatever you are going to provide them. If you know the pain point, if you know how they use your product, that is going to help you a lot. So of course, you should be in touch with your B2B users. You should be talking to your PM or your stakeholder that, hey, I want to meet 5 of my users who are using this dashboard because I want to understand that which is the most important information for them. I want to understand from them. When they come to our app, then they come to our dashboard every day. What is the first most important piece of information they're looking for? Maybe I'll do some wonder with that. So to increase the productivity, all you need to know, ask that I want to meet my users. I mean, in B2B world, I feel like it's very easy to make a WhatsApp group of these people and discuss about the problem statement whenever needed. But yeah, all I'm just trying to say, build a habit of talking to your users. This has to be a part of your habit. Then only you'll be able to do wonders. Okay. Third part, well, you're going to ask the user or sell. I mean, all these three are kind of in a very similar direction. That yeah, there's only two way. Either one is discovery or validation. I have no idea. I want some clarity that what the problem is, or I think I know, then I'm just trying to understand. So with this, I move. But in this case, isn't it such an easy thing? I think there's a problem from the user. I'll ask the user that, hey, tell me the problem. User will tell me the problem, I'll solve the problem, sorted, right? Is it that easy? It's never like this. It's not that straightforward that I'll go to my users and ask, okay, hey, what the problem is, and user will say and I'll solve. It doesn't work like this. You can never ask the user what they exactly want. You might not get the exactly what solution they're looking for or what kind of problem they have. You have to figure out ways to ask the problem. You have to figure out how do you get that information from them. And for that, there are a few processes. We'll discuss about few over there. Sampling, questionnaire, research guide, and a lot of stuff. We'll discuss about this for some 7, 8 items that how do I do and what are all the stuff that I'll do. Now, since I know what I'm trying to achieve with this research, suppose I have a problem statement. I'm coming to again my same problem. I'll try to connect all the dots around one problem so that you will be able to at least connect what I'm trying to say. We discuss about one problem in Amazon. People are adding to cart but not checking out. That's a problem. For that problem, I have to figure out some solution, and for that, I'm going to do the research. Now, my problem is that I want to understand from the user that what is the problem? Why are you not checking out? Now, in this case, whom I'm going to interview? There could be two ways of interviewing. I would want to interview only those people who have added to the cart for a long, long time, but not checking out. I can easily ask them, hey, what's happening? What's the problem is? Why are not checking out? These are my samples. Okay. So here in this example, what we are doing, I'm going to meet those users who have added to cart but not checking out. It all depends upon kind of app. So that's why I was going with one problem statement I was trying to connect. Suppose I was giving example of Amazon. People are adding to cart but not checking out. Then I know the people. Here my demographics, age, anything is not going to matter. What I'm looking for the people who have added to cart, maybe kept for last 10, 12 days, but not checking out. I can easily get the list of those people because I am the one who has the data. I can get the data from the PM. Can you get the list of these people? Can I meet 20 of those people, 10 of those people? Now I can frame my questions around and try to understand that what the problem is. Here, this is my sample. This is very easy when you are going to work on a problem where product exists. I'll get the data. From that data, I'll call the users. I'll try to figure out whom I can talk. This process of selecting the users, whom you are going to call, whom you are going to discuss with, whom are going to interview, this is called sample selection. In this case, these are the people. Suppose we're giving example like Ajio. I have to create an app for a people like Gen Z folks. I have to make an apparel app for Gen Z folks only. I'll try to figure out the people who are Gen Zs. I'll try to understand from them their requirement. And overall, what I'm just trying to do, I'll figure out who is the target audience for this kind of problem statement or this kind of app. I'm going to meet them. So the people whom I'm going to interview are called sample in technical language. We call it sample selection. I'm going to select my sample, and while solving a problem, I'm giving you one example. Like I choose 14 paid users, choose 13 first time users, 6 free users for some kind of problem statement to solve. These people are called by samples. In technical word, what you should understand. And while making that, I might have a mix of, because if I'm making an app which is for almost everyone, but there's few primary, few secondary, few tertiary people, I'm going to have mix of people. Like I'll have some Gen Z, I'll have some millennials, I'll have some from metro cities, some from non-metro, some from this gender, some from that gender. I'll try to have a mix. If my problem statement here says, if I'm going to make a new app where I'm not very clear about the kind of audience, I'll meet all and then try to figure out who are the people who are going to love this kind of app more, and then I'll define they are my primary audience, and then accordingly I'll move forward with the help of persona. That will help me make a persona. So overall, sample are the people whom I'm going to interview, whom I'm going to conduct my research with. And this is the first and foremost thing, because after you're defining your goal, you know whom to interview. That is your sample. Now, once I have decided that whom I'm going to interview, or I have made a list of people, or I've approached them, I got their contact number, I get that number to maybe contact customer care team to call them and block my time with them because I want to meet them, or I use some agency to block my time with them, or maybe I directly call them because I want to talk to them and understand. But for talking to them, you need questionnaire. What exactly you're going to ask? What you are going to ask? Why are you going to ask? And all this is going to be connected to your problem statement, your goal of the interview. Now, if you know the goal of research, accordingly, you'll plan your questions. Even your questions might vary for different kind of samples. So coming to again, same example of Cartwala, right? I might ask a different kind of question to the people who have added to the cart but not checked out. That is one kind of sample. I will have a very different kind of questionnaire for them to ask them and understand that why you're not checking out. There could be even other route. I might want to meet the people who have checked out. Okay, that could be my different kind of sample whom I'll meet, but my question could be different. And what is different? And the difference is that I'll try to understand their motivation, why they are checking out. Maybe this is how I could be able to figure out the problem statement or my concern. These people, the motivation for these people are this XYZ. That's why they were able to check out. Maybe their motivation is different, and maybe they are not able to figure out that motivation. That's why they're not checking out. So here two different kind of samples. I might have two different kind of questionnaire because here I'm trying to understand the problem. Here I'm trying to understand their motivation. Okay. Now, while this writing the question accordingly, depending upon kind of sample, you define your question. In this questionnaire, you have your initial 5 to 10 minutes to build a rapport with the person or kind of set the context. So when you're going to meet a user, first of all, you have to convey very clearly that what you are going to do with them for next 1 hour or 45 minutes. Usually this goes for 45 minutes to 1 hour, depending upon how comfortable the user are. You'll have to set the good context in the initial 10 minutes that what you are expecting, you're not going to test them. You are going to test your designs. They are never wrong. You might be wrong. This kind of stuff has to be very clearly conveyed. Otherwise, they'll be in the pressure because they'll feel like, hey, you're going to interview me. If I do anything wrong, I am going to be out, or maybe I am going to be the one who might look uncomfortable, or I'm going to be proving that, hey, I'm an idiot. I'm not able to do what task you're asking me to do. So it's very clearly you need to convey that, hey, I'm not testing you. I'm not testing your intellectual or intelligence, or I'm not checking your skill. I'm checking my app. You are always correct. I want to test that what is wrong with my app, and please be honest. Convey this message very clearly. This is very important. Build some rapport with the person so that the person gets little comfortable talking to you. In the initial time, people do write everything, which is context building, rapport building, because when you're starting the early phase of your career, you try to write everything because you don't want to do any kind of mistake. You write everything, and I'll also request that initial time you write everything. What kind of ways you can do to build a context, build a good rapport with the person, and then move forward. Be sure that kind of question you ask should have some good mix of open and close question. Open question where people can describe things in detail, that how do you feel? I might speak 10 minutes about this. How do I feel? Or I might ask few questions very clearly that, okay, in this app, you use this thing or use this thing to complete this process. Answer would be this or that, whatever. So that is kind of close question, very clear cut one liner or one options answer can come. So kind of have your questionnaire mix of open and close, and you should be able to handle your user in such a manner. Few could be very introvert, few could be extrovert. Introvert people, when you ask that, hey, what's the problem in this flow? No, 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 there's no problem. Everything is fine. And the person will be silent. He or she is not comfortable speaking a lot of stuff. But then if you meet some extrovert, if you ask one thing, if you ask that, okay, so you're coming from your house to my office for the interview, how was the way? You're just trying to build the rapport, but no, you know what? I just went down. There was no auto at all. I was struggling for 10 minutes. I did not get an auto at all. Somehow I got to know one Rapido guy. He agreed, but he was asking for 100 rupees. Stupid guy. He's saying 100 rupees. I know this is 20 rupees. So he'll just keep building the story. And this is kind of personality. Could be a person who is extrovert who would love to speak. On these places, you have to drag him every time to your point where you want to discuss. So you learn these things by doing few more interviews, that how do you handle introvert, how do you handle extrovert, how do you make sure that your questions are mix of open and close. Your questions should not be leading. You cannot ask question like, sir, ye acha lag raha na? Is it looking good? Now this question is a leading question. You have already defined that this is a good. You are kind of confirming that is it how good it is. Your questions should be neutral. That how do you feel about this flow? If you can complete this process, if you can complete this task, how do you feel about this? Talk about this. Can you complete this? So your questions should not have anything hidden in terms of any answer. There's no response, no lead, no kind of lead. One more important part is that you have to be neutral. When it's a neutral, suppose you ask the user to complete a task. in your app, you ask someone to order a burger via this step, or place an order for something in your flow. Or in your B2B world, you ask the person in your dashboard to complete a certain task, and the person is not acting the way you are expecting. Okay. If the person is not acting the way you are expecting, you should not be showcasing your frustration, showcasing your happiness or something of that sort, that, hey, I'm feeling good. You have to stick to be normal. Kind of keep encouraging people to complete the step. If the person is getting stuck that he's not able to complete or she is not able to complete, kind of keep pushing, but still don't give the clue, don't give the answer, don't help the user. That is very important. And all these things should be part of your questionnaire. In this quick question, you can see that I have made some sections like context building, game specific. This is for a game. I think this is a questionnaire of one of the game, actual game Teen Pati Gold. For that, these questions are, I have made some sections. This is going to help you while asking the question, while interacting with the user, and making sure that you are not missing any question while you're asking. Second, I've highlighted few are bolder, few are non-bold. Which is bolder, there are few clues, few tricks that will help you while writing the question or while you are interviewing. When few things are bold, I have to make sure that I'll not miss these questions while interviewing. But if you are not bold, then I'm okay to miss, because it's possible that I might miss few questions, because I'm not going to keep a question like this and ask like this. Of course, no. I have to memorize thing. You cannot ask, otherwise the person will be like very much clear cut. Hey, are you taking interview, or I mean getting interrogated? Like you're interrogating me, asking questions like this. So you can miss questions possibly. Then try to highlight few questions which is important. So writing a questionnaire itself is an art that you learn with time, having these clue, not leading, open close makes, uh, handling introvert versus extrovert, building a good rapport, and then setting the good context. These are few stuff we should do to move forward. Now, what all we have covered? Now I know my goal of the interview, why I'm doing the interview. Second, I have decided whom do I want to interview, which is my sample. Done. Now I have decided what I'm going to ask in this all complete setup. Next steps. I'll have a feedback finding sheet. I primarily use Excel for this because Excel is a tool that I don't need to teach anyone. Everyone knows Excel, or if no, they can figure out. It's not a complex tool to understand. In this Excel, I'll have all my questions and I'll have my name of the respondent whom I'm going to interview. And this sheet is going to be used to write the data, exact raw data that I'm going to collect from the user. I'll try to answer, write, note down everything. And all the example what I'm showing today in my all presentations, nothing is dummy, nothing is theoretical. This is all my actual one. This is the actual questionnaire of one of my interview. This is the actual sheet. How does it look? So that you can understand that what exactly I'm expecting you to do on every step. Now I'll write the questions at the top. I'll write the name of the person whom I'm going to interview, so that I'll be able to write down all the answers what I've got from the person. And this is what the place where I'll write the raw data. Raw, when I say raw, I'll write exactly what the user is saying. I'll not put my point of view. Suppose I have been grown up to such place where people are very conservative about ladies, maybe suppose. And in the interview, if a lady is getting very bold and very straightforward, maybe I might not be liking, because I am the person who have never seen a lady being so blunt, suppose. Then if I use my own biases, I might have different way of writing that this lady looks like this versus whatever my point of view is. So the goal is that try not to have your point of view, write the raw data, so that the person who is kind of synthesizing later, they should be able to understand what was said by the user. Don't have your opinion here. This is raw data. Okay. Now at the end of this is going to be, maybe if you have 30 question, 40 question, you'll have 30 row, 30 cell for every user, something of that sort. Try to highlight few stuff which is important. At last, try to have a column where you want to highlight few important part. It's possible that in an interview in 1 hour, every sentence is not a very cream data, very important data. Possible that few are important, few are not. But few you feel are very important, maybe note down those at last. What is going to help you? When you're looking at the data as a later on, it's going to be useful that quickly you can glance through the data and you can come to the conclusion. Otherwise, you have to go to every cell. Like think of, if you have 30, 40 questions for one user, you interview 20 people, then 20 into 30. That is the number of cell you have to read to come to a conclusion. So use these hacks to collect the data very quickly, highlight few, have a last column, and note down few important points so that it's going to help you. Next point is rewards. Always have some rewards for the users. You need to motivate your user to come to you and give you data. And there's no very fixed number that what is the good size of reward, how much it should be the reward, depending upon the kind of organization you are into, kind of user you are meeting, you might have the reward. I have paid even 500 rupees Amazon voucher to the people as a reward. I have paid, even if you can see right now I'm giving a box of thing because I'm meeting a VIP player who have spent like 50-60 lakhs in a game. So maybe I'm giving a bigger reward to him because he's gave me 1 hour. So there's no fixed number for the data, for the reward, but all I'm just trying to say, there should be some reward so that the person who is coming and giving you the time feel comfortable coming to you. So there's no fixed number, you figure out what, but there should be some reward so that people should be willing to come and give data. But again, think about one thing is that your reward should not change their way of giving the answer, because you're giving them good reward. They should not be giving you only positive review or positive point about the app. You are not in a customer care team. You are in a UX team. Your goal is not to collect the positive review. Your goal is to understand, criticize, and know the problem in the app. So as many as negative comment, as helpful it is. As many as positive feedback, I don't know what do I do with this. I will feel happy, but I will not take any action. My goal is to take an action. I'm looking for critical, criticized feedback. So my reward should not drive them in such a manner. That is some balance that you have to figure out. And that also becomes important when you are setting the context here. Context building, you set the context what you're expecting. You are expecting an honest answer. You're not expecting positive response. So these are the stuff you have to make sure. Next is the setup. When you're in an offline world, your setup is of this sort. This is my team. This yellow shirt guy is a user of a game. We were testing I think game only. I have most of the example from some game research only. This guy in green t-shirt is the person who is interviewing, and the lady sitting that side is an observer who is observing and writing. There are 3 people usually in the room depending upon research. You should not be sitting with your user just straight like this. It looks like interrogation, like police does the interrogation. It looks warning. You should try to sit with the user adjacent to this. One, you are closer to the user. You bring or you kind of build that connection. You give that comfort to the person so that the person feel comfortable talking to you. You become friendly to the user so that they feel comfortable talking to you. And then there's an observer who is little bit aside, who is not part of the main conversation, but she or he is going to just note down the stuff and noting down and just making notes of even the expressions and even the kind of answers I'm getting. Okay? Rewards are usually at last after I'm done with my interview. But you convey about the reward earlier as well, that you'll get the reward. Because sometimes when you are sure you have given the reward, that could be also a reason they are kind of comfortable coming to you because they're giving you time. So you'll not give the reward start, you'll give the reward after the end of the interview, but you'll convey before. You might have to convey when you're calling them that, sir, I need your 1 hour on this date. Can you please come for this? We'll give you this 500 rupees voucher and all those stuff. So this is how convey, and you give when the interview is done. Cool. Now in this setup, this is user, this is the interviewer, this is the observer. This is the kind of setup. It's very important. This is how it should be. 2 people sitting closer, observer is there. Sometime being an interviewer, you'll ask the observer as well that, hey, do you have any question? Then the person can come in, ask question. You'll get some breather. Possible that you might forget some question and all those stuff is possible. In that case, the observer will help you, or observer have a paper where he or she is noting down. He might note down few important questions that you might have missed. It's possible sometimes you are under the pressure, you might forget some questions. It's very much possible. But then in that case, you can take the help of observer to discuss and help you. Sometimes even observers are also comfortably talking. It all depends upon how comfortable the users are. Sometimes users are comfortable to talk to both of them and go ahead. That's fine. Sometimes it's not very comfortable. Then the only interviewer is talking, observer is just observing. This is set up in the offline world. Now, during the COVID time, the world changed and people gone online. Before that time, whenever I had to do online interview with the people, I had to train them usually that, hey, how should they join Google Meet meeting? Because there was real difficult world. Whoever joined, a lot of people has no idea how to mute, unmute, how to speak, what to do, what not to do, and all those stuff, how to switch off the camera, how to switch on the mic. That was a big pain. But thanks to COVID times, somehow people have become tech savvy in terms of at least video calling. So now it's not a problem. But since now the world has changed, I saw you one example. How do I do in the online setup? What difference do you see? This is my Vedantu team, my last organization. We are interviewing few students. I can see some nine students on the call, few people sitting here, and we are interviewing. What difference do you notice from offline world versus online world? What are the plus and minus? User interview is always 1:1. Remember my that first slide? This is called focus group. Survey is always offline. Survey is always like in a form or something where it's an indirect one where I've given the form to someone, people are filling, I have no idea who the people are. This is direct. I'm interacting with my user. But this is not user interview, this is focus group where I have 8-9 people in group. I'm discussing with them on one topic. Okay. Similarly, we do user interview as well, where one person is sitting online. That is called user interview. But few very interesting point you guys notice. One, it breaks the barrier of demographics. One sitting in Sikkim versus Ladakh versus Tamil Nadu, I don't care. For me, it's online. One person, I can go ahead. It saves my lot of time. That is one. Number two, you notice room is full with the people. So there's no one observer. There are multiple observer. People can stay in the room, observe, and then have point of view. Still, you have to make sure that you don't make a lot of noise and all, just you can be there. That's one plus. But in the offline world, so if I talk about the pros and cons, in the offline world, I'll be able to observe users' sentiments a lot more. I can observe users' body language as well. But in online world, it's a bit difficult. But again, the online world comes with a lot of pros is that no boundation of time, no boundation of demographics, travel, no boundation of geographically where the person is sitting. My number of observers can be higher and a lot of other stuff. So, and in fact, the world has changed in such a manner that nowadays I do more of online interview, less of offline. Because if I do offline interview, I'll be able to interview maybe people in Bangalore because I'm sitting in Bangalore. Otherwise, for every project, I cannot travel around the India completely. That's taking a lot of my time. I might not have the time, bandwidth, finance as well, budget as well. But if I do online one, I don't need anyone. If I just have a reward, I can convince my user, I can do my interview. I don't need to worry about that. So nowadays, somehow online interviews has taken way more prominence compared to offline world. Although offline has their own plus and online has their own plus. For time saving, online helps you. So depending upon what kind of stuff you have, depending upon that, you take your call and choose you want to do online or offline. Okay. For any kind of data collection, you have to define a goal. You should have one goal, and for that one goal, you are going to meet the user, whether it's a user interview or focus group. Only difference is that in the focus group, you're talking to some 7-8 people in a group. In a user interview, you are meeting one by one. Focus group, you are saving time because you're meeting 8 people in 1 hour, you're meeting 1 people in 1 hour. Okay. But both has pros and cons. In focus group, if someone you ask that, hey, what exactly is the problem in this flow, something of that sort, and one person says, hey, this is a problem, it's possible that rest of the 7 people in the group get influenced. Yes, he's right. ये problem मुझे भी आती है. Possible people might get influenced. In that time, the person who is moderating has to understand it very clearly that who actually is making understand the problem. So people are not getting influenced by other. That is something the moderator has to do. But this is a focus group. The plus is that you're saving time. Minus is that people will get influence. You have to figure out when someone says, no, मेरे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ था, this is the right problem. Then you must ask, okay, can you explain your scenario? When did you feel? What happened to you? Then you'll get to know he's just getting influence or he actually felt that. So that's the change. For you, yes, goal is something that you start with any user research, whether it's a focus group or it's a user interview or whatever. So goal is irrespective of any research, it's important. But here I was trying to say in user interview, 1:1, you're talking to a person, but in a focus group, you're talking to 8 people together. So the moderation becomes a little tough. Second point, in your user interview, you might have maybe 50 questions because you're talking to one person. In a group setup, in a focus group, you will not be able to ask 10 questions even, because if you ask even a 10 question, 8 people answering is 80 response. It will not finish in even in 2 hours. So usually you have in focus group some 4 or 5 topics where you want everyone's opinion. So setup is different, but kind of different interview. Okay. Again, choose this. You want to do focus group versus user interview depending upon what your goals are. If you're looking for if you are very open, you have no idea about the problem, then focus group is a very good idea where you call 4, 5, 6, 7 users, debate, discuss with them, take everyone's opinion. You'll form some opinion or why people are facing this problem. If you have some understanding, you want to showcase something and take opinion, never go for focus group because people will get influenced. That time you go to user interview, show them something, let them interact and observe them. Are they facing a problem or not facing a problem? Then never go focus group. So learn about this more, where focus group is more important, where user interview is more important. But yeah, I was here at the setup part where we discussed about the offline setup. Now this is online setup. Okay. Nowadays, online is getting more in trend because it saves time and people are already very comfortable with online setup nowadays. Everyone have phone, everyone has awesome phone, everyone has good internet connection in India, cheap internet connection in India, in fact, and good quality phones with good camera. So doing a online video call, sharing the screen are very much common these days. So feel free to take online interviews because you might do 10 user interview in a day. 10 नहीं ज़्यादा है, 4 or 5 in a day easily, but 10 user interview offline is really difficult in a day unless you call everyone in your office same day. So usually for any interview, if your samples are mixed, like suppose for any kind of app, you see the kind of samples are maybe male, Gen Z female, millennials, or a housewife. If there are 4 or 5 kind of, you have mix of all kind of audience, then even meeting 7 is fine. That's how the overall user research data says. But there's no any fixed number what exactly we do. Then when we are working on any user interview, so I will talk about the number. So usually what happens, there's no very fixed number that it should be 6, 7, 8 or something, whatever. There's a one very clear cut rule that when you are interviewing and you start seeing the data start repeating. So after meeting 7 people, 8 people or 10 people, you see the similar kind of feedbacks you're getting. That is where you stop. If you see still in my interviews, I'm getting new, very eye-opening data, I still continue. Usually what I do follow at my places usually is that these days I'll talk about the current phase where I'll do meet at least some 18, 20 people. And out of 18, I'll try to meet 11 or 12 online so that I cover the complete demographics of India. And then I'll meet 4 or 5 people in offline setup. And that could be, of course, if I'm sitting in Bangalore, it'll be Bangalore. If I'm sitting in Delhi, it'll be Delhi. So some percentage of offline, bigger percentage of online, and mix of all my demographics covers my all. Even in this, sometime it has happened to me that when I plan to meet 20 people, after 10 only I stopped because I saw that the kind of response I'm getting is started repeating. So there's no fixed number. After 7, 8 is still fine. But if you see any repeat, feel free to stop. Usually your focus group will go for an hour or 1.5 hours, depending upon if you have 8 people, 9 people. But your planning will take time. We discuss about other stuff, right? All these things, feedback, questionnaire, sample, this will take time. And it'll all depend upon that how complex it is. How complex it is for you to meet a user. If you are very efficient, your customer care team who can call the user as per what you want, and you are efficient that you can create your questionnaire in 1 day or 2 day, you might start your research in just after 4 days of your planning. Or in all this stuff, the most critical and complex part becomes the recruiting the users. Somebody will call the users, convince them that, sir, I'll give you 500 rupees ka voucher. You have to come this day offline or online to talk to me for 1 hour. They will be agreeing, and at the day of interview, they might convert, they might not convert because there's no obligations. They might say at the last moment ki I have some problem, I'm not coming, whatever way. That recruiting the users is the most complex stuff, and that is where how good or bad your customer care team or the people who are going to interview or who are going to not interview, who are going to bring the people on board takes the time. That's the most critical part or complex part I have been seeing usually, and this is where UX team has less control because you'll be busy in what? Sampling, planning whom to interview, then give it to them. Till the time they are already convincing and talking to the people, That time you're working on a questionnaire, so that work is happening in parallel. They are talking to the users, you are working on a questionnaire. So you're saving time. Till the time you're done with the questionnaire, most probably they will have some 5, 7 people ready for you, and then you can start interview. So usually I take in a very quick number, if I can talk about, usually I take to interview around 20 to 21 people. I take around 3 weeks, something of that sort, because it will be like my team will give me in a week. If I'm looking for 20 people in a week, I'll get 20 people time scheduled. I'll take some 2 to 3 days or max to max 4 days to set up my questionnaire. And before that, other stuff is, if your team is efficient, I give you an example, like for me, if I interview 21 people in Mintra, I take around 3 weeks, max 4 weeks to interview them. Complete start day, thinking of my sample or thinking of my goal of interview, to coming to a conclusion. 1 month is fine if I'm planning 20 to 21 users. But that is also because I use an agency who will bring people for me. I will give them, hey, I'm looking for this kind of sample, this kind of people should be coming in my interview. And as per them, they will recruit the users and they will make sure that the user is there on call. And I'll go and I'll focus on only in my interview. I'll plan my questionnaire, I'll plan my all the setup, I'll plan my prototypes so I can test. I'll focus on only my user interview. Then 1 month is a good time. Now, if your team is not very efficient, if you are using your own team to convince the user, sometimes that takes time. But still, I would say for interviewing 15, 16 people, a month is a good time. Should not go more than a month, but less than that is highly kind of appreciated. Cool. Now moving on, we discussed about the setup. It's done. Now after this, what's going to happen? I met a lot of users. Now I have data. I have a lot of data because I met maybe 20 people with 30, 40 questions. And I have around 600, 800 cells to read. I have a lot of data in my Excel. One thing I forgot to tell about that, lot of time, नहीं मतलब almost every time you'll not be able to note down all these things in your Excel in front of the user. That might not sound well because you'll make noise in your keyboard, and also user will feel uncomfortable that you are noticing whatever he's saying. So you should try to take a consent of recording the audio. 99% of the time you will get the consent, the way you sell the idea that, hey, I'm looking for your approval because I want to record this audio of our discussion so that it will help me, because your feedbacks are very important and I want to take call on those, I want to fix on those stuff. And that's why this is with me, and this is one thing I can guarantee, that this is a private set of data that will never go out of this, and will use this data only for my interview process. You'll get that most probably. Try to get the recording, and then after the recording you can write down all this stuff, because in the interview you'll be struggling, you'll not be able to write this stuff. But because you should not be missing any of the data, because somehow you're fighting a lot, you are somehow arranging all those stuff by a lot of people, and then if you miss the data, if you forget the data, there's no way, there's no region of doing such effort. So you should always get a recording from the people, consent and record audio at least. If video, that's awesome. If not, at least audio. If you're doing Google Meet call or Zoom call, you can record the call easily. Just get the consent. Don't record without the consent, because a lot of people might be uncomfortable. You must take the permission that I want to record of this region. You'll be able to sell this, and then you'll get. And then noting down this data on this Excel is going to be very easy for you. Otherwise, you'll be struggling. You'll not be able to write everything. You'll write bits and pieces. You'll forget few stuff. So it should not do that. Now you have all the data. After all the interview, you'll have a lot of data. And then now what? Because now I'm full with data. In my offline world, I'll note down all the cream data on different post-it notes. I'll arrange on a wall. And this is again the actual one. This is, I think I have done in Magic Bricks. It's a older story. When I was making a persona for users, where we noted down the problem, the key pointers, and then we posted all this here on the wall. That's the offline world. But in the online world, there's a lot of tools available. Nowadays the best is of course Figma. You can use Figma because it's the most favorite of the user, the UX folks. You can go as low as maybe even PPT. This is a PPT. This is the world of PPT that time I had done, where you are noting down everything in a boxes. You can do a lot of other stuff. So you can choose your tool, whatever tool, online world, offline world. In the offline world, in the posted, you write a note, and that becomes a very interesting workshop or kind of a discussion where you brainstorm and conclude something, that becomes very interesting, and you come to conclusion very easily, but there's a lot of effort over there. And the other part is that after doing all that offline activity, you have to convert that to a document. That has to be a soft copy because you will need something documented and somebody has to document all the stuff. So that's one negative, that part. But there's a big positive is that brainstorming becomes very energetic when you have things on offline sticky notes posted over there. Both have their pros and cons. Nowadays, because of this, you have tools like Figma, Figjam, Mural, Miro, and so many tools are available nowadays where you can do all these kind of activities, having a posted notes, discuss, debate, questionnaire, and then group. What you're trying to do in this setup now, after posting all those things, you're trying to make a group. You're trying to find patterns. You're trying to find that, okay, how many people said this kind of stuff? How many people have this problem? And this is how you're trying to make a group of information. And after making a group of information, you'll try to conclude that, okay, out of these many people, this many people have this problem, this many people highlight this as a problem, these many girls have this problem, these many boys have this problem, these many Gen Zs have this problem. So figure out this way of synthesizing your data. This process is called synthesizing as well, data synthesize. You are synthesizing your data, and this is how you're going to come to a conclusion that after all doing all the research, what did you conclude? And after that, you're going to kind of take a notes and making your recommendation, working on your problem set, on your complete observation deck, that after all this interview, what were your actual observation, and make sure that you always have some recommendation as well. When you are doing some interview, you met the users, you understood a lot of problem statement, and after doing all that problem statement, after doing all this research, you came to a conclusion that this is what the overall observations were. And this is what I would like to recommend because I met the users and this makes more sense. So this is all about the user interview from start to end. And I try to talk about things in detail in terms of every minute stuff that you should take care. Okay. Where usually in ideate part, you have a problem statement. Now we are doing a brainstorming with the team. And this is the actual pictures of Vedantu and few are from Mintra, my organizations where I worked from. This is how usually we do brainstorming, primarily with a big chartboard, white paper, and a whiteboard. And people do have a problem statement in a group. People do think a lot of problem statement, solution for the problem, do make the wireframes. They challenge each other. They present to each other. They when UX is presenting, then tech is coming with something like, hey, this is not technically possible because there's a tech constraint. Business comes that, hey, this is not my business goal. Then UX research will come that, hey, this is not something is coming in my research. So after doing all those stuff, primarily you do kind of, this is the time where you're kind of brainstorming, where you're diverging and converging. You are kind of looking at a lot of solutions, and then you're going to figure out somehow the best solution here. And for that, we do a lot of time a process called double diamond. So let me tell you what exactly double diamond is. Double diamond actually has two diamonds. You can see this very clearly. Okay. What exactly happens? We have been learning about empathy part since yesterday. We have been deep diving the problem. We have been discussing with the users and trying to figure out what the problems are, or maybe what the needs are, what they're looking for, what their expectations are. I'm trying to understand from the user about their expectation, their need, their problem statement, and what they exactly want to find a solution for. I'm not talking about a solution. I'm talking about only problem this time, because this is research part. This is empathy part. This is the part where I'm going to collect the data. Okay. This is the part where I'm meeting user. That early part where I'm trying to figure out what the problems are. I'm doing a lot of qual calls, focus group, user research, whatever we have been doing since yesterday. I met a lot of people. I got a lot of ideas. And for that, a lot of time I'll do a brainstorming within our team as well. We'll start thinking of the problem. Okay, what could be the problem? We are all start building the hypothesis that, okay, this could be a problem. I might not have a very strong point of view that why this is a problem, but I'll still note down. And there's a one very strong rule when you are ideating or brainstorming. When someone thinks that, hey, I think this could be a problem, don't stop him that, no, I don't think this is not a problem because of XYZ reason. This is the time you're diverging. When you're diverging, you don't stop anyone. Let people write whatever ideas are coming, whatever problems they are thinking, let them write. It might reach 100 is fine, let it go. Okay. There would be a time when you are done with the diversion part. You have been tired of looking at all the data, you have met all the users, you have thought of all the possible problem statements, you noted down everything. When you're doing an offline setup, again, you'll use the post-it notes. When you're doing an online setup, you'll use maybe Figma, Miro, Mural, these kind of tools, which today we'll do on the Figma. Now, there would be a time, maybe if we are doing with 10, 20 people, I might have hundreds of ideas. I had noted down all the ideas. Now, I have hundreds of ideas, hundreds of problem statements, not ideas. Now I want to choose that out of these 100 problem statements, which is the problem worth solving and which is the actually the most important problem that we must solve. Now we'll start putting the filter. What could be the filter? Filter could be because I have met the user, I know user's point of view. Then I'll see, no, this is not user point of view. I have met the user, I know that this is not what users are looking for. I'll start putting my data as per the data, what my data is saying, and I might start removing the stuff. No, this is not worthy. This is not something we should be doing. Now comes the business logic. Business people say, oh, hey, this is not my goal at all. Even if this is a problem of the user, I'm not going to solve right now because my business goal is something else. Okay. So suppose if my business goal is to improve engagement, only engagement means number of people who are engaging on the platform. That is my biggest goal. I want to increase. Maybe I'll not look at other stuff at that time. I'll ignore other stuff because my goal is very specific. When you're working in UX, make sure that your goal is very clear. Whatever your goal is, you're working on that part. Now, at this part, because I have hundreds of problem statement now, I'm putting all these filters, and by putting these filters, I'll start removing that. Okay, this is not making sense. This is not making sense. And I will come to a conclusion. I'll try to figure out to come to one problem segment. Sometime you might not be able to conclude one. You might pick 2, 3, 4, 5 possible, because it's possible that I have chosen some 3, 4, 5 problem statement. I have chosen out of those. And then from hundreds, I have come to 5 with all these filters, that this is a worth solving problem, or this is a with tech concern, business logic, data, user research. I came to conclusion. This is the part where I'm defining my problem statement, that out of this, these are the 4 or 5 or 2 or 1 problem statement that is worth solving. Now, out of those, I'll choose one. And that for that one, I might do my user research of a survey to figure out which is the most burning one. I'll choose, or maybe sometimes it's as per the business logic as well, because my business goal is something else. Whichever is fitting in the business goal, I'll choose that problem, and then I'll figure out I have to work on the solution part. Now, one diamond is done. Now I'm entering the second diamond. Now I have a problem to solve. One problem where all of us are aligned. UX, PM, dev, everyone is aligned that, hey, this is a problem worth solving. Now, with that problem, we'll start looking for solution. Now, this is the time I'm brainstorming. I'm brainstorming with the team. In the team, I have UX, PM, dev, business, everyone, developer, all. What could be the possible solution for this? And then while possible solution, again, I'm diverging. I'll not think that, okay, this is possible, not possible, I should not do, whatever the logic is. Refrain from adding any kind of constraint over there. There's no constraint. Otherwise, you'll not be able to think something out of the box. Keep thinking of the solution, as many as you can do. Now, again, the point will come where you're done with your solutions. You might think of hundreds of solutions, and then you're done with the diversion. Same process now, you're going to converge now. Out of hundreds of solutions, you have to figure out, okay, what could be the possible solution? What could be the best solution? And for that, you can add a filter of like maybe technically not possible. This cannot be technically possibly done. This problem, this solution, what I have thought of, I can see some usability issue. I will test with few users and I'll figure out, no, this is not going to work. And somehow with all those stuff, you will come to conclude to 1 or 2 solutions, or maybe 3 solutions, whatever. Goal is to come to one solution. Sometimes it's possible that I'll not be able to come to one solution. I might have 2 solutions, and maybe team is divided. Out of 20 people, 10 are saying no, solution number 1 is perfect. 10 are saying solution number 2 is perfect. Possible. But try to come to solution, which could be one solution. If not, here comes one question for all of you. Suppose at this point, we thought of solution, there are 2 solutions, and team is very much confident that out of these, any of these might work, and I'm not very sure which one should work. Any one of these might work. What should I do? How do I choose this is the perfect solution? Because the moment I choose one solution, then I'll work on the wireframe, I'll test with the user, I'll go forward, and then I'll move forward, right? A/B testing could be also right, but let me tell you further what exactly A/B testing is. There could be a stage, the stage I am in right now. I could think of solution. We thought of solution as a group. We thought of 2 solutions, and we are not able to conclude that which is the best. Okay? Now there could be 2 routes. One, that I develop both. Develop means I'll work on the design for the both. I'll make the Figma prototype for both of the designs. And then I will test with my users. I'll show the users this solution and this solution. I'll see where the users are struggling, where the users are happy, and accordingly I can take a call. That is called usability testing. This is UT. Okay. That is one route. And this could be little cheaper here because I have two solutions. Again, doing the same process of user research, I'll recruit my users, I'll call the users, I'll show them the my prototype, and I'll ask them to complete some tasks, and we'll observe, are they able to complete or are they struggling? That will give me a good idea that which one of those are going to help a lot and which one looks winner, that I'll go with. So from 2 to 1, I can come like this, or maybe 2 or 3 to 1, I can come like this by showing 10, 20 users and then conclude and go forward. This process is called usability testing. There's no difference. This is exactly similar to user research, what we discussed yesterday. Everything remains same. Only difference is that after interview, you also showcase some prototype to the user and ask the user to complete a task. It could be like, okay, buy a t-shirt on this app for me. Take a prototype and see that is he going via search, is he searching, or is he going to men and then denim and then something also? What exactly the route he's taking? Is he looking at all the information, adding to cart, checking out what the process is supposed that you should be observing. This process is called usability testing. Sometimes what we do, that we are not very confident because this looks very similar solution with minor tweak. What we do, we develop both, we design both, we code both, we even get testing done, and we go live with both. Okay, what do we do? With one solution, I go live with maybe 5% audience. With the second solution, I go live with the different 5% audience, and then I'll start the experiment. That process is called AB. AB is never offline. AB is always online. What I do, I'll go live with both the solution. Whatever I see for this one, there should be layout like this. For this one, layout should be like this. Engineer will develop both. Both will go live for two different set of audience. Will run for 15 days, 20 days, 1 month, and then we'll take a call which one is working better. That will be there, and other one will be removed after some time, depending upon the size. Like if people are doing for maybe Amazon or Flipkart or Myntra, kind of only running for 2% audience or 5% audience could be enough because the number of audience is very huge. If you're working for a very small organization, then maybe you might have to run for 30% audience because your number of audience is small, because you want to know how many people are using, and accordingly you take a call, and that is called AB. So don't get confused, because yesterday also I got an answer about AB. AB was not about just testing your offline design. That process is called UT, which is usability testing. And AB is something that we do to test my ideas online. And then whichever is the winner goes stay in the online stuff, and whichever loses, I remove that. And then that prototype or design remain 100% for everyone after it's proven. So that's how it is. So this is what it is. In this double diamond process, we do diverse ones, converge ones, then diverse ones, and converge ones. So 2-time diversion, 2-time conversion to come to a conclusion. Today we are going to do a process of solving a problem. I'll give you a problem, and for that we'll try to figure out some solution with this method. That's the plan. Okay, but in the real world, after you are here, you'll do what? What's the next step? This is the part that comes between define wala part, and after defining, you have done what you do. You go to prototype part. Prototype, which is more of a testing part, where you work on the design, whatever design you've thought of. You work on the quick wireframes. It could be paper wireframes, it could be in Figma, it could be in the tool or whatever. And then the goal is that I want to test it. But if you see this here, I am doing this on a paper. I'm not using Figma. Why? And when do I choose paper prototype versus anything on the tool? The main goal of doing a paper prototype is to align all the stakeholders. And when I say align all the stakeholders, in my double diamond process, I have my PMs, business people, developer, UX, and 4-5 kind of team members. That time, if I start working on Figma, we'll start working on the actual solution, how will button look, where will it go, and all those stuff. It might take some time. But when you do on the paper, you can do real quick. And your goal is not that how pixel perfect is going to look. Your goal is to discuss the flow. If you can discuss the flow, quickly plan that, okay, at this place button would be at this place from this form to this form, and this is how the complete flow is going to look like. You can easily discuss with all the stakeholders and align that, hey, this is the route we are going to take. This is the flow we are going to take. And if anyone has some opinion, they can change. No, this is not making sense. This should change, all those stuff. You just discuss, debate, and conclude the flow as soon as possible. You can debate, discuss very quickly. That is one benefit. Second biggest benefit I feel that primary designers, they get attached to their designs. The moment you spend more time on your wireframe or your design, you get attached to that design. If you spend like 3 days in a wireframe or maybe a good visuals, and then if someone is giving you feedback, you start defending. And why you start defending? Because you have spent time on this. You have put some effort on this and someone is asking you to change. And this is a normal human mentality. If someone asks you to make some changes or because whatever reason with their logic, you'll start giving your own logic, you'll start debating. You might be ignoring the user point of view here. And since it is on the paper, you're also very open at this point for the feedback. If anyone is giving some feedback, or completely okay, raise this, let's change this, let's try this. At this point, you are working on the actual process. You're not getting biased. You're not defending for not a right or wrong logic. You are defending only when this is making sense. So I usually do this paper wireframe when I want to align the team, and this can be done even on the wireframes on the whiteboards. Quickly draw some wireframe and then quickly discuss with the team. When you're aligned, click the picture and then work on the Figma properly, aram se, because now everyone is aligned that this is how the process is going to look like. This is how the flow is going to look like. So at this place, we do work on the paper prototype, paper wireframes, or whiteboarding. Once stakeholders are aligned, then maybe I'll work on the good high fidelity wireframes in Figma or any tool. There's a lot of tools available, Mockup, Figma, Figma, whatever tool you choose. You can work on the actual wireframe to check that this is a perfect size spacing. Even for the paper, if you notice this, in this paper, I have the good wireframes of the size of the mobile so that I'm not drawing something which is not possible. Because otherwise, if you're working on A4 paper on a horizontally, fonts are vertical, then maybe you might do some mistakes. We are trying to fit that information which is not possible. But if you work with that constraint that in the mobile screen, this is how it will look, it will be easier for you to make sure that you are still in the working with the constraint, and also you can easily discover that, okay, this is the first screen, this is second screen, this is third screen, this is going to record. We need to this is the time when you're doing a paper prototyping here, Deba, where you are kind of aligning your stakeholders. This is not for the user. You primarily not go to user with this level of open paper prototyping because users might not understand these all technicalities. You'll have to give a lot of time and will ask the user to visualize a lot of stuff. So usually you don't go to users with this paper prototype. This is for stakeholders, designer, developer, and all to align that this is what we're looking for. Then you clean it up and then show it to user. That is the place where you are going to showcase a lot of users and then kind of conclude that, okay, this is looking better. And that could be your high fidelity wireframe, that could be your visual as well. And depending upon how many people are getting confused, how many people are completely aligned, and then you take a call and then move forward. Again, the number remains same, 7 plus minus 2, depending upon when you start seeing that people are facing similar kind of problems, stop it there only, fix that problem and then move forward. If you can see that people are not struggling, this is going completely smooth and fine, stop the interview after 7 and then move forward. Okay, so the number remains same, but yeah, here you are going to kind of compare the designs, low fidelity for stakeholder alignment and high fidelity for checking with the users. Okay, now again the paper prototype might look like this as well, so try to make it as clean as possible to kind of and again the goal remains same, you're trying to align with your stakeholder that this is how. Now cool, so that's all about this design thinking process. Primarily we discuss about from empathy, define, ideate, and then wireframing, and then prototype, and then showcase to the user. And then when showing to the user, that process is called testing. And for that testing part, again, you showcase to the user primarily. Same thing, very similar kind of setup. Here also I'm showcasing, but because the user who was like showcasing was very excited, someone got excited to see on his mobile that, okay, how and what you're trying to showcase. Overall, what we try to do is that we try to give our prototype to the user and try to understand from the user if the person is understanding this complete flow. And then overall, this design thinking process remain a very iterative process. It's not something that I'll do in one go and it will be proven, it will go live and it will perfectly fine. It iterates multiple times. Even we do iterate. It's very rare that you solve a problem via whatever the solution you made, it goes live and in one go, it just makes everything perfectly fine. It's completely fine to iterate. The moment things goes live, suppose my goal was to achieve 10% of engagement, maybe I could not reach 10%, I could reach only 4%. Maybe I'll do figure out from the data, from the research, and again, and we'll try to understand, okay, what else is missing? What else can be done to make this better and all those stuff. And then you iterate multiple times, you do visuals again, you test again, you go live again. Usually, this is a normal product cycle that works in any of the organization. Also, for building any feature, also a lot of people does not build the feature completely. They work on only MVP, minimum viable product, which is like bare minimum product that can be built and go live. And if I get some positive response, then I'll work on the complete feature. Because if I spend maybe in a feature, if I spend for a year or 6 months and then go live and then it fails, it's better you go live in 2 months, 3 months, quickly, whatever can be made. And that will give you some sense. It will not give you 100% good sense, but it will give you some sense that people are liking, not liking, is this even requirement? And then you build the next subsequent feature on that. But this is the overall stuff. Need not to be disheartened when your things goes live and it's not giving you the exact critical success metrics, but we had decided earlier is possible. This is very much often it happens, and you might have to redefine work and then go ahead. So this is all about the complete design thinking process. Talk about the survey, and few of the rules remain kind of similar because again you're kind of interacting with the users, but the difference here is that this could be survey which could be quant, and when I say quant means you are not meeting the user, you're not talking to the user, maybe you are not interacting with the user at all, and what you are doing, you are kind of throwing a survey to some place or some Google form, Survey Monkey, a lot of other tools are there, and where this is being shown and then someone is responding to. So then what exactly is the right way of writing a survey? What should be the size of survey? What are the few do's and don'ts of the surveys when you're writing a survey? Okay, I'll do a quick thing, few screens about the survey, that how does a survey look like, what exactly the surveys are. Few plus of the surveys are that these are very quick, cheap, and relatively very easy to get the data. If you remember what exactly we were doing, we were trying to gather the data from the user. And for that only we did that user research. I'm trying to meet the user to understand about that. Overall goal was to gather the information. Here again, goal remains same. I'm trying to gather the information, but we discussed that user research are usually very costly. And why costly? Because it's time consuming, it needs budget, it needs lot of other stuff to conduct a user research. Versus surveys could be very quick, easy, cheap. I can design quickly on the Google form. I can design Survey Monkey. There are a lot of other form tools as well where I can design and can quickly send to a lot of my users. If I'm working in an organization where the number of users are so high, I can quickly run a survey. Maybe I can quickly run a survey on my app only, something of that sort, to get the answers very real one. But there are few flaws as well. There are few problems in the survey as well. Like it's very easy to create a survey that lies to you. Means if you do some mistakes, it's very easy to get completely diverted from what you wanted. If you do some mistake, you wanted to get something else, but you'll get something else. So it's very important that you write the question in such a manner that your users are not confused while writing the survey, because if they are confused, they are going to give you wrong kind of data and you'll assume that's the right data. You'll take some behind decision where you're going to make a bigger mistakes. Okay. And also it's very hard to know that when it's happening because you don't know the user is filling the survey at what time. He or she is feeling night, day, at what time he is, what kind of mood he or she is into. Is he happy? Is he being paid to do this, or is he getting some kind of reward to do kind of stuff? There's a lot of this could be a negative point because you might not know. And for that reason, we make the survey bigger. Smaller the survey, lower the trust. Bigger the survey, bigger the trust. Okay. So now we discuss the sample size. We discuss samples in user research, that how many people we should interview, whom to interview. The people whom we are actually going to interview are called samples. Here in survey also there's going to be sample size, right? Here we're discussing about how trustworthy surveys are, because I don't know the person, I don't know at what mood he is, at what kind of reward motivation he or she is having right now while filling. So try to make your surveys as big as possible. So this is Nielsen data. This is not my data or something. Nielsen and normal data. By the way, I think we just did not discuss that. For anything about any kind of process of UX, there's a lot of process and all. One very trustworthy place if you want to figure out that where I should get the information, because internet is full of lot of wrong information as well, you can refer to Nielsen and Norman website. Usually, if you go to Nielsen and Norman website, you can get a lot of information which could be correct one and which is more trustworthy. Nielsen is and Norman, they are two people. Norman full name is Don Norman, and Nielsen full name is, I think, Steve Nielsen. I forgot his full name. So Nielsen and Norman are two people, and primarily they are called like the god of UX or the father of UX type. Don Norman की एक बहुत interesting book है, Design is Everyday Thing. You should search about him. And Nielsen ke around unke, he has a lot of theories about. I have also talked about in my book also. I talked about one theory of Norman Nielsen as well. So usually Nielsen and Norman is a group. Nielsen and Norman group. You can go to the website and check Nielsen and Norman. I think NNN group something of that com. Yeah, Jacob Nielsen. So Don Norman and Nielsen, these are the people who run this website or this organization called Nielsen and Norman. They are the one who do a lot of research, and they are the, I would say, the biggest name in UX world, because Don Norman is called kind of a UX god. He is the maker of UX. They kind of came with this term of UX, user experience, and they have been making it so big. And in fact, Don Norman was in India last month or something for some conferences, and primarily in Bangalore and few metro cities. He was going through, and people are meeting and getting mad about meeting Don Norman. And there are few books by Nielsen and Norman both. You guys must read. And if you guys are going to enter into the UX world, I would say please spend 1 hour, next 1 hour. And the book name is Design is Everyday Thing. This is Nielsen and Norman. A lot of interesting stuff over here, but these are like kind of father of UX type people. And I'm talking about Don Norman books. If you see, he has multiple books, but if I'm talking about this first book, which is The Design of Everyday Things, but you need a lot of patience to read this book, because this book might not have a single picture, but he's talking about how everything that you see, that you use is something, how do you use the stuff, how do you observe everything in the real life, and that's all about the experience. Experience is not about just a digital experience. Even the way you use the kettle, the way you use the ketchup bottle, the way you use glasses and everything, how does this UX and experience matter to that? So these are few basics I would say you must read about this, and there are few legends you must know about this. So I was talking about this book, The Design of Everyday Thing. You can take a screenshot maybe, but yeah, this might not be a book with, I mean, this is a thick book, but it is full of examples, very interesting examples it has, but it will not be like with examples with pictures and all those stuff. Don't expect that. But these are few interesting books that, I mean, in fact, one day I'll make a list of few books and I'll give it to you people, because there are a few interesting books that you must read. As a UX folks, you are entering the UX world. And if you are the one who love to read, that's good. If not, maybe you can YouTube. A lot of these are available on YouTube. At least you'll get the crux. You might not need to spend a lot of time to read the books from start to end. That is something you can do maybe. Okay. Now, coming back to my topic where I was, I realized that maybe you should not be missing, and it should not be having that you don't know these people. This is very important, Moving on to where I was. Yes, we were discussing about, so all these data and all what we are putting it here is from the NN Group website. So it's more trustworthy. And what it says that if your sample is size is smaller, so like if you do your survey with just the 10 people, then the chances of it being wrong is higher, which is around 31%. Chances of margin of error is 31% or something. But this, the moment it keep going higher, even if it reaches 200 or 500, the error rates goes to 4.5. If you go 10,000, error goes to 1%. So we are saying that because I don't know my user who is writing the survey, what exactly the motivation is. In that case, I'll try to make the survey sample size as big as possible. If the sample size is bigger, my trustworthiness of the data goes way more higher. If sample size is very less, I run a survey, but only 50 people filled, 20 people filled, then of course my trust on the survey is little lower. So try to make the survey size bigger, depending upon, again, depends upon what kind of user base you have. So if you're doing for Amazon, of course, very easy for you to get 10,000 kind of survey result. But maybe if you're working for a small B2B company where you have only 30, 50 clients, then of course it's going to be real difficult. So again, depending upon kind of organization your work, this could be challenging. But this is the right way that, okay, try to make your sample size as big as possible. Okay. Now, usually surveys have two kind of questions, and not only surveys, even the interviews, you have two kind of questions. I think we discussed about that as well. Closed and open. Closed question, where respondent have the fixed number of options available, like for example, yes, no questions, multiple questions, kind of objective questions, where you have a question and multiple answer. Usually surveys are like that, where I have to choose one answer, or maybe I can choose multiple answer. This is how most of the surveys are, which is filled with closed question, where questions are there and answers are defined. You have to choose from those. This is closed. Open, where the person can respond the way you want. I might ask a question that, okay, what do you feel about, or what kind of problem do you see in this platform? Something of that sort. And the problem could be anything and everything. Someone might write a line, someone might write a paragraph or something of that sort. It's completely open. So close and open are these differences, but when you're going to survey, you have to choose. What do you want to choose? Do you expect the people to write everything? Do you expect that they will write a paragraph? Not so. Will they click and close your survey immediately? Maybe yes. Now, what exactly the open questions are? Plus and minus of that open questions. Open questions are primarily where it gives you better qualitative data. This is what we are doing during the user research. I was asking the user a lot of open questions that, okay, what do you feel about this? When you search about this, what's happening? Are you feeling okay about this? Kind of those kind of discussion you do, and then you let the users speak as much as possible so that you get qualitative data. And that is what you do a lot in the open question. Okay. You're looking for the inside where you're not sure about what the problem is, and then you'll kind of look for users' opinion that what kind of problem or what kind of insight the person has. Okay. And it is, I mean, allows the respondent to speak as much as possible they want to. But the downside could be, which is a negative part of that, could be it takes a lot of time to analyze. Suppose I run a survey and maybe 1,000 people responded and everyone wrote one paragraph. Think that I have 1,000 paragraph to read. It's going to be really difficult for me to analyze the data because this is qualitative. Anyone can write anything. That is another problem area. It can lower your response rate because if in my survey, if I'll ask a lot of open question, people might not be willing to write because no one loves to write like this unless you are really frustrated or not happy. Of course, people love to write when they're like, I'm not happy with this product, I'm not happy with the services, I want to write about this because I'm kind of complaining. That's the user sentiments, the way they do. Okay, and this is especially true for the mobile users. Of course, no one love to write a lot of stuff in a survey on mobile that I have to write a long detailed stuff unless I have some motivation or I have something very frustrating stuff to say. Okay, that's the plus and minus of the open question. Now, few do's and don'ts. Like suppose if you're asking some question, what are you something that you can not be doing? Like, are you satisfied, or maybe how satisfied or dissatisfied you are with. I'm just taking few examples. Like the moment I say, are you satisfied? Somewhere it looks little bit not sure what I'm trying to understand, or kind of I'm giving a lead to the user that, hey, looks like you're satisfied. Versus I'm giving both the option and trying to understand from the user that what exactly you are looking like. I'll talk about this in fact the next few stuff where I'll talk about the detail part of that. Now, second part is that the closed question, where in the closed question, you can give number of options to the user and let the user respond. So there are a few chosen response where people can respond. It's very easy to analyze because for me, if I have run a survey with even thousands of people, I can easily see that question number one, how many people say A, how many people say B, how many people say C. It's very easy to kind of analyze the overall response very quickly. I might get chart and good data to conclude that overall how many people think this in what manner. That is what I can do. Problem of leaving valid response option. I mean, overall, this qual data will give you a lot of interesting insight, but this becomes difficult because people might not be willing to write. And but most of the time, people do use a lot of closed question in the surveys, but try to give some open question as well, so that if someone is willing to write, let the people write. Okay. Few simple rules around writing survey question. One, it has to be really simple and direct. Don't use any jargon, don't use any advanced concept, any abbreviations, no shortcuts at all. Because few shortcuts could be different in my eyes, could be different in your eyes. You might speak something else, I might speak something else. So don't use any shortcuts. Try to ask this question very simple and direct. Don't use question where people are getting confused. That you have to make sure. Very simple language. That is very important part to see, because you might not know all your users education qualification level and their clarity about the information and clarity about the concept that you're asking. So try to be as simple as possible, as direct as possible, and try not to use any jargons in your questions. Number two, don't ask any double barrel questions. Means like, don't ask kind of two questions in one question. Something like, would you like to buy a TV or would like to um, buy a laptop? I'm a bit confused why I have to answer. You can answer just a simple question, right? Would like to buy a TV? Yes, no. So don't confuse the user with double barrel question. Don't ask the user about multiple question. Don't try to add multiple questions in one question. Okay. Number three, most important word, no leading question. A lot of time your questions have some answer with this. So when I ask a question that how helpful is our app versus do you think our app is helpful? The first question when I say how helpful is our app, it says very clearly that hey, looks like my app is helpful for sure. Now tell me how helpful it is. It's a very leading question. Versus I ask, do you think our app is helpful? Now I'm going to answer that, okay, yes, no, or what. So try not to have any leading question. Try not to give any lead. Try not to give any response or answer in your question. It's very important because a lot of time I do this is the very common mistake that most of the UX designers and researchers do. In the question only, there will be some answer. Length of the survey, you should try to make your survey as small as possible. If the survey size is very big, this is going to be really difficult because again, if you yourself are filling a survey for which you're not going to get any data or any motivation or any reward, my motivation is very pretty low, right? So then try to ask very cream question, very important question, and try to make your survey as small as possible. If possible, four question, five question, don't go beyond that. If people are taking more interest, then maybe ask more question, have some question with condition. If people are willing to ask, answer more, or if they want to still skip and submit with four or five, feel free to go with that. So try to have the number of survey, size of the survey smaller. Bigger the size of the survey, smaller the response is. Smaller the survey, bigger the response. So I think we have already heard, I think I'm assuming you guys know the theoretical way of telling what exactly the persona is. Persona is actually the kind of a fictional representation of your user or for user group or target segment or target group whom you're going to work for, who exactly your actual users are. It's kind of fictional, personal, fictional representation. It's not an actual user that out of your doing 20 user interview, one of the person is your persona. It's not like this. You make a group or you make a kind of pattern out of those and figure out that what kind of persona are there. So think of I'm starting a project which is ABC app. I have no idea about that. I just know that this kind of people could be my persona. So I started interviewing people and try to understand their behavior, their motivation, all those stuff. And I try to understand, and then somehow I could relate that out of 20 people who are my user, maybe this 8 people have a different kind of personality. These two are different kind of personality. This one is different kind of personality. Something of this sort is going to be built when you do the interview. And that is also a persona exercise. When you meet users, you try to understand that, okay, when you say, suppose in any app, there are persona like one is paid user, one is free user, one is some different kind of user. I interviewed few paid user who have taken the membership. Think of maybe Spotify. People have taken Spotify membership. Those are one kind of persona. People who have not taken membership, who is happy to listen to ad and then continue, that could be second kind of persona. But I want to know more about the motivation of the people who have bought these membership, and I want to know what exactly is driving them not to buy. That is the second person. If I interview them, I try to understand what is lacking behind, what can motivate them, what is good, what is bad, and overall, while doing all that stuff, we try to name that something. I cannot always talk that, okay, my paid persona, my free persona, or this persona, that person. I should name something so that I should be able to use that persona in my day-to-day life. When I'm doing some project, I'll ask myself that if I make my persona name maybe Alok, I'll say, hey, do you think Alok will understand this? And that will become kind of your practice when you are designing something. And that becomes a way of working where you always ask a question that, hey, I'm working for Alok, I'm working for this person, I'm working for that person right now. This persona is my primary persona. And primary persona, secondary persona, primarily, who are the main persona whom I want to focus on. Out of my 100 user, maybe 70% kind of people are of one type, 20% of one type, 10% is one type. So by default, that 100%, 70% people becomes the primary because they are my major audience, 20% becomes secondary, and 10% becomes my tertiary. So if I'm working on a new feature, I'll make sure that this primary persona who is 70% of audience, I'll not ignore them. Something of that sort usually is being done. So overall, this is how persona look alike. Overall, what we do, persona, we try to understand what all stuff about the persona, and there few information are very important. I think we have uh, understood about this. One is that demographic information, anything and everything about the personality of the persona, age, gender, occupation, location, what all relevant characteristics they have, talking about all the stuff. Then second could be behavioral, and behavior is not just the user behavior towards other. I am looking at user behavior towards my app. What kind of action the user take on my platform, what kind of behavior the user showcase during my app usage or website usage or my product usage. That is behavioral traits there, and I'll try to understand the goal of the my persona, motivation of the persona, why the user is using my app, what are the pain points, what are the good stuff they're loving about my platform. That comes under behavioral traits. In the scenario and some use cases, I'll talk about the few scenarios that user love, few use cases that user hates, few use cases are very favorite one, few are the major goals that they're coming and kind of performing their goals and objective, why someone is at your platform, what exactly their goal is, for what reason they're coming and uh, spending some time at your platform, what exactly is their objectives to come here and complete that. Then some frustration and challenges, that what kind of frustration the user has, what kind of challenges they face. These are the stuff that should be part of your persona, because you figure out some pattern between few users, that there are few kind of users who have similar kind of this frustration, similar kind of this challenges, and this is how you kind of segregate your personas. This is how you try to make different kind of persona. I'll give you a quick example of two personas. One of this is a persona of Magic Bricks. I think I made around 8-9 years back or more than that. um, I was making a persona for tenants, because Magic Bricks is a platform where people go to search for real estate, for flats, for buying, for renting, and for PG, all the stuff. Uh, they are users who are renting in, they are users who are buying in, they are users who are renting out. So again, agent to renter to owner to builder, all kind of people are there. There are different kind of renters as well, right? Renters who are looking for flat to rent in. I want to take your flat to rent. So different kind of people could be, one could be the working people. Their motivation could be very different. One could be a family people who have family, they have to rent in the flat with family. There could be one kind of people who are like students who are looking for flats, but they will always rent in, maybe in group of 2 or 3 friends. They might rent in a flat with 2 3 friends so that they can share. So while meeting a lot of users, I realized the size of this persona is so big, and I was doing this in Delhi, Noida primarily. That time I realized this size is so huge. We must make this as a strong persona because their motivation and goal is very different compared to other. And what we realized and what we made out of all that is that in this persona, I'm demonstrating the name of the person is Pranjal Singh, some dummy name. Uh, he is a student of some university, some college in Delhi, and he's from Lucknow. He's in Khalsa College, Delhi. He's a male, 21 years old. I have his demographic information about this. I am this. This is all the demographic information about the person, his computer skill, other skill, because all this information is going to help me while designing. If the person is tech savvy, maybe if I'm making something, I might make or use some interesting gestures as well, because I'm assuming the person is very tech savvy. But if I know the person is could be the one who is below the literacy level, then maybe I might not think of going that bold in terms of taking my design decisions. So this is all about my demographic details. I have information about his need, desire, aspiration, what exactly his needs are. His need is like he's looking for budget home always available within a week, because they are usually not like planning things in ahead in terms of like 3 months plan or 6 months plan. They are immediately plan. Okay, I got the college. I'm looking for a room. There's some fight happened with my house owner. Now I'm willing to change my room for whatever reason. So usually they are always in a very less time. Whatever their desire, they did not want to give the brokerage. They were the one who were like always like, I don't want to give the amount to the broker. Why do I give brokerage? Because I'm not earning. I'm trying to save my money as money as possible. It's my pocket money. They wanted a very less intervention of the user. So they were looking for the place where either the owner is not living or owner is someone who is very chill out. But at the same time, when I look for the tenant for working man, they look for a house where owner is there. Why? Because at the time the person will go to office and wife is at home or kid is at home. They want to make sure there's someone at home so that they feel comfortable or they feel like safe. Versus the requirement of students is very different. So that these were the few points that made us realize that this is a very different kind of persona whose need, desire, aspirations are very different. For them, saving money is very critical because they had very less money. They were surviving on the pocket money, but they want to save the brokerage. They did not want too much of a foundation. They wanted freedom. They wanted their friends to come at their houses and all. So they have very different kind of motivation, and this is how I try to make the persona of these people. And if you see, few things are highlighted like no brokerage, emergency, save money on room rent. These are few of his motivation or goal that the person is always looking towards. Few things about his journey, like he is always a budget friendly. He is always willing to rent sharing. He will also do the research before buying, because they are tech savvy people. They'll do a lot of research on Google and all. Then they'll go to the place, and then if they're okay with the place, then they will go for a site visit, and then they'll finalize. This is how their journey go through. And in this, we also had the complete journey of the user. We discussed that, okay, how does this kind of persona behaves with my platform? They'll always come for discover. They'll discover the stuff on looking for something of this sort. They'll look at the platform which is like Magic Bricks. They'll look for the same stuff on Google and other places as well. They'll try to do their maximum research as possible online because they're very tech savvy. They will visit few of the places because they'll do a lot of research. Somehow they will finalize few, and then they will visit few places. Then finally they will rent in. Then the requirement is fulfilled. Overall engagement with the platform could be lower because their goal is to save money, not getting caught by any broker or something. So overall, they are less engaged with the platform. They are engaged with a lot of other stuff on maybe Google and other places to get the information. Their delight is that the deal is closed within local vendor as soon as possible. And disappointment is that could not find homes online, so had to pay brokerage. There could be a lot of people who tried to find the homes online, maybe at the Magic Bricks and some places, but they could not find. Ultimately, they end up getting the flat with some broker, and then so I tried to show that this is a kind of missed opportunity. There's a lot of students who are willing to, they are trying to become our user. They are our user, but somehow they are not getting the right kind of flats at our platform. That's why they had to go to vendor and get the requirement fulfilled. So if you see this kind of information, kind of example, what I'm trying to give you, that kind of information is here about the user. And I'm telling you why I choose that this persona deserves to be a different persona completely altogether, because of there were very different motivation and different way of looking at the stuff over here. Okay. I'll show you one more example of my current organization where I was in Vedantu. In Vedantu, it's a edtech platform where people do come for study from class KG to 12, and even medical and doctorate and engineering preparations people are there for. This was a persona of exercise for below class 10 students there I was looking at. And here, if you look at the persona kind of information is seen. The first persona here I see is meticulous Monica. Her name, board, subscription, market size. I'm also mentioning a market size. Market size is kind of The kind of percentage, I think the wrong thing is the market size, not market size. It's more of that what percentage of my persona is meticulous Monica. 26% of my audience is meticulous Monica, 8% is Sushant, 32% is Struggler Sahil, and 20% is Dormant Dhoni. Okay. Now this gives me very clear cut information that okay, who is my primary or who is my maximum number of persona, which is Struggler Sahil, because 32% people, but 26% of people are meticulous Monica, who is very sharp or very keen to learn. Their number is smaller, but maybe that they could be very bigger audience for me in terms of they are very motivated to put a lot of effort, because my platform may grow well because these kind of students will study well and they will get good marks, and then my platform will grow. So here I'm just trying to convey you the information. We were discussing about primary and secondary persona. Now I only was saying that okay, I have a persona which is 70%, then that becomes my primary persona for sure. But here you see, I have bigger size of Struggler Sahil, 32%, but I am still calling my Monica, 28%, my primary persona. Why? Because as a brand or as a platform, my hope with these people are higher because they'll give me bigger ROI compared to Struggler Sahil. The motivation of Struggler Sahil would be little lesser compared to meticulous Monica. So for example, I keep giving example of Spotify, right? If my 30% of people are paid people who have taken subscription, 70% of people are free people who have not taken subscription, they are using free membership, still my primary persona remain 30% because they are the one driving the business. They are the one giving more business. And so I'll make sure that the experience I'm making should not be compromised for those 30% people, but I'm kind of okay to give one extra ad to these 70% people because I'm not anyways earning direct money. I'll give them one more extra ad, I'll get extra money and let them handle this way. So my primary persona changes not just because of number of people. It always changes as per the motivation, as per my business goal, as per the ROI, what I'm getting from the user. Again, similar kind of information. I have information about their background, their personality type, goal, motivation. Here, one change I tell you because this is done maybe 3 years back or 4 years back versus the magic which was around 9, 10 years back. Can you notice one difference in the name of that? What is the difference? Can you see there's one change in the kind of names I have chosen? So that's how the persona building exercise works. So when you have to create the persona, um, so what you do, kind of take out data from your actual users and actually your data, but you'll have the data and maybe then meet those people. It's possible, just think of this one brand which is just started or just starting. Maybe it worked without even meeting the users, and now I have certain percentage of people who are my user. I'll make a list of you. I'll see different kind of behavior on the platform. I'll make the list of people, I'll meet them, and I'll try to make the like pattern that out of those people I have met, what kind of different personality, different kind of behaviors I have seen. And as per different behavior, different personality, different demographics, and different way of using our app, I'll categorize my persona. Okay, so what exactly the mind mapping is? Mind mapping is primarily a tool to conduct brainstorming. And what exactly the brainstorming is, I think we have discussed a little bit about this, that we have in fact done that as well. Brainstorming is kind of a technique that is employed with the team, that is employed with a group of members, that could be employed with a different group of the members as well, different team members as well. Overall, the goal is to generate a lot of ideas, lot of solutions. Few could be worthy, few could not be worthy, but overall my goal is to figure out wide range of ideas, so many ideas, and out of those I can conclude something and I can take a call. Overall, I'm trying to figure out some solution, and maybe my mind is not enough to figure out the solution. I'm picking everyone's brain, and that everyone could be few UX people, PM, dev, QA, business people, stakeholders, anyone and everyone who are part of this particular project I'm working on. So feel free to call the people who are part of this project and conduct a brainstorming session. And brainstorming, one we have discussed is double diamond. Today we are going to do about the mind mapping. Okay. Now, Why do we conduct brainstorming? And the goal, of course, we discuss like majorly idea generation. We want to generate as many as idea. We want a diverse perspective because think that you are doing a brainstorming session, but all of those people are designers. All of those people are UX people. Then the kind of solutions you'll get, kind of ideas you'll get, be also restricted to design because they see design as a bigger problem. They see experience is the most important stuff. But the moment you involve the stakeholders who are business folks, they'll say, no, no, my business is more important. I want to make sure that whatever happens, my revenue should not drop. I should be getting a good numbers. Now they're also solving a problem, but their priority is different. Business is their priority. When tech people come, they say, no, everything is fine, but technically it should be possible. It should be a thing that can be done as soon as possible. If you're giving me something which is going to take a year, the brainstorming is kind of that. Like think of what we did for this double diamond process, right? We thought of some problem statement, think that we have concluded one problem statement. Now we are trying to figure out solution. And while figuring out solution, we are not keeping any bar that what is possible, what's not possible. If we are saying that, okay, screen does not work for ATM machine, how do we figure out other solutions? Somebody is thinking of using a mobile phone with QR code. Somebody is thinking of face recognition. Somebody is thinking of finger. Few things are possible, few are not possible. Again, when there are different kind of people, they start thinking of different ideas. So it's all about opening your brain and figuring out lot of solutions which could be possible, not possible. It could be someone's assumption. Again, the goal is when I'm diverging, I'm open to take anyone's assumption as well. So I think that this might be working like this. Let's write. When I'm kind of converging, then I'll validate. Okay, you are saying this is not, this is going to work like this. What is the base behind this? There could be some data, there could be some research, there could be something else. With what logic? That you'll validate to converge. This is how this overall brainstorming works. While taking a lot of ideas, you don't stop anyone. But when you are from divergent, you're converging, you're trying to conclude from 100 to 1 or 100 to 10, 100 to 5. That time you'll ask proofs about that. Why do you say this is important? When you're saying something, this is something only my assumption. Is there any base toward that? Do you have any experience of that sort? Why do you say that? And then this is how you kind of converge. So overall, brainstorming is a tool to pick everyone's brain, and that is why it's important to have very diverse perspective. You need to have diverse audience over there because they will come with different perspective. Otherwise, what will happen? You have a problem, you have only designers, they will see experience as the most important stuff. They'll figure out solution. Solution might look awesome to you because you are a designer, but the moment you take the solution to a business people or tech people, they might figure out some very different kind of concern with that problem statement or solution, right? So that's why it's important to have people who are from different perspective. They will see the same problem from different angle and they will have very different solution. That's why it's important to have diverse perspective and diverse number of different kind of team people over there. Overall goal is problem solving. I'm trying to solve a problem with the help of everyone's perspective. Will diverse, converse, and then we'll encourage participation. And that is why we say in this brainstorming process, you don't stop anyone. So like when someone says a very silly idea, don't stop that. Hey, this looks like very silly. This is not possible. There's no point, like should not be laughing on someone's idea that, hey, this is very funny. This is not possible. When you're diverging, encourage everyone to drop ideas. It could be funny, it could be interesting, because a lot of time all these innovations comes from these crazy ideas. When you're doing something very much out of the box, then only there would be some innovation. Otherwise, you'll be going to the same normal linear route. Okay. So overall steps for brainstorming, you begin with a target problem. You have a problem, you start with that, refrain from any judgment. You don't stop anyone to do any judgment. You let everyone think about the idea, aim for quantity. Initially, you look for quantity. You don't look for majorly quality part, that quality is good, idea is good, bad, no judgment at all. Let people come with a lot of ideas, as many as possible. Let everyone note down, let everyone give a lot of ideas, completely open, no judgment at all. That time you just let people completely add their point of view, add their ideas, that's all. Build on others' ideas as well. A lot of time what happens, someone throw an idea which is kind of very half-baked idea. If you have something around that, maybe add something on that and build upon that. Someone has given a small idea, but somehow still it's not making sense. Maybe you can add some point over that. Okay, in your idea only, if I do something else, it will become something of that sort. So keep kind of encouraging everyone to add upon someone else's idea as well to make it stronger, and allow one conversation at a time. Let not have multiple meeting within a meeting room. Let's have a one meeting, let everyone give chance to speak and try to have one conversation at a time so that you'll be able to conclude. Otherwise, everyone is speaking something, someone is making noise and you'll not be able to conclude something. For example, let's start with what's all we are going to accomplish next year. An example could be how might be we add value to the company. So these are a few examples like these kind of problems you might be starting with, who will lead this team. So these could be few problem statement. In the same way, there's a very famous way of solving a problem called HMW, which is how might we. There's a book called Sprint, SPRINT. That's a good print that talks about how do you solve a problem in 5 days, and that's a sprint. And there this thing was kind of evolved how might we. So whenever you have a problem you're trying to solve, you try to write how might we statement for this. So just for example, think of again this ATM one. So our problem could be how might we make sure that users should be able to withdraw the cash without any screen tech constraint or something of that sort. And when you have this problem statement very clearly defined, then you'll start thinking of the solution. That is called HMW, how might be problem statement. And then you can look for the solution accordingly. So overall in the brainstorming, you always have a problem statement. A problem statement might look very different, or we can say it could be a goal of overall brainstorming. You have a problem statement, and the goal of this complete brainstorming is that I'll try to figure out the solution. Okay? To solve this, we are going to do there's one tool is called, one process is called, which is called mind mapping. This is a kind of a very interesting tool where you kind of go in the funnel of the problem statement. You deep dive the problem statement, try to break the problem into multiple pieces and try to figure out multiple solutions around that. Or maybe you keep thinking of that, okay, in any particular area to solve one kind of problem, there could be multiple solutions. If I think of solution number one, in one solution, can I break down into multiple different ones? I'll talk about few examples later on as well. So overall in mind mapping, you think of solution in step by step. You kind of try to solve a problem with multiple steps, and we'll look at that. So overall, why do we use primarily mind mapping? It's a visual organization. Visually, a lot of time you draw the stuff and you convey the information. User flow and navigation, when you are defining any user flow or navigation, that then this mind map is going to help, because you're trying to think around that what exactly the overall flow is going to be. How do I break down into the problem statement into different trees? Think of like site map, think of like task flow. These are the examples of mind map where you try to figure out and you try to break down the problem into multiple. You do work on the conceptualization, you collaborate with everyone, you are actually doing a problem solving. You need to be very sure about the clarity of communication. What you're trying to communicate, it has to be very clear and very impactful. Iterate the design, you keep iterating the design, you don't stick to one, and you keep generating a lot of ideas. Overall, this is a process of brainstorming where you kind of look for a very central idea, come up with an impressive images. A lot of time you do have a lot of images around that as well. In today's exercise, we're not going to use images. We are going to just break down the problem into multiple, and we'll see what all can be improved, how it can be better. You color the map, you create connections, use single keywords, replace words with pictures. There are few steps that people do follow when you are doing this mind mapping exercise a lot into a very elaborated method. But in the real world, I'll say very honest that in the industry, you will not see people going that deeper, because this is again a very time consuming stuff. So people will break down it into more of a textual one where you're kind of breaking down the problem and trying to figure out the possible solution around that. We'll do that today only. Okay, so for example, like just for example, think of that you are trying to, if you see as a problem, which is like choosing something to watch on TV. In mind map, primarily you do add steps as emotions as well. Emotions do come. So just for example, when you are trying to choose something on TV, the emotions could be right that I am choosing something because I am feeling bored, I am feeling overwhelmed, I am feeling excited, I am feeling very curious. These could be my emotions, and because of that, I'm looking for something. And because I'm overwhelmed because there are too many shows to catch up. There are too many options on the Netflix or Hotstar. There's a too much difficulty in the navigation because I'm trying to figure out something, but I'm struggling. So maybe I have to use search. I could be overwhelmed as well because I have some new recommendation that I have to look for. I feel like trying something new. These are the few ways of breaking the stuff with the emotions. So mind mapping will always have some emotions of the user, that how does the user feel after completing certain tasks. When user is trying to complete certain tasks, they are trying to complete because they have certain emotions. Okay. So I'll show you one good example, or in fact, it's going to be one quick exercise for all of you. This is the same exam file where we have been discussing so far. I'll try to keep a same Figma file. I'll not be changing so that everything what we have been doing from start to end will be here. What we're going to do is a mind mapping exercise. It's here. So I made like some 50, 60 cards here, but I'll tell you what I'm expecting from all of you and how does this mind map work. Something of that sort is here. Okay, so now in this one, what we're trying to do here is that my goal or my problem statement for this mind map is that I'm looking for a great user experience for Amazon. And when I'm saying user experience, it could be more than just the app. It could be overall experience on the Amazon. Okay, from placing the order to checkout to receiving the delivery at my place as well. Now, all I'm trying to understand why this Amazon with this my mind map exercise is that I'm trying to figure out that what are the possible ways to make the experience of Amazon awesome overall. So if I look at that, okay, in Amazon, how I can make it better? Like I can make the collection of product that should be, if the collection of products are less products, then the users could be unsatisfied because I'm trying to look for something. I'll not get something of that sort. Then maybe I'm not satisfied. I'm going to be dissatisfied. If the collection is going to be great collection, then of course I'm going to be loving. I'm going to be being a happy user. Okay. Second could be maybe payment option. Within the payment option, if there's a safety, it's going to be, I am going to feel like happy and I'll check out and I'll be feeling a trustworthy. Or I could be feeling unsafe. And then in that case, I'm going to be unsure. I might not be checking out because if my emotions are that I'm not very sure, then maybe I'll not check out at all. In my delivery speed, it's possible that if the delivery is happening within a day, maybe I might be doing more transactions because I am more keen to get things as soon as possible. I am trusting more and I'm looking for something and I'm getting that as soon as possible. Then maybe I might be doing more transactions. Or if the delivery is late, maybe it may lead to some frustration. These are again the emotions because the delivery is coming late. So I am either frustrated and that might lead to return as well. That before even come, I'm canceling the order, returning the order. Or if it's within maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe this is in kind of a neutral or maybe kind of happy user because this is somehow kind of a set behavior that this is how the any of the e-commerce platform do deliver. That's one example. And then I want you guys to build upon this. You can completely ignore this and add more. All I want to that, I've given you few examples to think about that. If I have to make the overall Amazon experience better, what all should I think of? So again, this is a very easy one. When you click on this, you can click on this, you can add other one like this. Okay. You'll get a this icon, add child like this, and you can add. Suppose on this, I want to add something. I'll click on this. I'll add the here. And click below. I'll have here. Okay. This is a very easy tool. Again, I made Figma only. These are very interesting tool that you can use to make a mind map. So this is one example. Now I'm going to showcase you second example as well. And I want you people to choose one of these to work on. So every board is, they are like repeating. This is Amazon. And then the second one is Apple. All of you might know Apple is famous for what? If Apple has to, if we have to think about that Apple, the moment I think of Apple, not Apple, the one we eat, which is fruits, I'm talking about the Apple brand where we have iPhone, a MacBook, and all those stuff. The moment I think of the brand Apple, what do you think first? Do you think of their products? Do you think of trust? Do you think of safety? When you think of iPhone, what do you feel first? Is it speed? Is it the camera quality? Is it something else? What else? I want you to think a mind map for Apple, Apple as a brand. The moment you think of Apple, what kind of emotions you get? What kind of a figure you get in your mind the moment you think of Apple as a brand? So the expectation is that you think deeply and elaborate your mind and you talk about that. The moment I think of Apple, do I think of trust first or do I think of all the products first? If I think of product, inside the product, what I think? The moment I see iPad, do I think of convenient? Do I think of show off? Do I think of speed? Do I think of good for caricature? What else? If I think of speed, what kind of emotions come through? If I think of show off, what kind of emotions come through? Maybe gratification, show off world. So I want you to think about that. The moment you think of Apple, what all you think about. And since I have pasted so many here, so around some 50, 60 are there, you guys can pick whichever you want to pick, Amazon or Apple. Okay, this is for Apple. Yeah. Like I'm assuming when you think of Apple, you're trying to say that you think of good UX, good UI, secured, good service as a left side, and the right is you think of products, limitations, premium, updates and size, App Store. Okay. Products, maybe you're talking about the iPhone, camera quality, limited storage, Mac, Apple. These are all features. You know what important thing is missing here? Emotions. Mind map should have emotions. Okay. So when you say you see the camera quality, because of the camera quality, you feel wow, or you feel accomplished because this is something that you get a bragging right because of that. Okay. Limited storage, when I get to know this is a kind of a frustration to me or kind of a sad part of that. So maybe after this, I'll add maybe it's a sad feeling I get. The moment I think of camera quality, I feel gratified, kind of bragging that, okay, I have such a camera quality that no one else has. Maybe, of course, a lot of them has, but iPhone do brag about this. So this is a very good example going well in terms of all the stuff, but you must add this emotions part, which is missing listen here. Okay. Same way, the moment I see Apple, I want to talk about good UX. Again, what emotions, good UI, UX, good, it's a secured, I feel secured, good service, what we're talking about service. So add little bit of emotions over there, which is kind of missing here. Okay. Okay. I'm just moving it under towards outside. Okay, so you are saying that Amazon Great Experience, the fun stuff is like collection of product. I think I already had this payment option, delivery of speed. We had offers available 0 to 40%, no offer, unhappy users. Okay, again, this is a good way. You're talking about when there's no offer, unhappy users, but when there's an available offer, this kind of offer, this makes me wow, feel wow, or maybe this helped me check out immediately because the percentage was good. So this could be one more step towards that where you talk about that. Because of this, you take such calls. Return policy, return of products, satisfied customer, or no return products. Of course, unsatisfied and complaining pictures, writing, complaining users, writing bad reviews, and all those stuff could be part of all this team. You can make 2, 3 from this and talk about all the stuff. Refund pol refund policy. Okay, within 2, 3 days. Okay, satisfied. More than a week. Frustrated customers. Yes, possible. Delivery options, specific address, multiple address. Okay. Again, emotions are missing and little bit more of deep dive is missing. Additional benefit, Amazon Prime User, happy customers, no. Happy customers also there's a they are a people who are more of a loyal one because they are part of some membership or they are a little bit premium. So the feeling would be a little different. Okay. In these again, little bit more breakpoints are required. I mean, it's a good start, but you can still break down to multiple because the goal of this exercise is that I'm breaking down all that problem or I'm trying to figure out almost more solutions to that and more stuff. I'm trying to break it down and trying to come to a conclusion that, okay, when I do this, when if I have to take a call on maybe suppose payment option, what all should have? It can have a lot of other stuff, not only just safe and unsafe. Payment option could be like, okay, the moment I have UPI, I do this. I am using COD because I have trust issues. I'm using card payment because I have no trust issue and I want to make me get some extra discount because of my credit card. So you can break these into multiple more steps. Okay. Okay. This is again Amazon. I'm ignoring this first 2 seconds because this is something we already had from earlier. Festive offers available, not available, add swap apps. Again, these are very transactional. Emotions are missing because again, we're talking about the mind map because again, our goal was to make a great experience. And for a great experience, of course, the if the emotions are not happy, frustrated, and all those stuff, of course, it can never build a great experience. So you must talk about the emotion part of that as well. Just to tell you, it's a good exercise to for all of you to start. And again, in my all the exercises, I'll try to give you a platform. Now you keep practicing and then keep doing the stuff. So anyways, this was a tool or this was a process to do a exercise to do more of a brainstorming. You do multiple times within your team, and this is never a group activity. This is really a individual activity. In this one, you try to understand from every user their point of view about your product. Maybe if you want to know what do people feel about your product, if you can do something like, okay, my checkout flow, what exactly is your point of view about my checkout flow? You can give user and can understand their point of view about your checkout flow, what all the stuff they feel, at what point they feel, kind of what kind of emotion they feel, and where you see the scope of improvement. For any kind of brand, for any kind of problem statement, you can break down into multiple and you can come to solution like this. And in similar manner, we do task flow and user flow as well, where it's more of a defining the information architecture. You break down into multiple. There we'll work on the task flow. In a similar manner, we are going to break down into multiple steps, and we'll see what all task is completed in what manner. We'll discuss about that, but uh, that could be kind of similar kind of exercise, but that will give you a good idea about defining the flow of any solution. So, okay, that's all about it, mind map. But again, one feedback for all of you, that try to break it down into multiple. Maybe choose only one route, but break into multiple and move forward. In the real life, in the organizations, I'll be honest, this is used very less. And in the real world, if you talk about this complete exercise, there people do that. Even they write, they make the sketch, and then from the sketch they do. That happens when a lot of people are very artistic in nature to draw the stuff as soon as possible. A lot of artists does that. If you are the one who has good artistic skill, sketching skill, you can try out that as well. So in that case, whatever solution you're writing, that also lesson you sketch quickly. That from this, think of the comics board kind of storyboarding. You think of a flow, and from that, if I take this step, I feel that emotion, I do something else. So that is also something is being done. But I'll say in the real life, I see very less people using this, because again, this is a very time consuming stuff, and the output could be good, but very rare brands are willing to spend a lot of time on all this stuff, and very less time UX designers in any of the organization will have this much time to do. I just taught you to give you a fundamental and understanding that how does this overall mind mapping exercise works, and just while framing the solution of, yes, this is the process done before, yeah, while framing the question, yes, framing the solution, because this is the process of solutioning, not only just while framing the problem, not only while just the defining the problem, it's also the solution part. Multiple ways you can use. One could be used, like for the Apple one, what you're trying to do is more of a, you're trying to frame and understand from user that what do you feel about this brand. It could be about that, what do you feel about my this checkout process, what do you feel about onboarding of this particular platform when I sign in and register and all those stuff and all that. That could be the area where you're doing this during the framing the problem, defining the problem. And when I'm talking about the solution part, which is the working on, after define, you are going to brainstorm and work on the solution part. Then this is the part, think of like this Amazon one. I'm trying to figure out, I have understood my problem statement is that I want to refine or make the experience of Amazon better. And for that, I'm trying to look for multiple solution, and that time, so it could be used for defining, it could be used for ideation as well, depending upon what your goals are. Overall, this is a process of brainstorming. This is a process of figuring out multiple solution. This is a process of figuring out multiple problem as well. So you can use this for both the process. Okay. Quickly, I'll talk about few interesting stuff that I think we have kind of covered the sketching part. Sketching is more of a wireframing part we're talking about, that we've already discussed that while doing the empathy part in user research, that in design thinking, primarily when we landed to this test part, and we prefer to do low fidelity wireframes, which could be paper prototype. And since it's just part of your curriculum, that's why I'm just covering few of the slides. Although we have kind of discussed this in a little bit, that okay, sketching is primarily used for concept explorations. When I'm saying sketching, I'm talking about low fidelity wireframe. Sketching, quickly wireframing the stuff, quickly showcasing my idea. I might do just a pen and paper, draw lines and convey the idea. If I'm a good artist, maybe I can quickly draw some caricature and showcase that what I'm trying to convey. Overall, the goal of this caricature, the goal of this sketching, the goal of this low fidelity is that I want to convey my idea. Okay. So overall, what exactly the purposes are: one, concept explorations. I want to explore multiple concepts. Communication. I want to communicate my idea to a bigger group and understand or take their say in or kind of sell my idea. Rapid prototyping. Quickly, I want to prototype a lot of ideas and then check what is going to work, what's not going to work, so I can iterate immediately. So I do iterate the designs as soon as possible, because I'm not more attached, because you usually designers get attached to their designs very often the moment they spend a lot of time. If this is low fit, I'm not very much attached, and I'm very much open to iterate multiple times. Visual hierarchy, I'm trying to define the hierarchy of the overall visual, overall flow, solving the problem. That's the goal of this overall exercise. I'm solving a problem and tagging, kind of aligning all my stakeholders, kind of quick visualizing. I'm giving a quick visualization to all my stakeholders to confirm, convey that this is what it is, and let's communicate, let agree that this is what we're going to go with. And the last is collaboration. This increase the collaboration because with this exercise, I'll try to have all my stakeholders in one room. Everyone will conclude and will close, and then we'll work on the high fidelity, because in the terms of low fidelity, we have kind of concluded on, and we have agreed upon that what is the step we are going to take, what exactly is the flow we are going to take. Overall normal steps, of course, I'll sketch multiple ideas. I'll have the specification of the wireframes mentioned there. I'll think of the visual design draft. I'll in case I'm going to draw something in visuals, I'm going to sketch something, it might have some visual as well, and I can break down the component into multiple breakdown. Depending upon flow, I might work on the steps of the flow, multiple flows, what happens when I click on this, what happens when this opens, those kind of stuff. But as soon as possible, no, quick paper prototype manner, so that we can quickly conclude that when I click on this button, what's going to open. Is it a pop-up? It's a half card? It's a full page? What exactly is happening? Those things you kind of agreed upon. Okay. It has few pros and cons as well. If I talk about few pros, of course, it's an awesome thing in terms of communication, and it's awesome thing in terms of kind of a stakeholder alignment, because efficiently I can communicate my ideas as soon as possible. Rapid idea generation, I can generate multiple idea, quickly iterate, delete, remove, change, whatever I want to do. I can do multiple iteration immediately and rapidly. I can have multiple ideas generated, and as per those ideas, I can take a call that what's going to work, what's not going to work. But there are a few cons as well. One, lack of details, because I'm trying to quickly conclude something. I'm quickly trying to align all my stakeholders. So I'll not go very deeply in terms of every click, what's going to happen, what's going to be my font size, what's going to be my actual copy, what's going to be the spacing between two things. That is a little bit lack of detail. Will not put all the details, but maybe that is not my main goal here, because I'm at a very early stage where I'm not going to put all the details, because I'm trying to align my stakeholder in terms of the flow, not on the complete actual design, because that will come later on. So you can see lack of details are there. There's a one kind of con, a negative point, but maybe that's not the bigger goal of this overall exercise. It has limited realism again, of course, because since it's not the actual content, it's not the actual spacing, it's not the actual icon, there's no actual image. So of course this might not look the actual one. There's a lot of lack of realism. This not actually the real one, but overall it's a kind of prototype, or kind of a wireframe, where I'm kind of taking everyone's opinion and everyone saying that this is a thing we must do. Few tips while doing this wireframing part. Don't worry about the quality, because that's the main goal of this. I'm not going to work on the quality. I'm not going to take like 10-15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour to work on very pixel perfect. I'll draw things very perfectly. I'll write things very neatly. I'll think of the actual copy. This is not the goal of this. So don't worry about the quality part in terms of every copy, spacing, font, icon style, image size, and all those stuff. Don't think about that, because that's not the goal. So don't worry about the quality. That's very important. Experiment and customize. Keep experimenting, keep deleting, keep iterating, keep doing multiple options and customize, keep customizing. Overall goal is to do rapid prototyping. My goal is to generate as many as ideas, build upon the ideas, delete the ideas, make more ideas. That's the overall goal. Practice more. Goal is to practice more. The moment you do practice more, you'll not get stuck later on. If you have done so many wireframes, you keep doing this practice in your time, that maybe think of any problem statement, keep practicing wireframes, do a quick wireframe, see, ask yourself that is it right, do you want to reiterate and all this stuff. When you practice with yourself, or when you practice with your colleagues, you'll get expert into that. And it's of course something, this is not something to learn, this is something to practice. Okay, use some templates, try to use some template for sure. That is going to make your things faster. So like this I was saying earlier as well, if I'm doing a prototype for mobile, maybe I'll have in my A4 sheet, I have the screen of mobile printer, so I know the limitation, the what is the size, how much the width, and how much height I do have, so that I'm not going away from what I'm going to do. And it'll also keep me very much focused towards what I'm trying to achieve. If I'm using a complete A4 size paper and I'm going to make a mobile screen thing, then maybe I'm going to spoil. So I quickly do something like, I do have a notebook of this size. This is a very small notebook. Okay. And if I look at this, this is going to be a size where it helps me think of a mobile screen. So I can quickly draw one mobile screen to that. So this is my way of doing things faster. You can think of your way to doing things faster. I do use for taking the notes, but because I keep and thinking about a lot of mobile screens ideas, so I use one screen, one page as a one screen. So that helps me do things faster. You can take one A4 size and there you can have stuff accordingly. Okay, that's how it does. And for that, we are going to do one exercise today, which is Crazy 8. I'll talk about this just little after one more thing I want to talk, and then I'll talk about this, and then we'll do an exercise. I want to talk about one thing that we have discussed, but I don't want you guys to be confused. That's why I want to talk about this, which is a process called affinity mapping. This process is something that we have already discussed, but we discussed about different nomenclature. So I don't want you guys to confuse the way UX designers versus product designers. This is affinity mapping. We have kind of discussed about this, and that was called data synthesis. After we do all the research, after we meet all my 20-30 users, I got a lot of data. And then what do? We start making patterns out of those things, right? We got so many ideas out of that. I'll start making groups. Okay, how many people said this? How many people said that? Do I see any pattern? Can I make a group that how many people said this kind of feedback? How many people have this kind of problem? How many people want something of this sort? This process of data synthesis, or the same process is called maybe affinity mapping, or this is also called affinity diagramming as well. So then don't get confused when someone asks you that you have to do affinity mapping, you have to do affinity diagram, or you have to do data synthesis. Overall end goal is that overall, after all my data I have, I'm trying to make a group, a pattern. I'm trying to figure out the feedback. I'm trying to get the conclusion, or I'm trying to come to my recommendation as per whatever data I do have. And that's the goal of this. Overall, I try to understand what are the major pain point of my research, and that process is called affinity mapping. Okay. Now going back to what I had to discuss about. We were discussing about the wireframes. Okay. Low fidelity wireframes. And again, in the brainstorming, this is another one. We discussed about double diamond, we discussed about mind mapping, and today now we are going to do Crazy 8. Crazy 8 is a very interesting one. Here what happens actually, Crazy 8 is a kind of a very creative way of method of doing brainstorming and generating ideas. Overall, what happens in this is that you use again the tool which could be Figma. You can use these tools. You can use even paper prototype. You can use any tool that can make your things faster. Okay. Overall, what we do in this, we think of a problem statement and we have to think of eight solutions, within 8 minutes. Okay. That's something crazy about it. That's why it's called crazy, because Crazy 8, you have 8 minutes to think of 8 ideas. Okay. 8 solutions. You have one problem statement, you have to think of solution. And here the solutions are not just thinking in one line and writing. Here your ideas are something that you have to draw. You'll draw the ideas in terms of, if you have one problem statement, or maybe you think of a screen, I want to redesign the screen in different manner. Can I think of redesigning the same screen in 8 different manner? This is what we're going to practice today. I'm going to take you people back to the same exam again. Okay. What exactly we are going to do? If you guys have used, I mean, I'm assuming a lot of you have used e-commerce website like Flipkart, Amazon, like Myntra, all. Most of them has category page. Okay. There's a two-way of shopping. I'll go to search. If I'm looking for a, suppose I'm trying to look for my book. Okay. You'll go what? You'll go to search maybe, and you'll write the book name. That could be one way of looking, finding or something. Second could be that I'll go to some section. In that section, I'll find books section, and in the book section, I'll try to find the UX books, and in that UX books, I'll find my book. That's the other way of searching. Okay. I'm talking about that way where categories are there. I'm trying to showcase all the categories. And this is an example of Flipkart. Okay. I've taken this example where in Flipkart, if you go to category page, they usually have that at the bottom or somewhere in the home page, where you can go and you can see that what all categories are there that Flipkart sells. Okay. Like this. So what they have done, they have put the name of category at the left, kids, fashion, appliances, mobile, electronics at the left. When you tap on that, you see the stuff at the right. That is one way of showcasing a category page. Okay. Now in this Crazy 8 exercise today, I'm going to redesign this. I want to rethink this category page in 8 ways. Can there be very different way? I'm just giving you a few quick clue. You can just quickly think about that. Few questions. Do I really need this left bar? Can I get rid of left bar and just have these names like for you here or kids here and things go below that? Could that be one route? The things which is at the left, can this be at the top as well? Like a swipe, I select and then things goes below that. Can there is something else? Can there is something very crazy solution? There's something I have at the center and things flows and then when I click on this thing of our mind mapping aside, when I tap on something, it's a tree open and then I see the stuff. I might be giving very bullshit idea as well right now. But all I'm just trying to tell you is that I want you people to think about multiple ways of thinking of redesigning this page. I want to rethink this page and think that you are going to make a category page for any ABCD website, which is an e-commerce website. You can look at all the competition. You can see if you make exactly the same, then of course you'll be blamed that, hey, you're copying this particular brand. Can you rethink this? I want you people to think of this category page in quick 8 types. And for that, what you should do, if you have an A4 page, fold that into 8 size, half and two half. By default, you will have 8 boxes. You can think of every box, you have to design one category page. That could be one way if you are doing on A4, or otherwise you can take your normal, any notebook, what you have, make a 8 screen, maybe divide your page into 8 and draw the stuff, or maybe use 2 page to divide into 4 and then type. You take your call, what do you want to do. All I want is that you have to think of 8 ways of redesigning this page. And I'm looking for a wireframes. I'm looking for a quick iteration where you'll quickly write that, okay, where will the heading come, where the category name will come, where the subcategory name will come. I don't even want you to write the name exact category like men, women, kids, mobile, or whatever it is here. I don't want you to write. I want you to quickly think of 8 ways, putting maybe boxes, and just conveying me that, okay, this is how this page can be designed. So just for example, if I have, think of this, if this is an A4 size paper, in that case, you'll fold this paper once like this, half, okay? Now again, half, this made you 4, again half, this makes you 8, and you end up having a page which might look like this, okay? You will do the same thing on a A4 size. What you got is you got actually 8 blocks. And on this 8 block, every block you'll do one wireframes. It's going to be quick one with the pen or pencil, where you might not even need to write the exact name of the category and all the stuff. All I want you to think quickly, 8 different ways of designing this category page. You might use even diary or your notebook, divide into 4 and then do 8. Why I'm saying this? Because this will make your things faster. You'll quickly have all that. You can click picture, you can paste here, and we can discuss about your idea immediately. Otherwise, if you make like 8 pages, you have to click 8 picture, you'll paste all here one by one. That's going to be a little bit tricky. But if you divide like this will make our life easier. And this is how normally crazy it. Okay. Information architecture, as the name says, this is complete architecture of the information on anything, whether it's app, website, or even you think of a printed flyer. Even you can think of a newspaper. The way information is laid out from top to bottom, it's called information architecture. If I'm looking at a single page could be a newspaper advertisement or complete full page of newspaper, could be my app homepage, could be my website homepage or any other page of the website. How the information is laid out from top to bottom. That is how, what exactly taking priority, why it's kept here, why it's there, why this is big, why this is getting more prominent space, why this is getting less prominent space. So in the layman language, if I say, the way the information are arranged on one layout is information architecture. If I am looking about the one layout, any one page, any printout, any app, any website. Now, one level deeper is that if I look at my complete app, if I look at ABC app, everywhere to complete any task from A to B. So suppose in e-commerce world, I have to buy a t-shirt. So the moment I start my journey to find a t-shirt, to select a t-shirt, to add to cart, to check out, to pay my pay via credit card, debit card or whatever, or maybe pay via COD, this complete process, complete flow is all the information architecture. How you um, um, convey the information? How do you arrange the information in such a manner that it makes the world so easy for the user? So overall, as a UX designers, our goal is that the information architecture should be as easy as possible. Overall goal of my information architecture would be that users should be able to complete the task in less number of steps. So to complete one task, if there's a 10 steps, we always keep challenging ourselves that is it possible to do this in 6 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps? Because on less number of steps, less number of drop off. जितने ज्यादा ड्रॉप स्टेप्स होंगे उतने ज्यादा ड्रॉप ऑफ हो सकते हैं. पीपल माइट नॉट क्लिक नेक्स्ट, may drop off, may leave the step की it looks like very lengthy one, I'm not going to go ahead. The moment you have less number of steps to complete a task, the information architecture is that better. So overall, if I look at information architecture, this is something like kind of a diagram, kind of and in the older language world, you can say like sitemap. If you have seen any app's website sitemap, something of that sort. You look at the complete sitemap, that gives you complete clarity about that. How many pages are there? How many steps are there to complete a task? Overall, how the user flow is going to look alike? How to complete a task, how the number of steps are going to look alike. And this is the step that you do exactly before the wireframe. So think that you have to jump to a wireframe. You think of a sign up flow. The moment someone start a page and then you have to log in or register to come to a home page. If you have to work on that complete wireframe, that how will login will look, how will forget password will look, how will new registration look, and all those stuff. To conclude that, you have to have a information architecture so that you can understand that how many screens actually are going to design. Just think that someone asks you, hey, you have to design the login flow of ABC app. How much time you need? Before giving a right time, you need to ask yourself that, okay, how many pages I have to design? Is it login page, registration page, forgot password page, or what else overall, right? And for that, you will need this complete flow diagram, which is called information architecture. It will be called user flow, it will be called task flow, it will call be 3 more kind of flows as well. But overall, this information architecture is going to help you before you conclude, before you start working on the wireframe, low feed, high feed, you work on this flow, user flow, or you work on the task flow. So why IA matters exactly? It's an overall kind of bird's eye view on any website, any app, any flow. It's the overall top view of the app or website, that how the overall number of pages, how the overall flow look alike. It also enhance the collaboration, because again, it's a kind of a team effort where you interact with a lot of people together, and then you realize that, okay, how it's going to impact some other different team members, so that I make the flow as easy as possible. Okay, so it's also guidance for developer. The moment you give the file to developer, for them it's going to be easy, right? Because they will know how to stitch this journey. When I'm going to work on this complete flow from this screen to that screen, from that screen to that screen, how this complete flow is look like. So this is a big help for developer, or if you're not going to do this, this is going to be a real mess for them. For them, this is a complete flow they have to work on. You might miss a screen, but they cannot miss any step, because if they miss the step, the complete flow is gone. They'll always have some glitches. They will have some error for you. Okay? So and overall, it helps us in terms of taking a very informed decision. We look at all the possibility of, and we look at the assets of all the stuff. A lot of time we work on the complete flow, and we challenge ourselves and look at that flow on the wall and take a call that, okay, how this flow can be reduced, how the number of steps can be reduced. So overall, this is the major reason of overall information architecture. What is does majorly? It's a kind of visual hierarchy. It kind of gives a very clear cut direction to the any design, that how it's going to look like. It could be hierarchical, it could be step by step. Just think of like any phone's setting page, setting flow of your mobile phone. You go to every step one by step. So once you go to general, you go inside. If you have to go to some other place, you have to come back and go to second one, then you go inside, then you have to come back step by step and then go to them one by one. So this is my called hierarchical one. But there are a lot of information architecture is not hierarchically, it's not done. Like think of any e-commerce. I keep giving example of e-commerce. I can go to men t-shirt, and from that t-shirt page I can still go back to women footwear. I don't need to come out of men first, then go to women, then inside women, I'll go to bottom wear or something. I don't go like this, right? So depending upon kind of apps website you're designing, you have to take a call that you want hierarchical one, you want a complete full-fledged one where people can move from here to there, without a hierarchy. But hierarchy is kind of sorted, but user need not to be bounded in terms of they should be going one by one step. This is not how it does. So overall, it will give you complete structure that how it should look alike. And overall, if you look like this looks like something of this sort. Before you start the journey, before you work on the wireframe, this is how this overall look like. That okay, from this screen I can go to this, from this to this, and what all is going to happen, how many steps required inside this page, how many links are going to be there. So overall, some kind of it's a complete picture of your website or app or the complete flow, and this is how it look like. Inside that, the next stuff what I'm going to talk about is majorly user flow. User flow is kind of a flow, how a user is going to interact with your complete product. The moment I log in, from login to whether my task is to place an order for a burger, or my task is to book my train ticket or something. So whatever my task is, how the user flow remains from start to end, this is what the complete user flow is called. So it could be different user based type. Remember, we were discussing about persona. So one kind of user might have different kind of flow, second kind of user might have different kind of flow. My paid user might have different kind of flow, the people who are free one, they might have different kind of flow. So we do work on the complete user flow from scratch, start to end, to give ourselves a very clear cut direction that how and where my user can get stuck. And for that, we look at every aspect of the complete flow while making any design, while completing any design from start to end, and we'll see that, okay, where the steps are going to be multiple, where the steps needs to be divided, and how this complete goes away. Why do we need this user flow? Primarily, again, intuitive interface, because this helps us finally plan our complete overall flow, how this is going to look alike. This is a very efficient navigation because I keep challenging ourselves, and then we take a call that how do we reduce number of actions, how do we reduce the number of steps to complete a task. Access efficiency, again, I'm making it efficient so that the person can complete this task as soon as possible. Enhance the existing product. A lot of time, there are a lot of product which is available already, is not new, but again we relook at the complete information architecture. Information architecture, a lot of time you'll see IA, people do call as a in a shortcut IA, and people did look at the complete IA to make it more efficient, make it better. And because with the time things need to change, user keep evolving, your persona keep evolving, and then you should also relook at your IA depending upon step by step insight, team alignment, all these stuffs are kind of a major requirement, and why this is why the user flow is required. And the steps remain same. You do some research about the user, again means like you know about your persona, you know about your customer, who they are, list the purpose, what they want to achieve, what exactly they want to do, what kind of stuff they are coming here for, and then for that one you list the possible steps. So if you think that the person is coming to my app or website for this particular task or that task, what the flow is going to look like, how the person is going to start the journey, and from that starting the journey, how the person is going to complete. And this is how you work on the complete flow. Okay. And again, for the user, similarly, this was about the user flow, same step. Now I'm coming to the next steps, which is called task flow. Now, the difference between user flow and task flow is that user flow is kind of a user journey from start to end. For this kind of user comes to our app to complete these many tasks, and this is how the complete user flow is going to look alike. But the task flow is something completely task oriented. So my task could be that, okay, I am coming here to sign up. Sign up is a task from start to end. So the moment I open the app to landing to the home page, till before that I do the sign up process, right? That process is called sign up, and for this I'll be making a task flow. This is a task. For this task, what all flow is required. Overall, the process remains same, but the difference is in the user flow, I look at the complete journey of the user. Task flow is very much task based. Again, very similar kind of stuff requirement, but this is very much a task oriented. I am planning for a task. Somebody is coming to order a pizza. What is going to be the task flow for this? Maybe in this time, I'll not look at the person's, how the person is going to explore other stuff, how the person is going to wish list and all the stuff, because I am very much task oriented. I am working on a task. flow structure, flow way of looking at the or way of making a flow remains same, but this is very much a task oriented. It has to be very focused. Overall path is something that we have to be defined. Uses flow and ideal flow. We have to look at how the flow has to be better and how this is better. Like it's primarily best for when I'm looking at a task, because every time I'll not be revamping my complete app. I'll be re-looking at particular task, that how this task can be completed from start to end. This is how we re-look at that, right? We have to make our checkout process more efficient, because maybe 3-4 years back, UPI was not very much active. Now UPI has come. I want to see that how can I interact, or how can I make UPI as my primary mode of payment. Then I want to re-look at my complete payment and checkout flow. Then again, why I'm checking out? Because the technology has changed. I see a lot of people have trust issue. Then maybe COD has to be more prominent or something stuff. The how the COD step has to look like. So I will re-look at only my payment flow, and in the payment flow, I look at only COD flow. When someone clicks on COD, how this complete flow look like. So every time any organization will not re-look at everything, right? Any particular task they will look at. So user flow is again as a bigger umbrella, but I look at any task flow because I'm going to work on a particular task to complete, and I will see how will I complete this step. And overall, again, the flow and process remain same. Like I'll start my journey from somewhere and I'll end my journey at somewhere. Within that, what all tasks, what all steps I'll take. This is how this complete task flow look alike. Now, third thing I'm going to talk about. I talked about user flow, bigger umbrella, task flow, very much specific to a particular task. Now, third is this wire flow. Again, don't get confused with a lot of different nomenclature. Ultimately, all these things does the same thing. Only the change is that you can say child of each other. You can say task flow is a child of user flow, because again, user will have a lot of flows. Within that, if one particular task I talk about, the flow is this, but the process remains same. Where I come to talk about this wire flow, this is something that you will work on the Figma. Like think of when in Figma you made 10 screens. How are these screens stitched to each other? So from my home page, what all can I open? Can I open the about us page? Can I go to category page? Can I go to my contact page? Can I search from here? So from this screen, what all screens are linked in what manner? This is how it's done. So this is overall a wire flow we call. In this, you kind of convey that from this screen, if I tap on this, I go to this screen. So it's a kind of flow of a complete journey, and this is how it's being done. And you integrate in your design process. It's a very much data driven, and of course you try to do this to validate. And a lot of time you do this just to showcase this to your stakeholders, that for this flow, uh, only not the task flow, you work on the wireframe, you work on the visual, and then in Figma, you have an option of prototype. You can call it like maybe the kind of prototype is made. This is a complete thing. This is how your prototype works. So that's all I had to talk about this flow. But again, I'm reiterating, don't get confused with these different names. Flow, the process of making flow remains same. You'll think of start point and end point. Overall goal is to talk about every minute, small, big steps over there, because every steps count. Every step might be is equal to one screen. You should know that, because that is going to help you scope it, that how many screens I have to build and how many screens are actually required. Can I skip any screen? Are we putting some extra information? Are we putting some extra steps for the user? Do we really need to do this? And task flow, user flow is majorly used to challenge ourselves and understand that do we really need to look at this, or we can do this without that. And for that, we are going to do a small activity which is about making a task flow. Now, I can tell you what I'm expecting in this. That's why I'm trying to make it a very small one. Will not build a big flow, but I'll tell you a few rules around the kind of shapes we use and why do we use, how do we use, okay? You guys can stop and just come to look at my screen where I'm presenting. Okay? So there are multiple kind of shapes in the flow, whether it's user flow or task flow. I really few kind of shapes matters. So when you use this kind of shape, this is oval, or sometimes you use this as a circle. These are like always a starting point. So I can say this is like starting an app or maybe opening the app. We use these shape, oval shape or circular shape, to tell that this is the starting of my journey or this is the ending of my journey. For this, I use this shape, which is this. Okay, this is how it's going to look. Okay, Now, second, when I'm working on any flow, I'm looking at the next screen, any one screen when I'm talking about, we use either rectangle, which could be of this type, okay, or we'll use shapes like rounded rectangle. This is this. So I'm just using for a reference rounded rectangle. So whenever I'm using a rounded rectangle, this is the step for screen task. So this is start. This is every screen. Any kind of step, every kind of step, every kind of screen. If I say like, okay, login screen. So this could be my login screen. For this, we use these kind of shapes. Now, there are scenario where I have to take a call. I have to choose between two. For that, we use this shape, which is called diamond shape. Okay. And why diamond? Because this is used for decision making. There could be scenario that after this, you have to take one route. One route could be when I have to take a decision of, after this, maybe I have to take a decision of yes. Then in that case, I'll use this, or possible that I have to take a call between these two stuff. This could be yes, this could be no. So when I'm taking a call for yes, I'll link this one to this one. And when I'm taking a no call, I'll link this to this one. So if you see an example here, suppose I took an option like login here. And if I say, so suppose यहाँ पे I took an option of login page, and here I take an option when the person is already existing user, my flow could be different. New user, my flow could be different, right? Because from my login page, if I have to go to if I am already existing user, I might go to add a login screen, login page, and I can move forward. But if I am a new user, I might have to take a call. What I have to register, and for new registration for new user, it might go to registration, right? I'll register like this. And for registration, I might have to have 2-3 more steps. Okay, put your email ID, phone number, something. But if I'm an existing user, I might go to next step, which could be enter email. Next step could be, okay, just enter password, and I can move forward. There could be even third step sometime here that I am existing user, but possible that here also I am not using this. I am using again here shape, which is this. Why? In what cases? I am existing user, but in this case, I know my username, password, email, password, whatever, right? There could be scenario here. I am a existing user, but I don't know my username, password. I forgot this, something of this sort, right? So in this case, what I'll do, I'll link this to this, and here will be like my next step would be forgot password or forgot email, forgot username, something of this sort, right? So whenever I am taking a decision, whenever this is yes, no, or whenever there's a two route to move forward, in that case, I'll use this. This is a shape that you use, star kind of shape that you're using here to take any kind of decision making. So if you see, we have discussed about majorly three kind of shapes. One, this oval, this is for start or end. Second, for any step, you use this capsule one, rectangle one. And third, diamond shape, which is this one, which is for whenever I'm taking any decision making. And whenever I just close I'll end with this same, sorry, this one, which is my oval one. So don't do any mistakes in the shapes. Now, I want you to think of the login page of Intellipaat. Okay? I'm sure you all of you might be log into Intellipaat course to join. You look at your videos, look at your previous materials and everything. Think of that. You have to think of a login page for that. And I want you guys to think about every step. The moment you come to a, oh, there's no difference. I was just trying to keep like this. So it's just for any shape. It's not about just diamond or something. And there's no difference in the flow about the fill. There's no different meaning for filled and stroke diamond. I was just trying to keep it as same style. That's all. In this, it's just no. I just quickly did it, and I was not changing it. So there's no different meaning for the filled and stroke one. The same. Okay. I was just trying to say there's a difference in different kind of shape. Diamond versus, let me change it. In fact, you guys should not get confused. Otherwise, you'll think this is a different reason. Because while doing this, I just quickly did not change. Okay. So it's same. You might take a call that you have all fill, you might take a call that you have all stroke or something. Just don't make a mix or something. Sometimes people do try to highlight. In that case, they will do like, okay, this is my main login page, so I'll make it filled one. Something of that sort is also people does, but nothing hard and fast rule around this. This is completely fine. Okay. Okay, cool. So now what I'm expecting all of you to think about is that how the flow of Intellipaat should be in terms of login. So the moment I come to the very first time I come to Intellipaat login screen, from there I have to come to the main home page, which is your dashboard or where you see all the materials. What all steps are going to be there? When you know the username password, what? If I don't know, what? If I forgot, what? If I am very much new, what? All those stuff. Can I register from there? So I want you to think about that all flow here. Okay. Try to make it a little smaller. What I'm going to do for your reference, I'm just going to copy this. I copy, I'll just copy with Alt, message, Alt. Okay. I left it and then I'm doing Command D, Command D, Command D, Command D. And then you can see like this, I pasted. And then I'll copy again below this to make few more. And also I will be skipping few of the process because I realize there's in UX world, there's a thousands of process that is not being used at all. And the world is filled with lot of processes. Everyone's portfolio is filled with a lot of processes, which is useless. And that's the reality. Don't make your portfolio like buffet of all the process that you know. Make sure that your portfolio is filled with only those processes which is actually required. Because one question I do always ask in my interviews when I'm hiring, you have done suppose 10, 12 process in your case study from problem to solution. And if I remove one process, what will it change? Will it change drastically? If it's not going to hamper, then why have you wasted your time? I'll not spend, you've wasted your time because as an organization, you have done some process which is not connecting the dot. Suppose I did empathy mapping. And after empathy mapping, I'm not picking anything from that and not applying in the next steps. I'm not using that in my next design decisions. Then why are you doing? Throw it, no? Don't waste the time. Your every minute is counting. You are getting paid for everything. So don't waste your time. So I'll be trying to do all those processes that we really do. I'll try to ignore all the process that is not done and that is just in the books of UX world of processes. That's why this task flow is the process that is being done very often. And this is very helpful when you're working on a stakeholder alignment, wireframing. This will stop or this will reduce your number of iterations. Because think of that, agar apne task flow is not completely frozen, then you'll work on the wireframe. In the wireframe, you'll get hundreds of feedback because this flow is not fine, this will change, that will change. But if your task flow is frozen, by default, your number of feedbacks on your wireframe will reduce because you have aligned everyone that this is what our flow is. So I'll try to prioritize only those process that is being really done in the organization, in the industry. That's what my goal is. Okay, cool. What is card sorting? So card sorting is not for just one screen. Again, it's a part of information architecture where we did first about the user flow, task flow, screen flow and everything. And then the next thing is a card sorting. Again, the major use of card sorting is that think of any e-commerce again. I'm coming back to e-commerce again. Flipkart, Amazon, how the mega menu should look like. When I tap on the any menu, will it open the mega menu? Should it have men, women, kids, and inside men should I have electronics versus apparel versus footwear versus this? Should that be my route? Or when I click on this, I should have only at the top electronics, apparel, few stuff. When I go to electronics, I should have maybe inside the electronics, should I have gender like electronics as per gender? Is this making sense? Electronics could be as per kitchen appliances, it could be as per the bedroom, it could be as per the bathroom. Can I think of that something of that sort? What is the right way of looking at any information, any hierarchy, any kind of menu? What is the right way of categorizing? The way we were working on the previously, right? The category page. How do I make sure that in the category page, which one should be my main category, which one should be my subcategory, which should be my tertiary category? How will you conclude that this is the right one? And for that, you do card sorting. You try to understand that how does the user think? When I ask a user to think of a pen, Does he think of going to stationery and then the pen, or does he think some other way? If I ask the user to think of the floral shirt, does he think of going to men shirts and floral shirts, or uh, shirts and floral shirts and then men, women, kids? What exactly is the user mindset that we are trying to understand by core card sorting overall? We try to understand from the user that how does the user go think about any hierarchy, any of the flow, any of the navigation. This is what the major use case, major reason why do we do card sorting. Okay, majorly yes, as the information architecture, overall information architecture को assess करते हैं. We try to understand that how does this flow work, what is the right flow, and is my flow and user flow same? If I think that ABC should be route, is it the same route for the user ABC, or does the user think ACB? What exactly the user thinks? To know that, we do card sorting. So of course, to access the information architecture, learn how people understand, because users might think differently versus we can think differently, to understand what is their um, um, way of thinking versus what is our way of thinking, because our way of thinking is not equal to user's way of thinking, then it's a big fail. User will try to find same stuff in different manner versus we are giving them the option in different manner. That could be a concern. Then understand where the users expect certain stuff. So any kind of stuff where they're exactly expecting in the page or in the menu or in the complete flow. What exactly card sorting is a UX research method primarily to discover the user, understand the categorize information. How do the user categorize information in their mind? How do they categorize while searching for something, while they are completing a process? How do they look? A lot of times that might happen that you have thought of a flow in such a manner is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, 10, but the user is not taking that out at all. When you give the user to use your app and you ask them to complete a certain task, he's going 1, 3, 5, 2 second, 5 second, 2, and then 10. Something of this sort is very much possible. To understand that, we do this card sorting. We try to make sure that whatever the user flow is, and then what is I am making should be equal, then it's going to be make. And again, every user is not same type. Again, when you meet 20 users, 10 is of different 5 is different, 2 is different, 1 is different, then you'll go with the majority. Again, you'll do the card sorting with the user, try to understand how does the major or bigger size of the audience think about, and then I'll take that call. So overall, this card sorting is all about arranging the information in user's way, not my way. So again, type of card sorting we're discussing, yes, open card sorting and closed sorting are the biggest two things. If I tell the clear cut definition, he said right, is that in open card sorting, overall the process, how does it work? Think of like cards, the way you play taas ke patte kind of taas cards. You have such cards where on every card one category is written. Suppose if you think of Amazon kind of or Flipkart kind of people, they have every category: electronics, apparel, anything and everything, right? Stationery and everything is there. They'll write everything on different cards, and they will ask the user to arrange it. And even while arranging, they will say, okay, if you choose that out of this 100, these 5 are one category, what do you want to name it? Do you want to put some name around this, or what it should be? Okay, that kind of card sorting is called open card sorting, where user has complete freedom. They can make their group, they can name the group whatever they want. That is open card sorting. So slightly twist that in the same card sorting, I have decided my main category. So I have taken a call that it should be men, women, kids should be my starting point, or electronics, apparel, stationery, or whatever. This should be my main category. If I have decided that, and then I'll ask the user that now inside men, women, kids, or now inside apparel, electronics, and footwear and all, how are you going to put the stuff? That scenario is called closed card sorting. Okay, there's only two way: open and close. Now, when I talk about the moderated and unmoderated, there are two things. It's very clearly as per the names, right? Moderated when someone as a UX designer or UX researcher is there with you, he is conveying you the information and he or she is observing you. This is moderated one. There's a moderator, and moderator could be online and offline. It's possible that even online, like right now I'm going to do the process with you and I'm online, I'm not meeting, I don't know where you're sitting. This is moderated, where there's a moderator, researcher, designer, whoever, moderating, so that even if the user is doing something, I can ask question, I can try to understand from them that what is their point of view, why they are doing this, and all those stuff, right? And the second is unmoderated. Sometimes I want to take the opinion of thousands of users. Of course, I cannot moderate. I cannot go to every card sorting and meet the user and talk to them. Hey, why are you doing this? Why did you put this here? Why did you not put this there? And all those stuff, right? This is unmoderated, but the plus and minus in the moderated one, of course, I can cross question my user. I can ask them, why did you put it here? Why not there? And all those stuff, right? Again, similar to qualitative research, user research, I'm trying to understand from the user that why are you taking such call? In the unmoderated one, I might, it's like a kind of quantitative survey. I've thrown all the unmoderated card sorting thing to everyone. Let people put it whatever where they can, and I'll see which is the majority winner. Suppose 1,000 people have done and some 600 people have done something similar. It's very clear-cut winner. I don't need to know the exact reason what all the stuff, but I can see a clear-cut pattern. That's how we do. And all this can be done by all these tools, Figma, Miro, Mural, there are a lot of other tools. Even if you go search on Google, try to find card sorting apps or websites or tools, you'll get a lot of those available these days. So overall, the process, I think the process again, I'll put all the name steps are primarily, I'm not going to do this. Overall, you'll put the name of all the category. You'll ask the user to arrange accordingly what they think is the right. If they can put the category name as well, that's open. If they cannot put the category I have decided, that's closed. Overall, this is how the overall steps are. Again, the benefits are that I'm trying to empathize with the user. I'm trying to understand what is user's flow versus my flow. I'm trying to make my flow is equal to user's flow. If that is fine, it works fine. A lot of time again, similar to last one, like user flow or task flow, there are some flow which is already existing. I am trying to improve it. I'm trying to make it better. Suppose in my current flow, I can see drop-offs. People are dropping, people are not completing the task. So I'm trying to understand, okay, how do I make it better? For that, you conduct the card sorting. That's all about it. And I'll quickly jump this card sorting exercise. Now, what is expected? If you look at anyone, I have kept this very few only. There are different cards with different names, which could be very different category: mobile, TV, t-shirt, tea, shoes, sunglasses, very different one, right? What I want you to do, group it into 6. Okay, so now the expectation is that I have these some 40-50 cards. I want you to think of these 5-6 groups, but this is completely open. You can think of 6 groups, you can think of 4 groups, you can think of 2 groups, or if you think that you want to make more than 6 groups, you can still make it expand and have a 7th group. All I want you that put it into different groups and name it as well. Right now you can see the groups has no names. Group number 1, group number 2. So choose what name you want to choose and do this. Okay. But let me tell you, I mean, I think first of all that I don't know how is the confidence level about using this card sorting. Now I tell you, there's no right and wrong here. I'm trying to tell you process again. In the real world, what you'll do, you'll do the same stuff with maybe 20 of your users, 30 of your users. You'll try to find a pattern. In this all, how many people have kept twice in the accessories, how many kept twice a section in the kits or something of that sort. You'll try to figure out the pattern and then you try to conclude that overall, most of the users are liking what kind of information architecture, and I'll finalize that. This is how the complete process works because there's no right and wrong. There it is all about how does your user think. And there's one biggest rule is that users are never wrong. You cannot use my user is pathetic, my user is illiterate, my user has no mind, he is doing something. No way. They are the user. They will do whatever they want. They have a different way of thinking. If you're not able to understand, you need to empathize. This is your job. Empathize and understand why are they doing that. You cannot educate the user because how many you will educate? 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, 50, maybe how many? You cannot educate your 10 million users. So learn from user, whatever is their way of thinking, change your information architecture the way they think. So in the card sorting process, there's no clear-cut yes or no, right or wrong. What you do with big number of people, big size of people. It could be moderated, then it could be number will be lesser because again it's a constraint of time. If it's unmoderated, then you can do with thousands, and then ultimately you try to find a pattern and you will take the call. So this is how it works overall, and there's no clear-cut yes, no, right, wrong, this is better, this is not better. Overall, what we do, we try to figure out that which one is the maximum number who will. Okay. So this is all about the process. This is how you do. You must do this with a user, real user, because your way of thinking is different. As a designer, we keep talking about UCD, user-centered design. We keep talking about the design thinking where empathy is the king. That's why we must be doing this card sorting with the end user. We do with 10, 20, 30. You'll get some pattern and then you take a call accordingly. Otherwise, there could be other way when you are confused, you have less access of the users, or when you're working for the B2B world, business to business, not like a something kind of a dashboard kind of setup. Then you might do with stakeholders, you might do with office people. But the moment you're doing for B2C world, business to customer like Swiggy, Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon, these kind of Zepto kind of people, you must do with the actual user, because what you're trying to understand is that how does users think? It's possible that you think that this is aesthetically right, this is the right way of thinking, this is the right grouping. But what if your users have different way of thinking? Forget about your thinking. This is not being made for you. Ignore all your biases. Do what your users are going to love. So that's why you must be doing this with the real users. So that's the overall. So overall, again, card sorting, open and close. Today we tried open. A lot of time we do close when we have decided the category, and then we do the closes, and then we'll see which people put it there. And looking at 2030 actual users card sorting results, you do try to find a pattern, and that's a winner. You apply that. This is how this complete process work, and this is being used for primarily defining the complete information architecture and majorly for the menu, category space, and all those stuff. This is how this is being done. And a lot of time you'll follow the best practices as well. So this is how this complete process does. And again, same way, my reason of doing this process was to convey you the right process to do, not to figure out that out of those 20, 30 cars, which is the right one. Because again, you'll not follow me, you'll not follow you, you'll follow the user. That's the overall intent. Hope you guys are clear that how do we conduct this card sorting now and whom we'll conduct with. And that's a very interesting one, because again, the moment you see user's point of view, no one will have their point of view. No, I don't think this is right. I will tell this is how it should be done and all the stuff. That all goes away. Whatever user want, give them something of that sort. So that's all about it. I hope you guys understood the overall information architecture. Started with user flow, task flow, screen flow, and then just card sorting. Overall, all I'm trying to do is organize the information the way user wants, not the way I want. I'm no one. I'm just a designer. This is as per the user. We are working on user-centered design. Okay, cool.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
I'll go kind of very basics in terms of Figma. And I hope all of you have Figma, few of you bought, few of you have the free version, education version. If you have free version, you get only 2 or 3 projects, I think. If you upload your bills and proof of being a student, you get a free version where you can use almost all the features of Figma. And I'll try that. I'll request you that maybe you guys should get that, because you're kind of getting Figma for free. Otherwise, pretty expensive for every month to pay. At least in the learning phase, you can do that. So anyways, this is how Figma look like. And I'm opening Figma tool. Figma can work on browser as well. Figma can work on a tool on a as a independent platform as well. I'm using Figma in MacBook. I use MacBook. If you're using MacBook, this might look like this. If you're using Windows, few things might be left and right, like close and all would be at the right side. Few things might change, but otherwise, I think there's no duration. I think the scenario is that they allow you up to 2 or 3 project or something. So it's not about duration, I think. It's about number of project. You'll not be able to make the third project or something. Although people are very smart that what they'll do that they will have 2 project only. They'll keep adding pages there. They will remove, delete, and make the next one there only. Something of that what people do keep doing. But I think for the free one in the student one goes for a long time. I think they try and figure out that what exactly is the duration of the course, and accordingly they'll give you free. Something of that sort is that's how it works. So like if you have degree course of 3 years, you'll have Figma for 3 years. If you have 6 month thing, then maybe they will give you for 6 to 8 months. I think they don't continue more than that. And if you want to continue, they'll ask you that share the proof or claim that you are still a student. So share the invoice and all, they will allow you. Okay. Now, so this is how Figma look like when you open Figma. This is how the overall stuff will look. Here, all the recent file will come. These are all my recent files, whatever file I've been working. Usually, I do have my all the talks because I've been speaking here and there, all the stages, and I have a lot of talks slides there. But yeah, otherwise, your Figma will look something of this sort. Now, I want to start or open a new file. By the way, Figma has gone to a complete or very close to revamp very recently. So possible that a lot of yours Figma might look very different. Not very, but little few things are here and there. But if you are on the new version, this will look like this. Also, I'm on a dark version, dark mode. That's why it's dark like this. If you're on a bright mode, things might look like white and very light gray. But okay, now I'm going to start a file, something. So here, before I even start a file, I'll show you that these are the places. This is the place where you'll see all the files. Left side is a different teams. Like I can make a team so that like in any organization, I might not want to give access to all my files to all the team members. So as per team, different team will have access to different files, different groups, and something of that sort is possible. Figma allows that. So I made a team like Alok Kumar's team, something of that sort, so that I can keep all my teaching files over there. Okay. There's one more thing here as well, which you guys must explore, which is community. Explore community in Figma. This is a Figma community. They'll get a lot of files. I'll come to this later. Although I would like all of you to do explore yourself. This is kind of a bank where you'll see all kind of files, all kind of inspirational Figma files for explorations and for learning. Okay. I'll come to that later, but let me start with the fundamentals overall. Now, if I have to start a new file at the top right, you'll see this option create plus and create. Here, I'll have an option of Figma design file. I can start a Figma file. Figxam board that we have been doing so far in last 3-4 classes, all the card sorting, task flow, double diamond process, everything what we have done that was in Figxam when you want to start start a new Figxam. And this is slide deck. Now Figma also has got a slide. So it's very equivalent to Keynote or PowerPoint. They have given an option of slide as well. You can start a new slide so as well. I'll go to Figxam design file because we have already discussed Figxam a lot. Now coming to design file. The moment you click on this, this is how your page looks like. This is a new board, and this board is kind of very infinite. So you can see like we're not going to see right now. So this is a very infinite one. You can zoom in, zoom out to a larger extent. You can have a complete app. You can have hundreds of screens in one file only, and Figma supports that very easily. So don't worry about the speed. Even at using MacBook is pretty fast, but even in Windows, it will not be slow. Now, coming to the overall layout over here, how does this complete layout look like? If I see from top, these are my files at the top. Here at the top, I see the name is untitled. I'll keep the page name maybe. This is the name of the file, so I'll keep maybe Intellipaat April 06. That's the name of my file. Okay, that's kept in draft for now. Now here I have option of file. This is my all the structure of file, pages, page, layers. It has multiple pages as well. Then layers, we'll talk about layers as well. And these are assets. Assets are used primarily when I do work on a design system. I have component. We'll talk about all those things later stage. But this is how it looks like, which is file, pages, layers. I'll come to pages and layers. Few of you who have, in case the older Figma, below you will see these all toolbar. These all toolbar will be at the top left here. This was the older Figma. In the new Figma, it has gone at the bottom center and it's kind of floating. At the right side, I'll see other stuff like one is design mode. Second is prototype mode. Prototype is when you have to make a prototype link, and somebody should be able to interact with your design. When I click on login page, it goes to next page, from that page to that page and all those stuff. That process is called prototyping. That's a different mode. So how the process works, that you design first your UI and then you link those or you animate those, and that's how this prototype world works. We'll go to prototype later on. First, we'll discuss about the design part, how the design look like. This is the page. Now this is the page color. I can change my page color or something of this side. This is my overall page color. I'm still keeping it black. I can change the color. This is opacity. I can keep my opacity to less. This is in Photoshop world and all, if you guys remember. This is how the opacity looks like, although I'm not changing the opacity. I'm keeping 100% right now. Now, to start anything, very first thing what we should do, we should take a page. So this complete thing, I have to figure out one frame or one area where I'll start working on. So if I have to work on a app for Android or app for iPhone, I should take a size of the page. Whether it's in the graphic design world, right? If you guys have worked on Illustrator or CorelDRAW, you make a page, A4 size, A5 size, whatever size, you make a page, and then in that page you start layouting. Similarly in Figma, you have at the bottom here, you will see frame. It will be here on the new one. In the older one, you can see here. It will be somewhere here. Okay. When I click on this frame, you'll see at the right side, you'll see all those different screens as are here. And because of that, you might not need to even remember. Earlier, it was not coming like this. I'm a very old time, I'm saying. It was not there, but now, even if you don't know the sizes, it helps you. Like you have sizes like Android, compact, smaller one, medium size. This is the size, iPhone 16, 16 Pro, 16 Pro Max. And iPhone is a rule, right? If you have iPhone 16, then iPhone 14 is almost similar. iPhone 13 is almost similar. So 13, 14, 15, 16, almost similar sizes. 13 Pro, 15 Pro, 14 Pro, 16 Pro, almost similar. 16 Pro Max, 15 Pro Max, 14 Pro Max, almost similar with minor changes. Only look, 16 Pro Max size got changed 440, until 14 and 15 Pro Max, they had 430. That's how it was. I'm not considering and looking at the height right now because I'm assuming that we'll be increasing the height of the screen because I'll have a scroll as well. Anyway, this is all the sizes of the phones that if you're going to work on a mobile phone app or website or mobile web screen, then you can use any of these sizes. You can just collapse this. This is tablet. I can look at any tablet, whether it's Android, Surface, which is Microsoft Surface, iPad mini, iPad Pro 12.9, for all these, depending upon for which particular screen you're going to work around. For that, you'll choose this. So usually what happens, whichever is very famous one, they put it here. Although you have complete freedom that you can change the sizes. So that's, for example, I took suppose the size of Android compact, which is 412 by 917. If I choose that size, I still have option to change the size if I want to, whatever I want to. That option is there. So think of this as a kind of a help for you to figure out. So what they are doing, that they are trying to keep you all the sizes which is universally being used a lot. It will not have everything. Like you'll see iPhone and all, you'll not see like there's no Nexus, there's no Xiaomi, there's no all the other phones, right? It's not like this, but they've given like Android, compact and medium. A lot of phones has minor changes, but usually you don't design for all the sizes. So when you're working for Android, you'll work for compact and medium, you'll see how it's fitting, and that's all. Because the difference would be like if compact is 412 by 917, there would be someone will come with 421 by something, 424 by something. You'll not work on all those stuff because there are a few minute pixel changes, and that we assume that will be handled with the help of responsiveness. It will little bit expand, compact, or something will happen. So that's why you work on the smallest one. If it's going to fit in the smallest one, in the next one it's going to be expanded a little bit. But in case if you are working on a bigger one and this is open in a smaller one, it's going to be difficult. Like things will start overlapping or it'll have some vertical scroll and all the stuff. So the best rule is that try to work on the smallest one. The moment is perfect on smallest, then by default it's going to fit on the all this one. If you think of Android, you'll design like hundreds of type of screens because there's so many kind of phones. Even if I think of iPhones, I'll think of 4 or 5 kind of iPhones. It does not work like this. You'll choose one size and then rest all will be kind of responsive one. That's how you do. Okay. And these are the one to help you to figure out like you can choose from this. Okay. So again, there's iPhone, tablets. I can go to desktops. Desktop have these sizes for MacBook Air, Pro, normal TV, wireframes. Again, if you go to presentation mode, if you go to watches, if you're making for iWatch or different watches, you can even work for the print, which is sizes of the paper, A4, A5, A6, letter size, tablet size. You can choose from there and you can work on that. Social media, even for social media, it gives you very clear cut that if you want to work on a post for Twitter versus Facebook versus Instagram, you have these sizes available. And this helps you that you don't need to think about that, how much size I should make if I have to post something on Instagram or Facebook. Figma is helping you figure out all that here. So these are the stuff that helps you. So for example, I'll take anything like just for example, I'm taking, for example, 14 Pro, 15 Pro Max. I took a iPhone size. I would have taken any one, but I have taken just the iPhone size. And what you see is happening, this is a frame. How did I get this? I clicked on this icon. This is called frame. Shortcut would be F. The moment I tap F, you'll see here as well. Previously, it was called artboard as well. So even if you press A, you get the same thing. So right now, A and F both open the same right panel where you can select whatever you want to choose. Now, I am on this screen. Now I have this layout where I'm going to walk around. Okay. Now, few things I just show you now. What has changed here? For this 14 Pro Max, the size of the screen is width. This is W 430 and height is 932. I can increase the size from here. Anything if I want to, it'll work like this. Just doing undo. Or I can drag from here to change the size if I want to. This is the width, this is the height. I can change like this. Okay. I'm again doing undo just to tell you. This is the place where I can change the sizes. Okay. Also, I can lock the aspect ratio because I might want to increase the size, but in ratio. So when I click on this one, it locked the ratio. So I cannot increase just like this. If I increase, it will increase in the ratio. So the ratio is not changing. This is very important thing when you're working for any pictures and all, because you would not want to stretch the photograph from left, right or bottom or something. You would always want a photograph to be stretched in all the sizes so that its aspect ratio is not missed. Otherwise, some tall person will start to look like fat, or fat will look tall or something of that sort, right? So whenever you are changing the size of photograph, you'll never change like this. This is not the right way. You should not do this at all. We have the artboard or frame. I can increase the size like this via this sizes, or I get dragging and dropping. This is the one that helps me lock the size. What else I have? I have the fill color. For this one, I have a fill color, this FFFF. By the way, FFF 6 times is a hex code of white, and for black it is 000 6 times. And these are called the hex codes. You can change this hex code. Like suppose if I click on this, I'll get the color palette. I can select like this. This change the background of this particular artboard or frame, and that you see this hex code is getting changed accordingly. Yeah. I can also change the opacity of this. So this is 100% opacity right now. I can make 10%. I can make 50%. Okay. I'm just keeping it 100 for now. I'm not touching that. Even I'm keeping this white just to tell you. I can change the background, color, background, appearance, transparency, everything I can change from here. I can also switch off this. This is just invisible. Also, you have an option to hide. It's there, but it's hidden. Again, I can remove the color as well, or I can add the color as well. So for example, I can add the red color, which is 100% opacity again, which is there. So you can see now I have two colors here. I have one red, one white. I can switch off red. I have white as well. So these kind of stuffs are used when I have worked on multiple options or multiple color options for something. I add those colors every time. I don't need to change the colors. I'll add all those colors one by one. I can show that, okay, this is the first option, this is the second option, something of that sort. You can do by switching off and switching on colors. This is a very interesting feature that Figma has that previously no other tools had. Okay. Now I can remove the color from here as well. If I click on this minus, I can remove this color, or I can add the color. Although I'm just keeping it hidden for you, just for a reference. Okay. Now, other stuff are here, strokes, effects, strokes. Again, I'll show strokes and all on any shape. I'll show you the left side panel first. Now, at the left side, I have files, assets. File is this particular file I'm talking about, which is Intellipaat April 06. This is my file name. Now, I have pages. I can have multiple pages in this, by the way. This is a page number 1. If you see, this is page is active. I can add next page. I click on this, I'll make page 2. I can click on this, I'll make page 3. So if you see page number 1, if I come, I got this. Let me write for you like test 01, just for reference so that you don't. Okay, this is test 1. If I go to page number 2, I'm just putting any other site just to tell you this is test 2. If I go to page number 3, I'm again choosing any other file like this size, and then I'm putting this is S3. Now I see I'm on 3 different pages I have on the same. Page number 1 has this test 1 artboard. Page number 2 had this test 2 artboard. Page number 3 had this test 3 artboard. So you can have different pages. Okay. Coming back to page number 1. By the way, this is what I'm talking about, the pages. Now let me tell you, I can have in only one page, I can have multiple artboards. So this is, suppose, think of this is my sign up screen. I can have multiple copy of this. I keep copying. There's no limit. Look how many I have made so far. So usually this is the best part of Figma, that you look how many, these are the number of screens I am making. That's a big power in your hand. Just think that on page number 1, you have just the sign up. Sign up will have some 20 screen. Now go to page number 2, I'll have home page. Home page will have some 10 or 20 links, and I'll have all those pages on the page number 2. Now I'll go to page number 3, which will have my shopping cart and checkout experience. Page number 4 will have something else. So that's how this is a very easy way to arrange the files. So usually what people do, in one page, I will have one complete flow. I'll have like, this is going to be my complete, this is going to be my registration flow. In the next one, I'll have my user flow. In the third one, I'll have some other flow, something of that sort. This is how it works. And that's why it's very important that how do you name your pages? So I'll see multiple stuff. First, this is a page. So maybe this is my login flow. This is my home page, or this could be my checkout experience, suppose. And then I can have my flow inside that. Although within this, now I'm on page number 1. I'm just for reference, I'm keeping it 01 is my test page. This is 02. I can rename like this. I'll just double click on this, select, double click. I'll go to top, start 03 as. Okay, so these are the 3. Okay. Now, even in this, I can have multiple screens, frames. So in page number 1, I have multiple frames. If you see frames, I have layers. I'll come to layers now. So page concept is clear. I can have multiple pages inside one file. In fact, your one file could have anything and everything. Let me tell you that usually Figma is so strong in that manner that usually for one app, people used to have one file only. In one file only, I'll have some 400, 500 screens, and that will be perfectly working fine. That's how it works. Also, it depends upon what kind of RAM and all you have. You can try out, but maybe initially don't go that vast, but at least 40, 50, 60 screens are very easily possible in the files. That is how it's done. Okay. Now, this was the fund of pages. These are all pages here. Now, I'm into one page only. And inside one page, I can have multiple frames. This was one frame, second frame, third frame, I can add. Now here I see layers. These are pages and this is layers. Within one page, page number 1, I'm going to layers. What exactly is layer? If you see, notice here perfectly. Test 1, because I wrote some text field, this is a layer. Second one is this artboard. Okay. How does this test, or how does this layer wala funda work? For example, I'll talk about this bottom stuff, but I'm quickly just taking one example of making suppose I'm making a button of some green color. Okay. And on this, I'm keeping text name, button name is submit, suppose. I'm not looking at the font size and all. I'll talk about all those later. Right now, I'm just giving you fundamentals of how does this layer funda working. Now, I'm keeping this submit here, but it's not coming up. Look like submit is there, but it's not visible. Why? Because submit is below this rectangle. I just drag this up. Now submit came up. Now submit is the upper layer, rectangle is the second layer. Now it's very clearly visible. And this is how the funda of layer works. This is very important stuff. Please do practice this. That when you're looking at the stuff, you might feel that, hey, I something of this sort. I have my thing, but whenever I'm moving here, it's getting disappeared. This might happen very often with you if you are not very much aware of the layer fundamentals, and that's why it's happening. And this is the place where you should look at this layer at the left side. You'll see that submit is below and the upper layer is the bigger layer. That is why this is not visible. Now when you put this down, now this submit is visible, and this is the fundamentals of layer. Okay, now these are the layers, these were the pages. Now I'm inside only one page. Inside one page, within one artboard or within one frame, I can have multiple layers. This is one. Suppose think of this was one submit button. And keeping you just more smaller for friends. And think of that I have maybe multiple buttons like this. One is submit, one is cancel. Now you see number of layers. Every stuff, every one thing is a layer. Now I might want to keep cancel as a little disabled one, suppose, and I'm keeping it here. Okay. Now you see how many layers are there. Now cancel and this. Now if you see, this could happen together somehow because I copied it. That's why it's looking here. So if I keep this cancel with this rectangle, this is one group. Cancel with this rectangle, submit with this rectangle. These are two groups. This is how you arrange, and it's very important to understand this fundamental of layer, that how does this layers work. Below that, above that, left, right, center. This is very important stuff to notice. You'll do 2-4 times, you'll understand how does this work. Okay. Now I'll talk about these below few icons, what all these tools are here. I'm just forgetting this. Okay, I'm making a new layer. For that, I'm taking a rectangle from here. I draw a rectangle. Okay, and now writing some text over there. So I wrote play as a text. I'm keeping it here. It's coming up because if you see left side, this thing play is above this rectangle. And let me name it gray rectangle 3, and this is play. If I keep this play below this, you'll not be able to see this. Although it's here only, you cannot say this. But if I click on this, it's here. Something is here, but it's not visible. Why? Because in the left side, this play is below this rectangle. This play, you have to drag and move to the top, then you will see it above. It's just like two things kept one above each other. So if this is a bigger stuff and this is smaller stuff is visible, if it's below, of course, it's not visible. So we are one is this layer, second is this layer. Something of this sort is a funda. In the physical world, this is how this work, right? How these layers are there, and you must understand and you try to keep these layers together. So if these two buttons are together, make sure these are here. Although even if I keep this layer at last, still for you it's visible perfectly fine. Why? Because still the play layer is above and gray layer is bottom. Although in between there are 4-5 more stuff. If you select these two, I'm selecting the first at the bottom and first at the top. So in this, there's no problem in your visible area. You will see everything is looking fine. But in your layer panel, this may confuse you in future. So the recommendation is that keep this together. So just for example, this rectangle, maybe you can keep it like this so that you know these two are together. Okay, cool. Now, I'll talk about these bottom tools. At the bottom, you see these tools. 920, yeah, good time. Okay. Now, if you see, this is first is move tool. Move tool is something that I've been using since start. This is used to move the stuff from left, right, wherever I want to. Okay. This is move tool. When this is active, this is a move tool. Okay. Second one is hand tool, which is used to pan. And usually if I use space, that also works like this. Or in the MacBook, your tool trackpad works like this. You can move the stuff like this easily. So same stuff hand tool does. Okay. And then scale is primarily to scaling. Anything you want to scale. I'll talk about this. Like just for example, what happens, like you select something, this is scale tool. It will be used to move or scale the stuff. Okay. This is all within one. Inside one, when you click on this, you'll see all these tools. By default, move is active, and primarily move is the one which is used maximum because you have to move the stuff from left to right and top to bottom, whatever. Okay. This is move tool. Now in the second one, we have already used one thing, which is frame. Okay. Frame, if you remember, we discussed F for frame, and this is the all artboard or frame that I use. I can still use, I can make frame, I can use, click on the next one will come here. Okay. That I keep doing. It shortcut would be F, shortcut would be A as well. Both works similarly. So this is frame. We'll talk about section and slides later a little bit. Okay. Now, coming to the next stuff, which is shapes. Within this shape, you'll see a lot of different shapes that I'm using. You can make rectangle the way I made this button. You can make line, which is just dragging a line like this from one place to other place. This is line. Now there I have arrow. I can choose arrow from one place to other place, left to right. I can change the direction. By default, it will change the arrow from left or right. Okay. Or maybe while drawing, if I draw from right to left, your arrow is coming this side. If you draw from left to right, your arrow is coming like this. So how you draw, this is how it defines where the arrow should be directing to. Now again, ellipse, polygon, these are again tools like I have to make a ellipse. I have to make even a circle. If I choose that, if I press shift and I draw, this makes a circle. Okay. I'm just pressing shift right now, and with shift I'm moving, this is making circle. If I don't press anything, then this is like a very free flow circle. I can make circle, I can make ellipse, I can make circle, ellipse both, because this is free flow. But the moment I press, suppose shift, look, it has become circle. I can draw only circles from the same tool. Okay. Next is like polygon to make a triangle. I can increase the number as well. This is 3. I can make 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Same tool is being used. So that's why this is not called triangle tool. This is called polygon tool, because this is the polygon. I can change it from here. The numbers 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay. Inside this, another one star. I can draw a star like this. Again, in the star, you will see a property at the right side, which is 5. I can increase the number to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9. Okay. So again, star, but it can be used into any kind of star with any number of sides. And last is image. You can drag any image in this. Like I select on this image, I click on this image will be coming here like this. I can drag any of the image like this as well. So what will we see here so far? I can draw rectangle, I can draw line, arrow, ellipse. Ellipse is used for ellipse plus oval and circle both. Then polygon for making triangle and any number of sides. Star, again, start with 5 or 6 and then go to n numbers of stars, sides, star. Image to drag, to import any image in the file. Now, next tool, let me remove this. I'll be moving to the next stuff. I'll just quickly cover these all tools. Few will leave, like there are a few AI things as well, action as well, that we'll talk later. But yeah, I'm talking about the next stuff. This had all the shapes and also image. Now I come to the next tool, which is a pen tool. This is a very interesting tool. That is where if you are artist, if you are the one who love to draw the stuff, this is a very interesting tool for you. How does this pen tool work? I click on this one. If I click on second area, this made a shape. I made a shape. I can fill color as well here. I can fill some color. Okay. What I did, I just took a pen tool. I clicked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can make any size, any shape, anything, and then I can fill the color in this. I'll go to this, I'll fill the color what I want to. Okay. This is pen tool, but creativity comes when we have curve around this. I choose the pen tool. I click on one place. Second place I clicked but did not release. Now I'll move this. I can make a curve with this. Now, if I continue with this, I can make things like this. This is another way. Now, if I stop this, I can make things like this. Now I can fill this as well. And this can be used to draw anything and everything. People do draw any kind of icons, complete illustration, complete imagery, depending upon what kind of skill you have in terms of freehand. And this is a very interesting tool to draw on Figma. So for example, think of like I am making a screen where I plan to make a screen of two different sets. So I click here, I made something of this here. I close like this. I came to here, clicked here. I fill this with some different color, and I have a different color. Now I might have a screen of two sides, two different colors, and those kind of stuff. So these kind of curves can be used in n number of time and n number of different ways to make your screens and your UI very interesting. Okay. Now this pen has little bit twist. You should try and practice. One, when I click on this, I got this already linked to me. I cannot leave this unless I press on escape button. Once I press on this, but don't release, I am moving without releasing. Inside this only, we have another tool which is called pencil tool. Pen is something where you select one dot, second dot, you play with the arrange your curves, and then you move forward and you link that, then you fill that. Now this pencil is a free flowing. It's like I'm trying to write like this. You might use this to write your signature. You might want to use it for something else. Or if you're good at drawing, you might use this to draw the stuff. It's completely up to you how good you are in the drawing and how good you can do. I'm one of the one who is pathetic. So if you think you have a good hand in drawing, you can use this to depends how good you are in drawings. Okay, this is a free. This pencil tool is free tool, completely free hand tool that you can use to draw whatever you want to. Now the next tool is text tool. Very clear text, straightforward. Select the text field, click and write the font, text, whatever I want to write. Okay. Now after writing, the moment I have the text, I have a lot of options at the right size. We'll look at all those. Just for example, suppose this is the text. Now I have an option to change the font, which is this. All these fonts I can choose, any of the fonts. Then you let me choose any font which is common. Okay. Then you'll have option like regular, bold, medium, semi-bold. All this comes here. This is the font size, defined font sizes, and you can also type the size whatever you want to. Okay. Then again, alignments, top, bottom, right. There are few stuff which is very common in any MS Word, Office, those kind of stuff. And the moment you go to paragraph kind of structure, you'll have like line height, spacing, everything will be here. Again, fill color of the font is here. And again, Figma has this interesting stuff. Again, you can have multiple color. I'll click here, I add another color here. And I do have a switch on and off button here. I can off and on this button from here. Okay, so I can have multiple color, multiple font. I can have a stroke as well. On this only, I can have a stroke. So if I go here, you see, I have a stroke on this. I can also increase the size of the stroke to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So when you have any text, font, or shape, anything, in this right side, you see a plus, fill, this add fill. The moment you tap on this add fill, I can choose a third color as well, which is this. I'll switch off this black to get this because black was on. So now I have this color. I'll make it 100%. And then this is my third color. I can switch off and all any color like this off. I can switch off this. And whichever again, this is a layer wala funda because green is at the top. Even my black is on. I cannot see black. I can see only green because green is at the top layer. Black is at the bottom layer. So by default, I can see only the green one. Again, I have the stroke. Stroke also has the same feature of adding more strokes, more colors. One thing I want to talk about here. In the stroke, you'll see option of outside, inside, center. You see this? This is outside. I think this is something you can understand here, like maybe show you in the rectangle. Suppose I have a rectangle and here I am putting a stroke of red. It will be easy to understand. Okay. Now you see that red, the stroke is inside. Okay. If I do outside, look, it has come. This is my area till gray is my rectangle area and the stroke is outside this. Now, if I go to maybe inside, see this, this is my gray area and stroke is inside that gray area. Or if I see center, then this is somewhere in the center. This looks like a very small thing when you're doing it here, but when you have to work on a very pixel perfect thing where every one pixel matters, then this inside, outside, center all matters because you want to handle everything in every pixel. You can increase this number of size, and this is how you take a column, center, outside, and inside. This is the effects of any stroke. This applies with any shape, any text, and anything. I'll move to few more stuff over there and Figma. And if you have any questions so far, whatever we have discussed so far, we discussed all these below tools, almost all. We're leaving this last 2, 3. We'll discuss about all this later because this has more of actions and AI things. This is for meet the PayPal, and this is for dev mode, which is not for Diana's. Maybe this is more of developers thing that we'll discuss these things later on. Coming back to my design mode. Okay. Few of the stuff I want to talk about is we made a rectangle and then move forward. I just make again a rectangle. Inside this, we have this rectangle. You can have these shortcuts as well, by the way. Rectangle R, line L, arrow, shift L, eclipse O. Because basically you'll use few of these tools very often. Just for example, to make a new artboard, you'll use F, or new frame, you'll use this F frame, or A. This is something you'll do very often. You'll use V to come back to move tool, or a lot of time when you press the escape button, by default you come to move mode. And R for making the rectangle, because anytime you have to make a text field, you have to make button, you'll make actually a rectangle. And from that rectangle only, you'll make all this stuff. So you can quickly remember like R is for rectangle. So this thing, I'm making a rectangle. I'm just trying to make a button. Okay. Now, this rectangle has few more properties as well. So one thing I think we did not see at the start is this is the alignment. So this is the circle I selected. I have this left line. This has gone left to this artboard. If I do middle line, right line, top line, middle of this, bottom of this. So suppose if I have to, let me remove all this for a second, keeping all out of this board. And I have this circle. If I want to place this circle exactly at the center of this stage, so I'll put middle and center. So by default, it came to the center. Okay. If I want to move to the top, this is the top. So this is again alignments of top, left, right, bottom, something you can explore yourself as well. Okay. Also, in Figma, it tells you very clearly about the spacing between two things. So this is one, and if you want to know what is the space between this rectangle and this circle, for that I'll select this one and I'll press Alt or Option depending upon MacBook or Mac has Option, Windows has Alt. Press one, press Alt and press. Don't press, just hover on this. It's saying very clearly like, okay, the distance is 131 pixel. Okay. From this, if I do right side, this is 131 right side, 141 left side. Means this is not in the center. I made click on center. Now this is center. And I tap on this. Like this is 122, 123. Still in the center because this is maybe not a even number. This is an odd number. That's why it's not possible to be 122, 122 both sides because this is an even odd number. Okay. Now, I was talking about few properties of this rectangle. The moment I make a rectangle, I select the rectangle, I can do multiple mode stuff here. So, one, this has a XY position. So if you see this X 123, Y 370. If you guys know XY, so if I suppose I make this X0, it will go to the top, sorry, left, and if I make Y0, it will go to top. Okay. So if you guys remember during maths time, X and Y axis, this is the position of this rectangle on this artboard or on this frame, which is 123 and 370. The moment I move here, look, this will move. Okay, XY position will move accordingly. This will help you work when you're working on an exact pixel perfect. Like this button should be 20 pixel away from the left side. The padding should be 20 pixel, 30 pixels, something of that sort. Then this XY makes very much sense. Okay. Now, this is called constrained. Right now, this is maybe I'll make it left and top. So I saw you somehow. Let me keep it away from here. So what we did, this rectangle is constrained by left and top. What does this mean? When I change the size of this artboard, look, this is not changing. This is not moving left and right. Why? Because I'm increasing from right. Okay. This left and top will not change. But if I move from left, it will move with the left. I have constrained it from the left and top side. So for this, let me remove this for now so that you don't get confused. Okay, because I'm talking about this rectangle only. This has a constraint of left and top. If I increase the size of the artboard from bottom, it will not change. The position will not change. See, this is not changing. But the moment I change the size from top, look, it will move with this. It will move with left. So you can place the stuff accordingly. You want to keep it. This is helpful when you're working on a responsive design. So when the size of the screen increases, do you want this to increase or do you want this to be fixed at some place? So this is called constraint. You can take a call that if you want to have a constraint for this, like if you want to keep a logo, suppose your logo is of this size and you want that whenever the screen size is changing, this logo position should not change. In that case, I'll have a constraint of this will be always from left and top. This is what the spacing is. If this is 28, 28 or 24, 24. So what's happening that on the screen, suppose there's a one part that I want it to move with, keep it closer to top or left. So when I select this rectangle or square, I have this is called constraint, left and top. This is constraint to left and top. And what does that mean? Even if the size of the screen changes. So if I have made the screen for mobile and I open on the tablet, the placement of this logo will not change. Even if I open in a tablet or in a web, it will not change. If I increase the height as well, it will not change because I constrained it to left and top. But if I increase the height from top, it will move. Look, if I increase the width from left, it will increase. Okay. Now, suppose I keep it, this is left, I keep it like maybe right. Now, if I increase from right, it will increase. But if I increase from left, it will not move at all because I have kept it constrained from the right side. So this is the call you take primarily for when you are designing, suppose a logo at the top left, you are working on a navigation that you want to move with uh, the size of the screen. So suppose I keep it in center. Suppose look, I keep it in center of the screen like this, and I keep it constrained to center. Now, if I increase the size from any size, it will increase. It will move according. So it will remain on the center always, whatever the size is, whether it's long, wide, small, short, it will still remain on the center. So depending upon the your requirement of the layout, you take this call of the constraint. And this is helpful when you are kind of changing the size of the screen. Whenever you're opening the same file on different size of screens, like on web, on mobile, if you open the mobile stuff on web, open the mobile stuff on the tablet. Okay. Now I was at rectangle thing. I had made a rectangle of this sort. That was our constraint. We discussed about the XY. We discussed about the alignment and all. Now, this also have an angle. This angle is a rotating angle. Like I want to rotate this to 45 degree. It will rotate like this. Okay. I can press here. I can increase from the arrow as well like this. It's going to 0 now. It's 0. And I can increase and decrease like this. Okay. I'm making it 0. I have other ways to do as well. Like if I come close to this rectangle, the moment I come to the edge, I see this is getting changed, right? This is coming like this. Now you can change the way you want to rotate. You can rotate like this, and if you see this value of angle is getting changed here. Okay, so two way: one changing via this, second is via this. This is rotation. This is again width. This is about height, size of this, size, height, width you're changing. You can change via this as well. So the moment you come close to this rectangle, this part changes and this becomes like, okay, you can increase and decrease the size of the rectangle like this, or you can take a call like, okay, you want to increase the width like this as well, increase the height like this as well. So height and width you can change from this place, and again you can constrain it to lock. The moment you lock this, now it will always, even if you move like this, it will always move in same ratio. The ratio you cannot change. So its height and width got locked. So even if suppose you have a button, someone is even by mistake stretching it, the person cannot stretch it because I want to maintain the same ratio. For that, I'll have this lock. Another part, let me change this color to a little darker for you. Suppose I went to this right, so that red color. Now other part, this opacity, I can decrease the opacity. If you select any rectangle or any shape, you have width and height. And the right side of that is lock aspect ratio. This icon. The moment you click on this, you see a lock here. Lock means this is the line between width and height is both connected now. And when you click in this is disconnected now. Now, next for this appearance, which is now 100% right now, I can change that to 20%. Appearance means this is opacity. You will get to know about this when suppose you have another rectangle of yes. Let me change that to a different kind of color. Maybe go green. And now when this comes above this, you will see the difference. This is 20%, this is 100%. Now this red is 100%. If I keep it 50%, you see the opacity. The below stuff started being visible, or you see this on any image. I think I dropped some image, right? Look at, I have this image. I make it little bigger. Now on this image, I am putting this. Okay. So suppose if I keep it here, just for example, I might use this to highlight this, that this is happening 26th. I don't know. I'll make it at 20%. I might use this as a highlighter, but if I make it 100%, this is the exact, so it's not completely transparent. This is completely opaque. I cannot see things. So this is the transparency part. I can use this like this if I want to. One more part for this. There's a shortcut to this as well. Is select on this. You press 1 is 10%, 2 is 20%, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 is 100%. So you don't need to maybe type 10, 20, 30, 40 on your keyboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the shortcuts to select the opacity of any of the stuff. It's not about just this shape. Even if this image I press 2, look at this, opacity is gone to 10%, 20%. This is 100%. This is by 1 to 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and 0. 0 is 100%, 1 is 10%, 2 is 20%, 3 is 30%, and so on and so forth. There was appearance, which is opacity. Just beside that, this is corner radius. You can change this to maybe 12, and this makes it capsule. This is corner radius. Okay. Now, there are two ways. One is that by changing this number, I can make it rounded from 0 edge rectangle edges. The moment I increase this number, this becomes more rounded. Other ways are I click on this and come to the edge, and now you can see this circle dot. Select this dot and drag. You can change the number like this as well. This is other way of shortcut to change the radius of any of the rectangle or square or anything. If you see this, this is changing the number from on there as well, 9, 10, 11, 12, 10, 10, 11, 12, right? This number only changes, but there are two ways to change. One you can change via this only, and one is that you can drag and drop and make it work like this. Okay. So usually we do make buttons like this, right? You'll make full of this side. This is a button, capsule type, or maybe sometime you use the same thing for making a text field as well. Suppose you have to make a login flow or login form. You use the same thing to work on field to make the roundness. Again, I think that we discussed about stroke, similar the way we discussed stroke on the text. Similarly, I'll have stroke here as well. I can change the stroke. So let me make it little useful, like I'll go and make this to little white, off-white, close to off-white, and a stroke I'm making little bit darker. And this is how we usually make our text fields. This goes very close to white, and this is not this like maybe 8 or so. So let's make it 12. Yeah. So any form will have fields like this, and this is how you make your text fields, something of this sort. This kind of color, or sometime you'll go even completely white. Usually the standard size height remains 24, but again, for in a lot of modern design, you increase the height a lot to make it more modern. Otherwise, 24 is kind of a very minimum one, because there's a tappable area of finger need. If it's below 24, it's going to be difficult for a finger to tap. So if we have, this is suppose 18, suppose, and this is another 18, and I'm trying to tap on this, by mistake, I might tap on this as well. So that is why it should be, height should be at least 24, and this is, I think, 30 already. Okay. So plus 24 is fine. Below 24 is not fine. And also we should try to keep the numbers in the multiple of 4 or multiple of 8. So right now this is 30, which is not fair. It should be 32. That's the right number. Again, 245, try to make it 246 or 248, which is because when you have this, this helps you work on the grid, 8 pixel grid, so that things are placed on the right manner. So try to keep the numbers on even number, like this is 248 by 32. Okay, that is how it's going to help. And to know the exact numbers, you should look at maybe download material design, download iPhone iOS design, and see how much is the sizes for them. That is going to help you to understand what is the standard for iPhone versus Android. Does it differ? Yes, it's different from different website and apps. So just for example, you'll see few apps. So what I'm saying, 24 is the minimum. Below that, we'll have a problem in usability. I might not be able to tap properly, and when I tap on something, I might accidentally tap on something else as well. That kind of concern might come. When you're increasing the height, a lot of people will make it very big, and interestingly, this is material design toolkit, and I want you guys to explore this. Go inside this every aspect and check. Like suppose look at the buttons up there. Go to their buttons. The height of buttons labels are 48. Height is 48. This is tabs. Okay, different kind of stuff. If you go to any kind of button, their middle labels is height is 40. Okay, this is Android. You guys should download and open this in Figma and observe the sizes. Everything is there. So if you guys can see my screen right now, when you open this, you'll have all the stuff here. Like they're all the icons. You click on this, you have all the icons here, all the material design icons, Android icons, all kind of avatars, table of content, styles. You'll see the app bar, which is like this. App bar means top area. Then all the buttons, badges, cards, what all kind of cards they have. They are using what all kind of cards, carousel, checkboxes, whatever all kind of different UI styles elements they have. It's here. So this is the guideline of material design, which is Android. It is everything. Like if you look at date picker, it has dialog, dividers, list. So you must download few of these. So I gave you the link of material design, which is for Android. And these are free, of course. You can download these and open in your Figma and observe the sizes, spacing, and all those stuff. This will make your design style very clear. You will be able to understand how does this work. Coming back to where we were, we're looking at the I'll anyways talk about the design system later. I just because you guys asked about the industry sizes, so I just gave you the link so that you guys can explore even yourself. And I'll anyways cover design system and a few other design system as well, which is in the industry very famous. I'll talk about few of those so that it's going to be helpful for all of you. Now, uh, we looked at few major stuff like, okay, opacity, we do play a lot. We do play a lot with the roundness. This is other stuff is like fill, then stroke. We discuss about the stroke and the fill as well. There could be other stuff as well. Like inside this, I can have effects. Inside effect, I can have stuff like drop shadow. I can give a drop shadow here. Yo, look at this. X is 0, Y is 4. I can reduce this to 2. Look, this has gone lesser. This color, I can increase the spread like this. This is 1. I can increase the spread to 10. Okay, like this. Prefer to not have spread like this. I can have spread 0. In the color, opacity is 25%. I would want to maybe make it or lesser, 15%. This will make it more cleaner. Okay, now you can see it has drop shadow with these effects. I can click on this again. I can change the numbers if I want to. Whatever number I want to change, I can see. Okay. If I want drop shadow to be spread all 4 areas surrounded, then I should make X and Y both 0, and then you will see the impact. You'll see the drop shadow all. Let me switch off the stroke, then you will be able to understand better. Look. Now you can see the stroke all 4 sides. See, top, bottom, right, left, all sides is a stroke. Now, if I change the xy to, suppose I give some number to x, maybe 2, sorry, x to 0 and y to 4. Now you see the difference. Look, it has gone from top because I have put 0 in the x and I increase y to 4. The moment the way I do, like I'm increasing x, look, I keep increasing x, I'm keeping increasing y, it will move. And this is how you also work on like even the blur. The moment you increase the blur, I see a good example, make it 0, 0, work on the blur. And this is very famous these days, like this kind of style. Look, what kind of effect you're getting. You're kind of getting a glow kind of effect, but there's a drop shadow on white. And this is kind of effect you'll see a lot these days on a lot of websites and apps that make it very rich and prominent. And these are drop shadow. You guys should must play with these drop shadows numbers, XY axis, blur, spread, how much you want to spread this blur, and the color. You can play with the opacity and the color. You can, like, I have black right now, I might have even a red. The moment I keep red, look, the style got very different. This is drop shadow only, but with the red, it somehow looks like a glow as well. And these are this kind of effects very common these days that makes the app look very rich. And this is possible by doing a drop shadow. You have few more things here: layer blur, inner shadow. Inner shadow is again, drop shadow is for outside. I went to inner shadow, look the same thing, how the impact has changed. It's looking like the same red, but the effect is all inside the shape. Drop shadow was more of outside the shape. This is inside the shape. This can be used to make a capsule kind of feeling. Then you have layer blur, you have background blur. So explore this. But majorly used is drop shadow. Little less than is inner shadow. Rest all are very less to be used in the market. I just want to show you by making one login page quickly so that it will help you work. And I'll expect you people to maybe work on this one landing page, one login page, or maybe one flow, and come in the next class. Or maybe let me try to finish. If I can finish in 10 minutes, maybe you guys can practice quickly and show me how you're going to achieve and showcase. So just for example, I have to make a login screen, right? I am trying to make a text field. I have given this option. This is my text field I'm expecting. Then above this, I'll have text like write username. I choose a very sleek font like this. I choose font size to be smaller. Again, I'm putting a very big font size here. Again, 18 is too big. We put little smaller. And look, I put a 14 size of username. I reduce the opacity to very less. Now again, I'll have a copy of this and we'll call it password. And then I can have a CTA button. Again, I might want to use the same size, copy this, but I want to change the style. I don't want to have a shadow like this or something. I want to change the color. Suppose my color is red of my brand. I want to make this red as a CTA. I want to give it a stroke of same red color. So the copy is like select and press Alt or I or option button and just drag. The moment you come here, right? Just select it. The moment you press Alt, look, this changes. Look at this mouse pointer. This has become 2, 1 to 2. Okay. The moment you see 2, which is now 2, I just drag to the next. That's all. Or other way could be like I select, I copy, Command C, Command V, Control C, Control V, and then I just paste. That's other way. Now I'm trying to make this my CTA, and this maybe I'll write, again, I'm copying this here, pasting it here, and making this CTA white, opacity to 100%, and this is submit. Okay. Now I might want to keep it as center, or oh, I think I have taken which size this is. This is iPhone 14. Okay. Now I might want to make the stuff like sorry. I might want to, this is submit. I'm making another one which is register if this is a new user. But again, I don't want to make register as my primary button. I want to make it as secondary button. So I might want to keep a stroke like this, but button I might not want to keep like this. I will change this fill color to, I can pick the color like this as well. Same color. So what I did, I selected this. I went to this color picker, clicked on this eyedropper. I clicked on eyedropper and picked the color from where I wanted to. I picked the color from here and then I made this. So this is how what it's looking like. This is my primary button. This is my secondary button. Other way could be I might not even have this at all. I will have like a new user register. This is how could be other way of writing my stuff. Suppose if not this way, maybe what I'll do, I'm copying here just to say I'll not even have this prominent button. I'll have a small thing like this, and then this is how my suppose my screen look like, and then I might want to keep a name of this, which is could be login. I might want to make it very prominent one, big screen. This is my login. Now this is looking a little empty to me. Maybe I'll look at some graphics. Suppose I look for something of this sort. Just trying to figure out some screen. I just copy pasted. You see what I have done here? I have put an image here. Okay. In this layer, you see there's an image over here. I'm putting that image at the last so that it's at the bottom. You see what I've done here? Suppose this is my what is CTA? Okay, yeah, CTA is call to action or button. Okay. And now since I've gone in different direction, maybe let me choose the color from this only so that this looks of this family. Okay. And to highlight this, maybe I'll make another button here, another box here, and I'll put roundness of 24, and I'm putting this again just above this. I'll keep the opacity to 40%. I'll make this to white. This will make this city a little more darker. Did you guys see what all I've done? I've done a lot of stuff here right now here. I'm just changing this color to white. I'll come to this. I'm just saying, okay, something of this sort I made. So what I did, now talking about circle, first I made a normal rectangle or like this. I changed the roundness to 24, and then I changed the opacity to, so it's 100%. I made this to 20%, or maybe I think it was 50%. Suppose I don't know how much it was. I made 40%. Okay, so this is 40% opacity. Okay, and then I moved it here. This is the same button. Okay, adjust the rectangle by changing the roundness and changing the opacity. That is one. So what I did, this is same rectangle. I changed the color to white. I changed the appearance opacity to 40%. I changed the roundness to 24. Okay. Now coming to image. How do I get the image? Here we discuss about one thing. In this we had image, right? I can click on image. I can drag any image from my system. I will go to what I dragged was this image. Click here and open this, drag this image. Okay. This was the image. What I did, I used this part of the image only. This was my image. Okay. I did quickly just to show what exactly, how does this work? So suppose you have this is your artboard. Okay. I'm looking at here. And I want to put this here. If you just drag it here, it'll go inside. Okay. Just dragging it will take it inside. Now what I did, if you come here, you will see where is the image in the layer. This layer you see, this is here at the top. Although I want this to be at the last, because if it is at the top, other stuff is not visible, because all the stuffs are there, but it's not visible. So I'm putting it at the last. The moment I put it at the last, I can see all the other stuff. Now I moved this little bit because I wanted to maintain something of this sort. And the rest of the stuff I selected like this and then moved below. You need to practice image, you need to practice roundness, opacity, and little bit of drop shadow. If suppose I have to have three icons here, maybe just think that below register, I have to have three icons here. Okay. I want to make sure that all three icons are of same size. It looks perfect. So maybe I'll try to make things like this. One is my this icon. Second could be my this icon. I'm randomly putting any icon so that I can make justice to this key. So I'm randomly trying to do this, and that is where you will struggle. Okay. Now, if you see, this icon has a bounding box, which is still outside. This one has bigger one. This one has a different one. Okay. Now, what I should do, maybe do double click on this. You get this copy and remove this one, older one. Now what you have is this one, where there's no bounding box extra. You have icons bounding box completely like this. There's no even an extra single pixel outside. Okay. Now, even this one is like this. This one is a bit bigger, so maybe I'll go again, double click. Okay, this one is different. This one is this is not a so this is not a vector actually. So what I'm doing here, I'm pressing command or control and drag like this so that it will be cropped like this. So I'm cropping just to showcase you. I'm just doing something of this sort. Okay. Now, I wanted to align all these. What could be the best way to align these in a good, perfect space and perfectly making sure these are all aligned in the right manner? So the best way could be, if you want to align, suppose four icon, maybe you have your four boxes of this size, exactly four boxes like this. Let me show you. Okay. Now these boxes are, look, 36 by 36. Okay. Now I'll copy these all. I just did Alt and just drag and then Command D, Command D. I can copy like this. Okay. I have four now here. If I'm just, I'll put you some stroke so that you guys can differentiate. I'm putting stroke here to showcase. So I went to placed on R. Either I press R or I go to these shapes. Okay. This rectangle and then drag it. If you drag normally, it's free. It could be rectangle, anything. If you drag with shift, it will be always a square. Okay. So what I did, I made a square. Okay. Now, since I want to align these, what I'll do, I'll put these in the right manner here inside, and I'll try to manage this here inside this. Okay. Now, although I still should have the same sizing, I'm just putting for you here. One more thing you guys can see that it's happening that I'm going here. This icon is going away. It's going behind this. You can see it's behind the layer. So what I'm doing, I'm putting it here, cutting, and then pasting again. So it comes up. Okay. Now, if I see the sizes, suppose this is 23.5, I'll make it a random 24. I'll make this also with 24. And again, I should log this because this should not change. So I'm making it 24. I'm making this also 20. Okay, and yeah, 24. This one also log first and then 24. What is also 24? Yeah. Now I'm just aligning this. You can see that you in the Figma, very easy thing, like once you select this and you have this bounding box, the moment you select, you just press Alt or Option and you do like this. You can see all the sizes at the all four sizes. 7 at the left, 5 at the right. You can move like this. Now it's 6, 6 left, right. 8 and 8.4. Maybe you cannot play with that because it's 8.4 and 8. You will not be able to make it center. Now again, similar kind of stuff. What we did, 6, 6 from left, right, 8 from top. Again, if you look, this is 7, 6. I'll just move. Hope you guys can see what I'm trying to say. I select this, I press Alt, I can see, look, this is number 7, this is 5. Means left I have padding 7, right is, I'll correct, I'll move this once more. 7, 5, not in the center. I'll move here like this. So now it's center 6, 6. Now this is completely in the center. I can use alignment tool as well. This is here. I can use these tools to align as well. We have done that. I'm just trying to show you if you want to do here as well, like this. Look, this is completely in the center, 6, 6, 6, all 4 sizes. This 7, 7, 6, 6, it has to move a little bit up. Now this is 6, 6, all size. Now this is all aligned perfectly fine. Now I can move this wherever I want to. And now even if I remove this extra boxes, this will be the best alignment possible. If you want to align 4 boxes, 4 icons like this, then try to have like this. Now, either you can delete that, or some safe or best part is that I'll not delete, I'll select this, but I'll remove the fill, I'll remove the stroke. So box is there, but it's not visible. The benefit of that is that now I'll group this. So now this is one icon for me. But what's happening, it has some extra spacing as well. So whenever you have some icon on the any icon on the phone or app, should have this bounding box of 24 by 24, 36 by 36, so that you need certain size for tapping, because finger has some fatness, right? So even if your icon is smaller, it's possible sometimes your icon could be smaller, but this is the area you have defined for the developer, that all this area should be clickable. So my icon is not just this bell, my icon is this much. And in this icon, in my PNG or SVG file, I have these area as a blank area. What happens because of that is that whenever the developer keep it, one, that it will help him to align all 4 icons together like this. Second, in any case, if I don't have these 2 icons, suppose, in any case, this will not come closer to this. Okay, because if it comes closer to that, there could be fat finger issue. I'm trying to tap on this icon, but accidentally I'm clicking on this icon. But the moment you have defined this spacing for this, so it will never overlap, or it will never come closer to this, because right now it's not looking overlap, but it's actually overlap. If you see, it's an overlap here, right? So that is why it's important to keep this bounding box, so that, and this helps you in overall whenever you're designing a complete app, complete website, anything and everything. This is best way to align your icons, and this is the best way to give the icons or any imagery to the developer, so that these bounding boxes are there, that will never overlap. Okay. I just thought of, I saw this problem in Tanvij one, so I thought of just giving you these are few small tips that will help you in any of the layouts. When you suppose here, few of you had maybe login via Twitter, Google, Facebook, few more. This is how you can align your icons here. Something of this sort you can do. Okay. I'm going to talk about where we'll discuss about few UI elements and few of the most stuff of UI atomic design principles we'll talk about. So what we're going to cover about is first is this atomic design principles. So what exactly this is? It's a theory of making a website or app. It's not just for the website, it's for the apps or any kind of layout that you do. And this is being used a lot. It's a kind of a structure that you use for designing any website or designing any app. And with the help of this style only, you build your components. If you feel of your part or are having a good understanding of design system, this is how design systems are made. You work on a smallest particles and then you build upon that. So those particles are called atoms, are the smallest, molecules are bigger than that, organisms are bigger than that, and then you have templates, then you have pages, and this is how you work on your complete page together. And these are the 5 things that makes your layout consistent. These are the properties that you need to have for sure to make your layout consistent and to make it look interesting. We'll talk about these. So overall, how this looks like is something of this sort. What we're going to discuss is kind of when you look at any layout, I think this is some Spotify or some screen. What I'm trying to highlight here is that look at few UI elements. This is a headline. Coldplay at the one, that's a headline. The moment I say headline, font size of that is the biggest. and this is the most prominent. Either the font is bigger, it's bolder, or somehow this looks is heading 1. If you look at the button text, it's a little bit less visible. But when I talk about a primary color, look at this fluorescent green kind of color, which is my primary color at the right. That makes it very visible that on this screen, when I want someone to take an action on, that's the color, because that's my primary color where I want people to take a good action on. Then I have section headers, which is a header, but which is smaller than Coldplay, because Coldplay is my header. This is my section header. Then song title, body text. Body text will be smaller than all those because that's the smallest out of all those. Then we have tab at the bottom, home, search, and few more. What is the font size of all those? What kind of button and colors and gray background I'm using? So you do these things primarily to build the hierarchy of any of the layout. Like right now, you guys were working on a login screen. What needs the maximum attention? What needs the secondary attention? Which should be most active one? Which should be the most visible one? That call you take with this help of this. So that's why I was not giving you a lot of feedback on the visual, that how big the login should be, which is the first thing I should be looking at. We'll look at all those stuff after we have good understanding of these visual part, that how a layout should be there. So the very first thing is atoms. When you talk about atom, this is the smallest particle of any of the layout, any of the design, any of the website, web page you are doing. This is the smallest icon. When I say smallest icon, like think of like I'm zooming it here. This is the icon of just chevron or arrow or back arrow or down arrow. Okay, this is just one element. You look at these dots, triple dots. These are used for options. Just one item. This album art, this is also just one image, although this looks big, but this is only one image. So what I'm trying to say here, that these things are not mixed of multiple stuff. This heart button, which is used for a wish list, this slider, these icons, this lyrics, all these things, if you see, these are all atoms. Okay, when I'm showcasing you all single, every single item, every single icon, every single element of the layout is called atom. This is the origin of any design. This is where you start. Any smallest thing is atoms. Okay. Now coming to the next one, I'm not going to bilkul definition. I'm just trying to break it down for you so that you easily will be able to understand what are atoms, what are the molecules. When I say molecules, molecules are usually made of more than one or more than two or more than three atoms. So here, if I look at this, the heart button, okay? But when I look at this, suppose, look at this yellow and some number. So there are two things. One is the main headline, and then this is second one. This section of yellow and this is a typography. There are two kind of, but I'm making this align in such a manner. This looks like one section, one group. These groups, which is made of more than one, these combinations are called molecules. Now, if I move forward, try to understand organism. I'm just trying to break down the same screen. This screen only. Here we saw atoms first. When there's a single object, when I have more than one object together, that becomes a molecule. The moment I see a section kind of stuff, which is a organism. And when I say organism, is think of like here, this heart is an atom. This dot options, triple dots are atoms. This yellow and this number together is molecule, because this is all two things. But when I look at this, I have one card kind of setup, one picture, this molecule, this heart, this triple dot. This all is a one section. That section is called organism. Okay. So now if you see, atoms makes molecules, molecules makes organism, and then I'm copy all the organism here because this makes a layout. I'm trying to make a layout over there, and from that I make a template. Overall, if I make a template, so I have in this one, I have few atoms, I have few molecules, I have few organism, and this is how mixing all the things like atom, molecules, organism, you make a template. And this is how the complete layout look alike for any page, any website. And this is how you handle the consistency. So suppose think of that, making this kind of layout. If this hard button is somewhere here, somewhere left, somewhere right, and all those stuff, this layout will not look consistent. That layout will not look good for you. But since I'm following, I am following a organism, and organism are made up of my atom and molecules. So by default, the layouts are aligned in perfect manner. So if I have to change this, I have to edit this molecule and change this completely. The moment I change this, then by default it changes everywhere. So if I want to move this heart from here to here, I'll prefer to move this heart to here in all these, so that consistency is not going away. So these are few kind of a guardrails or guidelines that will help you make a template so interesting and making sure that this looks very cohesive, this looks very much aligned, and the template looks interesting. Okay. Now, next level, by that you make a layout which is like a page. Now you have multiple pages. You might have multiple pages that might have similar kind of layout. So in one app, you will not say that all the pages layouts are very different. It will not be the case. Few could be different, few could be similar, but most of the pages will try to keep it similar. Like all the main pages are same, like home, about could be same. All the PLPs could be different. All the PDPs could be different. So you try to make a group of sections. So we're talking about, suppose if this is a Spotify, how a artist page looks like, how playing now looks like, how other pages looks like. They're different. If you look at that, you'll be able to figure out maybe 10 types of pages, but from the 10 type of pages, they have made like hundreds of pages. So you'll have to have some template, and for that you have to make pages, and for making the pages, you have to have a template. And all this is required because you have to have a consistency, and consistency is very important. We'll work on this atom level, atom and components part, but I'll try to give you understanding of that in a practical manner as well, that how do you make those components as well in future classes. Right now, I'm just trying to convey majorly that what are the benefits of these layouting. If you have this layout sorted, if you have this template sorted, that is how by default your layout is going to look beautiful. And that's very important part you should be following for sure. And that's the complete part of atomic design principle. Okay. Coming to the next stuff, I'm going to talk about few UI elements. Right now, we are working on designing a login page where you use 2-3 kind of components. One was your text field, second was your button or CTA, call to action, and then third was maybe your tertiary CTA, which was like forgot password, register now, which is a text hyperlink. Okay, only 2-3 kind of UI elements we're looking at. But today now we are going to look at multiple UI elements and see that what are the UI elements and where do we use it. What are the UI elements? These are the elements primarily that is required to create any layout, and that is required to make the layout very consistent, and that's used for multiple more region. And those multiple more region could be: one is input element, second is output element, third is helper element. When I say input element, I make some UI element to take some input from the user. I need some help from the user. I need some information from the user. And for that, I do work on some element, and those elements are called UI elements, are called input elements. Output elements, which is used to convey the information to the user. I have the, I want to give some response to the user, and for that, I'll use output element. And helper element are the elements that help the user to get some more information about the stuff. We'll talk about all these three in little detail. So starting with the input elements, I'm assuming all of you would be easily able to relate this if you are using apps, websites, phones these days, which is very common. Input elements are the element that I'll use in the forms. Suppose I have to design a complete registration form. What all elements I'll put, what all UI elements I'll put to get the information. So out of those few I'm going to talk about today, one is like checkbox. When do we use it? When I want the user to select multiple stuff out of a list. So you want to ask that, okay, which all day you want to come to the classes, and I'm going to give you 3 options. You can select 3 out of 7. Checkbox. This is used for multiple selection. Second is radio button, which is used for single, because I'm sure that in this case, like gender, nobody can be male and female both. It's not possible, right? So by default, you have to choose one. In these cases, I'll use radio button where I might have 10 options, but I'm expecting the user to select one only. Third is drop down, where I have multiple options where I want to and multiple could be even 100, where people can scroll through and select one option. Sometimes even in that I have multiple options as well. So overall drop down I use when I have so many options where I click on that. Like I think in this login one, somebody had this country. When you click on the country, you'll see list of country, you select the country code and then write a mobile number. Next is combo box. If you look at combo box, it's kind of a mix of your checkbox and drop down. What we are doing actually in this combo box, you can select multiple like this. Usually drop downs are made to select one. You cannot select multiple in drop down, but in the combo box you select multiple as well. It opens like drop down, but you can select multiple over there. This is how the combo box works. Second is button again, primary, secondary, tertiary. Here, get started is very clearly a primary call to action. I want the user to tap on this, which is get started, which is my primary CTA. Create is my second one, which is secondary one, where I might have login and then I might have cancel. Cancel could be of that top. This is how primary and secondary are being used. Toggle is kind of a switch. On is green, off is red or maybe gray. It looks very clearly. I want user to take some action on a switch on something. You will see something of this sort a lot in the settings and all. This can be used sometime in other places as well, where you have given only two options as well. That is used primarily. It's a toggle between just two options. Then input fields, we have already worked on this, which is text field, where you want the user to type on something, which is input fields. Date picker, and all these things you'll have to use every day when you're working on a form, and you need to take a call that when do you want input field, when do you want a calendar ticker, when you want drop down, when you want all the stuff. That is a call you need to take. That's why you need to know what are the major uses, what exactly are the fundamental uses of these stuff, so that I'll be able to do the justice. Date picker, I'll go and select the dates over there. I can change. Would you please give an example of when use combo box? Yes, why not? Combo box, I have a drop down. I want to ask you that you are applying for a job at Myntra, and I want to ask you that are you interested in UX design, UI design, graphics, copywriting, research? What are your expertise? You can choose more than one. Good example is filters. Yes, I'm going inside looking for a t-shirt. I want to choose 4 colors and then see all the options in the white, black, red, and green. For those places, you can use multiple places. And you will see these are very, very oftenly used in these days. Okay. Next one here was the confirmation dialog. I asked the user to give some confirmation. I want to highlight user something. I want the user's attention sometime. Then I want to give a confirmation box that, hey, what you have selected, because of that, this might happen. And because of that, this service might interrupt. Because of that, this kind of extra actions might be taken care, which is something that you are not expecting. So confirmation is kind of you do showcase some information to confirm from user that this is what I'm looking for. And this is what is going to happen with you. Slider and input stepper. Sliders are usually you slide like this and you change the numbers like this. You can increase the volume. This is what is done nowadays. This can be used to showcase the range as well. I'm looking for hotels from this price, this price. For that also slider is being used. Second here is that input stepper. I'm increasing and decreasing, but bit a step. I'm not just very free flowing. Sliders are usually free flowing, but input steppers are plus and minus. I have to open a FD in the account for 5,000. Now, if I want to change, I can do a plus of 500, 500, 500. 5,000 was 5,500, then 6,000, 6,500, something of that sort, plus and minus, something of that sort can be used when you want the user to change the action step by step, not completely free flowing, open, change anything. Okay. Then next is, okay, so that's all about the input field. There'll be few more, but we tried to cover as many as very oftenly used one. Okay, those are all input one. Those were used to take the input from the user, probably in the form setup, where in the form I'm asking user to pass the information and user will give the information to take some action. Now these are the output one, where I or system or as an organization or as an app or as a website, I want to convey some information to the user that this is what it is. So like could be alert. I might showcase the alert whenever something is happening. Hey, your email ID is wrong. Your password is wrong. Looks like something is wrong. For those kind, you use alert messages like this that just suddenly appears. Toast messages usually comes near the action items where you take some action or not action item. It appears from top or sometimes at the bottom. So again, toast messages are primarily kind of one layer above. It can come above the information. For alerts, usually they take space. So that's the primary difference to alerts and toast messages. Toast message will come one step ahead, one layer ahead. Now badges, this is very common. I think all of you must have been seeing every day and now in your phones and all. This is how you highlight these badges. You try to differentiate, you try to inform the user about this output that, hey, you have 3 mails, you have 2 phone calls. Output elements, again, charts. You showcase the information in the case of chart. You try to convey the same statistics or try to convey the same message in a chart manner or a lot of diagram, pie diagram, and these model. Via this, you convey the information about anything, any action that user has taken. Helper element, I think we were looking at this triple dot kind of thing that I was saying. You'll be hearing from people, triple dot, ellipse, overflow menu, or kebab menu, or meatball menu. These are few names for this, but usually this is used for showcasing some more options over there. So I'm in my profile page, and I don't want to give an option to delete the page immediately on the face. I want to keep that option one click away. For that, I'll keep this kebab menu. I'll tap on this. It will open option of like sign out, delete, edit, and there I'll have my option. Where I want to show the information, but not upfrontly. I want to keep it one click away because this is not an option that is going to be used by the user very often. Then I might use kebab menu. Hamburger, little bit off the trend these days. This was up earlier a lot where you tap on the menu, it slides down, it has all the menu there. You'll see somehow the trend has been changing. Very less people are using hamburgers now. People have moved to bottom bar, people have moved to search and a lot of other places. But yeah, you'll see still a lot of places hamburgers are used. This is kind of a menu. Then bento menu is kind of a category where you click on this, you see everything. So like think of any of the e-commerce. They sell so many stuff. When you tap on this, they will show all the category they sell. They will say electronics, apparel, and what are all the stuff they sell. This is primarily used to showcase different all the category of that brand or app. Okay. Navigation menu, where in the navigation, when you are going to the navigation, it also informs something about this. When you select something, it shows some more information about the navigation. You will see a lot of these in those mega menus. You select something or you hover on something, some information is coming. So in the navigation, you're showcasing more stuff. Similarly, in the list, in the link of links, in most of the mega menu, you have a list where you have all the links. So when you open maybe Flipkart, Amazon in the web format, not mobile, you'll see a big menu where you'll see a lot of links over there and all that links you can click. You can see a complete bigger picture. You can click on all those to go to the next step. This is very interesting. This is accordion, a very important one. Accordion is kind of multiple sections collapsed and expanded. Here, there's one catch. There's always one section open. You cannot close all at all. Usually in accordion, any one section is open. So the moment, if you see this one, mail is open, the moment I tap on the calendar, calendar will expand and email will collapse. So this is the property of accordion. You use this to save the space a lot of time. You have this much space, any one is open. Now I can click on my inbox. Now my right side stuff will change. Second is breadcrumb. Breadcrumb, again, you will see in the cultural UI, this has gone a little down. This was used for majorly for SEO purpose and also to give you a direction that where you are in the page right now. You have come from home to setting to customizing to green. What steps you have taken, where you've gone from where to where. It talks about all the steps. It helps the user navigate through the app or website. Pagination, in any of the bigger listing, you'll see have the pagination at the bottom. You'll see in most of the e-commerce, you'll see in the Gmail at the bottom. Wherever there's a lot of pages, This is required because somehow it helps like, okay, on the page number 12, I have something at the fourth column. If you don't have something, if you just keep scrolling, it's going to be really difficult for you to find something of this sort. There, pagination helps. Carousel. Carousel are, you'll see again in most of the e-commerce, you'll see on the Swiggy kind of places where, or Make My Trip, these kind of places where you'll see, I have to showcase more information. For that, I have a scroll like this. Okay, I can scroll in vertical, horizontal, and then I can scroll multiple, and I can see more information. Few are visible. I keep sliding and I keep looking at more information. That is called carousel. Search field, again, where I go and type the search, text field, but I go and search. There a lot of other stuff happens. There's a lot of extra information come. There's a lot of help text come. Top bar is usually a menu at the top. Sorry, tab bar is, sorry, it's the bottom. Most of the apps now has been moving to bottom bar nowadays. They have 4 or 5 tabs at the bottom. That is what is being used these days a lot more. And people have been killing the hamburger because most of the prominent stuff they keep at the bottom. From bottom, you can switch, and other than that, you have search, and they will give you one category. So breadcrumbs are there, but it has hamburgers are there, but it has reduced a little bit more. And people have been moving to this tab, bottom tabs. You'll see this again in most of the apps these days, any of e-commerce, any of the food commerce, and a lot of more apps has these bottom tabs now. Wizard are kind of more of a section where in the section you showcase multiple stuff in boxes by boxes, where you showcase the progress as well. From one, I move to second, from second, I move to, so it's used to showcase the progress as well as differentiate that you're done with one, now you're moving to second, now you'll move to the third one. Tooltip, I think I have just 4 or 5 more, not more, yeah, I have just 3 more. Tooltip. Again, in any text field, I want to convey more information. So I want you to write their email ID or something, and I'm giving an I where I can move the cursor or tab. I can see that why this is important. Why do you want me to tell me? If I ask you to give some information and I want to keep some information about that, it's important, but I don't want to give a lot of space by explaining this in my layout because my layout is going to look pathetic if I put those many pages, those many information over there. So I'll keep it inside that, and that can come inside a tooltip. I tap on this to see, or sometimes I hover on this to see. Icons, very clearly, like this is icons to convey more information that helps the user understand what this is all about. A lot of time you'll not have any text below this, but icons are self-explanatory. Like if you have an icon of search, if you have icon of bookmark, you might not even need people to write profile. Few of these icons are kind of very much known by everyone. So after the search bar, I don't think anyone need to write the word search over there. It's very much obvious. Then there's a progress bar. It's very important to inform the user about the progress, inform about that system is working, inform about where the user is in the complete journey. That's where the progress bar helps the user. So I'm helping the user. Notifications, I'm sure all of you are already aware in your phones, you see a lot of notifications where I'm trying to help the user with some particular kind of information. Message box, Moodle box, kind of similar stuff, different names, but minor changes and all. But again, in the market, you will see mostly being used, which is called Moodle. It's kind of a pop-up where I showcase the information, but the style has gone way more modern nowadays. I'll have a white box with a good drop shadow with few CTA, one cross, and this is how Moodle windows are being used these days in industry. You have tags. You want to highlight few stuff. So you have 3 offers. Out of that, you want to say, hey, number 2 is the best. I want to say, hey, this is the best one. This is the one being sold max. This is being loved by users. Those kind of stuff you can do. Again, used to help the user with more information, used to help the user to take a action quickly and move forward. Again, loader is an information for the user that his system is working. When there's no loader, I click on something and I am waiting to go to the next page. I'm not on the next page. I'm not on the previous page. I'm somewhere lost. I have no idea. So that is where loader is very important to tell that, hey, I'm working. Don't worry. And then widgets, again, it's mix of all those atom molecules, and then you try to make a widget where Like suppose calendar itself is a widget. You run and then you're running details that come on an app or no watch is a widget. Um, it's a mix of information that come in a section. That section is kind of stuff that is called widget. UI container is kind of again a section you can talk about. This is kind of a little bit more into static, some copy, some image, some graphics, and that section is called UI container. Then side boxes is something that comes when I tap on a hamburger. When I tap on a hamburger in the screen, it comes from left, it comes left to right slides, and few people it always keep it there. So these are the few. It's kind of a panel that appears on tab or sometimes on slide. That is a panel that has all the information about the hierarchy of the page, hierarchy of the website, so that it helps the users. It's kind of a navigation for you. Yeah. So that's all about it in terms of all the UI elements. Okay. So while working, you might come to a lot of time where you have to work on the buttons. So I'll do like maybe I'll take a artboard, iPhone 16. I got my artboard. I'm going to work on this artboard. Okay. Now my plan is to work on CTA button. My idea could be like I'll take a rectangle, R rectangle. I'll draw like this of I'll stick to my size as 24. Height could be a little lesser. So this is what my button is. Okay. And I want little roundness for sure. So I'll quickly do like this. And then I can take all whatever I want. So that part we have anyways covered. So let's make like 8. Okay. This is my button. Now I want to change the color. Select on this. I'm sticking to one flat color. We have discussed gradient. I assume you know. Now this is my button. Here I put a copy like suppose submit SUB MIT submit. That's my copy. I think I had to make it a little bigger. Maybe I make it a little smaller. Okay. So now this is my button. Suppose okay. I'll go a little bit more rounder. Let me make it like 16. This is how I'll make my button. Okay. To align it, maybe I'll select both. I'll align middle, center so that it's center. This is how my buttons are. Now, when I'm making buttons on my app, I'll have buttons multiple times, right? I had to design the button so many times. I have to have similar kind of buttons everywhere. So I had to define my primary button, secondary button, tertiary button multiple times, and I might change the copy multiple times. So same button, I will have submit. Maybe same button, I'll have registered. Same button, I'll have something else in my complete app or website, right? Now, what I'm going to do, if I have to change this submit to maybe go. Now, how does this button look? Left, right, too much space, right? If I have to make this to register, still, I would expect that maybe this should increase a little bit so that it looks neater, right? But now this is all manual job, what we are talking about. I'm thinking that can we automate this? So what we'll do, I made this like submit. Now I select both, just 2 layers, submit and this rectangle. Now right click on this, I'll convert it to add auto layout. Okay. Shift A or add auto layout. After I did add auto layout, one option to see at the right side, you see my mouse. Here you have an option which says resize to fit. Okay. Now by doing this, what I did, I somehow defined left, right. You can see this blue lines, left, right side of submit. Why? Because this is 12. Okay. I can increase or decrease this. What I'm doing, I'm adding a padding. I think you guys have learned HTML as well at the early phase of your class. I'm doing a left, right padding of the submit button, which is 10. I can increase or decrease the padding of top bottom as well. So I made like 4, 6, 3. Okay. I made like 4. I made this padding like maybe suppose 12. This is what my button is now. Now, this is a auto layout frame. Now, if I copy the same thing and I have to make it register, what happened? My button size got changed by default. I changed this to go because I would not want my button size to remain same, whatever my CTA is. Okay. So for this part, you'll use something called auto layout. Okay. And this is how the auto layout helps you in terms of defining or making your component. I'll come to components as well after this. auto layouting any button so that whenever you change the copy, you don't need to work on the size of the button, everything every time. And you might take a call that, okay, if you want to change this size, you can do that. At certain point, you might not want to change the size. You might want, okay, let my button be big, full left to right, but I can change the copy. But in that case, I'll not go to this fix one. I'll go to the other one. Okay. In that case, I can change, size will not change and I can still go ahead. Now, I saw another thing of auto layout, like I have a box, again, maybe one section of this. I'm just randomly putting any color here to showcase. Okay, just making it rounded. Some object, some card, some box, some button is here. Okay, now I want to have maybe similar kind of buttons at 8 pixel. I can do command do to duplicate, by the way. My last action I want to repeat, I can do command D. Now, if I select all these and I do right click and do again the same thing, add auto layout. What I did here, I have set a, again, see a distance padding. I can increase the padding from here. Okay. Or again, the same thing comes here as well. This padding all can be handled from here as well. Now, the beauty of this part is that if I want to add a fifth one, again, I have to figure out the next spacing and all those stuff. I just go to one, select, copy and paste same place. It'll just increase. If I somehow have to remove one or two, I'll select 1, 2, I'm removing. I don't need to do anything. I deleted 2, it by default shifted. So auto layout remain consistent over here. I will have few more properties here. Like when I select this, this is auto layout from left to right. I can do from top to bottom, vertical as well. Rules remain same and it can go vertical like this. Okay. Now, again, I went to the right part. The third option is wrap. Suppose I want that my card is of a limited size. I have a section, I made the wrap and this area I'm reducing to this. Now what's happening? Maybe I've defined an area that even whatever number of buttons or cards or section or typing information is coming, I want to stick to this size. I don't want to change this area. In that case, I will go to wrap. So even if I increase, it will not increase the width, or even if I decrease the height, it will not go. Means in that case, it's getting hidden kind of, right? So wrap is going to help you in terms of when you have fixed one. Left to right is going to help you when you have freedom to go from here. And this bottom is going to help you. All this is going to help you when you are working on uh, layouts in terms of making auto layouts, working on the components, arranging the information in such a manner that a lot of things get automated. So that's about the auto layout. Now, left to right, top to bottom, vertical, horizontal, spacing, and all these things you can play with these. You'll just quickly can see how these things are working, the spacing, padding, and all. You can see how it's working. This is very helpful primarily for the buttons. When you define auto layout, in that case, when you change the copy, this is not changing. The spacing and a lot of things are already handled by default. Now, I'll come to one more interesting part when you're working in Figma, which is component. You guys would have heard multiple times. So again, coming to the similar example of maybe again making a button, suppose. And why I'm making a component here, that I want to use the same button maybe every time, maybe not, but sure, I should use the same button everywhere, in my all the layouts. So maybe I made a button and again I made a copy like submit. This is my button, selecting both, made center line and middle line. Now selecting both of these, right click and make this a component, create component. Okay, you can learn these shortcuts as well. Create component, command shift K, and anything you forget, don't know, and don't want to search, go to this action part. This is very interesting thing that Figma has come. Now you can add anything and everything here, and then you can find it here. So even if you don't get, suppose, how to make component, you can search there. Otherwise, right click, add, create a component. Okay. Now you look at this left area. This is a component now. Usually these are frames, shapes, and all those stuff. And also, if you'll notice, look at this. This has become purple. Earlier it was blue. This is the identification that this is a component. Okay. Now, what exactly is the use of component? Why do I need a component? Think that first of all, this is the main component. I'm not going to use this one. I'll keep it aside. Okay, by default the name has here come here. Maybe I'll put the name something like my primary button. This is my primary button, and this is my primary button's components parent component. Now, if I have to use this button multiple places, I'll not use the same. I'll make a copy of this and I'll use that everywhere. Now, I want you to notice on very quick thing is the icon. When I select on this icon, look at this icon for this diamond 4-1. Okay, because this is parent. When I click on this one, this is not parent, this is child. I made a copy of that. Look at this icon. And you must remember that this is how the parent looks and this is how the child looks. And you have to make sure that while making use, we don't use the parent one. What we always do, we keep the parent aside. It should be just in the file. I've kept it aside. Now I'll make a copy. I'll use that. But again, the question remains same. Why component? Why do I need a component? Maybe I work on the complete file. Complete app is ready. Now suddenly we took a call that, hey, this purple is not working. I want to make this red. Now I use this button in page number 1. I use this button in page number 2. I use it in third. I use this in fourth. I use this in fifth. I've used this kind of button. Again, right? I might some places go, some place do it, whatever. Okay. Now we decided that the color should be red. I'll go select, I'll make it red. Select here, make it red. What it did, it changed here. On that one screen, if I'm saying this is screen number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, screen number 3, it changed, but 4, 5, 3, 2, 1 is it has not changed. But what I want actually that I want to change everywhere. In that case, if I go to my parent component and I made this color to maybe suppose blue, that is the beauty component. And that is why this component helps. So if you select any child and do some changes, that will not reflect on anything and everything. That is like if I made this color red from a child component, it did not change the complete colors anywhere and anything will not change. But if I make some change in my parent one, it will reflect everywhere. I decided that I want this submit to be not white. I want this yellow. So I want to make this text, suppose bold. What the changes I'm doing here, it's all reflecting on my complete app. And that's an example for just a button. Whenever you're working on your app website, you should do practice working on component. Once you have component like this is going to help you make your designs clean, neat, and it will help you kind of arrange the stuff very clearly. Otherwise, whenever a change comes, you're going to struggle change multiple places. So two very interesting and very most used features of Figma, little advanced feature is that one we discussed is auto layout. Second is components. Okay, you make components and use it, and you should have like components and auto layout. Like suppose if we made this, I give you examples separately. This was for auto layout. This was for component. In fact, what you should do, you make this auto layout and then convert to component, because ultimately, if I have to ask her, hey, change this submit to registration, this is not going to work, right? So again, you should convert that to first auto layout and then convert to components so that you'll be able to use it properly. Okay, hope you guys understood this. Okay, coming to UX design patterns. What exactly UX design patterns are primarily? We have few building blocks that is going to help you build your complete experience of the user better. And when we say UX, it's a big umbrella. It has a big chunk of lot of stuff that you use, whether it's information architecture, it has to be usable, it has to be accessible. Looking at all those stuff, there are some patterns. And in that pattern, why do we really need these patterns primarily? So we kind of discussed a little bit in bits and pieces in the previous classes as well. It has to be consistent because consistency is the key, because that only makes the overall experience perfect and also the UI perfect. If things are not consistent, I'm not going to love it. If my overall experience is not consistent, I'm not going to love the experience. So consistency is the key. User familiarity. If user know about something, that makes the world easier for the user. And if something new, of course, everyone hates learning new thing. Everyone, at least user don't want to do something new every time. That is where the user do struggle. So while designing, you need to make sure that you take care of the familiarity part, usability, using this is the key. uh, your product has to be usable. If it's not usable, this is going to be a lot of concern. Then again, accessibility, make sure it's accessible to anyone and everyone, whether it's whatever. If someone is having a special need or something, that's also something that the user should be able to take care. Trustworthiness, people should feel trust when using your product. And the fast learning in case there's something new. So of course we want to make it more user familiar, but there are chances where you have to introduce something new. And then in that case, you have to figure out that how do you make sure that your users are not going to struggle. They are going to quickly learn that part. Okay. Um, there are two patterns primarily, two kind of patterns, UX patterns and UI patterns. We have been discussing, debating about multiple stuff, UX and UI. Since starting, we have been discussing who will go in UX, who will go in UI, who will go in visuals. Very small and blurry line between those these days because of everyone is looking for T-shaped designers who can do anything and everything. But usually, if when you look at a UX is a kind of bigger umbrella. It's kind of overall experience, overall flow, part. So for example, what exactly the UX pattern is, let's think of like an infinite scroll. The feature that I could think of, there should be infinite scroll. It itself is a UI UX pattern. When I say your infinite scroll, I think of any e-commerce PLP. You search for t-shirt, you went to a page, that is a PLP, product listing page. You keep scrolling. It never ends. Like they will have thousands of product. You keep scrolling. That pattern itself is called kind of a infinite scroll. Till infinite, you can keep scrolling. That is a UX pattern. But when I say UI pattern, the same scroll you have designed how the picture of product will come, what all information will come, how it will look visually. That is a part of UI. Again, think of maybe example we are talking about, like think of hamburger. When I tap on a hamburger, some menu comes from left or some menu comes from right, wherever we decide. That how does that UI style, UI pattern look alike? That is part of UI. By the way, when you're working, I'll highly encourage you to don't get stuck into this UX and UI boundaries and learn both, because there are a lot of companies where the same person is doing both. So don't get restricted that, oh, this is the UX pattern that I need to learn because I want to become a UX designer. This is something that a UI will do. Don't think in that manner. It's just for your information to learn what are UI pattern, what are the UX pattern. Common example of UX pattern, again, data input and output, content structuring, navigation. I mean, so overall, what we're talking about, the complete flow, overall experience planning, social media and sharing, incentivization, hierarchy. Like I'll plan that how do I motivate my user to come and shop here. I have to figure out how do I arrange my information architecture, how my navigation should look, what all information should come here and where and all those stuff. This is all the patterns of UXTN, where you have to figure out that how do you make sure that the experience of your user has to be wow. Okay. And for that, there are a few laws that we want to discuss today. In your syllabus, we have some 6, 7 laws that we'll discuss. So first law is Fitts law. When I say Fitts law, it actually tells that the time required to move to a target area, it depends upon the distance and the size. So if I have to tap on a button, it depends upon how far the button is and how small the button is. Okay. If the distance is far, I might take more time to take an action. If the button is smaller, even it's close to me, I might take too much time to reach there because I have to concentrate a lot. I have to focus properly to tap on a particular small area. What do you learn from this? How this is in UX? When you are designing a layout, you have to make sure that your button size are not in such a manner that it's big. It's not that small. Okay, cool. Okay, so what exactly Fitzlaw does is I'm showing you a few examples, like just for think like, okay, think of these bottom apps. Most of the apps have these bottom apps nowadays. Swiggy has 6, Myntra has 5, Flipkart also have 5, few have 4. So what Fitzlaw says that these icons has to be optimum size so that I'm not struggling to tap on that and I have to click on that. So make sure that I'm not struggling to tap on that, and make sure that it's visible enough and it's the tappable area is good enough. Otherwise, user will take more time to tap on that. So you're trying to save the time of the user. If user is willing to take some action, user will be able to reach to that area very quickly. If I have to go from home to accounts or home to discover from in this Zerodha one, I can easily move. But if these icons are smaller, I'm going to struggle a little bit more. The space between these icons has to be optimum, because one thing is that I'll take time to reach there. Also, I'm going to struggle if the tappability is challenged. It has to be small, it has to be enough size so that I should be able to tap on that. Do look at the material design guidelines complete from top to bottom, and then you'll get an understanding of how much space, what spacing, what size, and all those stuff should be there. That is going to help you. So observe that. Okay. A very good example I show you when I talk about this law. If you have iPhone or you're using iPhone, or I don't know how does it work in Android. So I go to any image, I tap on the edit option, which is at the top right. Okay. Now I tap on the edit at the top right. Now this image is in editing area. Now at the bottom, I am doing all this action, which is changing the brightness, adding some colors, what all the stuff I have. Now, after doing this, I have to go to the done, which is at the top right again. Think that how my fingers are moving from top, bottom, top, bottom, bottom, top. This is where Fitlaw said that because of all this, my next action is far from me. I'll take some more time. So you have to decide this very according in the right manner, that when you're deciding the complete experience part, that where should your button should be, how far it should be, how many times users are moving from numeric to digital, numeric to alphabet. That also takes time. In the keyboard, I'm typing something, and then for numeric, I'll go somewhere else. I have to switch my keyboard. So these are few stuff that you should be taking care when you are designing that, thinking of the user journey. How many times user have to move from this place to that place? How many times in the bigger phone size I have to use two hands or one hand, or how will I do? Uh, this law says all about this, and I had given good example of this. Like, okay, for example, like think of like delete. If I would delete here and my buttons or my options comes there only, I'll take the option quickly. Immediately I can delete, right? But if I take an option action at the bottom of the screen, when I tap on this, something happens at the top. Think that how difficult it is for the user to interact and complete an action. So you must realize that these laws helps you a lot in terms of designing any of your designs. So these are few examples that I have given in my book, so that it will help you understand that how does exactly this Fitts law helps. Moving to the next law, which is Hicks law. Okay. What this does, what it says actually, that more options lead to harder decision. So if you've given me so many options, the users are going to take more time to decide. If you curate the options very small, so you don't give the users 15 options, you decide yourself 5 options and give those 5 options to the users. So users are not confused, and it's very quick for the user to complete that task. User can complete that task easily. So don't ask your user to think from a lot of options. Out of that, choose few options, and from that few, let them choose. And that is what the Hicks law says, that the moment I have the time and effort it takes to make a decision, increase the number of options, the more choices, more than time user takes. So more options will take more time for the user. So the example, think of like previous time keyboards, TV remote controls have so many buttons, right? A lot of those are not usable. A lot of those are not of use at all, and very rarely are using. Versus now, how the remotes are moving from right direction to left direction now. You have only left right few buttons, because also in the screen also you have few interactions, so that only that arrow left right center helps you. Now in the rightmost remote, which is the older stuff, if you have to take any action, you might have to look at the remote and take a call, okay, where my button is. So it makes my journey little slower. It takes me more time to decide that what do I do, versus in the left few screens, few of the remotes. Now it's very easy for the user to take a action as much as possible. So here the UX method is that you prioritize the information here. This is Hicks law. Hicks law says you that you don't have so many options, don't give so many options to the user. You work on the flow in such a manner that you give only premium or the most important things, or you work on the overall flow. You make the complexity, remove the complexity, and make it as easy as possible, and give only those options to the user. Otherwise, if you think that you want to give everything to user, then of course your users are going to struggle badly. Just think of the example of Google. Google could have also given a lot of options in your UI, that hey, you can do this, that, and all those stuff, but they made it very simple. You have come here for searching, and you search. The moment you search, you'll have other options, but on your Google screen, you don't have a lot of stuff. I'm not confusing the user. It is very clear and clean for the users that, hey, I'm not going to give you 10 options to decide from. That it could have been like, okay, I want to start, I want to search for an image, give an option to click on image, then I search. You will show me image only. If I have to go for map or something, I'll go to map tab and then search. That could have been one option as well. Versus what Google is doing, you search whatever you want. In the result page, I'll show you everything in the tabs. So I'm saving your time. I'm not giving users, I'm not bombarding user with a lot of information that you have to do all this and all this stuff, right? So similarly, you can use all this stuff in all your icon menu. When you're designing the menu for the, like, think of mega menu, you have a lot of options to showcase. You have to figure out that how do you want to arrange that information? How will you make sure that everything is easily scannable? If you put all the information here, then users are going to struggle badly. So you have to figure out that how do you make sure the kind of options you give to the user is lesser, but there could be chances, like, think of like this is example of maybe I think Walmart or Flipkart, where you actually have so many things to showcase. Then you have to figure out how do you show, and that figure out how do you say could be you bundle it in such a manner, you make it chunk, you highlight with the headline, you highlight with the some different ways, because there are few things which is actually kind of complex in the nature, and then you have to figure out that how do you want to do. Other example could be like, if you have to give 5 options, why don't you help the user like, okay, this is the one which is being sold a lot, so this makes my decision making very quick. I will not think about others a lot because I know this is what something users are loving. This will make that decision making very quicker. You'll see this is happening in so many websites these days, because it's not that it might be the best plan, but it is somewhere the best one for you. And that makes my decision fatigue so clean and clear. I can quickly jump to the conclusion and quickly conclude. Okay. So this is what exactly these websites do. And there are a lot of more examples. I'll just jump to the next one. Now, next law is Jacob's law. Jacobs, if you guys remember, we discussed at the early time, there are two people, Don Norman and Jacob, Nielsen and Norman. Jacobs is from that person. Okay, what his law says actually, that familiarity help. So if the user sees something familiar or user have seen something already familiar previously, it helps the user will figure out, user will think that, okay, this is something known to me and not new to this system, and it will be easy for the user to take an action. So kind of a thing like, don't reinvent the wheel. If wheel is made already, why do you want to reinvent the wheel every time? Why do you not want to use the same wheel and do things as soon as possible? And let's roll it out. Just for example, look at few top naps of few famous websites like Walmart, Alibaba, Amazon, Asus, Flipkart, and few more. I'm looking at the web part. If you see some similarities, like their logos are always on the top left. They have a big search. They will have cart at the right. They will have hard profile somewhere at the top. They will have main menu at the top. And I've looked at few global and few Indian as well. What I'm trying to convey here is that if you change the search from there to somewhere else, if you move the cart from top right to somewhere else, users are going to struggle a little bit, or users will take time to learn that behavior. Oh, where is my cart? So what his law says, convention is the king. It's like when users are trained enough that if I have to figure out cart, I should see cart here. If users are trained enough that logo should be here, search should be here, try not to change that every time. Because if you will change that, users are going to take more time to learn that. So few rules which is already kind of set, few patterns that is kind of a proven pattern, try not to change that. If you will change that, then you will see your users struggling. Think of like gearbox of a car driving. If every car company had would have decided that, okay, I'll have my first gear here, I will have my first gear here, I will have my third gear here, think that how difficult it would have been for the drivers. So all his law is saying that you should figure out that few things are conventionally proven, that this works and users are trained enough for the same thing. Let's not change that every time. And this is how you can use in your website or app or your designs. So I have few examples from digital world. I have few examples from the real world as well, so that it helps you understand that exactly how these law, this is actually all psychological law. And we said that UX is made up from completely from psychology only. So all the psychological law helps you in UX. Although when you read about all this, if in the apps also, usually people do have the bottom apps to switch from one place to other place, right? Nowadays, the pattern has changed. Think of hamburger. Hamburger used to be at the top left only. Few people tried pasting at the top right, right? But no one tried like let's try hamburger at the right or bottom or circle or something. So it's not about app or something. It's all about there's a pattern that people do use, people do like, or people have been used to. Try not to change everything, because if you change all these things multiple times, people are going to struggle badly. So that will help you kind of onboard your users as soon as possible, because that will not users are not going to struggle badly over here. Okay? And you can use these kind of pattern in your designs when you're working. Few things are, you think that this is proven thing that card should be here, search should be here. Try not to change this, because again, users are trained, users minds are trained, users fingers are trained that where do I tap for such particular information in any of the website or app. So if you use the same thing, adoption will not be a bigger concern. But if you change the major flow, then of course adoption could be a problem for you. Okay. Now coming to the next effect, which is again a psychological effect, which is called one rest off effect. Very easy one. It says that stand out to sign. The more it stand out, the higher the probability of being seen. If something is standing out, if something is looking different, the chances of it being noticed is very obvious. Looks like very obvious one that even if in a real life, if you see in this kind of image, you are seeing a lot of groceries, but somehow when I ask it, okay, what do you see first? Of course, the answer is Horlicks. Why? Because that's the big and bold shouting in front of all. Or if I talk you about, okay, now tell me what do you see here? Which one do we talk about? Now you're going to struggle. Okay, which one do I talk? Because I see a mess. I see so many ads are fighting with each other. That's where the problem is. So this one Rostov effect says that if you really have something very important, very clear-cut information that you want to convey to the user, make sure that that is shouting enough on your page, on your layout, on your website, so that it's not difficult. Like here, if I see I am clearly, I can say that what exactly I can see at the first thing. So when you have very such kind of information, make sure that you highlight that differently. Similar kind of stuff is being done in the apps like this as well, where I do highlight my favorable plan, or I do have something, some tags over there to tell you that, hey, this is important. And the moment I made it stand out, by default, you will see the people do notice that first, and people do take action on those as quick as possible. Now, in this, I mean, why I'm telling you, teaching you from this books, from my book, because you'll have multiple examples, and from this example, you'll be able to relate that how these psychological laws are helping you in your digital world. When you become a UX designer, how do you make sure that you apply these laws? It's not just about a theory. Otherwise, if it remains just a theory, you'll know the theory, but you'll not know, okay, how do I use it and how the world has been using. It will help you understand that, okay, when I am doing, how do I make sure that I do apply this one rust of isolation effect in my designs? Coming to the second last one, which is the garnish effect. Very interesting one. I'm sure you would guys would have noticed about this, that it says that anything which is incomplete, that stays in my memory. If I have done something, if I have completed my task, it goes away from my memory after some time. So the moment I achieve, I'm done. After, I mean, the hunger of achieving that goes away. But if I have half done stuff, something is the task that I was working on, but I did not complete, whatever reason, that still keeps coming in my mind that, hey, this is left. It keep reminding me. So people do remember all the incomplete tasks and better than the complete one. If I have completed, I'll forget. But if it's incomplete, then it stays in my memory. So as a designer, why don't we make the user realize that, hey, this was left. This is not done. Think of I've kept 10 stuff in my cart. I need to figure out a way to remind the user, hey, something is there in the cart. Why? Because you have gone through that journey of looking for something and then you add it to the cart, but you're not checked out. I can figure out how do I want to inform the user that, hey, you have something uh, um, in your cart. For example, in a visual sense, if you look at the left one, it looks like circle. Right one is a square, but actually this is not a circle. This is not a square. This is how our mind are wired. Even if this is filled, not filled, my mind is giving me a signal that, hey, this is a circle, almost complete circle, and this is something left, maybe just fill few dots, then this is circle and this is square. I'll never think that, okay, this is not circle and this is a half complete or something. And since this is half complete, it's going to help me. Think of this, our Naukri profile, or LinkedIn profile, or your Bumble profile, or Tinder profile, where it keeps reminding you that, hey, your profile is this much percent complete. till the time it's not 100, it keeps reminding you, hey, it looks like my profile is 60% complete. I should do two more effort to make it 75, two more effort to make it 100, or something of that sort. So you figure out in your overall flow that how do you inform the user about the progress, and how do you keep nudging the user about that something is left, so that people tend to go there and complete. Think that if I land to a place where you showcase me, hey, you are 0% done, start now. Versus I saw, hey, you are 3% done, somewhere here, move from here. The chances of the people who have 3% done will move faster there, because I feel invested. I have invested some of my time in that process, and I want to invest more time to complete that. So it gives me a clear cut vision that, hey, I am already into something and something is incomplete. Let's finish it off. Versus I say, hey, let's start building a profile. I feel like, oh, I have to start. That's a big effort. There's a lot of work to be done. And that is where I do restrict myself. So figure out in your UI, how do you ask the user? Like, think of example, like in Tinder, Bumble, so it keeps saying that your profile is 65% or 90% done or whatever. Uh, Games does this a lot. Games will give you few badges, will keep few things left, and it'll give you placeholder here that, hey, these are the empty places, you could have filled this. So all I'm just trying to convey my user that, hey, few things are left. Why don't you finish it off? And by this, you will help the user complete a certain task, and if user completes certain task, it's going to help you figure out that user will move on. Okay, now moving to the last one, which is Tesla's law. These are already in your slides as well. I'll show you quickly your slides as well, but I am going a little bit deeper so that you understand that how do you use it as well. Okay. Now, this last law, which is Tesla's law, it says that law of conservation of complexity. What it tries to say that there are few stuff which is actually simple, actually complex. Okay, so if you simplify too much, you're going to transfer the complexity to users. So what it says, few things are actually complex, and if you make it very simple, you'll somehow make it more complex. So what you should do, let's understand what it's actually trying to convey to you. So few stuff is complex for sure. So it's up to you as a designer that you want to handle complexity by yourself, or you want to pass the complexity to the user. So if you put a lot of effort as a designer, you try to finish or handle too much of complexity, then your users are going to handle little less of complexity. But if you are going to handle the complexity a little bit lesser, then all the complexity has to be handled by user. It means, suppose if you're working on a flow, if you put a lot of effort to make the flow very easy, that is where users are going to love it. If you are not going to put a lot of effort to make the flow easy, your users are going to hate it, or users are going to get overwhelmed with a lot of options and a lot of other stuff they have to take care of. But there are few places where complexity is required. There are few places where you should not remove the complexity. Think of DSLR, where there are a lot of options, and the designers want all those complexities because they can achieve the kind of goal they want. So these are few examples where these complexities are being loved by the users, and there you should not remove the complexity. But think of examples like this. This looks like a very complex one. I had to go to 10 routes, and there it is actually complex. And if I don't solve it properly, then who has to deal with this? Maybe the user. And that will lead to maybe jam and a lot of other stuff, right? So what this rule says that complexity has to be handled by someone. And that someone has to be user, or that someone has to be you, that you should take care. And of course, being in the UX field, we should make sure that we are the one who are dealing with the complexity primarily. Okay. We discussed about these law, Fitts law, discuss about Hicks law, Jacob's law, Van der Stroff, Friedel, Tesla's law, Zeigarnik effect. Okay, all this. Okay, I went a little deeper because I wanted to convey you about the few more examples so that you can use it in your real life. Now, few principle of good UX design. I think we have been discussing from day one is one, you have to be focusing on the user, empathy part of our design thinking process completely. Make sure that you don't keep your user aside. You do focus on your user very precautiously. Put usability test, usability first. Make sure that your product has to be usable. That is the most important stuff. You cannot make a product unusable. You cannot struggle, or you cannot take your user in such a manner that user will struggle with completing a certain task. So one is that, of course, focus on the user. Empathy part, we discussed multiple times. Put usability first. Make sure that the something that you are making has to be usable. The user comes with a certain task. Make sure that users are not struggling with that. Users should be able to complete the task very neatly and for sure. Create consistency. Make sure that your whether it's UI or it's UX, you have to make sure that it's consistent so that there's a familiarity. People are able to relate to their product and they are not getting lost. Visual hierarchy, kind of information architecture. We have done some task around that as well, which was, I think, task flow and card sorting. How do you define the information, overall information architecture? How do you visually define the information or visually via text, via visual, via icon or whatever way? That's very important to make the UI and UX look very interesting. Give the user control. Don't take complete control from the user. Give the user some control. Let them handle the stuff. If they want to do something, don't like kind of made the user feel stuck into some flow where they cannot take any action. They if they want to do something. And last is like design for accessibility. Your design should be for anyone and everyone. And when I say anyone and everyone, it's like there are a lot of people who are special. You cannot ignore those people. So like just for example, what I'm trying to say, people who are blind, people who are deaf, people who are who cannot speak, you'll have to take care of them. We will have one complete session about accessibility as well. We'll talk about that in deep. But unfortunately, India has no strict law about accessibility. And that is why you'll see lot many apps and websites of India are not accessible. So these are struggling, like the people who are blind, they cannot go through your website, they cannot go through your app. People who are dumb, they will be struggling. So for them, there's a lot of rules around that. We'll discuss about those in detail in one of the class, which is accessibility, which is one of the important part. But yeah, if you're working for the Indian apps and website, somehow, unfortunately, that is getting sidelined a little bit because still the government is not very strict about this. But other than India, if you go to any other country, most of the countries have very strict rules around the accessibility rules. You have to be compliant with accessibilities. Few interaction design process is designers who can create solutions, centrally user need aims. Kind of few theories that we have kind of covered multiple times. And yeah, that's all about it. Okay. I think we have already discussed about this user needs, analysis, implement, deploy. Very close to what we've discussed about design thinking process. Cool. Coming to next stuff, which is about next phase. Okay. And here I'm going to talk about colors, style guidelines, and material design, and few other design system. Okay. So we are going to cover now colors because till now we have discussed about a lot of UX principles, UI principle, how to apply any effect, why consistency is important, why alignment is important, why what kind of 5 level of designs are there so that I don't do mistakes in terms of contrast, consistency, and all those stuff. And out of all those things, one is very important part, which is color. Okay, it's very important to use color. I don't think we need to. I need to describe a little bit that why color is important. This is something that adds a lot of emotions. It gives a value. It gives a face to your brand. It gives a face to your design. What you're trying to convey. It influence the people. It brings a connection to a brand. It brings a connection to your kind of product you have, and it makes your image very stand out. You have colors which could be gender specific. You could have color as per the affinity specific. So just for example, maybe if I think I am making something for a luxurious one, I need to figure out the color which is also connotes luxury. I am going to make something for girls mainly. Maybe I can figure out some color which is specific to that particular gender. Any kind of culture or something, if I have to convey, I should know that what kind of colors conveys what kind of culture. Okay. There's a interesting rule of color when you're working on layout, which is 60-30 tune, 60-30-10. That helps you make your website or app look very consistent. And when I say this, I'm just trying to convey that you have three kind of colors. Try to have three kind of colors. One is primary, secondary, accent. Primary could be called dominant as well. One main color of your brand, which is your main identification or the primary color of your brand. Then you have a secondary color, which is just below that. less used because you would want some contrast color, because only one color will make your website or app look very monotonous. And then you will have one third color, which is accent color, which is kind of tertiary color, which is used, but which is used just 10% time. So that whenever I look at my app or website, I see one color very prominently, which is 60% dominant color, and second color is my secondary one, 30%. If you use this rule in your app or website, by default, your style, your design will start looking interesting for you. Again, you have to make sure always that even these three colors should be used properly in terms of a good color consistency. Make sure that these two colors are going together. You cannot use like red on yellow. By default, it will start looking very jarring. So make sure these two colors should be going together. It's a good contrast. It does not bring the problem of very low contrast. So that in case I use this color on each other, it should be visible, readable, and it should not shout out. It should not bring any inconsistency, or it should not bring some clutter on your design. So think about all these things. It's very important to put these three colors together and see how this is looking together when you use 60%, 30%, and 10%. So it's important to take those call accordingly. Primarily two kind of colors. One is monochromatic, which is kind of almost all the colors that we use. If you go to your color palette, even in Figma, Photoshop, whatever, you see monochromatic color, which has almost anything and everything. Then second is analogic, which is kind of a slightly lower contrast of the your colors, which is not very flashy, which is not very neonish. Those kind of colors are there, which is analogs. But it has little less vibrancy, it has little less of contrast. Again, depending upon kind of design you want to make, accordingly you take this call. But usually most of the people stick to monochromic because you have almost all the color options over there and you can take a call accordingly. We're discussing about two colors, primary and secondary, 60 and 30%. You should understand which colors complement each other together. So when you have two colors together, you should see how this is going together. That is where complementary colors are very important. When you're looking at two colors, make sure that these two colors goes well together. When you're like here, we are saying blue and orange, kind of a good color that goes together. Blue and white goes well. So you need to check out. If I would have chosen my blue and black, of course, I would have struggled badly in terms of contrast. Then third is next part is this triadic, triadic, where I am going to use maybe three colors, and where in these three colors, I want to see that how does it look in my color palette. So in the color palette, these three are like making triangle. In the same thing, in fact, in the complementary one, I have to make sure that if those two are opposite colors of each other, if you like do inverse a color, that goes very well with the complementary color and primary secondary color. And same thing in the triadic, make sure you're making a triangle with those colors. By default, it's kind of a proven rule that this how this color will go together very well. So this can help you. The moment you have decided your primary color, it can help you decide your secondary color and tertiary color. Same with the complementary one. The moment you have decided your primary, if you just imagine the opposite of that color or close to opposite of that color, that is going to complement that for sure. Okay. So when you're working on any brand, you do work on the complete brand palette. But that is not something usually a UX designer does. Usually this is done by a creative people or brand team or marketing team. But few places, maybe when there's no creative team, you might be asked to work on this brand guideline, brand palette as well, where you have to choose the color. And you can use these tricks to choose the color. If you guys have decided the primary color, we'll discuss about few colors, like what colors mean what right now in the next subsequent slides now. Once you finalize your primary color, it's going to be very easy for you to choose the secondary and tertiary color with the help of this two rules, which is complementary and triadic. Now we'll discuss about few colors, some few very famous colors, that what does these colors connotes, when should you use these colors, and how what these colors symbolizes, and when you're using this in your design, that what color you should use. Like just think of red. The moment I look at red, it has two kind of meaning. One is, yes, this is danger. This is a dangerous one. Of course, this is used when I want to showcase danger, but at the same time, it's a color to showcase romance, love as well, which is close to pink as well. Pink also do the similar kind of stuff. But if I am trying to showcase passion, love, this color helps a lot. So you can choose this color when you are trying to figure out, you're trying to convey this message, that how does this look. Now, come to the next one, which is orange. Orange is a very creative color, kind of, and it's a very vibrant color. It's a very young color, and it shows like youth. when you're working for something for the youth, youngsters, you can stick to the colors like orange and close to orange and a little bit of yellowish. If you see, this is not exactly orange, orange only. There's a kind of gradient of darker orange and white, brighter orange, and by default, it starts looking very rich when you like that's a good rule when you're using any of the color in your design. If you use a color, whether it's a red or even orange or blue, if you use the color and same colors, little bit darker or little bit dark or lighter background, lighter color you take and you make a linear color gradient, you will see the difference that your style or your design will start looking richer by default. So there are few tips you should try when you're design. Like look here, if I would have kept a flat orange, that might have not looked very interesting. But the moment you have a dark orange with a kind of bright orange, it makes a good rich feel. Now the next color is yellow. Yellow is again happy, optimistic, very cheerful color that is used a lot for baby. When you're making something for baby, think of like first cry, very close to yellow and orange. A lot of more colors, and a lot of time people do want to showcase vibrancy. Few of the dating apps are also in yellow, if I remember. So yellow is again a very youthful color, but this becomes very vibrant. You have to figure out when you're using yellow, what kind of color will go together. Suppose you're using yellow with white, you have to figure out that the contrast should be good enough so that you can do justice. Otherwise, you'll be struggling that it might not be looking. I mean, you'll have a problem of visibility of the text or information over there. Now, next is blue. Blue is mostly associated with the loyalty. Brighter color, blue identifies the communication, but duller one and darker one shows more of a sadness and depression. So, blue used for two stuff. One to showcase like loyalty, trust. So you'll see a lot of advocates, firms, those and corporate color organizations prefer to stick to blue because it's a very safe color for the people to go with to build the trust. And but yeah, when you have the darker one, blue, not completely darker one. If you go to completely darker, it goes in the feel of richness and a little bit of luxury. If you use very darker blue with golden or silver, it will go to luxury segment. But you stick to brighter one, goes to loyalty. If you use little darker, go to little bit sadness and depression. So be very precautious while using blue color. It's safest one, but yeah, it has different connotations as well. Purple, another hue, it has also multiple meanings. It's spiritual one as well. It is also used to showcase luxury as well. You will see a lot of places. Purple with silver goes well for any luxury brands, and it shows royalty also. Black, safest color I would say, and too sophisticated. Best to showcase the luxury. Although you'll see a lot of luxury website has moved to white as well because simplicity has become the king, and most of the places people want to keep like a very clean. Like look at Apple is white, but when you say black, there are a lot of website are who are in black. A lot of luxury segments, things like think of cars. People do prefer black when they are going into luxury segment. So of course, black signifies more of luxury, but again, it also shows sorrow and negativity as well. So depending upon the kind of brand you're working for, accordingly you can choose this color. And again, black and white are the kind of very safe color, but the problem is the moment you play with little bit of the um, darkness and the brightness of that, you go to the gray direction, then you might struggle with the contrast of the product. Then you should see that how does the copy comes, like if you make a light gray background and the white text, of course you're going to struggle with the contrast of the text visibility. Again, white, purity, innocence, positivity. And these days, when we talk about, I think we were discussing yesterday and before that about the simplistic design. People have been moving towards the simple design where white space, blank space looks rich, makes you feel breathing, makes you feel very exciting these days. And simplicity has become the bigger king. Earlier, black was one of the richest one to showcase loyalty and luxury, but it has started moving towards the white as well. Gray, gray has multiple meanings actually. When you go to the lighter one and darker one, it changes the look and feel and the sentiments completely. Going closer towards the white or very close to gray or something. Lighter gray is closing to silver. Now depends on where you're using. If you're using like silver kind of color to dark blue, purple, black, it's amazing. It showcases the luxury segment, but a lot of time we use these grays to showcase like dullness or something which is not active. So if I think of my secondary button, I could think of my gray button because this gives an option that hey, this is disabled, this is not the button I want you to click, because again gray is in the direction of dullness, dingy one. Brown, which is actually a darker shade of orange. If you go little darker shade of orange, you'll make brown or coffee kind of colors. It's associated with the nature as well and coziness as well. And a lot of earthy color used, earthy like any eco-friendly kind of places you'll see these are used. Few corporate also use because few people do make this as a brand color. Matching these few colors with the brands, like think of like when you think of black and red, you think of few very quick brands, like you associate the colors with the brands. Like when I see red and black, I can easily connect to Netflix, I can connect to YouTube, I can connect to a little bit of Zomato. So there are a lot of colors connect to the brand. A lot of brands have built that. They have the story behind this. But yeah, uh, these colors are helpful. These colors becomes the memory. These colors are kind of that conveys the perfect association with the brand. Okay. Sometimes you use some unconventional color. When I say unconventional, these were the colors that has very clear-cut meaning that okay, red means this, blue means this, green means this, and this is used this, that, and all. There are a few unconventional color which is very safe for UX. You use this color to anywhere and anything. So these are a kind of a very this is a different colors, little bit not as the primary color in this complete wheel. You make some colors with the mix of few these hue and saturation, and these are few safer colors. Like this is a very close to golden and little brown kind of color, where you kind of you use these colors to showcase somewhere the brand. Uh, um, Corporate one as well. It goes into the early direction as well, where you showcase something with the environment. You can figure out showcasing these kind of colors, and you can combine this with different colors to make your own colors. For example, like these colors are not like primary green, primary orange, or primary red, but you play with like these days you'll see red is red, but you add a little bit of orange in that and you make a color like a brick color. This is which looks very sophisticated and neat nowadays. When you brick color with white or little bit of gray, that makes your layout very rich and very smooth and clean. Suppose on your white background, if you're using red text, that is too jarring, too much on the face. But you don't use red, you have a brick color, you'll see the sophistication is different. So again, few example of unconventional color that you can make on your own by mixing few colors, and you make your own meaning and you can use it in your direction. Okay. Okay, I think this seems repetitive. 60, 30, 10 we have already talked about. Looks like okay. Role of color in design, kind of very self-explanatory. That yeah, people do connect with the colors. People do uh, associate a brand with the colors, and it influence the user. It grabs the attention, and for that, of course, there are in your eyes. That helps you memorize something very quickly, and that helps you connect something with some brand, some memory very quickly, and that is why colors are important. Again, when I say memories, like if you go to such street where all the houses are of different colors, by default it sticks to your memory, and when you are think about this later on, I mean it stays in your memory for a long time. Similarly, you can think about the color you want to convey in your brand app or website, but that doesn't mean that you should go this crazy like you have so many colors, because it'll become full rangoli and you'll not be able to establish your brand. But you can use these vibrant colors to showcase or maybe make kind of a connection to your brand or kind of a visibility to your brand so that people can relate to. This is safe colors. I think this is a little bit older logic. Usually before around 10 years back, when we used to work on website design, we had to use safe colors. There was only 256 colors that were limited, and we were allowed to only those colors. If you go away from those colors, users might see something different compared to us. We could be seeing different colors on the Photoshop, but by default, when it goes to web, it used to become 256 colors only, and they will by default technology will change those colors to a different color, which is closer to web safe colors. But anyway, this is history. It's just for your information, you should know. This used to happen previously, but nowadays there's no such case. Nowadays, all the computers, browsers, phones are all smart enough to showcase so many millions of colors. So this is just FYI for you, for your information, for a previous world. And I remember I've lived this life where we were restricted to use these many colors only. Other than that, you would have designed something else, but your user will see something different. Few cultural differences in colors, like we discussed about few color meanings, right? Like blue has some meaning, green has some meaning, red has some meaning. But there's one more angle to that these colors has different meaning in different cultures as well. So possible that the red means something else in India, but the red means something else in China or maybe Africa or somewhere else. Just for example, red in North America and South America and even in Europe, red is associated mainly with the love, compassion, and showcase uh, Valentine's special stuff. Like I'm showcasing something for a couple, something for my spouse, then I'll go to the direction of red. And that's a kind of very proven theory in India, South America, and few places. But in Indian culture, red also have a connotation of fear, wealth, death, marriage, and beauty. So it has multiple different places. Like in um, you'll see red is being used for showcasing. I need a full grab attention. I'll go to the direction of sale. Uh, I see ambulance, my plus and everything is on red. Wherever I need to grab attention, I need to showcase danger. We do use red, and that has actually a scientific reason because red is the color that is seen from very far. But again, red is used for compassion love as well. So you need to be very careful when you are using these kind of colors. How do you convey the information very carefully for different places when you're working for? Similarly, blue is used for positive and negative both. Blue can be represented as a trust and tranquility, but it can also represent depression and loneliness. We discussed about that. Blue is the color that is used very precautiously. When you go to stick to lighter one side, it stick to positivity. Go darker, it goes into dullness. You go a little bit more darker with the maybe silver, it goes into the direction of little bit of richness. Okay. So for the trust building and all, you will see like a lot of banks like Citibank and Bank of America have used these as a symbol of colors because this is the color that represents trust. But in China, this means femininity. Like in India and other places, you use pink to showcase femininity, but in China, blue is used for femininity, which is about the style guide and design system. We have done few stuff. We worked in the component. We defined the fonts, and this is how you work on the complete design system, and you define your define complete style guides. So, what exactly the style guides are? It's kind of a brand guidelines for your website, app, or whatever product you are using, where you define the colors, you define the typography, font style, kind of different color you define, like we discussed today, primary, secondary, tertiary, and accent color. You define even the spacing, you define even the kind of images you'll use, kind of suit you will have, and kind of icons you'll use, kind of illustration you'll use. All these are part of your style guide. And by mixing all that, making this as a complete package, that package is called design system. That's how this complete world works. So you need to learn these the way we have already discussed about the component atoms and all. You'll make components and you'll make those connections like, okay, if I'm working on ABC website, this is my primary CTA, which is component number one, secondary CTA, tertiary CTA, primary font of heading, secondary font, tertiary font, and all the stuff. You decide all those stuff in terms of font, styling, spacing, color, everything. And this is how you create your style guideline. So that, and think that why it's important. One is that of course it saves time when there's some changes come. Like we were discussing, I have to change some font, and for that you have to go to every screen and then you have to changing that. So that is one reason. But there's another reason towards that. Think of a team of 20 people, 50 people. Everyone is working for the same app. Now, if there's no design system, there's no complete style guide defined, anyone has freedom to use whatever they want. And that is where the bigger problem comes. If I love certain font, I love certain font weight, I love suppose enter thin size 18. I love this. I somehow do love this. Maybe because of that, in all my design, maybe when I'm making a page, my headline could be something of that sort because I love this. This is my, again, subjective decision. This is my personal preference. I like this, and because of course everyone love their own design, I might start doing. And if think that the team of 20 start making things on their own, then ultimately your website is going to look like there's no consistency at all. Somewhere the font is different, somewhere the color is different, city is different, somewhere the spacing is different. So to make all these things consistent, you really need a style guide or you need a design system. And your complete team should be working on this design system so that anyone and everyone is working on that should be using the same thing. If they don't use that, then your design is going to be look inconsistent, and that is why it's very important. And what does it have overall? It will have my primary color, secondary color, accent color. We discuss about this. Typography. In the typography, we'll have font families, size, weight, style. So like it has to be bold, unbold, bold, semi-bold, regular, whatever font. Which font I really want. I might have primary font, I might have secondary font as well. That's also possible. A lot of time, few brands do use like this. They will have one serif font and one non-serif font, sans serif font as well, depending upon their brand. So in their typography, they decide the font family as well. And when they define the font family, they'll define the font size, weight, bold, semi-bold, style like italic, underline, and few more stuff. So all these things are part of your style guide. Okay. Again, you also define like what kind of column you're using, what kind of grid system you're using, what spacing you're using, how much height, weight you're using between two sections, how much of the spacing you're using, what kind of logo you have. Like think of logo and logo variations like Spotify have this icon plus text as well. Some places they will use icon plus text together. Some places they will have only icon. Very rarely they will have only copy. And this is something that all lot of brands, not all, but yeah, a lot of brands do have. Few brands does not have any mnemonic or icon. They have just a name because their name is enough, maybe. Few have only the few have been using the icon only. Like think of like Apple. Apple icon is so famous and familiar with anyone that they might not even need to write the word Apple anywhere. That's enough. But there are a few brands like think of Microsoft. They do write their logo is this complete text. This is just some font, but yeah, they're using font like this. So again, depending upon what kind of brands you have, and then you take a call that you want logo in icons or you want the complete logo. Or where do you use actually vertical versus and horizontal? And also it also had the most important part, which is what not to do. That's very important for logo users because a lot of people might feel that hey, I do have my logo open file, I can play with that, I can change the spacing, I can do as per my design. If this is not fitting, I'll do some change and all. Usually those are the very clear cut restrictions that you should not do. They are defined 2 3 kind of logos, and you should not play with that because that's very risky. That's like something brands will never agree with, and for that you need to go with the copyright. Usually brands do register their logos, all these icons versus copy together and separate and all these get registered and copyrighted so that no one else can play with your brands, no one can copy you, and no one can kind of grab an opportunity to tell that this is mine. Okay. What else? We do define the imagery, kind of image style, size, placement, iconography. So what kind of icon I'll use? So icons have different styling, right? Few icons are like filled icon, few are stroke icon, few are dual tone icon, where there are two kind of color, few are 3D icon. So every brand has their ways of using icon. So you need to define the kind of icon, and all this will become your component and atoms so that you use and drag your library into your Figma file and you use, and everyone in your team use that. You also decide the interaction patterns, button, navigation, forms. So when you're working on this complete UI styling, UI pattern, if you remember during the form, we were designing those. All the brands have their own style. Their radio buttons would have some particular color. Their drop downs will have some particular font size, spacing, and color, and all those stuff. That has to be defined in your design system only as a component so that when anyone using, so they will not make button every time, they'll not make a drop down every time, they'll just drag from the library, keep it there, change the copy, and then sort it so that it's consistent completely. My overall complete website is and form and app is completely consistent. That is very important. And why, almost discuss about this, why do we really need it? One is the most important, consistency. My app looks like one app. It's not mix of two, three kind of apps. It's just one thing. It's kind of unified the brand identity. Anywhere, everywhere, if you see, suppose think of that purple color of Mintra, you'll relate that, oh, this is Mintra. If you see yellow color of Flipkart, you'll relate that, hey, this is Flipkart. Even if that logo or the icon is missing. This is how brands do build the trust, brands do build the connection with the users, so that the color and the font and icon this builds. You might not need to mention everywhere that this is what certain brand is. Spotify need not to say everywhere that, hey, I am this one, and showcasing green. Only by the screen, only by showcasing their icon, that is enough. Collaboration, as I was saying, when I have a team of 30 or 50, then of course this is very important. Otherwise, everyone will become a kind of person. I am a creative one. I want to change the stuff. So to have it consistent, collaboration, this is very important. Adaptability, need to make sure that everyone adapted very soon. If people do adapt, it somehow saves your time, and that is where efficiency matters. It saves your time. Every time you don't need to design everything. A lot of stuffs are there in your library. You use that and move forward. Onboarding, brand equity, you onboard the users like this, you build a equity of the brand have some trust in the user's mind. Error reduction, you don't do some mistakes like while designing the button, while designing any card, font, spacing. I don't do such mistake because these are all defined by someone. It's a very effective marketing, because again, it builds the connection, it builds the connect with the users, and by default that marketing becomes very impactful and effective, because every time the brand need not to shout that, hey, this is me. That is very clear, and it gives the brand a very clear cut recognition that this is what it is. What design system is, design system is actually complete collection of all these style guidelines what I talk about. When you make all these things together, you convert those into component, pattern, best practices, font, styling, and all those stuff. This complete package is called design system, and a lot of brands have work on their own design system that helps, and they made it public as well, so anyone can download and use their design system completely on their brand. And what it does, it helps a lot of time. What is the benefit of design system? Primarily, one, of course, we discuss about consistency part and all, and it saves time. It helps you deliver the stuff as soon as possible, because my normal stuff are all sorted. I don't need to design the stuff very often. I am one who has defined all my structure. I have defined all my font, style, guidelines, and everything, so that I can quickly design. And also, it's linked with the developer. So the moment I have decided my this font styling, what font, what spacing, all the stuff. Similarly, with the same name, even your developers should have the CSS, so that you define a component, you select a style, and the developer select the CSS. It should be synced in that manner. And in that case, if you plan to change something, you ask the developer to change something, it's quickly applied to your complete app and website. So it makes your things move faster. If you have to work on a new one form, you don't need to work on the complete form. You can just quickly drag and drop all your components and your form is ready in 5 minutes. It's possible. You will take time more into thinking about that what kind of UI element is required over there. You might not need to think about that how will my UI element look, because that is something that's already defined. It improves the collaboration, consistent user experience, scalability. It scales faster, right? I have to make two more files, I have to make 20 more pages. It easy to scale. If I use my auto layout and component properly, it's very much easily scalable. Suddenly I had two buttons, now I have three buttons. I can somehow handle with the responsiveness, and it can be handled well. Brand integrity, of course, people do build the trust with the brand because of this, because quick delivery, also recognition of the brand. People do recall the brand because of these stuff. And then accessibility. Okay, when you define all these things in your, I'll come to your question, I'll have to see this. Again, the accessibility part, where it has to be for anyone and everyone. And for that, you design this stuff, you settle this stuff in your design system. And when it's all defined in your design system, none of your team can do such mistakes. When you have already handled all the accessibility parameters in your design system, component and atoms only, then no one is going to struggle, no one is going to change that. So we'll talk about few design systems which is very famous in the market. Of course, one of those is the most famous, which is Materialian. So we have to work on UX more, as this will only tell us what to make in UI. Okay, so let me tell you. One, when there's no design system, of course, you should pitch for having a design system, because when your design is scalable, your design is scaling like anything, you have hundreds of pages, then of course, design system is very important to make a consistent design look and feel. That is most important. But think of a time when my design system is ready. By the way, design system is never ready. It's a saying that design system is always work in progress, because you'll keep adding component, you'll keep getting some new requirement, and you'll keep adding. But it doesn't mean that you'll change everything from previous time. You'll keep adding. That's why it says that it's always work in progress, WIP. But you have kind of defined most of the stuff of your app or website. Then in that case, when you have to work on a flow, think of that you have to work on a complete some onboarding flow. You made a feature, you have to work on a complete onboarding flow, something, some form. You might not need to think of the complete UI every time, because that is why you made a design system, so that every time someone is not making a new style of button, new style of drop down, because I don't want to allow you, because my users are going to struggle. Sometimes your radio button will look like something else in some other form, or some other page it will look like different. So in that time, yes, your most of the effort going in the UX, planning the flow, making sure that how the flow will look, working on the task flow, working on the card sorting, and making sure that what will come here on my complete navigation on in my form. How will it come? You already have a design system, and you should follow that. And with the help of that, you save a lot of time. You're not designing every time. You are focusing a lot more in solving user problem with the help of UX. That will take more time versus UI. And this is how the industry work, and this is the best way of working, because if you are going to focus more time on your UI, one, you'll make it inconsistent. Every time you'll think, oh, last time I made something interesting, but this time I have a very good idea. Let me do something else. Every time you only will spoil your own design, because of course the world is moving faster, things are coming and things are getting better day by day. Then you should plan that how do you make sure that that innovation or that new modern styling and design is throughout the journey. It's not suddenly in one or two page or something. That's how you should not do. Otherwise, it'll make the overall experience bad. Coming to material design. Okay. Coming to material design. This is one of the famous design system, because this is Google's design system, which is done by Google in 2014 only. And that helped us to make the design consistent. A lot of people from that time, especially in B2B world, people don't prefer to work on their own design system at all. They'll just copy material design. They will change few color. They are sorted, because they're not making for maybe direct to customers. When there's something for brand business to business, they'll prefer to pick any of the design system which is relevant to them, change few stuff, and then they will move forward, because almost every functionality is proven is going to work fine. I'll just add some of my flavor. Okay. So like material design kit, you can go to the website, just search for material design, you will get the complete kit. You can download the Figma version, and then you can use it there. I have already shown this in the previous classes. How does it work? So you can download this. You can see all the fonts, button, all the component, and all the UI element you can think of. Everything is there, and that's the best, I would say, Bible for all of you to go through that, to understand that what is the right size for anything. Okay. So make sure that you do use all the sizing and fonts, colors and everything. That is going to be a good starting point for you. Okay. Similarly, the way we have for material design, and we have for iOS as well. iOS has their own, Apple has their own design system. Download that as well, and then use as well. And similarly, they have the same thing. How their fonts are different. Their font is SF, San Francisco. This Material design is Roboto. So you'll see a different font size. You'll different see different font, different styling, because they are two different worlds. So accordingly, they have design there, and you should, as a designer, you should use both. You should see both and then take a call. You're not forced to use the same font style, font color, whatever Apple is suggesting. So if you look at any of the app of Apple, maybe your iPhone, you not say that all the apps have the same font size, all the apps have same color. No, of course, no, right? They cannot. What Apple iOS guidelines or material design guidelines helps you is that what are the best practices. So if it's showing you a button size, that's the most optimum button size. Make sure that your button should not be smaller than that, because if it's smaller than that, you're going to struggle in terms of tapping area, in terms of in accidental touch and all those stuff. So keep those as your base design, to make sure that this is how the fundamental works. and then you keep adding the layers. You can change the font completely. You can have a different font. You can have a different font sizes. But again, there are some rules, like even in your Roboto, in your material design, you'll see fonts are like 11, 12 is the max. You'll not go to like 8 font size. If you make the font size 8, then of course people are going to struggle seeing your font. So when you're using the design system, whether it's material design or iOS, make sure that that is going to help you define a benchmark, that below that you should not go. Font size should not be smaller than that, because that is not going to be legible for you. So use that as a benchmark for learning, but you have full freedom to change that. But and even that does not mean that all the apps of Android has Roboto font. That does not mean that all the font of iOS is San Francisco. You have full freedom to use any of the font from Google Font or other fonts, but this sets some good example for you. And this saves a lot of your time if you want to use that. Now, what exactly in Meridian have? Just I was talking like it already gives you some foundation and customization. That does not need to restrict you from there, but this is how you set your foundation, that okay, this is how things are and I should not go below that. It defines your foundation customization, like layout, states, design tokens and all. Style, like applying color, type, motion shapes. Components like customizable UI elements, menu, button. So this gives you all these styles so that you can use the same thing in your design. So foundations are like these patterns, colors. Then you look at the styles. This is all again, if you want to use maybe suppose login page, you can use these kind of things as a wallpaper. It also has defined all their icons, illustration style. You want to use that, you can use exactly the same thing because this is free of cost. It's an open source. But again, if you want to change that few stuff, that is advisable, because otherwise it will start looking like exactly same thing, because this is free of cost available in the market. Anyone can use exactly the same. So people don't use it exactly. They will use and then change few stuff and to move forward. This is components that we discussed today. You should make the components to make it consistent, and it could have all your actions, all your input field, text field, and it will help you have your all the communication clear. There are a lot of other design system as well, like this material is one which is from Google Android. There are a few like IBM design system, Microsoft, and design, Apple, iOS. You should download and see, explore all the design system, kind of download the Figma of all those, go through that and then see. So few other were like Apple. This is the URL. This is how Apple design system looks like. iOS design system. You can download, of course, the Figma file, XT file, sketch file, whatever you want, and go through the complete thing. But you must have all this, because again, it will also give you full clarity about that how the all the UI components of these look like. Other one is like Polaris, which is by Shopify. So a lot of brands have their own DN systems. Shopify is also have given their DN system. You can download polaris.shopify.com, and you can explore that what they have done. This is going to help you in terms of when you're going to work on your own design system. Maybe you can choose something that is close to what you want and then start from there. That is where you're going to save a lot of your time. You might not have to work on anything and everything from scratch. You choose something, 50% is done, then you move forward. Another one could be Applic. This is Applic. This is from our own Mintra only. This is made for B2B, not for B2C. So it's something we had released last year only. This is also publicly available, where you can go download this Applic TN system. But this is for B2B, where it has all the components of using for a dashboard kind of setup, handling sellers, handling the backend part. It's not for the front end part for sure. This is not B2C, this is B2B. And this is also available online. You can download and you can use that as well. Atlassian also has one, their own DN system, but again, they're also into a lot into B2B world. So there also you'll get a lot of components around making a dashboard, and that is also a kind of very proven one in the market. That's all about it from my side about design system and colors and few more stuff. I wanted to give you guys a task now, because now what we have done, we have gone through a journey from start to a good level now, where early we were exploring how do I use Figma. Before that, even we have gone through the process of UX, how does what all different kind of process works. and we discuss about that. What are the benefits of all that? How do I conduct every kind of small, big workshops? Concluding that, coming to maybe a task flow, information architecture, wireframes, and then after that we have jumped to Figma as well, where we gone through fundamentals, and then we are also working on the advanced one, where we have gone through the components and all as well. Now, what I want you people to do, I want you people to work on the homepage of any of these three. You can choose any one. I'm okay with any one of three. Either First Cry, I think you're already aware. First Cry we have discussed earlier as well. It's the kids e-shopping place. Taj Hotels is a group or chain of hotels. Intellipaat, I don't need to tell what is Intellipaat. You guys already know. So choose any of those. I want you to work on the home screen, just the home screen, home page of mobile app. Okay, mobile app, not mobile web, because things will change accordingly. I want to think of the mobile app homepage for any of these three, but I want to see as an output from you that how does your homepage look like? And this is where I'm not asking you to copy. Now here, I know these all websites have their own app or something, like Taj will have their website app, FirstCry has, Intellipaat also might have their all the details. But I want you not to copy that. Okay.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.